Chapter 1003, Project 2300. The urgent demand for explosives from every quarter compelled the explosives factory into trial production under the slogan, "Construct while producing." Limited by the chemical industry's own technical level and production capacity, from the formal manufacture of the first batch of black powder in 1629 to early 1631, the Senate's explosive types had increased by only three: brown powder, nitroglycerin, and mercury fulminate. Brown powder had only recently entered production, serving as propellant for the increasingly numerous coastal batteries and naval large-caliber cannons. Its slower burn rate reduced the risk of bore explosions when used with heavy artillery. In general terms, the Senate's explosives industry now possessed a complete product range. Gun propellants, primers, and high explosives were all available. Though the technical level wasn't advanced, it roughly met current needs. The most pressing problem was a significant shortfall in high explosives required by both military and civilian applications. The only high explosive they could currently mass-produce was nitroglycerin desensitized through absorption by diatomaceous earth, dynamite. Nitroglycerin itself required a sufficient-scale glycerin industry, and the glycerin industry in turn demanded a sufficient-scale fats and oils industry for support. Moreover, glycerin quality needed to be quite pure. The glycerin obtained by the Industrial Committee's chemical industry came primarily through saponification, which introduced too many impurities and constrained capacity. To date, dynamite was used only in limited quantities for civilian engineering projects. For military purposes, black powder still filled artillery shells and grenades. Some argued there was no problem using dynamite to fill grenades. In the old dimension, filling landmines with dynamite was common practice. The problem was that dynamite couldn't be used in artillery shells. The G-force when shells were fired reached several thousand. Dynamite would inevitably cause bore explosions. Black powder's detonation velocity was too low, it left excessive residue, and its sensitivity was too high. As propellant for Mini-A rifles it remained acceptable, but as military explosive it proved genuinely inadequate. The Industrial Committee's engineers had long sought a suitable substitute to replace black powder's monopoly. The requirements were clear: manufacturing process as simple as possible, sufficient raw material supply, adequate power, a certain safety level, and suitability for filling artillery shells. In response to these requirements, personnel from the Chemical Department and Military Industrial Department proposed two plans: manufacturing picric acid using the byproduct phenol from the coal coking complex, or a black powder power doubling process. Picric acid's process was relatively straightforward. In Old Dimension history, Britain had synthesized it in 1771. Phenol was sulfonated with concentrated sulfuric acid or sodium sulfite, then nitrated with concentrated nitric acid. The difficult point was phenol extraction. Without a coal coking industry, oil cracking or wood tar refining would be necessary. They now had an established coal tar industry capable of providing phenol quite stably, making picric acid manufacture relatively easy. The picric acid extraction work was codenamed Project 17, because the extraction process proposed by Su Yingji had a final yield of 17%. The other project besides picric acid was the black powder power doubling plan, proposed by Lin Shen. Simply put, it involved improving processing methods to double black powder's power, enabling it to temporarily substitute for some high explosives. Lin Shen's current workplace lay inside a stone and earth enclosure in the explosives factory. The enclosure rose only about 1 meter high, with a circle of willow hedges planted on top. 7 or 8 labor reform prisoners were filling stones in the middle. Around the enclosure, artificial and natural forests planted by the Forestry Department provided excellent concealment. From outside, it appeared to be nothing more than forest. An inconspicuous dirt path wound its way to the enclosure. Beside the path ran a water ditch, At every turn stood an earth mound to block shrapnel and shock waves during personnel evacuation. This path was for walking only. Transport used another simple railway still under construction. Temporarily only hand-cranked railcars and ox-drawn railcars could be used. This enclosure's official designation was Special Chemicals Complex Research Center No. 1, and Lin Shen's project was codenamed Project 2300. At this moment, he wore a dark cotton work uniform, nervously watching several workers unload an unassuming machine from a railcar. The machine wasn't large, simply wrapped in waterproof canvas. Workers carried it toward the laboratory. Jiang Yi, responsible for installing and debugging machinery, jumped down from the car. The two exchanged brief greetings, then entered the research center's dedicated laboratory together. Thick concrete walls enclosed the laboratory, with sandbags stacked inside and outside. The roof was a light wooden structure, essentially a pressure relief panel. Outside the room, two deep explosion-proof ditches awaited. If laboratory personnel could escape in time, they could dive in for refuge. The laboratory interior was stark and empty. Besides the concrete base for installing the machine, there were only several vats of varying sizes. Lighting relied on natural light from skylights in the roof. To reduce heat from sunlight, the glass was covered with a layer of black shade netting. Rows of copper heating pipes lined the walls and ran under the floor, but the cold was biting. The makeshift alcohol thermometer registered only 12 degrees Celsius. What flowed through those heating pipes wasn't steam but water chilled with ice-salt mixtures. Fire being strictly prohibited, their most reliable refrigeration equipment, gas air conditioning, couldn't be used, and ground-source air conditioning's cooling effect would likely prove inadequate. This forced cooling method was the adopted solution. Cold enough. Jiang Yi was sweating profusely and wearing a short-sleeved undershirt. Upon entering, he immediately shivered. Lin Shen handed him a jacket. Put it on. This place must maintain low temperature for safe production. The canvas was unwrapped, revealing an unremarkable machine beneath. Anyone with slight mechanical knowledge would recognize at a glance that this was a hydraulic screw press. Manufactured according to your specifications, Jiang Yi said, directing workers through the installation while explaining. Its hydraulic screw type, simple structure, stable stroke. Can be manually turned for controlled pressure. Completely meets your technical requirements. The dies, pressing heads, and other components that might generate friction are made of brass to prevent sparks. Lin Shen circled the machine several times. You must guarantee it completely meets technical requirements. Otherwise, when work starts tomorrow, I'll be reduced to ashes. Jiang Yi understood that working with explosives meant risking one's life. There was absolutely no exaggeration in that statement. Rest assured, it was manufactured entirely according to the technical materials you provided. From component manufacturing to assembly, the machine was made entirely by senators' own hands. We didn't dare let naturalized citizens do it. Lin Shen nodded, though he still wasn't completely at ease. His process wasn't difficult, but its environmental requirements were exacting. Humidity couldn't fall below 60%. Temperature couldn't exceed 20 degrees. Otherwise, explosions would occur. Even with black powder's relatively modest power, an explosion in this room could kill or injure many people. Temperature he had roughly addressed with water-based air conditioning. Humidity, Lingao's summer humidity was quite high, sometimes exceeding 90%. Even so, he had ordered an air humidifier from the machinery factory for use when necessary. He had also specifically assigned a naturalized citizen to monitor the thermometer and hygrometer. Jiang Yi was curious. You're being so mysterious. What magic are you actually going to perform? Black powder power doubling. Are you planning to mix in nitroglycerin? Black powder mixed with nitroglycerin is suicide, Lin Shen replied. What I'll use is pure black powder, nothing else added. Then what method? Jiang Yi's curiosity intensified. You should know that the greater an explosive's density in a given space, the greater its power upon detonation. Lin Shen said. Black powder power doubling uses precisely this principle, maximizing black powder's density. Project 2300's full designation was Black Powder High Energy Charge Technology. Lin Shen had previously kept this technology secret. He originally hadn't been confident in it. After D-Day, as head of the Military-Industrial Department, he had privately conducted several small charge experiments using laboratory equipment and materials, then used the pacification operations in Danju for live-fire testing. After confirming the results, he formally proposed this plan. The concept was straightforward, using low-temperature wet pressing to compress quality powdered black powder into black powder charge columns, creating high-density black powder columns. Due to their extreme density, these columns couldn't be detonated by traditional ignition methods and required specialized detonators, greatly improving safety. In terms of power, using low-temperature wet pressing to create black powder columns could increase charge density to over 2.3 grams per cubic centimeter. Such high-density columns required detonators to detonate, achieving detonation velocities exceeding 2,600 meters per second. Traditional filling methods produced black powder charge densities not exceeding 1.7 grams per cubic centimeter, with detonation velocities below 800 meters per second. In fact, black powder deflagrated rather than truly detonated. In terms of power, this wasn't merely doubling. This column pressing method could increase equal-weight black powder explosive power by over 60%. By detonation velocity, it equaled 39% of TNT's effectiveness, 36% of picric acid's. What this effectiveness meant, Lin Shen understood clearly. It meant they didn't need to expend massive resources developing new technology points on the tech tree, but could directly upgrade black powder to double its power. Economically, it was far superior to Project 17. This was extremely attractive to the Planning Bureau and Executive Committee. Manufacturing picric acid meant needing large quantities of phenol, building entirely new production workshops, plus additional sulfuric and nitric acid capacity. But black powder power doubling required simply adding some machines. The originally stockpiled black powder could exert far greater power. End of chapter. Chapter 1004, Fuzes. That day, Lin Shen and Jiang Yi conducted several mechanical tests on the press, using inert powder with physical properties similar to black powder, proving all machinery was operating completely normally. Jiang Yi then added sufficient lubrication to all moving parts to ensure trouble-free operation. This wasn't the first time the machinery department had manufactured specialized presses for pyrotechnics. They had used them when manufacturing brown powder propellant cakes. But never before had they performed such high-pressure, high-density pressing. Early the next morning, Lin Shen and the naturalized citizen workers who had volunteered to assist donned blast-resistant suits and specialized helmets supplied by Panda, then shuffled step by step toward the machine. Room temperature held steady at 13 degrees. The hygrometer showed 90% humidity. Everything normal. A naturalized citizen worker, specifically assigned to monitor the thermometer and hygrometer, made the hand signal. Lin Shen drew a deep breath and opened the sealed barrel containing gunpowder. Inside was newly made powdered black powder. Lingao's black powder was generally granulated for storage, since powdered black powder in storage tended to cause component settling and separation. He carefully scooped gunpowder from the barrel with a copper measuring spoon, precisely weighing out 1,000 grams on the table scale. He poured it into a large porcelain container, then added alcohol solution of specified concentration. A naturalized citizen worker began slowly stirring with a wooden stick until the mixture was completely uniform. 75-gram charge, Lin Shen instructed. So far, everything remained normal. This was also the safest stage. What followed would be critical. Following his instructions, the naturalized citizen worker retrieved the corresponding mold from its box and fixed it on the base. There were several molds corresponding to different charge column shapes and masses, all fashioned from copper. After the mixed black powder was precisely weighed and loaded into the mold, Lin Shen, trusting no one else with this step, personally operated the press. The press's pressure device drove the hydraulic cylinder through a manual wheel, slowly applying pressure to the screw. He turned the wheel slowly and evenly, ensuring pressure wasn't transmitted too fast. Too fast or too hard could easily trigger an explosion. Inside the blast suit it was stuffy and hot. His mood was extremely tense, and before long he was dripping with sweat. This gave him the illusion that the room temperature had risen. Check temperature. Temperature 14.5 degrees, humidity 90%. Normal. He had specially calculated the 75-gram charge column dimensions using formulas to ensure no overpressing. However, this was only theoretical. Whether reality would match, he wasn't fully confident. As dimensions approached closer and closer to the target, the sweat beads on Lin Shen's forehead multiplied. He turned the wheel several more rotations until the powder surface dropped to the marked line. The first charge column was formed. Lin Shen carefully removed the charge column from the mold and placed it on a fixing tray. Next came waiting for it to dry naturally. The explosives building had a dedicated drying room, but this experimental product of unknown properties couldn't be mixed with production items for drying. So the laboratory had a separate drying room where air humidity and temperature were likewise controlled. Charge columns dried naturally at room temperature below 40 degrees. On to the next. Lin Shen's confidence surged. Since no accidents occurred during pressing, the entire process was clearly working. He pressed charge columns of various sizes and masses, including ones prepared for filling grenades. Current grenades in terms of power were merely large firecrackers, with negligible lethality, what Americans called concussion grenades. Another use for pressed charge columns was as rocket propellant. Charge columns of consistent shape and density were essential for rocket ballistic consistency, holding considerable significance. By his estimate, after switching to these new pressed charge columns, both the range and accuracy of HAL rockets could reach new levels. Of course, the greatest application for high-density black powder charge columns was filling artillery shells, bringing originally decorative explosive shells to a genuinely formidable level of power. Lin Shen believed that although the 12-pounder and 24-pounder smoothbore cannons widely used by the Army had advantages, simple manufacture, straightforward operation, and suitability for low-tech level armies, in the long run, the inherent disadvantages of smoothbore's relatively low power and slow firing rate couldn't be overcome. They weren't, as some enthusiasts proclaimed, useful for 20 years. Mass manufacturing and equipping rifled artillery was an inevitable choice for the Senate's military system. Currently, only the Navy and coastal artillery used some rifled cannons, both muzzle loading and breech loading, but none had become standard equipment, only sporadically installed in an experimental capacity. The main obstacle besides cost was that rifled cannon bore pressure ran far higher than smoothbores. Spherical shell fuses couldn't be used on rifled cannons, so to date all rifled cannons could only use solid shot. The conical solid shot fired by rifled cannons produced killing effects far inferior to smoothbore's spherical shot. The latter could still kill during bouncing and rolling after landing, while conical solid shot simply embedded itself in the ground. The advantage was extremely strong penetration, very powerful against city fortifications and warships. To let rifled cannons demonstrate sufficient power, the fuse problem had to be solved first. While waiting for charge columns to dry, Lin Shen had people manufacture fuses. He had long wanted to solve the fuse problem. The main obstacle he faced was this. The materials branch of the Senate's industrial system was in very poor condition. Manufacturing safe, reliable fuses inevitably required springs. Springs were inconspicuous items in the old dimension, but in Lingao, manufacturing springs was genuinely high technology. Springs usable in rifled cannon fuses were crystallizations of industrial capability, encompassing steel smelting, alloy materials, and specialized heat treatment techniques. Lingao's industry could produce springs, but from materials to manufacturing, they were extremely low-end products, barely adequate for simple applications like carriages and sofas, and even then with shorter lifespans and more frequent replacement. Used in artillery shells, at best they would fail to detonate on impact, affecting combat. At worst they would suddenly explode, causing major accidents. Because of this problem, whether Lin Shen, Wang Ruixiang, or the various senator military enthusiasts, all had wanted to solve this issue, yet none had succeeded. No matter what conception they developed, they ultimately couldn't surmount the threshold of qualified springs. Fuses were consumables. Costs had to be low enough for mass production and use. Simultaneously, the Senate's machining industry workers generally lacked high skill levels. Technical difficulty in processing and production had to be reduced as much as possible to ensure uniform production quality. On this issue, Lin Shen specifically reviewed extensive materials, finally deciding to design based on the Japanese Type 91 rifle grenade fuse. This was a structurally simple impact detonation type, relying on the inertia of the warhead moving forward upon target impact to overcome anti-creep spring resistance and achieve ignition. The safety measure was a safety pin pulled before firing. The entire fuse design required only one anti-creep spring, with low spring performance requirements, highly suitable for Lingao's current industrial capacity. In this fuse, the detonator tube was situated at the fuse base. The fuse front end housed a long rod-shaped inertia body with striker. The inertia body was separated from the detonator tube by the anti-creep spring and fixed with a laterally inserted safety pin. To ensure firing rate, the inertia body had a crown-shaped pressure plate at the top in a long rod structure. Before firing, pulling the safety pin armed the fuse into combat state. During cannon firing, the inertia body remained at the front under anti-creep spring action, ensuring no premature detonation. After target impact, under warhead inertia, the anti-creep spring was compressed, the striker struck the firing element, and the fuse detonated. The machinery factory quickly manufactured 100 fuses according to his design drawings, half made by senators, half by naturalized citizen technical workers. Lin Shen wanted to know what pass rate the naturalized citizen workers would achieve during formal production. Visual inspection and simple experimental acceptance results showed naturalized citizen workers achieved approximately 40% pass rate. This ratio was roughly acceptable to Lin Shen. This was manual assembly. During mass production with extensive use of specialized process equipment and workers becoming more skilled, the pass rate would increase greatly. Lin Shen believed that according to his design, the fuse performance requirements for the anti-creep spring itself weren't demanding. The highest grade phosphor bronze springs currently produced in Lingao should suffice. He conducted dozens of trials in the laboratory with phosphor bronze spring fuses. Every time the phosphor bronze spring responded correctly. However, the laboratory lacked specialized equipment to simulate the high-temperature, high-pressure environment when shells were fired, nor could it simulate the high overload conditions shells experienced during flight. Simple weighted drop tests couldn't reflect true fuse performance. Lingao's military engineers could only use the simplest method, live fire testing, to verify their designs. Lin Shen borrowed a rifled cannon from Ying Yu, one of the 70mm breech-loading rifled cannons originally manufactured by the Military Industrial Department for the 480-154 vessels. After being removed from ships, it had remained in storage. Since 70mm rifled cannons had never manufactured explosive shells, Lin Shen first had the machinery factory produce 20 explosive shells, fitted them with fuses, and used sand as weighted substitute for explosives. He carefully marked and separated shells fitted with senator-made fuses from those with naturalized citizen-made fuses. then borrowed horses to tow the cannon to the range for experimental firing. Lin Shen personally served as gunner. Propellant used was brown powder, which offered better firing safety. For the first firing, Lin Shen didn't use full charge, only reduced charge. The firing range sites included hard soil surface, medium soil, and wetland environments. The first round of firing achieved excellent results. After excluding failures caused by fuse manufacturing quality itself, on hard and medium soil the fuses achieved 90% firing rate. In wetland environments, they still achieved over 70%. From a practical combat effectiveness standpoint, completely qualified, current smoothbore cannon explosive shells averaged only 70% detonation rate. End of chapter. Chapter 1005. Explosive Shell Test regarding manufacturing quality. Fuses made by naturalized citizen workers proved no worse than those made by senators. The difference in firing rate was negligible. It appeared Lin Shen's efforts to simplify fuse structure had ensured that naturalized citizen workers with lower technical levels could indeed produce qualified products. As for safety, testing confirmed that dropping from 12 meters to impact the ground without pulling the safety pin guaranteed no accidental firing. However, the Ordnance Group wasn't satisfied with merely meeting functional requirements. Any industrial product also had material cost control and mass production organization needs to address. Fuses, as consumables, had to be as cheap and easy to produce as possible. Though phosphor-bronze springs could be self-produced, within Lingao's industrial system they qualified as high-grade precision components, belonging to the planning bureau's Level 2 controlled materials. Currently, phosphor-bronze springs were primarily used in relatively precise industrial equipment, such as the timekeepers and instruments Dr. Zheng had been wholeheartedly developing. Their production cost was substantial. Ideally, more inferior, easily obtainable materials could substitute. After considerable thought, Lin Shen sought out Zhan Wuya and asked whether he could heat-treat wrought iron wire. "Of course, but what do you want heat-treated wrought iron wire for?" Zhan Wuya asked, puzzled. "To make springs for artillery shell fuses." Zhan Wuya stared at him incredulously. Springs for artillery shell fuses had been a frequently discussed stumbling block, and now Lin Shen was telling him he wanted to use heat-treated wrought iron wire. The Industrial Committee produced wrought iron wire of different gauges according to old dimension standards. Higher grades were even galvanized. Wrought iron wire had broad applications throughout the Senate's industrial and agricultural production. Lingao Telecom's telegraphs were also strung using wrought iron wire. Lin Shen produced a fuse structural model, a proportional cross-section model he had commissioned from the machinery factory, and explained the specific working conditions and principles in detail. Zhan Wuya studied it for a long time before finally agreeing to try with iron wire. They selected 20-gauge galvanized wrought iron wire. Using a specialized spring coiling machine, they wound the wrought iron wire into springs, then heat-treated them. Subsequently, Lin Shen conducted comparative tests between wrought iron wire springs and phosphor-bronze springs using testing equipment. He himself knew perfectly well that these two types of springs having completely identical performance was impossible. The results naturally didn't surprise him. "It seems they can't substitute," Zhan Wuya observed. "Let's try firing them from artillery," Lin Shen replied, unwilling to give up. Fuse shells fitted with wrought iron wire springs succeeded when fired with strong charges from mortars, with safety and firing rate no worse than phosphor-bronze springs. But firing from the 70mm cannon yielded poor results, with multiple spring failures. High-bore pressure rifled cannons were far more demanding on fuses. Lin Shen expressed satisfaction with all test results and decided to proceed with formal live-fire testing using actual charges. The black powder charge columns sent for drying had all cured naturally. The final process was coating charge column surfaces with shellac varnish dissolved in alcohol at specified concentration. This provided both moisture protection and prevented cracking and deformation. Shellac was imported from India and Vietnam, being lack insect secretions. It had broad uses in industrial fields. For an industrial system like Lingao's, which lacked chemical products, lack's importance as natural resin was even more significant. The machinery department's weapons enthusiasts began filling artillery shells. High-compressed black powder charge columns could no longer be simply detonated with fuses. Ignition devices, blasting caps, had to be used. Manufacturing blasting caps was quite dangerous, though technically not difficult. The process involved rolling craft paper into tubes, then filling primer with a press, and finally sealing. Previously, to reduce danger, the military-industrial department had rarely manufactured blasting caps. Explosive weapons based on black powder generally didn't require them. Only when using dynamite and ammonium nitrate explosives were small quantities produced. The Special Chemicals Complex Research Center No. 1's warehouse stored small quantities of blasting cap shells and safety caps. Blasting cap shells were rolled from craft paper, coated inside and out with shellac varnish and alcohol at specified concentration for moisture proofing. Lin Shen personally selected 20 for use as experimental shell blasting caps. Common blasting caps were divided into single and compound types. Single type contained only mercury fulminate. Compound type had mercury fulminate on top and booster charge below, typically TNT or RDX. Because the chemical department couldn't produce TNT, all blasting caps previously manufactured by the military-industrial department were single type. This time, to ensure effective detonation, Bayou suggested manufacturing compound blasting caps, but Lin Shen opposed the idea. No matter how capable they were, they couldn't conjure TNT from nothing. We could use stockpiled ammonium nitrate explosives, and don't we still have the explosives Landu brought? This is pointless. We currently can't mass-produce either one. We should test according to industrial mass production conditions. Finally, they decided to continue manufacturing single blasting caps. In the blasting cap workshop, Lin Shen carefully loaded mercury fulminate into tube shells in several batches, then lightly pressed down with a press. For safety, he operated standing behind thick steel plate, wearing an explosion-proof helmet. Mercury fulminate was extremely sensitive. Explosions during pressing occurred easily. After the mercury fulminate powder was pressed, he picked up a safety cap made from galvanized sheet iron, containing a thin silk piece inside, fitted it onto the tube shell, and turned the press handle. According to technical requirements, the press compressed the safety cap into the tube shell with specified force per square centimeter. Lin Shen had checked that the join was complete, then used a brush to carefully sweep away powder scattered on the tube shell, collecting the scattered mercury fulminate into waste containers. Finally, shellac varnish and alcohol was applied to the tube shell bottom, completing one blasting cap. Then, at the test site, another blasting cap trial detonation was conducted. Shells with new blasting caps were fitted with fuses and underwent striking tests according to combat requirements, ensuring the fuse striker could effectively strike the blasting cap. The first striking failed, the striker position was inaccurate. Jeongui adjusted on site, the second immediately succeeded. After several consecutive tests, every blasting cap was accurately struck. Lin Shen nodded. Now we can assemble. He signed the assembly task order, formally ordering assembly of explosive shells with new fuses. The new fuses were finally ready for their formal debut. The 70mm rifled cannon borrowed earlier remained at the range. Lin Shen also borrowed a 24-pounder smoothbore howitzer, lacking mortars, and finding mortars not quite suitable anyway, he used this as a temporary substitute. Can conical shells also be fired from smoothbore cannons? Zhang Wuya asked. Of course, Lin Shen replied. Mortars don't fire spherical shells either. Simple rails had been laid at the range. Railcars transported 40 newly produced shells for both cannons, half with phosphor bronze springs and half with 20-gauge wrought iron wire springs. 24-pounder howitzer, Shell A, Load 1. Lin Shen commanded from the bunker through a large tin megaphone. An artillery crew from the Army Instruction Corps responsible for cannon firing quickly opened the wicker shell crate, retrieved a shell, and attached the fuse. One gunner loaded the silk propellant bag through the muzzle into the bore. The loader then inserted the shell. The gunner fitted the firing tube at the rear firing port and attached the lanyard. For safety, the lanyard was particularly long, extending all the way to a bunker 20 meters away. At a whistle signal, all gunners ran together to jump into the bunker. Warning sirens for live fire testing echoed overhead. Fire! Lin Shen yelled, then quickly ducked back into the bunker, pressing his eyes to the binocular periscope newly made by the optical workshop. The gunner gave a hard pull on the lanyard. The 24-pounder howitzer roared, the heavy gun body recoiling backward, ejecting thick white smoke. Through the periscope, the shell's trajectory arcing through the air was visible. Under the smoothbore and brown powder combination, muzzle velocity remained somewhat low. The shell landed accurately in the designated impact area. A flash of light, it exploded. The explosion's power, even visually, was obviously much stronger than primitive spherical black powder explosive shells. Those shells' explosions after landing merely raised a cloud of black smoke, kicking up relatively little dirt. Let's go see. Lin Shen hurriedly climbed out of the bunker and, together with Jiang Yi, Wang Ruixiang, and several military-industrial department apprentices, boarded the farm vehicle, bumping along the dirt road toward the impact area. The 24-pounder explosive shell had left a crater half a person deep in the impact zone, still wisping smoke. The air was thick with black powder's pungent smell. Lin Shen squatted down, examining the soil at the crater's edge. Several students interning at Research Center No. 1 quickly spread out, searching the surroundings for shell fragments and marking their positions on the map. Look, with greater charge power, the shell fragmentation is also stronger than before. He pointed at the collected fragments. Not only did fragments fly farther than before, but fragmentation was also greater than with spherical shells. Previous spherical explosive shells, after exploding, produced only 20-odd large fragments. Some even only burst into 7 or 8 pieces, unable to form dense fragment kills. Even the largest caliber mortar shells with maximum charge couldn't produce more fragments. But now, simple searching within 5 meters of the crater found over 70 fragments of various sizes. Lin Shen pointed out that if shell body materials could be further improved and preformed fragmentation measures adopted, post-explosion fragment effects would be considerably enhanced. Firing shell A with phosphor bronze springs from both cannons, all 20 firings succeeded. Testing shell B fuses, complete success on the 24-pounder smoothbore, but on the third firing from the 70mm rifled cannon, everyone in the bunker felt only a flash of light. A huge muffled boom transmitted through the ground and the earth trembled slightly. The shell had exploded in the bore. The fuse technical details come from Lin Shen's own testing. Due to sensitive content, some details are not written. Readers may understand the general idea. End of chapter. Chapter 1006, Naval Guns. After the smoke cleared and the safety whistle confirmed no danger of subsequent explosions, Lin Shen and Bai Yu finally poked their heads out from the bunker. Explosion accidents were nothing unusual for those in the weapons industry. Cannon bore explosions were especially commonplace. The two carefully approached the cannon's wreckage. The 70mm naval cannon had toppled over. Its muzzle had been blown into a trumpet shape. Various components were twisted and mangled, presenting a pitiful sight. The new charge is quite powerful. Bai Yu squatted down, carefully observing the destroyed muzzle, twisted like a morning glory flower. It was difficult to imagine hard steel could be torn and warped into such a shape. This was the power of explosives. "We just don't know if it was a fuse problem," Lin Shen said. "Cannon bore explosions had various causes. It wasn't necessarily premature shell detonation from fuse failure. This 70mm cannon was an early product of the metallurgy and machinery departments, of relatively poor quality. It had been mounted on the AD-154 for an extended period. After removal, it had long served as a test-firing cannon at the range. Perhaps there were cracks they hadn't discovered. Baiyu didn't respond. He carefully rummaged through the wreckage, then pulled on cotton yarn gloves and extracted a twisted metal component from the still-warm, steaming burst bore. "Careful. No problem. The blasting cap exploded long ago." Although Baiyu said this, he still placed the remains carefully in a wicker basket. It was the fuse. Though twisted beyond recognition by explosion and fire, the general result remained discernible. Detailed analysis would require careful disassembly in the laboratory. Disassembly results proved the bore explosion had been caused by early striker firing due to spring failure. Though they had lost one rifled cannon, Lin Shen finally obtained the results he needed. At minimum, fuses made with wrought iron wire could be used on low-muzzle velocity cannons like mortars, trench mortars, and howitzers. According to Lin Shen's overall plan, after the new fuse was finalized, an artillery upgrade plan should immediately commence, transitioning from the current smoothbore cannon system to rifled, at least to a muzzle-loading rifled cannon equipment system. For this purpose, he had long since drafted several new Army artillery blueprints and had the machinery department manufacture 2 experimental prototype cannons, tested in several exercises. However, the Planning Bureau wasn't interested. With its characteristic frugality, it declared that the current smoothbore artillery equipment system had been established for less than 2 years. Many cannons had been in service for less than 12 months. Immediate upgrading would constitute enormous waste, and accordingly refused to approve upgrading the Army's existing artillery system. Thus, the new explosive shell fuse greatest beneficiary was the Navy. Currently, all rifled cannons were Navy equipment. According to plan, both the 854 modification project and Project 901 would have all ship cannons be rifled. Zhang Balin was dejected. "You put in so much effort and the Navy took all the benefits." Although Lin Shen wasn't Army personnel, he had at least served as a company commander for a period, counted as having eaten from the same pot as the Army. So Zhang Balin still viewed him as one of us. "No problem. Once engine is complete, the time for Army expansion and big cannons will naturally come." Lin Shen consoled him. "How about want to go to South Sea Cafe for a drink tonight?" That evening, Lin Shen hosted at South Sea Cafe, inviting Zhang Balin, Ying Yu, Bai Yu, Su Yingji, and others to drink. He invited Su Yingji not only because they were now colleagues, but also to console a rival. Su Yingji's Project 17 had suffered the same fate as the new artillery, shelved. Picric acid trial production had been highly successful. Su Yingji, using phenol accumulated from coal coking production, had successfully extracted picric acid explosive through the sulfonation process. Though the sulfonation process required only nitric and sulfuric acid, production conditions weren't demanding, and yield was respectable. The Planning Bureau's comprehensive assessment concluded that immediately putting picric acid into production would require building new workshops and manufacturing complete production equipment. Under the current quasi-war state, we must prioritize production continuity and convenience, not rush to apply new technologies and processes. Wuda had mercilessly killed Project 17 at the Planning Bureau meeting, declaring it technical reserve to be mass-produced when the time is ripe. From the beginning, Lin Shen had foreseen this outcome. Though high-density black powder definitely couldn't match picric acid in performance, it won overwhelmingly on low cost. What choice the notoriously penny-pinching Planning Bureau would make was self-evident. Everyone drank recklessly at the cafe. Half drunk, Lin Shen quietly settled the bill and slipped out. "Sorry, old Su," And Balin, Lin Shen, he murmured. What he was about to do would definitely make Zhang Balin even more unhappy if he knew. Tomorrow morning he had to install cannons on the Navy's new warship. Jeongui, project leader of the first shipbuilding outfitting plan, had invited him to inspect on-site tonight. Lin Shen returned to his apartment. Shenai had already prepared his mountain bike, issued for Senator's personal use. Though many preferred the 28-inch flying pigeon, Lin Shen favored the more comfortable mountain bike. Be careful on the road. With his sister's admonition, Lin Shen quickly pedaled onto the road to Bapu. The night train to Bapu didn't run unless one wanted to risk riding freight cars. The road had gas street lamps, though quite sparsely placed, barely sufficient to discern the road surface. But the scattered lights at least marked road boundaries, preventing wrong turns on moonless nights. The mountain bike had a self-generating light. Lin Shen relied on this lamp to confidently speed along the road. Of course, there wouldn't be any pedestrians or vehicles on this route at this hour, and the entire area along the way had been upgraded to green zone. Senators traveling alone faced no danger. On summer nights, with cool breezes, riding on the road was quite comfortable, except the lamp attracted swarms of insects that circled his bicycle endlessly, annoying him to no end. To arrive quickly, Lin Shen didn't enter Bapu town but took a side road directly to the naval base. After passing sentry inspection and riding another 10 minutes, the silhouette of Project 854 modification finally materialized before him. The 1630 class iron-ribbed wooden-hulled Clipperbow steam auxiliary sail cruiser wasn't a vast warship. Its standard displacement was only 1,160 tons, 70 meters long, 9.9 meters wide. In the old dimension, even 18th-century fourth-rate ships of the line possessed greater displacement, but in this dimension, it was genuinely a colossus. Though some 1,000-ton vessels had appeared as early as the 15th century, they were few and rarely seen at sea. When the hull was launched in Lingao, it had attracted many commoners to watch. Though they were accustomed to seeing 10,000-ton iron ships, a super-huge vessel being constructed right before their eyes remained quite dramatic. The hull, painted dark black, now lay quietly moored at Bapu Naval Pier. Outfitting was essentially complete. Only the final deck cannon installation remained. On the pier before the hull, a temporary workshed was brightly lit. Under brilliant gas lamps, Senator engineers led by Jeongui, who was responsible for shipbuilding affairs, gathered to discuss the 1630 class's final outfitting implementation plan. The 854 modifications cannon layout scheme completely abandoned multi-deck gun positions. Though many were fascinated by the spectacular scene of dozens of cannons firing in sequence on 18th and 19th century ships of the line, for the structure of Lingao-manufactured hybrid-powered warships, such gun positioning was unsuitable. Moreover, with the Senate's technological capability and industrial level, there was no need to replicate ships of the line. The 1630 class completely abandoned multi-deck gun positions below deck, switching entirely to deck-mounted cannons. Sailing warships had high centers of gravity. Placing cannons below deck served to stabilize the center of gravity. Now the weight of steam engines, boilers, and coal bunkers could fully serve the stabilizing function that below-deck cannons once provided. Since cannons were placed on deck, their numbers wouldn't be too numerous. Cannon power had to be sufficient not only to handle the largest European vessels in naval combat with rapid firing rate, but also to address future needs for shore bombardment supporting Army operations. To meet such requirements, the various smoothbore cannons currently equipped on naval vessels, from 12-pounder cannons to 32-pounder carronades, including the current heaviest naval shipboard 68-pounder carronade, were all inadequate. Adopting rifled cannons was the ideal choice. Rifled cannons possessed many advantages. Besides high firing accuracy and strong shell penetration from high muzzle velocity, they were also light and used less propellant. This was extremely attractive to the famously frugal Planning Bureau and Executive Committee. As the reactionary academic authority on old-style artillery, the cannon configuration scheme Lin Shenhe proposed was to use Dahlgren rifled cannons with Mini-A-type shells. This was a muzzle-loading rifled cannon. Its distinctive feature was dramatic variation in the barrel, thin toward the front, expanding dramatically near the bore, shaped like a wine bottle, hence also called bottle cannon. The choice of muzzle loading was deliberate, avoiding the complex gas sealing component machining problems of breech loaders. Compared to the Armstrong-type cannon the machinery factory had once manufactured, Dahlgren cannons were cast using the Rodman method, a relatively simple production process that could utilize cast iron. Material costs and labor hours were considerably more economical than Armstrong-type cannons. Dahlgren cannons cast using the Rodman method could be made very large. Americans had manufactured and used these cannons extensively during and after the Civil War, some with calibers reaching 16 inches. End of chapter. Chapter 1007, Warship. Though various reactionary academic authorities had raised countless objections to muzzle-loading rifled cannons, particularly the fatal flaws inherent to all muzzle loaders, such as slow firing rates and oversized footprints, the Planning Bureau remained unconvinced. At this stage of development, such shortcomings posed no existential threat to the Navy in combat. The Armstrong breech-loading cannons with screw-thread breeches that the Ordnance Department currently produced in limited quantities for coastal artillery had proven disappointing in practice. The breech-locking mechanism was especially troublesome, requiring hammers to achieve a proper seal. Apart from the convenience of loading from the breech, they offered no obvious advantages over Dahlgren rifled cannons in loading speed, range, or accuracy, yet demanded far greater manufacturing complexity. As for truly mature, reliable interrupted screw breeches, those would inevitably require rubber and asbestos for manufacturing gas-sealing plugs, materials the industrial department had long struggled to produce. Some had proposed alternatives, a breech mechanism using horizontal wedge breeches with metal gas rings, which required no rubber and lay within current industrial capacity. Yet once again, the Dahlgren cannon prevailed on grounds of process simplicity and material availability. The Planning Bureau ultimately approved experimental manufacture of 2 cannons using the horizontal wedge design, but clearly had no intention of mass-producing them anytime soon. At a General Staff Equipment Department meeting, Planning Bureau Representative Sun Zhao explained the rationale for choosing Dahlgren rifled cannons. Since the Navy, using sailing warships armed with smoothbores, never complained about slow cannon loading, we believe that equipping hybrid-powered warships with rifled cannons, whose range and accuracy far exceed smoothbores, will pose no serious problem. Behind the Planning Bureau's frugality lay the steel industry's capacity bottleneck. Though the Manzhou Steel Complex's blast furnaces and open hearth furnaces had begun production, output remained unsatisfactory. The shortage of qualified workers and administrative personnel severely constrained further expansion. Lin Shen parked his bicycle outside the work shed and dismounted. In an open area nearby, specialized racks displayed a row of newly produced Dahlgren cannon barrels. Though cast from iron, their surfaces were regular and smooth. He touched the barrel and muzzle, then used his bicycle lamp to peer inside, examining the rifling. The craftsmanship from the machinery and metallurgy departments grew more impressive by the day. The Man's industrial complex could now produce excellent quality pig iron. Using reverberatory furnaces to refine molten iron, they manufactured superior cannon casting material. Before Lingao had its own blast furnaces, imported pig iron for cannon casting had undergone the same reverberatory furnace refinement. Further off, piles of gun carriages, rails, and metal fittings awaited installation, their metallic surfaces gleaming faintly under dim lighting. Inside the work shed, Smoke hung in the air. Blueprints lay spread across tables where several people huddled in discussion. Lin Shen greeted Jeongui and the others. "Muzzle loaders really are inconvenient to load," Jeongui remarked. Though no naval expert with little weapons knowledge, anyone who walked the deck and studied the cannon and layout drawings would quickly grasp the problem. After firing, muzzle-loading cannons had to be retracted onto the deck before sailors could reload. Each barbette therefore required dimensions exceeding the combined length of barrel and carriage. A gun position's diameter measured at least 5 meters, a footprint far larger than breechloaders demanded. "No problem," Lin Shen replied. "Whatever issues muzzle loaders have, they're still rifled. Besides, cannon modification is straightforward. If Dahlgren cannons work and prove adequate for now, that's enough. I understand the Planning Bureau's constant demands for savings, but they should still consider going all the way. We can't always be doing technical upgrades." Lin Shen chuckled softly. "Going all the way. Let me put it this way. If everyone hadn't been clamoring so loudly for explosive shells, rifled cannons, and cartridge rifles, the Planning Bureau would probably be preparing to conquer the world with 12-pounder smoothbores and Mini-A rifles. So frugal." "I understand Wuda's thinking," Lin Shen said. "Everyone just wants satisfaction without caring how to achieve it or what happens afterward. He's conducting revolution through thrift." "Didn't expect you to have such a big-picture view," Jeongui observed. "Not at all. Where would I have such perspective? Just sharing thoughts casually." "Let's tour the ship," Jeongui suggested. "Inspect the situation on site." He picked up the telephone and cranked it twice. "Turn on the lights at the naval pier." Minutes later, every electric light on the naval pier blazed to life. Though the intensity still wasn't sufficient to illuminate every angle of the ship, one could at least discern objects' outlines without stumbling. Under the lights, the hull surface showed irregular patches of dark black, the handiwork of inexperienced painters applying tar paint. The hull was constructed from lychee wood imported from Guangdong, Vietnam, and elsewhere, extremely sturdy. From the exterior, nothing betrayed that the internal ribs and keel were iron. All lay hidden beneath the hull planking. On deck, 3 masts rose tall against the night sky. The 1630 class's 3 composite masts stood shorter than its prototypes. The Navy simply couldn't train enough sailors skilled at climbing rigging and handling sails aloft. So the rigging had been simplified wherever possible, with steam auxiliary machinery replacing manual work on the halyards. The rigging stood fully installed. White canvas lay furled, jute halyards crisscrossed the masts, each rope darkened with tar. Lin Shen inadvertently reached out to touch one. "Don't touch, they're covered in tar," Jeongui warned quickly. Lin Shen started and withdrew his hand. The deck beneath his feet was coated with the same dark substance. Even so, beautiful wood patterns remained visible under the lights. "Made from imported Southeast Asian teak," Jeongui said. "Quite luxurious." Lin Shen remained unfazed. Warship decks built from teak were nothing remarkable. Battleships and aircraft carriers of the 20th century still used this precious wood for their decking. The 1630 class featured an island layout. The single smokestack rose from the island's center, black painted with yellow marker bands. It bore the ship's only bright-colored markings. Gun bases for the barbettes already occupied their designated positions, awaiting the rails, gun carriages, and barrels that would be installed first thing the following morning. Since the 1630 class was a sail-steam hybrid, the 3 masts severely limited cannon firing arcs. The foremast and mainmast stood directly before the main gun's muzzles, preventing both main guns from firing directly forward or aft. Due to hull structure and center of gravity considerations, both main gun barbettes were positioned relatively near the ship's center. 0-degree fire at bow and stern therefore fell to secondary guns mounted on both beams. The only way for the 1630 class to deliver maximum firepower remained the traditional broadside salvo. Lin Shen knew the cannon positions like the back of his hand. He had participated in discussions about cannon layout. There had been heated arguments about the 854 and 901's configurations. The final 854 modification scheme still referenced the layout from that model's original blueprint, with slight modifications. The ship's armament consisted of 1 barbette each on the bow and stern deck centerlines, each mounting a 130 caliber Dahlgren rifled cannon. Gun casemates were set amidships on port and starboard, mounting 175 caliber Dahlgren rifled cannon each, 6 secondary guns total. For auxiliary weapons, 4 typewriters were positioned on deck along both sides. All cannons used circular rail rotation, slide recoil, and manual traverse and elevation mechanisms. According to black powder destructive power tests conducted by the Navy and Ordnance Department at the range, effectively destroying contemporary galleon oak hulls while maintaining shore bombardment capability, required shell charges of approximately 2 kilograms of high-density pressed black powder. Combined with filling coefficients, fired explosive shells weighing 25-35 kilograms corresponded to calibers above 120, hence the ultimate selection of 130 rifled cannons. The barbettes themselves lacked armor protection. Only steel shields defended them. On the entire 1630 class, only the magazine received a thin layer of steel plate protection. The boiler room relied on coal bunkers flanking both sides for defense. Normally, barbettes used foldable canvas awnings to shade against sun and rain, removed during combat. The 1630 class is still a bit small, Jeongui said with some regret. Otherwise, we could use fully enclosed turrets and install mechanized loading equipment. Lin Shen has shared the sentiment. The ship's modest tonnage actually limited naval cannon size. With Lingao's current industrial capacity, manufacturing 200-plus muzzle-loading rifled cannons presented no difficulty. However, since 130 cannon shells represented the limit for manual loading, larger cannons required mechanically assisted loading systems, which also demanded sufficient ship space. He walked into the bridge. Most equipment had already been installed, though some advanced navigation equipment remained under development, with only installation positions reserved. The marine chronometer was still one brought from the old dimension. He noticed the 1630 class's bridge also had a dedicated fire control director tower. Climbing up, he found it empty inside, nothing but tables and chairs, no fire control equipment. Jeongui explained, the original plan called for artillery observation mirrors, range finders, calibrators, and mechanical ballistic computers. What? Lin Shen's mouth nearly fell open in surprise. He had assumed they were simply preparing fire control equipment like telescopes and rangefinders. He hadn't expected advanced equipment like ballistic computers, truly advancing by leaps and bounds. End of chapter. Chapter 1008 Lichun. Unfortunately, no finished products have been delivered yet, so we can only leave it empty for now, Jeongui said with regret. Well, warships in the past managed to fight without such equipment. Nelson didn't have a fire control director either. Lin Shen knew this was merely some enthusiast's peculiar hobby erupting. Given their current industrial capability and the caliber of their potential enemies' warships and cannons, naval combat firing range would reach at most 2,000 meters. Ballistic computers were wholly unnecessary. Equipping gunners with telescopes, artillery firing tables, and slide rules already constituted cutting-edge technology. Technology beyond cutting-edge obviously wasn't so easily attained. This empty fire control director tower stood as proof, but this wasn't his concern. He handled cannons and shells. What aiming equipment the cannons used fell to the Precision Instruments Department to consider. As the tour neared its end, Lin Shen suddenly thought of something. Has this ship been named? Not yet. The Navy says they'll hold the naming ceremony after sea trials. Did they mention what they're planning to call it? Reportedly someone proposed Yukikaze or Shigure. Damn, too creepy. Lin Shen got goosebumps all over. There really were quite a few IJN enthusiasts in the Navy. Since Yukikaze and Shigeru had been nominated, Nowaki would probably follow. "I think we could use mountain and river names," Jeongui suggested, gesturing expansively. "Like Taihang Taishan Kunlun Impressive." Lin Shen shook his head. "A ship this small probably can't carry such names." He actually preferred names like Fearless, Indomitable, Furious, Enterprise. But the 1630 class equally couldn't live up to such grandeur. Though building 10,000-ton battleships in this dimension seemed excessive, at least warships over 4,000 or 5,000 tons were needed to convey true majesty. By comparison, names like Shigeru were more appropriately scaled. Installing cannons on the 1630 class lead ship consumed 3 days, during which nearly half the senators from the mechanical department were mobilized to solve problems, especially all senators with fitter certificates. Constantly adjusting and fitting parts became the main theme of installation work. Several mobile equipment units were specially transported to the dockside assembly site to improve efficiency. The cannon carriages, rails, and even mounting bolts all brought Jeongui endless trouble. Standardized production had been promoted for over 2 years, yet actual implementation still revealed many problems. Workers weren't performing well, and materials were even worse. Jeongui maintained his composure. Overseeing the shipbuilding outfitting plan had accustomed him to an endless stream of problems. In his words, when installing equipment, he never expected success on the first try. Through collective effort, all cannons were finally installed and operating normally. Though fire control equipment never produced a ballistic computer, at least before formal sea trials they managed to fit some simple devices like artillery slide rules and observation mirrors. The artillery observation mirror was Lin Hanlong's work, primarily used as a reticle. Structurally a Keplerian telescope, it presented no great manufacturing difficulty, but achieving a relatively large field of view and light throughput required a relatively large aperture. For Lin Hanlong, this was challenging but not insurmountable. Most difficult was lens tube sealing. Lacking cold fur optical cement or rubber gaskets, they had to employ complex copper gaskets, vulcanized cowhide gaskets, and finally seal with eucalyptus rubber. Though the proposal to widely plant eucalyptus as a rubber substitute had been rejected, eucalyptus rubber still found use in small areas where performance requirements weren't strict. Fortunately, eucalyptus had always been cultivated in China, making raw material collection convenient. The lens tube's installation buffer structure used vulcanized cowhide. Though operational performance wasn't ideal, it proved barely usable. Lenses were originally planned using lead glass or naturally smelted quartz crystal. Hainan itself boasted rich natural quartz crystal deposits, but Lin Hanlong's experimental smelting attempts never produced suitable products, forcing him to settle for existing materials. The rangefinder was originally the optical workshop's breakthrough project, but Lin Hanlong discovered many currently insurmountable problems during experiments, especially the lack of quality optical glass and processing methods. Even if manufactured at this stage, quality couldn't be guaranteed. The Planning Bureau's warehouse held 1-meter rangefinders for 37 cannons and half-meter rangefinders for mortars, bought in bulk from military surplus stores on Taobao in the old dimension, ranging 4 to 5 kilometers with precision sufficient for ship cannons, nearly 100 units. But the Navy ultimately decided against using this precision equipment. For military equipment, as long as it's usable, we must base it on domestic production, Naval People's Commissar Ming Qius stated at the 854 Modification Technical Meeting. Finally, artillery rangefinders were simplified to a basic bearing plate system. Specifically, angle plates with sights were installed at bow and stern. By using sights to aim at targets, then calculating distance from the difference in displayed angles between bow and stern. This technology had appeared in the 19th century, quite fitting the Senate Navy's current technical level. Wind vanes and anemometers were also installed among the fire control equipment to measure crosswinds and headwinds. Wind direction and speed served as important reference data when calculating firing solutions. The final piece of equipment was a quadrant made of tin bronze, used to measure cannon inclination angles in the vertical plane within the 0-1500 mil, 0 degrees 90 degrees, range, check cannon sighting devices and cannon angles, and set cannons to required firing positions. Combined with ranging and plotting, it could determine enemy ship speed. More importantly, the command platform could use limit stops on the quadrant to determine ship cannon safe arcs, preventing friendly fire on one's own vessel during intense combat. After all fire control equipment was installed, the ship finally received its long-delayed name, Lichun. Whether this meant 24 1630 class ships would be built sparked considerable Senate discussion. Naval personnel cheered joyfully, the Army worried. The Planning Bureau spokesperson's answer to the Senate was, "Currently there's no plan to begin building a second batch of 1630 class ships." However, he acknowledged that preliminary preparations for laying the second 1630 class's keel had begun, pending only Senate approval of the second Naval Vessel Outfitting Program budget. From this naming, however, it seemed clear that the Navy Ship Administration Bureau harbored internal plans for larger warships. The Navy denied this. Naval People's Commissar Chen Haiyang stated there were currently no plans to build new warship types. August 10, 200 crew members along with shipyard technical personnel and workers boarded the warship. Under Outfitting Committee Chief Li Dai's command, they set out for the first trial voyage. August 11, the ship conducted scheduled 360-degree turns both port and starboard and speed change trials in the Qiangju Strait. That evening, it anchored at Hongpai Harbor on the Manzhou Peninsula. August 12, Lichun conducted full-speed official trials in the same waters under escort of two 8154 cruisers, including sailing with steam engines and sails under various sea conditions. August 22, former Haitian Captain Lieutenant Commander Li Ziping was appointed as Lichun's first captain. A series of sea trials followed. August 29, 130 main gun firing tests and ballistic tests were conducted in waters near Hongpai Island. The fore and aft main guns fired salvos toward Hongpai Island 4 kilometers away. The distant rumbling could be heard even inside Manzhou Fort. September 1. Having completed firing tests, Lichun returned to Bapu. 8 days later, Lichun officially completed, entered service, was handed over to the Navy, and raised the naval ensign. Its ship registry port was the Navy's Kaohsiung Harbor. At this point, Kaohsiung naturally didn't exist at all, but this didn't prevent it from being one of the main bases in the Senate Navy system. All sea trials proceeded smoothly, though several malfunctions occurred during navigation tests, especially the steam engines and boilers occasionally developing small problems. None were serious. With slight repairs and adjustments, testing continued. After a month of intensive testing, Lichun's complete specifications were: light displacement 1,091 tons, standard displacement 1,160 tons, normal displacement 1,359 tons, full load displacement 1,519 tons, actual power output 489 horsepower, maximum speed under standard sea conditions at full power 12.5 knots, maximum sail speed 15 knots, coal carried at maximum displacement 359 tons, maximum powered range 5 knots 5000 nautical miles. Ship personnel, excluding Marines, 149 persons, additionally capable of carrying 1 Marine platoon with all weapons and equipment for extended periods. For short voyages, could accommodate 1 company with attached light artillery and gun crews. Li Ziping's overall assessment of Lichun: excellent machinery, storage, and cabin space, sufficient accommodation and workspace. The ship's slow, steady rolling made it a good firing platform. An excellent seagoing vessel, comfortable, capable of firing in the worst weather. Overall, Li Ziping was quite satisfied with this ship. far superior to the Transmigrator's first self-built warship, Haitian. In sailing performance alone, Lichun proved much more stable. Large-caliber cannon firing effects were also satisfactory. Whether using armor-piercing or explosive shells, target destruction far exceeded their psychological expectations. As for living conditions, the hard indicator senators cared most about, improvements were dramatic. In senator-officer cabin arrangements especially, Lichun was much more spacious than the Zhenhai class. Not only could the captain traditionally enjoy a private cabin, but senator officers also had double rooms. The ship's galley had also been upgraded. "Give me 3 months and I'll have this ship at full combat capability," he told Chen Haiyang confidently. "You don't have 3 months, only 30 days to familiarize with equipment and train your crew," Chen Haiyang replied. "Once Mid-Autumn Festival passes, Operation Engine commences in full." End of chapter. Chapter 1009, Admiral from the observation deck atop the red-tiled roof of the Navy Department building. The autumn sky stretched high with wispy clouds, the sea sparkling with waves. The new Navy Department building stood in Bapu Port, bidding farewell to its predecessor, a structure of colored steel panels. The 3.5-story building of red brick with its red-tiled pitched roof, cast iron railing observation deck, and continuous arched windows all exuded Victorian decorative style, fully expressing certain tastes within the Navy. The observation deck itself was a small platform on the roof, from which hung a brass ship's bell, not from any historically significant vessel, merely old salvage purchased from Macau, purely decorative. The platform held several rattan chairs and a rattan table. This was where senior senator naval officers drank tea during leisure hours. However, according to the Navy's balcony privilege, only Naval Command Chief Chen Haiyang and Naval People's Commissar Ming Qiu came regularly. Others consciously waited until invited before appearing. Ming Qiu came here daily to gaze outward, allowing both mind and body sufficient rest. A man past 60, by this dimension's standards he was already quite elderly. Yet thanks to the old dimension's superior sanitary and nutritional conditions, and his many years of military life, Ming Qiu's body still appeared healthy and vigorous. Nevertheless, those long years of naval service had left their mark in various ailments. Though not too serious, the new dimension's regressed healthcare level provided no easy remedies. Health department head she recommended he rest more, exercise more, worry less. In truth, even with the enthusiasm, most senators' daily high-intensity work already exceeded his capacity. Ming Qiu understood clearly. The experience and prestige he had accumulated in the plan held no decisive significance in this Navy with its entirely different technical level, political foundation, and even values. Regarding naval construction, he focused mainly on professional business matters, never expressing opinions on content involving values and ideology. As Naval People's Commissar, he rarely appeared at Senate hearings and similar gatherings, more often playing an advisor role, providing opinions and suggestions for the Senate's new Navy, including participating in building naval regulations, drill manuals, and training systems. He sat in a rattan chair under the white canvas awning, wearing the Senate Navy's formal summer uniform, a short-sleeved small suit collar pure cotton white shirt, with rear admiral epaulets on his shoulders. He was one of the Navy's only 2 rear admirals. His feelings toward this new Navy were complex. Though he hadn't voluntarily come to this dimension to build a new world order, merely going along with circumstances, this new Navy had given him and his whole family unprecedented position and power. As long as he was willing, he could achieve maximum fulfillment. "Chief, your tea." A female naval orderly appeared with black tea. Watching this young girl in white pullover sailor uniform and blue pleated skirt, wearing a brimless round soft cap with the Morning Star insignia, bringing black tea brewed in a senator-exclusive bone china tea set produced by Lingao Porcelain Factory, a strong sense of incongruity surged through him, reminding him once again, he was no longer a member of the plan. He was serving the Senate and the people. The Navy Department building before him, the female orderly's uniform, even this balcony, all fully expressed this new Navy's aesthetic sensibilities. Honestly, Ming Qiu had never grown accustomed to it. Even in the plan, jokingly called the Army Naval Corps, the Navy remained a foreign-style service branch. But this Senate Navy's foreign style was unique, like the mixed candy he'd eaten as a child, with all sorts of flavors. "Chief, would you like sugar?" the female orderly asked, her voice both low and clear enough to hear, training from the maid school showing through. No, Ming Qiu had never developed the habit of adding sugar to tea, or rather, he never drank black tea at all. Black tea drinking was another new custom this Senate Navy had created. Though Ming Qiu found it unremarkable, even sneered at it privately, he at least understood the worldly wisdom of going with the flow. He took a sip. Its rich aroma, completely unlike green tea, filled his mouth. This dimension had no Ceylon tea, Assam tea, or Lapsang Souchong. Those teas hadn't appeared yet. He was drinking South Sea black tea that Wu Nanhai had fermented at the farm from tea leaves shipped from Fujian. The female orderly brought a cigar box, its patterned seal reading Navy Special Supply. He took one. For health reasons, Li Mei had repeatedly suggested he give up cigarettes and switch to healthier cigars. Ming Qiu had followed this fashion. He smoked his cigar, gazing at the forest of masts in the distant harbor and the black smoke occasionally erupting, newly built and converted ships gathering in port. Operation Engine was imminent. Chen Haiyang and Wen Daisy, who had summoned him on behalf of the executive committee, had already spoken with him separately. The Senate's first Blue Water Fleet was about to be formed, and no one but Ming Qiu could command it. After all, Ming Qiu was not only Naval People's Commissar, but also the only person in the entire Transmigrator group with experience commanding a fast attack craft squadron. However, he was past 60. Though overall still healthy, whether he could sustain commanding a naval formation for long-term sea patrols and combat readiness was something many doubted. Chen Haiyang also said he need not force himself. Ming Qiu readily agreed. He was already an old man, of course not fighting for money, position, or fame anymore. Moreover, commanding steam sail-era naval combat wasn't his specialty. The reason he accepted this task was mainly to satisfy past regrets. He knew that because of occupational diseases from his many years in the Navy, Li Mei had privately chatted with executive committee leaders several times. But he felt his greatest regret in life was never achieving the slightest real combat merit at sea. He'd never even truly participated in actual combat. This bit of illness shouldn't prevent him from going to sea. Ming Qiu saw no problems with his body. His thoughts drifted with the cigar smoke, dispersing in the air. Suddenly he heard an "attention" command. The door to the observation deck opened, and Naval Command Chief Chen Haiyang walked up. Chen Haiyang had served as gunnery officer on a submarine chaser and deputy captain of a frigate. However, his seniority in the plan was far below Ming Qiu's. So though both currently held the same rank, and there was no subordinate relationship between Naval People's Commissar and Naval Command Chief, given the military's tendency to rank by seniority, Chen Haiyang remained very respectful toward him. "Commissar Ming, quite the leisurely mood," Chen Haiyang said, striding over quickly and plopping down in the rattan chair across from him. Here, naval etiquette could be temporarily set aside. Ming Qiu nodded. They often discussed naval construction work on the observation deck. Though he and Chen Haiyang weren't close friends, he quite appreciated this straightforward person. The female orderly brought him black tea. Chen Haiyang casually waved. "Just leave it." "Yes, Chief." The orderly realized the two chiefs needed to talk and, following protocol, withdrew from the observation deck. "Old Ming." Chen Haiyang always addressed Ming Qiu the way ordinary senators did in private. "Are you prepared to accept the First Fleet Commander position?" According to the General Staff's plan, the 854 modified cruiser Lichun and the already launched 901 type first-class gunboats, Chedian, Yufeng, Qingleng, Yangbo, 4 ships total, would form Naval First Fleet, heading to Hong Kong for training and standby. The first fleet commander was planned to be Ming Qiu concurrently, with Li Dai concurrently as fleet chief of staff. Except for Chedian with Senator Meng as captain and Yu Feng with Lilin as captain, all other ship captains were naturalized citizens. Ming Qiu nodded. That's right, I'm planning to be like Feng Fu, one last battle. He spoke with deep emotion. If I don't fight now, I'm afraid there won't be another chance in the future. Chen Haiyang nodded. Can your body handle it? No major problems. Lichun is much larger than the 37 submarine chasers I had in the fast attack craft squadron, at least a ship over 1,000 tons. The 37 submarine chasers' full load displacement was only 392 tons, with cramped and inconvenient living conditions. Chen Haiyang had served as gunnery officer on a 37 submarine chaser, so he understood deeply. But this operation engine will be very long from start to finish, possibly lasting until next spring with continuous sailing for most of a year. Kaohsiung and Jeju don't have good support bases. Please take care of your health. That's not a major issue. Ming Qiu frowned slightly. I have other concerns. He sat up straight. I really have no confidence in these steamships. I've read some materials. The 854 and 901 probably can't support long-term ocean cruising, right? Back then, even our most modern destroyers had low operational availability. You remember those old 51s from the South Sea Fleet. Accumulating 40 to 50 days underway per year was considered good. Chen Haiyang thought the 51 was still considered a modern destroyer. He belonged to the younger generation of plan officers, and had complaints about the obsolete and backward naval equipment of the 1990s. However, what the sailing and endurance performance of this Senate Navy's trump card, steam sail warships, actually was, Chen Haiyang himself had no idea. He was an officer who had risen from the grassroots. Besides the gunnery department, he had also worked in the power department. Even modern ship diesel engine power systems required considerable maintenance effort. The crude, coal smoke-spewing steam engines looked unreliable at first glance. Setting up a temporary base in Kaohsiung is already in the plan, Chen Haiyang said. The shipyard hasn't provided detailed data yet, but I estimate these ships' engine hours will be short. Before long, they'll need to enter port for maintenance. End of chapter. Chapter 10:10 Ming Qiu's hidden concerns. Ming Qiu fell silent. He wasn't particularly worried about logistics issues in Kaohsiung and Jeju Island. He trusted this group of young people's organizational and work capabilities. The real problem was something else. He didn't have a qualified officer corps. In this first fleet, only one person came from plan naval officers, Li Ziping. Meng was at least a maritime university student, counting as half. Adding himself, that made a total of 2.5 professionals. Though Lilin was a senator and fanatical Navy enthusiast who talked knowledgeably about navigation and naval tactics, she was actually a Zhao Qiu, all theory, no practical experience whatsoever. All her sailing experience had been accumulated in just the past 3 years. Yet during Operation Engine, the Navy faced heavy tasks and very complex situations. Lilin would be commanding a steam sail hybrid warship she had never dealt with before. Even Ming Qiu himself felt uncertain. There were some other senators with naval backgrounds, but they either had their own duties and couldn't get away, or they had been headquarters soldiers, technical soldiers, or base soldiers who knew little about navigation. Even assigned to the First Fleet, they wouldn't be much use. The fleet's core naturalized citizen officers mostly came from former pirates. Whether this group's professional standards were qualified remained questionable. The repair ship and collier are nearly finished with outfitting. In another 10+ days, they can formally begin sea trials, should be in time by then. Chen Haiyang continued, assuming old Ming was still worrying about logistics matters. When shipbuilding was first planned, they had considered that neither Kaohsiung nor Jeju Island had repair facilities, making repairs difficult if problems occurred. They specifically included 3 repair ships in the plan, but both the Navy and shipyard had overlooked the issue of fleet colliers. Steam warships consumed astonishing amounts of coal. Even sailing under canvas most of the time, they still required continuous coal supply. In this dimension, except for Hongji, Sanya, Bappu, and Hong Kong, there wasn't a single coaling station available anywhere in the world. The fleet had to carry its own colliers for en route supply. Halfway through implementing the shipbuilding outfitting plan, the Planning Bureau finally realized this gap. Since adding ships was too late, they temporarily converted two H-800 Hexi-class vessels under construction into colliers. However, the Hexi-class structure wasn't suitable for colliers. Actually, most ships in the Navy and shipping departments weren't very suitable. Wooden ships transporting coal had major safety hazards. With bulk cargo like coal, the danger of smoldering fires always existed, not to mention coal dust's explosion risk. Ming Qiu pulled back his thoughts, worrying uselessly served no purpose. The only approach was to strengthen training. Fortunately, the fleet's initial tasks weren't heavy. During standby in Hong Kong and Kaohsiung, there would be considerable time for training. How's the safety? Hard to say, Chen Haiyang replied. This is just a temporary emergency measure. HS will avoid accompanying voyages and at-sea coaling operations as much as possible. Ships will primarily resupply in port. He then discussed the naval coal usage plan for Operation Engine, compiled by SAPU. Naval coal was quite special. The Senate didn't have Welsh hard coal, known as the best ship coal, and could only substitute with the best coal from their controlled territory, Hongji coal. SAPU planned to store 2,000 tons of ship coal each in Hong Kong, Kaohsiung, and Jeju Island. 2,000 tons seemed like a lot, but actually was only enough to resupply the entire First Fleet twice. This didn't include consumption by other steam vessels requiring coal. They still had no idea what the 854s and 901s actually consumed during sailing. The 2,000 tons per port figure was just storage capacity SAPU calculated based on transport capacity. Additionally, hundreds of tons of animal and vegetable lubricating oil, mechanical spare parts, and backup ship materials had to be pre-stored at each base. Crew and ammunition supplies weren't even calculated yet. 24 Hexi-class vessels sounds like many, but actually running operations, just ensuring normal fleet sailing and base construction is already strenuous. Who's responsible for transport ship escort? General Logistics Plan is segmented escort. What Chen Haiyang called General Logistics should properly be called Joint Logistics Command, but he still habitually used the familiar term. Because no one could guarantee ships' mechanical performance, SAPU and others could only focus on enhanced maintenance and frequent inspections, avoiding long-term ocean sailing by steamships as much as possible. Specifically, convoys departing from Hainan will be escorted by Coast Guard Type I and II sail patrol boat squadrons to Hong Kong. Convoys from Hong Kong to Kaohsiung will be the First Fleet's responsibility. Kaohsiung to Jeju Island convoys will be the Second Fleet's responsibility. The Second Fleet consisted of 3 more 901 type first-class gunboats under outfitting plus the motorsail converted Fubo second-class gunboat. The reason for positioning the First Fleet at Kaohsiung was that the Senate's main enemies, the Great Ming, Liu Xiang, and Zheng Zhilong, all operated in Fujian and Guangdong waters. Zheng Zhilong especially, whom the Senate viewed as their greatest enemy, used Fujian waters as his backyard, with his main force concentrated there. Ensuring freedom of navigation through the Taiwan Strait was the Navy's primary task. First and Second Fleets have limited ship numbers. Can they handle it? Ming Qiu recalled the enemy intelligence report mentioning Korean and Ming naval forces operating near Jeju Island. Besides Shandong's navy, the Ming government had naval forces stationed at Tianjin. Korean naval forces also frequently operated in these waters. Both fleets will each have several sail auxiliary boat squadrons attached, Chen Haiyang replied. Additionally, during the Jeju Island landing, The First Fleet will assist in destroying local maritime forces and clearing Korean naval forces. This plan was drafted by DDay, right? Yes, he's now Chief of Staff. His job. Though Ming Qiu didn't speak, his expression once again conveyed concern about this completely inexperienced Naval Chief of Staff and Fleet Chief of Staff. DDay had been undergoing staff training, but he had grown up relying on books and various materials. Throughout the entire Senate, there simply wasn't a single senator who had actually served as a naval staff officer. Whether reading could produce a qualified staff officer, only heaven knew. He's very young and eager to learn. His performance in several staff exercises wasn't bad. Chen Haiyang seemed to be reassuring him. After a long while, Ming Qiu finally spoke. No one is born knowing how to fight. Let them grow through actual combat. Shikawa Haiji was now a corporal, though he didn't really understand what corporal meant. He only knew he was now a minor official under his new employer, called a squad leader, similar to Ashigaru group heads under daimyos. 9 Japanese mercenaries served under him. However, currently he still had to take orders from an education sergeant the Australians had assigned him. The sergeants were veterans Fu Sansi had selected from the troops, with good training levels and first-rate combat skills. Their task was to train new recruits into qualified soldiers as quickly as possible. To train qualified soldiers in a short time, the Senate's previous method was military stick education. Training the security army was naturally even less polite. The training camp echoed all day with slapping sounds, 3 bows given constantly. Every day resounded with slaps and baka. Shikawa Haiji's promotion depended on 2 reasons. First, after years of hanging around overseas Chinese circles, eating dine-and-dash meals, working as muscle, doing hard labor, his Chinese was relatively good among the Japanese mercenaries. He himself also came from a samurai family, slightly versed in Chinese learning, able to read and write Chinese characters without difficulty. Second, Shikawa Haiji was a fallen samurai with an actual family name, and a respectable one at that. Most Japanese mercenaries were various rows, maris, maros. Even having bei was considered impressive. Seeing a samurai with a family name, they dared not even breathe in his presence. According to Japanese custom and law, samurai were all lords. Even if starving, even if naked, publicly cutting down a commoner or 2 was a legitimate right. Of course, now Shikawa no longer had to go naked. He wore the Australians' new military uniform. His fundoshi was replaced with standard knee-length shorts. For common people, shorts versus long pants was the main way to distinguish security army from Fubo army. According to the new military system, they were organized as Security Auxiliary Forces, abbreviated Security Army. The Security Army differed from the National Army. The National Army, as the name implied, was composed of nationals, undertaking local garrison work like the old dimensions armed police. The Security Army wasn't necessarily composed of nationals, but was mainly mercenary. Its main duties were garrison and sweeping operations in newly occupied areas, coordinating with regular forces for pacification warfare. So its organization, equipment, and personnel composition followed a different system. Troop sources were varied. Equipment was simplified, long pants to shorts being just one example. The Fubo Army wore long pants mainly because field troops had to climb mountains and wade through water. Long pants reduced scratches from thorns and bites from mosquitoes and insects. Additionally, there had been several accidents during previous training. When soldiers picked up Mini-A rifles, pants sometimes caught on the hammer. European armies in the flintlock era had all worn tight pants and used complicated weapon belts to bind the upper body tightly. Coat tails were also tied back before combat. Mini-A rifles were much safer than flintlocks. Caps could only be loaded after raising the gun. However, this couldn't guarantee the hammer striking an empty cap chamber wouldn't spark, or that someone wouldn't load a cap then set the gun down. After learning from experience, the uniform factory modified the new uniform design. They redesigned pants referencing jeans patterns, moved pockets to the side rear, and added leggings, avoiding the danger. The security army, however, mainly stayed at residential points and moved along roads, generally not needing to climb mountains or wade through water. British colonial-style military shorts had few disadvantages. Some pointed out that the security army didn't only serve in tropical regions, and in this dimension's Hainan and Taiwan winters, wearing only shorts was a bit hard to bear. But the Planning Bureau's answer was that the current training phase was completely manageable. The weather wasn't cold now. As for when it really became unbearable, they could switch to long pants. End of chapter. Chapter 10. 11 Security Army. Anyway, uniform consumption during training is very high. Using a simplified version first fits the principle of economical army building. Planning Bureau Representative Dai Zai responded to Fu Sansi's question at the Military Affairs General Office meeting. Fu Sansi had no special feelings for the Japanese, but now they were soldiers under his command. To send soldiers out to risk their lives, basic pride and provisions had to be provided. At least they couldn't dress like beggars as under the nationalist government. The stingy Planning Bureau, reincarnated as Yan Zishan, was more concerned with how to save fabric. Uniforms sent to training camps simply reduced shorts pockets to just one. Security army leggings were also simplified to natural-colored canvas strips, unlike the Fubo Army's integrated type that could be quickly tightened with draw cords. In the future, Jeju Island settlers would mainly be identified by legging color: white leggings for Security Army, gray for Fubo Army. The Japanese soldiers naturally had no objections to having pants to wear, except for frequently getting slapped for forgetting to fasten the fly button. The Security Army jacket was a new style, what the Australian employers colloquially called Soviet-style pullover. Shikawa naturally couldn't know what this Soviet was all about, vaguely recalling some literate overseas Chinese mentioning a similar name during a mid-autumn festival. Fubo Army officers and soldiers held similar views. Later, many cheap military literature magazines spread the erroneous claim that this uniform style originated from Suzhou. Actually, Joint Logistics Command had introduced this uniform simply because the clothing factory had been too busy that year. The machinery factory hadn't developed button attaching and buttonhole machines. Sewing buttons and making buttonholes consumed too much time. Changing uniforms to pullover style reduced the original 5 buttons to 2. Though cost-cutting motivated the change, the trial version was widely welcomed. Even the Fubo Army embraced it. After the second counter-encirclement, the Fubo Army had increased training intensity. Emergency assemblies plus long-distance route marches became routine. Before sleeping at night, soldiers usually only undid 2 or 3 buttons before taking off clothes, so they could dress and go immediately upon hearing the middle-of-night whistle. But this pullover ultimately wasn't widely issued. Among Army senator officers, resistance to pullovers was extreme, to the point that Joint Logistics Command Deputy Director Sapu, who had overseen this uniform improvement work, was cursed as an unrepentant yellow Russian. Sapu was completely baffled, crying innocence. Actually, his greatest admiration was for the U.S. military. Due to the strong backlash, plus other drawbacks of pullover-style uniforms, Joint Logistics Command ultimately decided to give it only the 1631 National Army Service Dress designation, issuing it to National Army and Security Army. Winter dress simply replaced shorts with long pants. National Army uniform pockets were also reduced to just one lower right pocket. Since the left shoulder carried the weapon belt, keeping a left pocket was unnecessary. Officer uniforms had no upper pockets either, only adding one left arm pocket for pens. Fubo Army first-generation clothing was indigo blue. After the senators themselves shouldered guns and did several route marches, everyone complained dark clothes were too hot. So the Army quickly switched to gray. The Navy, besides keeping blue old-style uniforms for winter dress, also changed summer dress to white-based, actually just cotton's natural color. Since gray uniforms still used vegetable dyes with poor color adhesion, troops training under scorching sun quickly showed fading. When the Special Chemical Complex began manufacturing small amounts of picric acid, Joint Logistics Command experimentally dyed a batch of khaki yellow cotton with it. Dyes mainly came from traditional turmeric, plus small amounts of self-made picric acid. However, picric acid was far too scarce, and turmeric supply also insufficient, not enough for dyeing sufficient fabric. As a result, this batch of fabric went to the security army for making uniforms. Khaki yellow pullover uniforms, white canvas leggings, and wicker helmets pasted with oiled paper. This was the security army's standard image. Needless to say, it was rather shabby, especially when soldier heights basically all fell below 1.55 meters. Every day when the security army Japanese education unit trained in camp, it always attracted observing senators and naturalized citizens passing by, not only because of their appearance, but also because Japanese soldiers shouted "Banzai" 3 times before starting daily training. So everyone gave their camp the nickname Banzai Camp. Shikawa Haiji and over 300 Japanese mercenaries had been confined in the Education Directorate's training camp since arriving in Lingao. To prevent these mercenaries, who knew nothing of integrity, from causing trouble, the Education Directorate also enhanced security, especially bringing in riot-trained security companies. However, these mercenaries' discipline exceeded expectations. The Japanese weren't naturally disciplined. Rather, these Japanese drifters valued 3 meals of rice and fish more dearly than anything. Japan had long suffered from overpopulation pressure. By the 17th century, Japan already had nearly 100 million people and had long tasted the difficulties of scarce survival resources. The mountainous island nation had many people and little land. Combined with the shogunate and daimyo's extremely harsh exploitation, 6 parts taxed to 4 parts kept was normal. A 5-5 split was considered benevolent rule. This made Japanese farmers' lives extremely difficult. Year-round, they couldn't eat the rice they grew, barely surviving on mixed grains without enough to eat. Even in Meiji Taisho era near-modern rural Japan, extreme poverty still tortured ordinary people. As depicted in Ashin, hiring a maid to work a year for just 1 bag of rice wasn't even the most tragic case. In some remote, barren mountain villages, the custom of abandoning old people was even preserved. In some regions, besides the firstborn son with inheritance rights who could marry and reproduce, second and third sons without inheritance had to either leave to find work or, if staying home, work like slaves for their elder brother in exchange for a bowl of rice, forbidden to marry and form families. Large numbers of 17th-century Japanese flowed to Southeast Asia not only because Catholics faced religious persecution, but because solving the food problem was also an important reason. Now they had sufficient food, rice and dried fish without limit. The first time the training camp's large tin-plate barrels of food were opened, revealing full rice, dried fish, bean paste and seaweed soup, every Japanese person was moved to tears. Shikawa gripped his crucifix tightly, gazed at the sky, and thanked the Holy Mother for sending him to a good place. Since Ping Qiusheng brought these people to Hainan Island, "One person violates, everyone punished," was the slogan they had to shout before every meal. Besides the caught being punished, according to Senator Ping's orders, before meals everyone had to self-criticize and mutually report whether there had been any disciplinary violations or improper thoughts that day. Only then could they shout "itadakimasu" and similar phrases. Those reported and verified had to go hungry. Fish and rice went to the reporter, plus depending on severity, toilet, dormitory, or drill ground cleaning. Is there any physical weakness? Are there any disloyal thoughts? Have you remembered to be grateful at all times? Have you given your all in training? So every evening before dinner, The scene of all Banzai camp personnel lined up at parade rest facing the sun and shouting in unison became a camp spectacle, to the point that Fu Sansi had to issue orders forbidding others from pointing and watching nearby. Banzai camp's military training was crude and brutal. Corporals, striving to prove their competence, always used body language for thorough education. Slap, slap. Baka, Sanjiro, you idiot. Remember to step with the left foot first. I've slapped your hand swollen and you still don't learn. 50 push-ups now, you hear. If not, I'll make you clean toilets for a week. Shikawa Haiji almost constantly roared commands at his subordinates like this, using various hardships he had eaten and seen to make subordinates fear him more than death. Then he would immediately glance at the education sergeant the employer had assigned him, monitoring each squad's training not far away, hoping to receive even a nod of expressionless approval. Other corporals behaved similarly. However, as a former samurai plus professional mercenary, it had to be said that the Japanese soldiers Shikawa trained had the best training results in the entire security army. He was most likely to become the security army's first Japanese platoon leader. Basic security army training camp content was drill, combat, and shooting training. Japanese mercenaries performed much better than Li and Miao soldiers. After all, most were originally mercenaries. Though not necessarily drill-trained, they had experience in troop formations and already had certain combat experience, making training content easier to understand and adapt to. Banzai Camp's combat training retained much Japanese swordsmanship familiar to the mercenaries. Shikawa, as a former samurai, was the best among all mercenaries at swordsmanship, so he also served as swordsmanship instructor, teaching mercenaries the Japanese blade work he knew best. As for the swords they used, the Senate didn't need to worry. When these mercenaries came from Siam, each had one, some even 2 or 3 mostly quality blades. To them, these were their livelihood. They could be so poor they had no pants, but couldn't lose their swords. Because of Shikawa's outstanding performance, Fu Sansi had already put Shikawa Haiji on the first batch promotion list for sergeant acting platoon leader. Shooting training used firearms. Japanese mercenaries could all proficiently use matchlock muskets. Whether to equip the security army with firearms was debated in the Senate. Some senators believed the security army was not reliable enough and should only be equipped with cold weapons. For example, give Japanese mercenaries katanas and spears and let them pig charge. As for Li and Miao mercenaries, machetes and crossbows were sufficient. But most senators, especially military senators, believed this was wasteful. Without firearms, the security army's advantage over natives would be greatly reduced. Combat casualties would also greatly increase. Although the security army was positioned as expendables, everyone also hoped they could be used longer, not the one-time use type. End of chapter. Chapter 10-12, NanyangStyle rifle. As for not reliable enough, some proposed equipping them with flintlocks, like the well-tested Brown Bess. But this proposal drew opposition from the Industrial Department and Planning Bureau. The Brown Bess's structure was completely different from the Mini-A rifle. Except for the stock, no parts were interchangeable, equivalent to opening a new production line. Moreover, ammunition wasn't interchangeable either. Consuming large amounts of extra resources and labor to arm a small force simply wasn't worth it. Finally, Wang Liubin, attending a meeting in Lingao, proposed a new plan: produce monkey version Mini-A rifles. Specifically, use the existing Mini-A rifle structure, share most parts but don't rifle the barrel. Without rifling, the monkey version's range and accuracy both dropped significantly. But it remained much better than this dimension's various matchlocks and arquebus. Even compared to mature flintlocks like the Brown Bess, it held certain advantages, while maintaining a generation gap with the regular army. The monkey version Mini-A rifle required no production line changes or special processing, simply omitting the rifling production step, saving labor and resources. When needed, replacing the barrel could restore it to standard version, greatly conserving labor and resources. Ammunition was also interchangeable. Most importantly, mercury fulminate and percussion cap production technology was monopolized by the Senate. Even if weapons were lost, those obtaining them couldn't use them. This was much safer than flintlocks. Flintlocks could easily be repaired and used, but Mini-A rifles without percussion caps were just iron fire pokers. To date, though hundreds of Mini-A rifles remained in unrecovered status, no force had been found able to use them. This monkey version concept was quickly implemented. The Japanese company received the first batch of NanyangStyle rifles, because in security army plans, future security army would mainly deploy to Southeast Asia. This batch wasn't all newly manufactured. Part came from Fubo Army worn rifled rifles being repaired, reinstalled with smoothbore barrels and converted. First, firearm training for Japanese corporals was conducted. The NanyangStyle rifles received positive reviews the moment they entered training use. Almost all had matchlock experience, whether Japanese-made monkey version Tanegashima guns or genuine Portuguese and British matchlocks, they had handled them all. Comparing shooting accuracy and firing speed, the NanyangStyle rifles' enormous advantages astonished them. After corporals and squad leaders mastered NanyangStyle rifle shooting and maintenance essentials, the next morning Banzai camp assembled on the training ground. Today you will be issued weapons. Double time march. After the education sergeant gave the order, each education squad ran in column to the armory under command. Tables and rifle racks were already set up at the armory entrance. Everyone received a NanyangStyle rifle and matching bayonet. Armory personnel managed numbered weapon issuance. Then each education squad organized weapon structure and maintenance instruction on the training ground. Shikawa Haiji proclaimed loudly, "Every rifle is engraved with the Senate's emblem, the Morning Star, and therefore must not be treated carelessly. A soldier's awareness of cherishing his rifle reveals that soldier's mental state. Therefore, you must carefully maintain your weapons." He was emotionally peddling the lectures brought from the training class when suddenly a clatter sounded from the back of the formation. Everyone looked back. It was Yahei the recruit who had accidentally knocked over his newly issued rifle and was frantically trying to pick it up. Shikawa Haiji roared, "Get out!" Yahei's face instantly turned pale. "Bastard!" Before he finished speaking, slapping sounds filled the air. Shikawa Haiji roared, "Having someone like you means we're finished. Bastard, everyone attention. Rough treatment of weapons means confinement, only 1 meal a day, understand? Idiot. When you stand guard tonight, you'll carry 3 rifles. Then he carefully introduced rifle and bayonet maintenance methods, including disassembly and assembly. Everyone began practicing. The Mini-A rifle structure was quite simple, but for people with no maintenance awareness, it still wasn't easy. Said it once. Did you all remember? Shikawa roared at all soldiers. All military education was forced indoctrination, forcing soldiers to memorize through loud scolding. Rifle shooting training continued for a week. Most Japanese mercenaries had matchlock shooting experience, so using NanyangStyle rifles wasn't difficult. They even adapted much faster than Fubo Army recruits. The latter needed considerable effort just to overcome fear of firearms. After 40 consecutive dry-fire shots and 20 live-fire shots, troops transitioned to bayonet training. After 8 weeks of training concluded, the Security Army Japanese Battalion's basic training was declared complete, and unit organization work proceeded. Of the 370-plus Japanese mercenaries who originally contracted to fight for the Senate, they were ultimately organized into 4 Security Army companies, still 100-man establishments. But companies had no drummers or fifers, only standard-bearers and buglers. Company and platoon-level officers and company supply sergeants were temporarily filled by naturalized citizen soldiers transferred from regular forces. Following the principle of assigning lower ranks to higher positions, regular Army sergeants served as platoon leaders, staff sergeants as company commanders, ranks unchanged but receiving corresponding position allowances. Security, army organization, and employment were decided based on discussions at the Danju Symposium. When the North Qiang pacification campaign was about to end, the motion to establish a dedicated security army had already emerged. To fully utilize the security army, General Staff convened the Counter-Guerrilla Pacification Campaign Field Symposium in Danju. Zhu Ziliang introduced the methods, approaches, and lessons learned from counter-guerrilla operations conducted under his supervision in Danju. A main experience summarized from the conference was, while mastering sufficient mobile forces to strike, effective control and management of strongpoints and residential points had to be ensured. In controlled territories, militia and national army could be organized. In newly occupied areas not yet indoctrinated, sufficient security forces were needed to control major residential points, intimidate local strongmen, ensure enemies couldn't obtain material and personnel replenishment from residential points, protect local administrative organs, and ensure smooth government orders. Security army organized for this purpose didn't need large establishments or combined arms, no dedicated logistics detachments or heavy fire support detachments. These would be guaranteed by regular forces. Even drill and tactical training could be greatly simplified. No overly complex formation changes or coordinated tactical training. Combat training emphasized shooting, grenade throwing, close combat, fieldcraft, and riot control. Tactics focused on patrol and defensive operations. Because the security army deployed and operated in dispersed fashion, the largest tactical unit was the company. Above company was the detachment as administrative and logistics supply unit, with variable numbers of subordinate companies, suitable for dispersed deployment and flexible configuration needs. After Banzai Camp graduated, they were sent to Bapu's Naval Training Brigade for 2 weeks of voyage adaptation training and shipboard bayonet combat training, making final preparations for departure. As part of the Security Army Advance Party, Banzai Camp would be dispatched to Taiwan, then a portion sent to Jeju Island. The naval training camp was in Bapu. Its various facilities were almost entirely Naval People's Commissar Ming Qiu's work. Unlike the military history and equipment-savvy naval enthusiast crowd, Old Ming had genuinely worked his way up step by step from enlisted man in planned forces. He had his own unique insights on training and commanding troops. Critique. At ease, please. Marine Company 1's landing deployment was fast, but all equipment got soaked. How are you going to fight? 2nd Sailor Battalion's combat training is already half done, and people are still cutting the sail lines. Are you going to fight pirates with your bellies? Serving under Commander Ming, getting scolded daily was mandatory. However, as an old naval man, being strict on the training field was just Ming Qiu's professional habit. After dismissal, he would immediately mingle with officers and soldiers alike. But as an old naval man, Ming Qiu was accustomed to submarine chasers, patrol boats, and fast attack craft, even dreaming of sharp bows splitting white waves. Operating sailing ships and forming battle lines was thoroughly inexperienced territory for him. He also hadn't figured out how to command this dimension's most powerful surface fleet. Kill, ha, thrust, roar, 5-minute break. You may use the latrine, don't wander far. Yes, sir. Dismissed. Shikawa Haiji and 7 or 8 Japanese holding NanyangStyle rifles with fixed bayonets walked to the shade to drink water. In the distance, they watched a group of Australians walking in strange formations, holding strange flags and bamboo poles, moving slowly, occasionally stopping to point or backtrack somewhere and walk again, completely incomprehensible to them. Ming Qiu and his officers couldn't be bothered by the Japanese mercenaries pointing in the distance, focusing on their own training. Strictly speaking, this couldn't be called training. It was a tactical simulation method Admiral Ming had invented, similar to old dimension pilots on the ground using model planes to demonstrate various flight maneuvers. Only now each captain led a few subordinates standing in a row simulating a ship. The 901s and 854 modified were the Senate's treasures. The Senate and Executive Committee harbored certain wariness toward Pirate-origin naval personnel, so when appointing the first batch of shipboard key position commanders, they first emphasized reliability. This meant these capital ships, officer corps, ship handling, and tactical abilities actually lagged behind. To compensate for this shortcoming, training had to be strengthened. Training time left for them was minimal. They would soon go to sea on missions. Targeted navigation training could only be done while sailing. Tactical training had to start in advance. End of chapter. Chapter 10-13 High Seas Fleet, wind bearing 230, force 4. Several staff officers around the field constantly reported wind direction and speed changes. The navigation officer held a small flag representing the ship's position, judging current speed and sail handling essentials based on wind force and speed. The gunnery officer held a long bamboo pole. Its length roughly corresponded to the proportionally scaled ship gun direct fire range. When indirect fire was needed, he would mark the fire zone nearby with the pole, then estimate hit probability. The first officer held a sea chart and notebook, constantly recording. Ming Qiu sometimes walked with the formation, sometimes stood at the sidelines watching and thinking. From the sidelines, blue forces playing pirates or government troops constantly rushed over, sometimes 2 or 3, sometimes a large group, sometimes from different directions forming encirclements and interceptions. These people were genuine pirates by origin, arranging various formations according to their old pirate habits. The fleet, Ming Qiu, led had to find the most effective responses under various battlefield conditions. DDay stretched his neck with interest to watch this tactical drill from the sidelines. Several other curious senators stood nearby. One of them was Ming Qiu's son Ming Lang. Watching his father's serious yet enthusiastic expression, his own expression was both happy and helpless. His father wanting to make a name at sea was something he could well understand as a son, though he personally had no interest whatsoever. However, riding a 1,000-ton black smoke-belching domestic ship that also had to go to war, he was genuinely worried. Ming Lang as a senator was somewhat half-hearted, not enthusiastic about the absolute confidence and absolute self-assurance that permeated the Senate above and below. In his view, the entire industrial system the Senate had built was a system that gathered counterfeit and inferior products, filled with copycat flavor. Including their current political system and organizational structure, even more so. His father was going to command a counterfeit navy filled with inferior products to go to war. Of course, he was worried, but this wasn't up to him, nor up to Li Mei. Ming Lang had received the document about this appointment a week ago. With his years of experience in the organization department, he quickly discovered this appointment violated organizational procedures, or rather, didn't conform to rule of law principles. The separation of the Naval People's Commissariat and Naval Command was originally from the second plenary session, with the intent of separating military administration from military command, a measure for civilian government control of military forces. The person serving as People's Commissar didn't necessarily have to be a civilian non-military person, but this military administrative department head should under no circumstances hold military command positions. Since his father's position was Naval People's Commissar, concurrently holding the Admiral position of the High Seas Fleet, a military command position, was clearly a violation. During Operation Engine, even if his professional skills were desperately needed, he should be given a Fleet Chief Advisor or similar consulting position. Those actually holding military command had to be professional military personnel not involved in military administration. Therefore, he immediately met with Wen Dacey and raised this issue. Wen Dacey proposed a compromise. They could first remove Ming Qiu from Naval People's Commissar, then appoint him as Fleet Admiral. After Operation Engine, relieve him of fleet duties, then reappoint him as Naval People's Commissar. Ming Lang said this plan, while conforming to organizational procedures, seemed quite forced. Moreover, immediately reappointing right after Operation Engine ended made the position appointment seem too casual and frivolous. Furthermore, the procedures for first dismissing then appointing are too cumbersome, Ming Lang said carefully. Although Army and Navy People's Commissars aren't directly elected positions, dismissal and appointment still require Senate Standing Committee approval. He actually disapproved of the leader's plan but had to be diplomatic since the leader had already said this much. We're in the pioneering stage now. Some things can be flexible, don't be too rigid. Chen Haiyang proposed another plan. Why not appoint Old Ming as chief advisor, stipulating that he acts as commander when the admiral position is vacant? Specifically, Li Dai would concurrently serve as fleet admiral. Li Dai, of course, had no command capability, so Ming Qiu would actually command. Because it was only an appointment as chief advisor, it didn't need to be elevated to such a level, and procedures were much simpler. However, the proposal to appoint as chief advisor drew Chen Haiyang's opposition. After all, going to war as chief advisor versus going as commander-in-chief were completely different concepts. Honor belonged to the commander, not the advisor. Just as the great victory at Dien Bien Phu was organized and commanded by Chinese advisors, Chen Zheng played a decisive role, but the final glory belonged to Vo Nguyen Giap. With Old Ming's current status and position going to war, it's nothing more than seeking posthumous fame. Old Ming is already in his 60s, unlike us young people who have plenty of opportunities ahead. Chen Haiyang continued to insist. This probably can't be gotten around, when Daisy said, "How about this, just have the flagship fly Ming Qiu's admiral's flag?" Chen Haiyang felt this was the only option, especially since Ming Lang absolutely wouldn't agree to the dismiss then appoint plan. "I also agree with this arrangement," when Daisy said. "However, this still needs to be discussed at a meeting before deciding." He continued, "I heard the Navy is naming the fleet the High Seas Fleet." Chen Haiyang nodded. "There's indeed such a plan, but it's not officially decided yet. Also, we're temporarily not planning to organize a fleet command. We lack sufficient officers. It's just a nominal title, specific organization." "How it's organized doesn't matter," when Daisy interrupted. "The name High Seas Fleet is too unlucky. Have you forgotten the rainbow at Scapa Flow? I think Ocean Fleet would be better." Chen Haiyang thought this trivial matter hardly warranted personal attention, but thinking carefully, the name High Seas Fleet was indeed unlucky. Operation Engine was the Navy's first large-scale naval operation. Director Wen wanting good luck was human nature. September 26, 1631. Dawn had broken over St. Mary's Bay north of Hong Kong Island. Morning light slanted across the fleet, concentrated to the maximum extent under the Senate's command since D-Day. The Navy's anchorage was at Causeway Bay, located at Hong Kong Island's Central Bay area, very close to St. Mary's Bay's western exit channel. Around Causeway Bay anchorage, many undulating hillock islets dotted the waters. Most were barren with scattered fishing villages. Now, these fishing villages had all been relocated. Key position islets had observation posts monitoring surrounding waters and land. From the sea, one could see the Morning Star flag flying on Victoria Peak. That was the recently completed fort. From the bay, one could see Central Pier's enormous Hong Kong fortress, though named a trading post, that huge square castle-shaped building, and the cannons on corner bastions clearly declared military force. Causeway Bay anchorage was large enough to accommodate the entire Senate Navy, and far from merchant ship lanes. This was the newly established Ocean Fleet's standby anchorage. Since Operation Engine began, the newly formed Ocean Fleet Command had migrated here from Lingao. Moored to the anchorage's red buoys was the Ocean Fleet Chief Advisor, an acting Fleet Admiral's flagship, Rear Admiral's 1,500-ton cruiser Lichun. Through the ship's wireless telegraph, it could communicate directly with Bapu's naval department. Around Lichun, 68 various vessels and numerous small craft were assembled, comprising most of the Ocean Fleet's main surface forces. The First Fleet, directly commanded by Rear Admiral Ming Qiu, included the cruiser Lichun. Together with the first-class gunboats Chedian, Yufeng, Qingling, and Yangbo, they formed the fleet's main strength. Lichun held the center, surrounded by 4 first-class gunboats. Other vessels moored on the perimeter protected the main warships from enemy surprise attack. The 3rd, 5th, 13th, and 14th auxiliary boat squadrons. Each squadron had 4 auxiliary boats. All auxiliary boat squadrons participating in Operation Engine had been reorganized. Any vessel with standard displacement below 200 tons was eliminated, replaced with larger tonnage ships. Due to time constraints, shipboard cannons hadn't yet been refitted. But equipment standards and ship conditions surpassed the Pearl River estuary battle. The Second Fleet's flagship, first-class gunboat Zhenyang, and its subordinate first-class gunboats Nangchao and Deokhwan, plus second-class gunboat Fubo, were moored not far from the First Fleet. Besides these 4 main warships, another 5 auxiliary boat squadrons were under its command. At their outermost perimeter were 4 fast colliers converted from H-800s to sail-steam hybrid power, Heifeng, Heiyu, Heiking, Heifu. When necessary, they would accompany the fleet for at-sea coaling operations. This was Operation Engine's naval main force. North of the main force were 21 single-mast and double-mast patrol boats under Coast Guard command. The 1st Ocean-going Spar Torpedo Boat Battalion's 16 Spar torpedo boats, the 1st Transport Squadron's EMS ship, and its 24 H-800 Hexi-class vessels. The 2nd Transport Squadron's 33 miscellaneous transport ships. This dark-colored massive fleet lay silently at anchor. Every ship was preparing to sail. Having taken on full coal and supplies at the naval base, their water lines were pressed very low. Across the entire anchorage, only the Navy yellow launches with thick smoke pouring from tall smokestacks made putt-putt sounds, frequently coming and going. On those warships, except for communication signal flags occasionally fluttering, there were no signs of activity. Though the anchorage was quiet, everyone felt excitement pervading the entire fleet. This day was D-Day anniversary. From landing day, exactly 3 years had passed. The Senate, from nothing, had achieved what could be called earth-shaking accomplishments. Everyone's morale was high. Whether senators or naturalized citizens, all realized they were embarking on another great undertaking. Everyone was confident it would add a new glorious page for the Senate. End of chapter. Chapter 10:14. The people of Hong Kong. The observation tower atop Victoria Peak had just been completed. In this dimension there was no governor's house here, only wilderness. The Lingao Construction Company's Hong Kong project team, commanded by Shidafu, had spent several months opening a mountain road wide enough for 2-wheeled handcarts to race along, then leveled a small area at the summit, and built a 3-story stone observation tower for monitoring the entire island and nearby waters. The observation tower also served as a wireless transmission tower. Thanks to the excellent terrain advantage and pure radio environment, it functioned as a communication hub connecting Zhejiang in the north to Lingao in the south. On the observation tower's top platform, several senators were looking down on all the small mountains. They wore various uniforms, surrounded by orderlies, secretaries, and maids. A gray-haired, dark-skinned senator gazed down at the Ocean Fleet ships in the anchorage. "The Navy is really strong now. What a pity we're outdated people who can't keep up," Li Dai, wearing Staff Officer Aiguillettes, laughed. "Boss Lin, your Navy too. In terms of rank, your lieutenant commander rank is rare in the Navy." "How can that compare?" Lin Chuanking, in naval uniform, repeatedly shook his head. "I'm a fisherman, fishery fleet." Plainly speaking, just a fisherman in uniform, same as the Army's production companies. 3 years as a soldier just means farming and raising pigs. "Fishing is also revolutionary work," Hong Huangnan said. "Your fishery fleet is much more important than production companies growing vegetables and raising pigs. You've solved the meat problem these past few years. I'm counting on fisheries for more protein." He pointed at the distant, shadowy Lantau Island. The purified population up there is all waiting to eat seafood congee. Lin Chuanking laughed heartily. Staff Officer Hong, no, Director Hong, I'll accept the flattery. I understand fishing's significance. It's just seeing the young fellows going out to see action and fight. I'm very envious. He rubbed his buzz-cut stubble. Fishery is of course my old profession, but I often think about firing some cannons for fun. Everyone laughed at this. Li Dai said, how about later you also become a fishery patrol fleet admiral? First go to Japan and stir up a fishing dispute or something, then you shell Sakai port. Why shell Sakai port? Too wasteful. That's a commercial port, occupy it and it's an excellent cash cow. Hong Shuyan's eyes gleamed with greed. As the commercial director stationed in Hong Kong, he wasn't very satisfied with current operations. Hong Kong's commercial activities had already developed greatly. Hong Kong's transportation advantages as Guangzhou's outer port far exceeded Huangpu, Macau, and other places. Especially after signing the trade agreement with the Dutch and opening Hong Kong as a trading port, Dutch fleets regularly sailed to Hong Kong for trade. Though Dutch trade was highly profitable, the scale was ultimately too small. Dutch ships heading to China weren't many, only a few dozen voyages per year. For 21st century people, it was pitifully small. Because the Ming court had blockaded the Pearl River mouth and canceled the Portuguese's right to enter Guangzhou for trade. In original history, the Macau Portuguese couldn't obtain reopening permission despite various activities, falling into great crisis. But in this dimension, the Macau Municipal Council had reluctantly turned its eyes toward Hong Kong. The Australians entered and exited the Pearl River mouth as if uninhabited, and officials didn't dare prohibit them. Moreover, the Australians had semi-public consular commercial offices in Guangzhou, making merchandise distribution extremely convenient. So some Portuguese merchants switched to conducting trade in Hong Kong. Hong Shuyan discovered Hong Kong was again playing the role of trade window, a window connecting offshore and the mainland. Hong Shuyan welcomed the Portuguese. They had purchasing power and sales channels, and all their Hong Kong business activities brought income, from rent and port fees to taxes. The Portuguese also felt Hong Kong had advantages as a window. They no longer had to face insatiable Ming officials and Chinese merchants who frequently defaulted on payments. The drawback was profits weren't as generous as before. The Australians knew all commodity prices like the back of their hands. However, this alone couldn't satisfy Hong Shuyan's grand ambitions. He often gazed toward the mainland direction. There lay the real gold mine to be developed. Unfortunately, conditions weren't yet right for mining gold. Hong Shuyan could only sigh at the ocean. His gaze turned toward the mountain below. Around Causeway Bay and Central, rows of warehouses had been built. Large steam cranes had risen one after another. Hong Kong's appearance as a logistics center was already taking initial shape. Ships from Hainan and Guangzhou unloaded massive quantities of goods here daily. Various materials piled up like mountains. Unfortunately, these goods had nothing to do with him. All were materials needed for Operation Engine. However, he had been on edge for a while. Hong Kong's defensive forces were insufficient. Besides one company of Marines, there were only the Hong Kong Naval Detachment's armed patrol boats. As for Luo Chen's Agricultural Reclamation Regiment's militia, though called soldier civilians, they actually hadn't a single rifle, only armed with standard spears and machetes. Moreover, the entire reclamation regiment, besides clearing land and farming, was used on construction sites, with little time for training. Hong Shuyan deeply doubted their combat capability. If attacked, ensuring the safety of the massive materials stored here would be difficult. When that happened, as one of Hong Kong region's main responsible persons, he would definitely be in serious trouble. These anxious days continued until before summer, when troops finally came to Hong Kong from Lingao. Besides naval strength increasing, The Northern Expedition Detachment and newly formed security army also gradually crossed to Hong Kong Island. Now Hong Kong was well garrisoned. The Northern Expedition Detachment alone had nearly 2,000 people, not counting several hundred security army troops just transported in. As the group was surveying the scenery, Luo Chen's female secretary came to report. The D-Day 3rd anniversary reception was ready. Once the chiefs went over, it would officially begin. D-Day was the day they came to this dimension, highly commemorative. In some sense, it was equivalent to the Senate's National Day. Therefore, the Senate designated it as Commemoration Day. The 1629 and 1630 D-Day anniversaries, due to internal and external troubles, had no activities besides simple senator banquets and improved meals. But this year, despite Operation Engine, their surrounding environment had greatly improved, and material conditions were incomparable to before. To strengthen naturalized citizens' cohesion and natives' allegiance, the Senate held simple celebration activities around D-Day. Besides Lingao, all counties and trading posts under Senate control held banquets and receptions. The former rewarded core naturalized citizens, the latter entertained native collaborators. The reception was in the trading post's external hall, buffet style, roughly a scaled-down New Year's reception. Though Hong Kong was far from Lingao, it was close to Guangzhou. Large quantities of fresh ingredients could easily be bought from Guangzhou, so richness wasn't inferior to Lingao. In the trading post hall, long tables covered with snow-white tablecloths were already filled with dishes and tableware. The cuisine here was Australian style. Through Ziming Tower's diffusion, various modern dishes the senators liked had gradually spread in the Guangzhou region. Hong Kong base's chef was transferred from Lingao, trained at Cooperative Restaurant. Hong Shuyan saw several large platters of sushi and sashimi on the tables. Fresh raw fish gave off an enticing luster, absolutely rare items in this dimension. Though sashimi and sushi weren't unusual among senators in Lingao, this was the first time they'd been made in Hong Kong. There had been no cold storage locally before, nor refrigeration facilities on fishing boats. Caught fish couldn't be preserved via cold chain, so for safety reasons they never made raw foods like sashimi. Moreover, fish suitable for sashimi had rarely been caught locally in the past. "Old Lin, this is all your achievement," Hong Shuyan said with a smile. The South China Sea was one of the main habitats for Pacific yellowfin tuna and skipjack. Yellowfin tuna was expensive in the old dimension. Skipjack, the smallest tuna, though not as pricey as famous bluefin and yellowfin, was still a rare delicacy in this dimension. Tuna were deep-sea fish, mainly living in the cold water layer 20 to 50 meters deep, often diving below 100 meters. Thus they contained large amounts of fat and myoglobin, appearing red. For senators lacking red meat, they were irresistibly appealing. However, Ming Dynasty ordinary fishing boats had neither blue water seaworthiness nor deep nets. The only nets dozens of meters deep were a few brought with the 8145, all used at the Beibu Gulf fishing grounds. The Senate couldn't manufacture these nylon trawl nets, so the Hong Kong stationed fishery detachment had always only used small nets for fishing. Catches were few and economic value low. To solve this problem, Lin Chuanqing decided to switch to fishing with lines. He converted a sailing trawler that the naval combat forces had retired to the fishery fleet into a long-line fishing vessel. This ship towed cables several kilometers long, with a string of buoys on the cables. Each buoy dropped a 50-meter line, each line with 20 hooks. This ship went out twice monthly. As long as sea conditions were good, it always brought back a boatload of impressive catches. Besides tuna, Spanish mackerel, and large sea bass, there were also swordfish, sailfish, large sharks, and other rare items. Trial results were satisfactory. Lin Chuanqing immediately submitted a report requesting conversion of several ships to long-line fishing vessels. The Naval Department agreed. On one hand, increasing protein supply was everyone's wish. On the other, the Navy considered needing to strengthen South China Sea patrols. Fishing boats' fishing operations were essentially also patrols. End of chapter. Chapter 10-15. The reception. Originally, the fishery fleet had quite a few ships, but they were generally small, miscellaneous, and old. Low tonnage, poor condition, basically operating in coastal waters, reaching the Beibu Gulf at most. Now needing to undertake maritime patrols around the Xisha and Dongsha Islands, they were clearly inadequate. So Ming Qiu eliminated a batch of ships with standard displacement under 100 tons from the auxiliary boat squadrons and gave them to the fishery fleet. Lin Chuanqing could convert them however he wished. The only requirement was maintaining a certain armament level for armed patrols in the waters between Dongsha and Xisha. Initially, the Senate hoped Lin Chuanqing could convert a few whaling ships. Whales were treasures head to tail, especially their oil, a main source of oil in early industry, indispensable for the Senate's industrial system that severely lacked fats. As for baleen and bone plates, their high elasticity also had considerable industrial uses. However, the Great Library threw cold water on the whaling enthusiasts. The South China Sea simply wasn't whale habitat, only occasional passing whales. Before taking Hokkaido or Hawaii, commercial whaling was out of the question. Thus, all newly allocated fishing boats were converted to longline fishing vessels. Conversion wasn't complicated, just adding a large manual winch plus 2 workboats. Without powered winches, manual deployment and retrieval was slow. After the longline was deployed, unless there were special circumstances, workboats went to check buoys, lines, and catches and replace bait. Additionally, the hold was converted to a cold storage. Caught fish were simply processed and stuffed in for preservation. Sailing ships had no refrigeration power, so of course couldn't have gas cold storage. Refrigeration could only be ice blocks wrapped in insulation materials. Lin Chuanqing invited a senator with a thermal engineering background to carefully design shipboard cold storage. The insulation layer used multi-layer thermal insulation treatment. For insulation materials, there were many options. Besides kapok, sawdust, and diatomaceous earth widely used in Lingao, large amounts of cattail leaves and cattail down were also used. Cattail down had excellent insulation and wasn't afraid of water. Cattails evolved this fiber to help their seeds drift with water, and hollow cattail leaves served as moisture barriers. Cattails were actually the eastern subspecies of ancient Egyptian civilization's most famous plant, papyrus. Ancient Egyptians used cattail leaves' long fibers to make papyrus. In China, besides making cushions, mattresses, and kneeling pads from cattail leaves, or using them for papermaking, cattail down was also an important cold-resistance material. Since cattails grew well in high salinity lowlands and wetlands, the Water and Drainage Department planted them extensively for sewage treatment and coastal saline alkali land improvement. Compared to small amounts of wild kapok from collection and purchase, and sawdust and diatomaceous earth with other uses, cattail leaves and down had become the transmigrator group's cheapest and most effective insulation material they could mass produce. They were extensively mixed into cotton batting for bedding needed for Operation Engine, pillows for senators and maids to enjoy soft warmth, mostly also contained fragrant cattail down. Though cattail down production was large, it also had to ensure northern expedition supply. So Lin Chuanqing's refrigerated ships only converted 10, 3 for the Beibu Gulf region, 6 for Sanya, and 2 deployed to Hong Kong. Large river estuaries were also places with abundant fish. The reception sushi and sashimi were benefits of the refrigerated ships. Hong Shuiyan had originally thought locals might not accept such food, but unexpectedly it was still hugely popular. Platters streamed in endlessly and were quickly demolished. This is Guangdong. There's always been a tradition of eating fish raw. If freshwater fish can be eaten raw, saltwater fish certainly can. Shipyard director Shi Jiantao said, slightly tipsy, holding his wine glass. Shund isn't far from here, and local fish raw is famous. Shi Jiantao was in excellent spirits. The H-800 Hexi-class construction project he supervised, after stumbling along for a phase, had finally achieved considerable success. Training workers for local shipyards, providing standardized measuring tools and equipment, all helped, especially the decisive support from the Planning Bureau, approving establishment of a lumber processing factory in Hong Kong to process wood shipped from Guangdong and Fujian locally, while batch-producing standardized ship materials including masts, shell planks, deck boards, and so on. These measures greatly accelerated H-800 Hexi-class construction progress. Xi Jiantao discovered that natives' learning ability wasn't actually poor. They could even be called full of wisdom. They'd only been blinded by years of conservatism. When someone opened a window and showed a new path, teaching them step by step how to walk it, they quickly caught up and could even draw inferences. Local shipyards, stimulated by economic interest, adapted to the Australians' production mode. Efficiency grew geometrically. The first few Hexi-class ships consumed several months just producing qualified outsourced components in the material preparation stage. But once everything was running smoothly, building one H-800 Hexi-class averaged only 50 days. Xi Jiantao built these large transport ships at a rate of 4 per batch on Hong Kong's simple beach slipways. Actually, the Hong Kong shipyard was just executing assembly tasks. Iron frames and ribs needed for shipbuilding were processed in Bapu, then transported to Hong Kong by whale carriers. Simple wooden structural components were subcontracted to various native shipyards and carpentry workshops at the Pearl River mouth, then shipped to Hong Kong Island. More complex wooden structural components were manufactured at the lumber processing factory. Final assembly was completed on beach slipways. Ultimately, Hong Kong shipyard completed 28 ships before D-Day anniversary, not only fully completing the operation engine assignment but exceeding it by 4 ships. These 4 were converted to fleet colliers. When Xi Jiantao realized his shipbuilding work would complete on schedule, he got happily drunk. His position in the Senate was now fully secure. Fortune had to be sought through risk. Today, watching the transport squadron he had personally supervised building about to leave port for Operation Engine, his mood was even better. He drank soda water and fruit juice mixed with rum to his heart's content. "Your contractors came too?" Hong Shuyan asked. He had invited local merchants with trade relations today. They did, also Luo Chen's Tiandahui customers. At the reception gathered a group of natives in silk and satin, upper-class people, among whom mingled some scholars in Confucian robes. Hong Shuyan, as the local commercial director and external liaison, held his wine glass while conversing and laughing among the crowd, schmoozing adeptly with the local native collaborators. The local native collaborators were mostly entrepreneurial small and medium landlords from Kowloon Peninsula across St. Mary's Bay and further north in Dongyuan and Xiangshan counties. Affected by the Ming Dynasty's commercial economy wave, they had long ago begun growing various cash crops, mainly indigo and mulberries for silkworms. Indigo, raw silk, and silk fabrics were all major export goods for the Senate. Thus they had always been targets Hong Shuyan actively cultivated. Attracting them to provide export products for the Foreign Trade Company and promoting Tiandahui's services was currently one of Hong Shuyan's main tasks. These small and medium landlords' initial cooperation with Hong Kong Station somewhat involved voluntary coercion. Because of the Fubo Army's fearsome martial prowess at the Pearl River mouth, plus bayonets and gunboats lingering nearby, no one dared refuse Hong Kong Station's trade briefings. However, once such trade relationships were formally established, they quickly discovered that cooperating with Hong Kong Station's Australians was much better than cooperating with all the crooked merchants in the cities. Thus relations between the two quickly warmed up, and Tiandahui also took the opportunity to develop customers locally. Hong Kong Island had poor conditions for agricultural development, so Tiandahui had little room for action. Of course, There were also those who actively sought to cooperate with the Australians. Liu Deshin was one of them. After witnessing the Fubo Army's discipline at Sanliang Town, he quickly conceived of doing business with the Australians. Liu Deshin's business was trading local products between Shandong and Guangdong. He had long heard that the Australians did huge business and Australian goods were extremely popular. Now with Australians close at hand, the opportunity naturally couldn't be missed. So once the Pearl River Basin punitive campaign ended, he ran to Hong Kong, found Hong Shuyan, and requested to trade Shandong goods. Hong Shuyan was very interested in his proposal. Though Liu Deshin was a small merchant without strong capital, he knew business routes well. As a Shandong native who had long traded in the Pearl River Delta region, he was familiar with conditions in both places, a very suitable trade agent. Moreover, his influence wasn't great, unlikely to become uncontrollable. With Hong Shuyan's support, Liu Deshin quickly became Wanyu's agent, starting to handle Australian goods. He was very familiar with Pearl River Delta town conditions, able to penetrate villages and towns that Guangzhou Station previously couldn't reach. He had preliminarily established a township commercial network within Dongyuan County. This township commercial network, through itinerant peddlers and local agency store models, heavily promoted Lingao-produced daily necessities like matches, new-style iron farm tools, and cheap patent medicines to townships, while purchasing various local specialties from villages. Although business was trivial and not very profitable, it at least penetrated Lingao's goods into rural areas. As goods penetrated, concepts would follow. Liu Deshin himself also made a small fortune. Though he hadn't earned too much money, his shrewd mind already sensed the Australians had bigger opportunities behind them. As long as he was patient, the days of great wealth lay ahead. At this moment he stood in the hall, following the Australians' example, holding a glass of kvass, watching Hong Shuyan's every move, hoping this chief might reveal some more news. He had already detected some scent from Hong Kong Station's big purchases in the previous phase. Greater opportunities would soon descend on Hong Kong Island. End of chapter. Chapter 10:16 Setting sail at 8:00 a.m. sharp. After the cruiser Lichun raised its flag, a signal flag was hoisted on the signal mast, issuing the tensely awaited order, depart on schedule. Li Dai wore white naval summer dress with staff officer aiguillettes, standing on Lichun's bridge, observing the vessels of the 1st Reconnaissance Squadron. The 200-ton type II double-masted lateen patrol boats began weighing anchor. Anchor chains splashed white water. These arm-thick chains had their mud washed off by the spray as they passed through the hawse holes. The 1st Reconnaissance Squadron immediately set sail, followed in sequence by the 3rd Auxiliary Boat Squadron, 5th Auxiliary Boat Squadron, 1st Gunboat Squadron, and 2nd Gunboat Squadron. The ocean fleet finally headed for the battlefield that would determine the Senate's national fate. As the fleet sailed out of the anchorage, troops remaining in Hong Kong and those departing later excitedly bid farewell to the First Fleet. Sailors lined up along ship railings, cheering and waving caps, accompanied by the Warship March. First Fleet sailors standing at parade stations waved goodbye in return. Everyone was jubilant. Every person believed they were about to engage in battle for a glorious victory. No one had the slightest doubt about victory. Lichun's commissioning had been an enormous shock not only to ordinary natives and naturalized citizens, but to all naval personnel. Lichun was the largest ship built to date. Its iron-ribbed body, massive main guns, smokestacks billowing black smoke and white steam, the enormous waves splashing during full-speed trials in the strait. All of it not only flaunted the Senate's military might once again, but made them understand the Senate had the capability to continuously replicate their industrial miracles, rather than possessing a few irreplicable magic treasures. This kind of miracle was something no one could resist. The fleet headed northwest, accurately taking the Lei Yue Mun passage to leave St. Mary's Bay, St. Mary's Bay's north shore was still under Great Ming control, not openly incorporated into Hong Kong Agricultural Reclamation Regiment's territory, but the entire bay was genuinely the Australians' inland lake. Ming military boats never entered St. Mary's Bay. Native fishing boats wanting to fish in the bay had to apply for permits from Hong Kong Trading Post and pay a 20% in-kind fishing tax. Coastal merchant ships and freighters heading to Guangzhou and the Pearl River Basin, under constant Coast Guard Hong Kong detachment patrols and persuasion, no longer entered the Pearl River mouth but docked at Hong Kong to trade. Near Central's commercial piers, masts stood like forests. The desolate bay that originally had only a few fishing boats had become bustling. Lichun sailed slightly northward to round North Point. It cruised lightly at 6-knot sailing speed along the coast. From the deck, one could see Fortress Hill. The fort on the hill puffed white smoke, followed by rumbling cannon fire, coastal artillery firing saluting farewell guns. Lichun's secondary guns also fired in salute. The morning's thin clouds gradually dispersed. Sunlight shone on the calm azure ocean. Gentle breezes swept across Lichun's deck, making one feel refreshed and serene. To pass through the Lei Yue Mun Channel, the First Fleet's 27 vessels formed a long single line, each ship 1,000 meters apart, like a grand naval review. Steam-powered vessels sailed under canvas, only maintaining boiler pressure. Soon, a dozen or so fishery cooperative fishing boats waiting for the tide appeared to starboard. Fishermen waved and cheered at them. To port, the Kowloon Peninsula's rice paddies showed golden yellow, Tiandahui's achievement, heralding autumn's arrival. Trees along the coast had lush green leaves, even more striking against the hazy blue mountain backdrop. Not far from shore, a Type 601 paddle-wheel tug belched black smoke, laboriously towing a string of barges seaward. Before long, when the bridge sighted Cha Kuo Ling, that string of barges was already far behind. Tugs performed many tasks in Hong Kong, including loading barges with various materials purchased from Guangzhou and towing them back. This heavy, slow water train had become a great spectacle on the Pearl River mouth. As the fleet continued sailing, Coast Guard small launches sprayed black smoke, putt-putting past on the outer side. They were performing patrol and inspection duties, ensuring the Senate's absolute hegemony over the Pearl River mouth. Li Dai gazed at all this, unable to reconcile it with his old dimension memories. In the old dimension, he had visited Hong Kong more than once, but the primitive state with dense high-rises and bustling streets and docks removed felt very unfamiliar. He couldn't help recalling the past. Suddenly, the signal chief loudly relayed orders through the speaking tube, interrupting his reverie. At this point, all senior officers of the First Fleet Command, as well as Lichun's captain and his staff, gathered on the bridge. Regulations stipulated that, when passing through narrow channels, all ship personnel had to be at their stations. The signal chief's command voice had barely fallen when 4 signal flags rose on the small signal mast behind the bridge command post. The first signal flag ordered formation change. Since they had now passed the channel's narrowest point, without looking at the other 3 signal flags, one could determine the order was for all ships to assume normal sailing formation. At the signal mast's peak flew the First Fleet Chief Advisor's Rear Admiral flag and Li Dai's Commodore flag. Li Dai's rank was only Lieutenant Commander, but as First Fleet Chief of Staff and nominal Fleet Commander, he could fly the Commodore flag. Suddenly, the ship's loudspeaker announced, "Lei Yue Mun Channel passage complete. Stow gear. Resume normal deployment." To take a final look at the gradually receding coastline, people in white casual uniforms and blue work clothes began flooding to the fore and aft decks. About a dozen firemen just off watch came to the forecastle deck, took off their undershirts, and following the corporal's whistle, began doing calisthenics bare-chested. Li Dai also left the bridge, coming to the balcony deck behind the bridge, a place exclusively for officers to rest on deck. Wrought iron patterned handrails, teak deck and cast iron fixed tables and chairs. Lichun's tonnage wasn't enough to fit a captain's private balcony at the stern, so this area was set up behind the bridge. He sat down in a chair, gazing at the ocean scenery, rare to have such calm, pleasant weather. Lichun's captain Li Zipping came down from the bridge and joined him on deck. He sat in a chair beside him, casually lit a cigarette and said, "Getting used to it." Li Dai's seasickness was famous. Despite firmly requesting to join the Navy, he was constantly seasick. He had vomited miserably when cruising with the 8154. Later, during Fubo's trial voyage after completion, he was once again carried off the ship. So he could ultimately only settle into Navy Chief of Staff and Harbor Master positions. Both main and concurrent positions required no ocean voyages. But a senior naval officer who couldn't sail the ocean was, without being told, the Navy's shame. For this, Li Dai had spent much time on adaptation training, using equipment to train his sense of balance, and frequently seeking opportunities to go to sea. After over a year of training, he was much better than before, feeling fine now. "I think this time there'll definitely be no problem. Wave height is still under 1.2 meters now, typical calm seas. Once we enter the open ocean, it probably won't be this calm," Li Zipping said, "and we'll be sailing continuously. I don't know if you'll hold up then." "No problem," Li Dai said, somewhat annoyed. "Might still have a bit of seasickness, but it won't matter." He changed the subject. "You're doing full ship integrated training, pretty busy, right?" "Barely managing. Lichun only had 2+ months from commissioning to departure. Forming combat capability is practically fantasy. We can only train while sailing. Anyway, our firepower is strong and speed fast. As long as we don't let enemies close for boarding melees, we won't lose however we fight. Speaking of which, your sailors and department heads probably aren't as good as those on the auxiliary boats. There are quite a few old sea dogs on those. At minimum, they're first-rate at sailing." Li Dai's last remark touched on an unpleasant issue. To ensure Lichun's absolute safety, when assigning sailors and department heads, all insufficiently reliable naturalized citizen sailors were excluded. Many were Piratorigin junior officers and petty officers who, because of short naturalization periods and low political ratings, were all excluded. "I'm very opposed to this practice of checking political reliability before anything," Li Zipping said. "Certain vigilance is necessary, but unlimited quantified management goes too far." Li Dai felt the same but didn't comment. Quantified management was something Director Wen talked about daily, hourly. He insistently pushed the ISO system into all aspects. Political scoring and reliability ratings were systems created under the quantified management banner. Openly opposing them was unwise. "This is a systemic issue," he thought for a moment before using an old catch-all answer. "Let's consider how to do things well within the system. I wonder if this operation will go smoothly." Li Zipping was speaking when suddenly the speaking tube sounded. "Report to Captain, bilge water intake rate increasing." "Understood, I'm coming immediately," Li Zipping said, picking up his hat from the table. "This ship. I knew it couldn't be this smooth." Lichun was a newly launched ship. As a new wooden-hulled vessel, taking on water was very normal. The wooden hull would automatically seal after sailing for a period. As long as pumps could control water intake below warning levels, it didn't affect course or combat. Almost every European sailing ship was equipped with manual pumps. Sometimes, a ship in very poor condition even needed 24-hour rotating pump crews just to stay afloat. Lichun had steam auxiliaries, so pumping needed no manpower, but water intake rate was still closely monitored. Li Zipping was very worried about this ship's quality, afraid some quality issue might not be discovered in time. A sinking accident would be his responsibility. End of chapter. Chapter 10:17 The Master of Anping Fujian, Quanzhou Prefecture governs 7 counties: Jinjiang, Nannan, Tong'an, Huiyan, Anxi, Yangchun, and Dihua, with its administrative seat in Jinjiang County. Just northwest of Jinjiang lay Nannan, the ancestral home of Zheng Zhilong, the Senate's greatest potential adversary, a thorn lodged permanently in their throat. Since accepting the imperial amnesty and receiving his commission as mobile corps commander, Zheng Zhilong had returned home draped in glory. The Zheng family had swiftly risen to become Quanzhou's wealthiest clan. They acquired vast tracts of land in Nanning, cultivating cash crops destined for export markets. Beyond their maritime enterprises, they were now major landlords. The Zheng clansmen of Nanning flourished accordingly, erecting magnificent mansions throughout the county. Yet Zheng Zhilong found Nanning's geography wanting. A maritime warlord valued harbors above all else. So he established his primary stronghold at Anping town in Jinjiang, a fortified settlement commanding the sea. Anping belonged to Quanzhou Prefecture, but its position faced not Quanzhou Bay where the Jinjiang River emptied, but rather Weizhou Bay with Kinmen Island visible on the horizon. In ancient times the harbor was called Wanxi. The Song dynasty renamed it Anhai. The Ming changed it again to Anping. One character meaning peace apparently proved insufficient, so another was added, likely because pirates had long plagued these waters. In the 37th year of Jiajing, Japanese pirates descended upon this place and ravaged it mercilessly. Only then were city walls raised. The trauma of those raids ran so deep that even 8 decades later, locals still spoke of them with palpable dread. Before receiving his amnesty, Zheng Zhilong had systematically attacked Yuegang, Fujian's traditional foreign trade port, ultimately destroying its commerce entirely. He thereby achieved his true objective, redirecting all foreign trade to Anping and Zhangyaosuo, ports under his absolute control. His choice of Anping was calculated with precision. Anping town, together with Xiamen Island, Zhangyaosuo, and the greater and lesser Kinmen Islands under his dominion, formed a Weizhou Bay held in an iron grip. Any enemy venturing an attack here would face enormous risks. Zheng Zhilong ordered the Anping city walls extensively repaired, practically rebuilding the city from the ground up. Anping became both his military stronghold for self-defense and his maritime trade hub. Ships bound for Japan and Taiwan all passed through here. The Dutch called these merchant vessels Anhai ships. Besides fortifications and wharves, his own comforts received no less attention. Beginning in the spring of Changzhen's 3rd year, Zheng Zhilong undertook large-scale construction of a personal mansion in Anping. This palatial residence would require 3 years and 2 months to complete. According to the Jiaqing Chidian Township records, the Zheng mansion stood north of Anping Bridge, stretching west from Zidai to Zigang, north to Xiantu, with its southern face fronting Anping Bridgehead and connecting directly to Wuqiao port. The compound covered 138 mu. The main structure featured hipped roofs, 5 bays in width with 13 frames, 3 through gates, double fire alleys, and 5 courtyards deep. Wing halls, pavilions, and kiosks flanked both sides, encircling the complex like screens. To the east rose Dunrin Pavilion, to the west Taiyuan Tower. The front hall housed the Catholic Church, while the middle hall bore the name Zia-Osi Hall, all grand in their proportions. Behind the main buildings lay Zhiyuan Garden, enclosed by walls, graced with artificial hills and valleys, pavilions and studios, ponds and small bridges, winding paths, rare trees and exotic flowers. At this moment, however, the luxurious mansion remained under intensive construction. Zheng Zhilong and his family resided temporarily in a smaller residence within Anping town. The master himself sat in his inner study. Though the Senate thought constantly of this man, few appreciated how young he truly was. Born in 1604, Zheng Zhilong was merely 28 in the year 1631. When he inherited Yan Siki's former subordinates after the latter's death, he had been only 21. In the old dimension, he would have qualified as a genuine young talent or outstanding young person. The Zheng Zhilong of 1631 had already eliminated most of his maritime rivals, including Li Qiuqi, who had once nearly driven him to utter desperation. He completely controlled the Japan trade and had forced his former employers, the sea coachmen of the Dutch East India Company, to trade on his terms. He now commanded a massive fleet that dominated the China Sea and monopolized commerce with Japan and Taiwan. Phrases like earning a bushel of gold daily and wealth rivaling nations were no exaggerations for him. He was the genuine great Ming, tall, rich, and handsome. And indeed, Zheng Zhilong was a handsome man with refined features. He held a document in his hand. The document had arrived several days prior aboard a Zheng family merchant ship returning from Taiwan. Its author was Zheng Zhilong's agent on the island, Guo Huyi. Guo Huyi's public identity was leader of the Han immigrants in southern Taiwan. Officially, he served merely as village head of Yaochexing Village, a local immigrant settlement. In truth, Guo Huyi had long been one of Zheng Zhilong's subordinates, a chess piece deliberately left behind in southern Taiwan. Zheng Zhilong's rise owed much to inheriting Yan Siki's legacy, and Taiwan's influence was one part of that inheritance. Yan Siki had been a great sea lord dominating Chinese and Japanese waters in his time, engaging in both trade and maritime plunder. Under him served 10 principal captains, including Yang Tiansheng, Zhang Hong, Lin Fu, Lin Yi, Li Junchen, Chen Zhangji, and Zheng Zhilong himself. Like many renowned sea lords of that era, Yan Siki used Japan as his primary base. But as the shogunate's authority expanded, Captain Yan Siki, planning for contingencies, began considering a base beyond Japanese jurisdiction. Many island locations dotted the Chinese coast, but the Ming Dynasty still retained residual prestige, and its military strength had not yet declined to the utter vulnerability of later years. Coastal islands in Fujian and Zhejiang remained untouchable. Xiongyu served as a cautionary example. Even at Penghu, where the Dutch built fortifications multiple times, Ming forces expelled them on each occasion. The only option was overseas isolated islands, the land beyond civilization. Taiwan thus entered their sights. In 1624, Yan Siki led his subordinates and immigrants to Beiyang, establishing camps and recruiting pioneers from Jiangsu and Quanzhou on the mainland to cultivate the land. The following September, while hunting at Jiuyuo Mountain, Yan Siki reportedly died from a sudden chill. Yan Siki's death carried a whiff of suspicion, but regardless of the circumstances, the 21-year-old Zheng Zhilong inherited leadership and most of the legacy. After assuming command, Zheng Zhilong invested little effort in Taiwan's pioneer settlements. The Dutch expanded rapidly across the island, and the Spanish also intervened. In 1626, they built Fort San Salvador near Keelung. 2 years later, Fort Santo Domingo rose at present-day Tamsui. Zheng Zhilong, constantly warring against various maritime rivals for supremacy at sea, had no desire to wade into such muddy waters. At one point, he resolved to abandon the Taiwan settlements entirely and withdraw to Fujian, only to reconsider and continue operations there. In 1628, southern Fujian suffered a devastating drought that left multitudes starving. With Xing Wencan's support, Zheng Zhilong recruited tens of thousands of refugees from Jiangsu, Quanzhou, and surrounding areas, giving each person 3 taels of silver and 1 ox for every 3 people, and transported them by sea to Beiyang to cultivate and settle. This greatly expanded both the number and influence of Fujian immigrants in Taiwan. Yet from beginning to end, Zheng Zhilong never deployed armed forces to Taiwan, nor did he explicitly declare sovereignty over the island. He merely supported leaders among the Fujian immigrants, using them to exercise remote control over local villages, though over the years he had scarcely interfered in local affairs. Even when the Dutch collected head taxes from the Chinese, he declined to intervene. Through local plantation owners, Zheng Zhilong maintained control over Beiyang, the earliest landing and development area for mainland immigrants. Guo Huyi, operating within Dutch-controlled territory, wrote to him nearly monthly, reporting conditions on the ground. As the local Chinese leader, the Dutch relied on him for many administrative matters. Thus Zheng Zhilong knew the Dutch's every move and the state of their trade as intimately as the lines on his own palm. He had long known about the Dutch secretly colluding with Liu Xiang and providing covert support, but the time was not yet ripe to turn against them. The Dutch were fence-sitters, equally half-hearted toward Liu Xiang. They would never truly exert themselves on his behalf. Their sole objective was to play both sides and maintain a maritime balance. If Zheng Zhilong moved against them immediately, it would only drive the Dutch openly into his opponent's camp. Though Zheng Zhilong did not fear Dutch strength, he had taught them a lesson years ago. Neither was he someone who relished war. He was first and foremost a merchant. If the Dutch truly opposed him and vigorously supported Liu Xiang with ships and cannons, it would create considerable trouble. But Guo Hui's letter did not concern the Dutch. His report was about the Australians. The letter stated that he had learned from both the Dutch and local natives. Last month, on the 3rd day of September, an Australian fleet suddenly arrived at Daegu Harbor and immediately commenced landing operations. They transported large numbers of personnel and materials ashore and had already constructed fortresses and settlements. They apparently intended permanent pioneering. Zheng Zhilong was not unfamiliar with the Australians, or shorn-haired criminals, as they were called. Years ago, he had first heard of Australian goods and Australians themselves. Li Xia had reported on them and presented several rare Australian goods. Despite their mysterious origins and abundance of strange gadgets, like that enormous iron ship. Yet contrary to the Senate's view of him, the feeling was not mutual. The Senate considered him their greatest threat, but Zheng Zhilong scarcely spared them a thought. The Australians occupied Lingao. Guangdong waters lay outside his sphere of influence, and he harbored no intentions of extending his reach there. These years he had been consumed with eliminating maritime rivals. The Australians tucked away in western Guangdong posed no threat to him. They were more a thorn in Zhuge side than his. Only the previous year, when the Australians had crushed all of Guangdong province's expeditionary forces, then entered the Pearl River mouth to shatter the government navy, advancing to Guangzhou's city walls before withdrawing. Only then did Zheng Zhilong first truly take notice. At minimum, they represented a force no less formidable than his own, in both strength and will. He began directing some attention toward these overseas visitors who claimed descent from the Song dynasty. Author's note: whether Guo Huyi was Zheng Zhilong's subordinate is historically disputed. No strong evidence exists to prove this claim. This is purely novelist's license. End of chapter. Chapter 10, 18 News from Macau. Zheng Zhilong differed fundamentally from Liu Xiang. The shorn-haired criminals were not his paramount threat, so he had paid little attention to their movements in the past. The reason was simple. They had shown not the slightest inclination to challenge his maritime commercial hegemony. Though they possessed an enormous iron ship, he never observed their vessels heading toward Japan, the Philippines, or Batavia. They were scarcely visible along the coast at all. Except for Guangzhou, they practically went nowhere. A small group holed up on a remote island, never stirring, much like the mountain lords scattered throughout Fujian, was simply not his concern. When he was eliminating his maritime rivals, vague reports reached him that some former pirate captains were recruiting for the Australians among dispersing bands. He also heard that certain small groups had defected to Lingao. But this alone meant little, particularly since Li Qiu's sudden betrayal troubled him greatly at the time. At his lowest point, reduced to only a few hundred men and boats, he lacked the capacity to inquire what the shorn-haired criminals intended. The result was that when they suddenly bared their fangs, he discovered he possessed almost no intelligence on the Australians, only scattered rumors. And rumors about the criminals abounded, but because they overflowed with adjectives like enormous, unbelievable, and countless, Zheng Zhilong could only regard them skeptically. From his frame of understanding, the tales about Australians seemed simply absurd. To remedy this, he had already dispatched capable spies to Guangdong waters to gather information. Now that the Australians had suddenly appeared in Taiwan, his worries multiplied. The Australian fleet had passed through Liu Xiang's territory, and Liu Xiang had apparently raised no objection. Guo Huyi's letter clearly stated that the Australian ships and personnel all appeared fresh, bearing no signs of storms or battle. Had the Australians already reached some understanding, or alliance, with Liu Xiang? If the two merged forces, how formidable would they become? Since Liu Xiang had relocated his entire force from the Pearl River mouth to the Qius region, he had persistently intruded into Fujian waters, challenging the hegemony Zheng Zhilong had only just established. Intelligence confirmed that Liu Xiang's large ships were already sailing to Japan and Manila, crucial revenue sources that Zheng Zhilong would never permit anyone to touch. Even the Dutch respected his determination to monopolize the Japan trade. But Liu Xiang was different from the Dutch. The Dutch needed him for great Ming goods. Liu Xiang did not. His move into Fujian waters was precisely intended to disrupt the Japan trade. And now the Australians. Why had they suddenly come to Taiwan as well? Could they also have their eyes on the rich profits of the Japan trade? What worried him even more was that Guo Huyi's letter confirmed certain rumors he had previously dismissed. Though the Australian fleet contained no legendary iron ships, there were indeed large vessels belching black smoke that could sail without any sails whatsoever. As a sea lord who had dominated these waters for years, he understood immediately the enormous threat this implied. The only reassurance lay in the Australians' limited numbers. Although the first batch arriving at Dagu were all large ships, fewer than 30 had appeared. In terms of quantity, they held no advantage. Should armed conflict arise, as long as he found the right opportunity to deploy his main force in an ambush, he could annihilate them all even with fire ships. Dagu, he thought. That name is remarkably well chosen. Translator's note. Dagu means beating dogs. A smile crossed his face. At that moment, a dark face appeared at the doorway. Though dressed in Chinese clothing, his dark skin and curly hair marked him as black. He reported in Portuguese. Lin Yishao had arrived. These black servants could not speak a word of Chinese and were all Catholics. Zheng Zhilong employed them specifically for his confidential affairs. Lin Yishao was one of his spies, responsible for liaising with the Portuguese and collecting intelligence. "Send him in," Zheng Zhilong ordered in Portuguese. "Greetings, my lord." The visitor entered and bowed according to official protocol. Though sea lords mostly rose from common backgrounds, they greatly admired the ways of officialdom. Now that Zheng Zhilong held a proper court military position, such formal manners were entirely appropriate. "Ah, is that Yishao? You've returned." The man slowly straightened. He appeared to be in his 30s with brown eyes and black hair. Lin Yishao was Sino-Portuguese mixed race and spoke fluent Portuguese. Like Zheng Zhilong, he too was Catholic. Zheng Zhilong had dispatched Lin Yishao to Macau to investigate the Australian situation. He knew from multiple channels that Australians operated frequently in Macau and even maintained a base there. Lin Yishao wasted no words and began his report. Upon arriving in Macau, he had immediately visited local connections. As Zheng Zhilong's liaison, Lin Yishao maintained numerous contacts locally, including gray area figures like Huang Shunlong, men who were invariably well informed. But these connections now displayed a cautious attitude toward this sudden visit by Zheng Zhilong's subordinate. Their words came less freely than before. "Oh, the criminals are that powerful in Macau." Zheng Zhilong's interest sharpened. "The criminals are now Macau's financial backers," Lin Yishao replied. Trade between Macau and the Senate had originally been quite frequent, already forming a vested interest group. And since the previous year, when the court forbade Portuguese trade in Guangzhou, the Portuguese had lost their channel for importing Chinese goods. Yet Guangzhou's officials turned a deaf ear to Australian trade. Thus the Australians occupying Hong Kong Island had become the Portuguese's only import-export channel facing the Great Ming. Controlling such a lifeline, the Australians were essentially masters of the Portuguese. Should they order a halt to Portuguese trade, Macau would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Surely those smugglers haven't become mere ornaments? Zheng Zhilong asked with keen interest. Where money flowed, goods could always be found. So-called government bans were often mere paper. Since the Australians arrived at Hong Kong Island, the Pearl River mouth has become their domain. Their ships patrol constantly. Not a single vessel escapes their eyes. Those smugglers have either submitted to the Australians and followed their orders, or they're feeding fish in the Pearl River. Lin Yixiao continued, explaining that he had finally sought out Li Xia. Her, Zheng Zhilong said thoughtfully. Li Xia had once served him, providing substantial intelligence. Yes, she possesses considerable intelligence and is willing to share it. Only, Lin Yixiao hesitated, she wants substantial payment. Indeed, she produced a small booklet asking 500 taels. She showed me a portion, very comprehensive. So your humble servant took the liberty of purchasing it. He withdrew a thin booklet from his breast. Zheng Zhilong did not object. He was a merchant. Successful merchants, beyond calculating profits, also knew when spending money was worthwhile. The booklet was hand-copied, written precisely in Li Xia's distinctive yet graceful handwriting. Zheng Zhilong recognized it as quill penmanship, different from brush calligraphy. At a glance, the contents were remarkably thorough, far more detailed than the hearsay he had encountered before. 500 taels was indeed money well spent. He was in no hurry to read it. Are the Australians truly formidable? Yes, very formidable, Lin Yixiao answered without hesitation. Australian warships operate frequently at the Pearl River mouth. Several of those black smoke-belching ships are extraordinarily fast. No vessel can outrun them, and at their highest speed, they don't even hoist sails. Though this was not news, hearing it from his most trusted spy carried entirely different weight. Lin Yixiao then spoke of Lichun. This ship's appearance at the Pearl River mouth was too extraordinary to escape notice. The Portuguese had specifically dispatched agents to Hong Kong Island to gather intelligence. What they discovered was clearly shocking. Most terrifying were the cannons aboard. Reportedly, a single shell traveled over 10 li, and upon landing, it produced a violent explosion. Someone had witnessed Lichun firing at floating targets, old fishing boats at sea, and one shot had blasted a boat to splinters. Not even a fragment of wood remained. For someone like Lin Yixiao, firearms and large ships were not particularly shocking. Zheng Zhilong himself possessed large vessels and heavy artillery, no inferior to any contemporary naval power. But the rumors about Lichun impressed upon him the gravity of the situation. To confirm them, he had specially taken a small boat to Kowloon to observe Australian fleet training from a distance, and confirmed the rumors were true. Though the Australians are few in numbers and ships, they are all elite with formidable combat power. It seems we have a powerful rival. What is it, my lord? The Australians have come to Taiwan. Zheng Zhilong's voice was measured. Right at Dagu. Dagu, that's in Dutch territory. Precisely. I believe they deliberately chose Dagu to neighbor the Dutch, not me. The Beijing area at least remains our territory. Zheng Zhilong paused. The Dutch have an alliance with them, do they not? Your humble servant investigated. That is correct, but it is not an alliance, merely a trade agreement, Lin Yixiao explained. The Dutch have permitted them to open a trading post in Batavia. The Dutch have likewise opened trading posts in Hong Kong and Lingao. Reportedly, there is another trading post south of Hainan Island. The Australians are certainly courting the Dutch, Zheng Zhilong observed. He harbored a strong aversion to the Dutch. Though they remained his trade partners, he had experienced their shamelessness and greed firsthand, and knew deeply that only force spoke to them. Better to say the Dutch are courting the Australians. I have learned the Dutch can now obtain many great Ming goods directly from the Australians. So the Dutch's attitude toward us has grown considerably cooler. They have found a new love. Zheng Zhilong's tone carried an edge of dark humor. End of chapter. Chapter 10:19 The Zheng brothers, but the Dutch probably won't welcome them in Taiwan, Lin Yixiao said. Zheng Zhilong offered no further response. Lin Yixiao's reasoning was sound. Regardless of what position the Australians held in Dutch hearts, Taiwan, lying right beside their beds, was absolutely not a place they would permit others to sleep. Given the treaty between them, the Dutch might not turn hostile immediately. No doubt the Dutch will again try to use someone else's knife for the killing, Lin Yishao added. The Zheng family had not yet adopted the rigid airs of officialdom. Subordinates were not so terrified they dared not speak their minds. Lin Yishao offered his views quite naturally, though such candor would constitute grave disrespect in official circles. Zheng Zhilong did not pursue the matter. You've worked hard this time. Collect 50 taels and rest well for a few days. After Lin Yishao departed, Zheng Zhilong sat pondering in his study for quite some time. The Australians landing in Taiwan clearly meant inserting themselves into Fujian waters. This could not be taken lightly. He called out in Portuguese, and the black servant reappeared at the doorway. Invite the second, third, and fourth masters. The so-called second, third, and fourth masters were his 3 blood brothers, also the Zheng family's most capable generals, Zheng Jihu, Zheng Zhaifeng, Zheng Hongqi, and Zheng Zhibao. Including cousins, the Zheng brothers numbered quite a few, but these 3 were Zheng Zhilong's inner circle, occupying crucial positions within the family enterprise. The brothers' meeting did not last long. Immediate military action against the Australians was clearly not feasible. Such a move would only drive them into Liu Xiang's arms. We should not add another opponent at this time, Zheng Zhilong declared. The recently passed year of 1630 had marked a turning point for the entire Zheng clan. In 1629, Li Qiuqi had even briefly captured Zhangyaosuo, dealing Zheng Zhilong a humiliating blow. He had been forced to request Dutch support at considerable cost. Only in February of Changzhen's 3rd year had he completely crushed Li Qiuqi and subsequently defeated Zhang Bin. Now his sole remaining enemy was old Liu Xiang. He bore deep resentment toward the Dutch, and not merely because they had played their balance of power games in the Taiwan Strait, betting on multiple sides during his wars with Li Qiuqi and Zhang Bin. That was secondary. What truly festered was that the Dutch governor in Taiwan, Pieter Knights, had lured him aboard a ship under the pretense of negotiations, kidnapped him, extorted several hundred taels of gold, and forced him to sign a trade agreement before releasing him. Not to mention the Dutch's glorious history of abandoning their former cooperative relationship to join with officials in attempting to annihilate him. I've heard Liu Xiang clashed with the criminals before and there's bad blood between them, Zheng Jihu offered. But that doesn't preclude them joining hands. We've allied with Li Qiuqi and old Liu Xiang ourselves in the past. He paused. Now that they've arrived in Taiwan, old Liu Xiang and the Dutch probably can't sit still either. The Dutch should be the most restless, Zheng Zhaifeng added. Mark my words, within a few days the Dutch will come bearing gifts trying to incite us to attack the Australians. Zheng Zhibao stroked his beard. We shouldn't serve as their hired thugs. Let the Dutch handle it themselves. I think we need to provoke the Dutch until they have no choice but to act, Zheng Zhaifeng said. Ha, exactly. The 3 brothers laughed together. Only eldest brother Zheng Zhilong smiled faintly. Revealing nothing on one's face was the secret to leadership and officialdom, even among family. The Dutch are shrewder merchants than we are, Zheng Zhilong said. To make them act, we'll need to give them some ammunition. Elder brother, what clever plan do you have? No clever plan, but I have an idea. Zheng Zhilong's tone was measured. Let's not rush. Have Guo Huyi observe the criminals more closely, see what they're doing, what they intend to do. Then we'll decide. After all, plenty of people are more anxious than we are. Zheng Zhilong had suffered enough at Dutch hands to be extremely wary of them. The Australians' sudden appearance represented an even greater threat to the Dutch than to himself. He might as well use the Australians to check Dutch ambitions. Zhibao, go to Kinmen Island tomorrow and see that Traudenius, Zheng Zhilong instructed. Sound out the Dutch's attitude. He maintains frequent contact with Taiwan and should have valuable information. See what their view is on the Australians. Traudenius was a senior merchant from Taiwan. Hans Putmans had stationed him in Jiangsu Bay specifically to liaise with Zheng Zhilong and other Chinese merchants entering and exiting Anping. "I'll go find him tomorrow, eldest brother." Hans Putmans gazed from the trading post window at the ships anchored in the harbor. Several junks had just returned from Jiangsu Bay, bringing not only various trade goods, but also tens of thousands of red bricks, quantities of stone and timber. The building materials served to expand Fort Zealandia and its surrounding defensive works. Though Taiwan's trade ran a serious deficit when Putmans assumed his post, he still invested in fortifications, and not without reason. When Hans Putmans took office in 1629, all of Taiwan faced unprecedented crisis. On one hand, trade could hardly be called profitable. Commerce with Japan had been interrupted by the Hamada Yahio incident, sparked by his predecessor Knight's mishandling. Trade with China had also developed poorly. The Dutch could not establish direct trade channels with the Middle Kingdom, and were plagued by struggles among various coastal sea lords. Commerce had nearly ground to a halt. On the other hand, the Spanish were restless. They had not only built fortresses at Keelung and Tamsui, but had once dispatched a fleet from the Philippines attempting to drive out the Dutch in a single blow. Had a storm not scattered that fleet, the fall of Taiwan, which possessed no defensive capability, would have been certain. Finally, there were raids from local natives. Several aboriginal villages in Taiwan's vicinity maintained tense relations with the Dutch. Both the Dutch and the Chinese laboring for them suffered constant attacks from Macau and Bacloan villages. These included ritualistic headhunting killings as well as conflicts of interest. His predecessor Knights had made considerable contributions toward intensifying relations with the natives. Dutch safe territory was limited to mere miles around the trading post. Just 8 days before Putmans assumed the governorship, over 50 Dutch soldiers sent to suppress Chinese pirates had been ambushed by Macau villagers and completely wiped out. Similar incidents, though with fewer casualties, occurred constantly. The natives displayed equal hostility toward Dutch and Chinese immigrants alike. Chinese hunting and farming frequently suffered native attacks, suppressing pirates, pacifying natives, finding ways to expand trade. These were the three great problems confronting this fifth Dutch East India Company governor of Formosa. Hans Putmans came from a military background and possessed considerable ability. He had arrived in the East Indies as a junior merchant in 1624, earned promotion to merchant in 1626, and distinguished himself greatly during the siege of Batavia by local kings. In less than 5 years, he had qualified as a member of the East Indies Council. Perhaps because of his military background, Putmans possessed a resolute, bold personality and a taste for using force. Upon assuming office, he immediately began suppressing small groups of Chinese pirates operating locally while conducting continuous retaliatory operations against hostile natives. Simultaneously, he requested the East Indies Council send him 1,300 soldiers and the necessary weapons to drive out the Spanish occupying northern Formosa and bring their fortresses under company jurisdiction. This request was naturally refused. The company's military forces in the East Indies region never exceeded 8,000, and even if the Spanish could be temporarily expelled, ruling such a large area would place enormous burden on the company. After all, Taiwan's trade remained in deficit to this day. At the beginning of Putmans's tenure, the Taiwan trading post once went 4 months without completing a single maritime transaction. Beset internally and externally, the company nearly abandoned the place. Ultimately, only its value as a trade window facing China kept it barely afloat. Since the company had signed the trade agreement with the Australians, Taiwan's status had dropped precipitously. Hans Putmans learned from correspondence that the company was now obtaining large quantities of Chinese goods from Australian-controlled Lingao and Hong Kong, and remarkably, they could pay with goods rather than silver. Putmans understood clearly, Were it not for Lingao and Hong Kong's positions being too far south to handle the Japan trade, and were it not for the company's relationship with Zheng Zhilong, they would likely have abandoned Taiwan entirely. As Taiwan's governor, the ambitious Putmans naturally did not wish to see the trading post closed during his tenure. He had long dreamed of opening direct trade channels with China. But so far he had not succeeded. Zheng Zhilong's attitude remained elusive. The great Ming court and its officials were equally unfathomable. They responded to none of the company's proposals or negotiation requests, using various means to obstruct trade. Whether in treaties, bribes, or threats, nothing yielded results. Chinese merchants either declined to enter Taiwan trade and sailed directly to Manila, or they readily agreed to purchase goods on commission only to abscond with the company's advance deposits. Hans Putmans had reached a conclusion. To trade with the Chinese, force must be employed. Use force to conquer some port on the Chinese coast, establish a base, then through constant plundering of maritime trade, compel China's officials to accept mutual commerce. He had already drafted a detailed report on this plan and submitted it to Batavia's council for discussion. End of chapter. Chapter 10-20. The Dutch of Taiwan. These wretched yellow-skinned monkeys. They only understand cannons and matchlocks. Only a good thrashing will teach them how to deal with people. While nursing this thought, Putmans gazed with some disgust at the workers expanding Fort Zeelandia. Most were local Han immigrants. Labor shortage was a perennial headache for Taiwan's governor. Company personnel transported to the island, even including slaves and hired East Indies natives, never exceeded 1,000, and they were constantly depleted, some hospitalized, some dying. He had no choice but to hire Chinese to complete most civil engineering and cultivation work, at quite steep labor costs, making Taiwan's already deficit finances even worse. But on matters of defense, he dared not be careless. The company's trading post in Taiwan held hundreds of thousands of guilders in cash and goods. If anything went wrong, the company would not forgive him. The directors in the 7 United Provinces were merciless toward those who damaged their profits. Pieter Knight's fate stood as a living example. Recently, however, China trade had improved somewhat. Zheng Zhilong, Liu Xiang's rise had once again softened his attitude, at least regarding trade cooperation. He was no longer as rigid as before. Just last month, Zheng Zhilong's envoy had brought him a letter, probing the possibility of Dutch support. Putmans had received word that the council had agreed to provide Liu Xiang covert assistance. 2 old 2-masted ships had been sold to him. The greater the pressure on Zheng Zhilong, the more cordial his attitude toward the Dutch would become. Of course, Putmans reflected, if Liu Xiang grew too powerful, that would also prove disadvantageous to Taiwan. Pirates were always difficult to control. Now, however, he faced another troublesome matter. From natives coming to sell deerskins at Zeelandia, he learned that a fleet of countless giant ships had arrived at Daegu and was unloading cargo onto the shore, preparing to build houses. Putmans viewed this news with some skepticism. First, natives possessed poor numerical concepts. When quantities grew large, they could not count and could only employ concepts like many or countless. But for natives to say countless, at least 10 or 20 ships must have arrived at Daegu, and all were giant ships. Though natives were not particularly civilized, they regularly saw small boats of a few dozen tons. They would never mistake small Chinese coastal fishing boats for giant ships. To qualify as giant ships, vessels had to be at least 200 tons. Those who could mobilize so many ships at once in East Asian waters, besides Zheng Zhilong, were Liu Xiang, the Spanish, and the Australians. Regardless of who the visitors were, their landing less than 10 Dutch mailmen from Taiwan signaled ill intentions. Putmans had already dispatched a reconnaissance vessel to Daegu to investigate the detailed situation. Actually, Putmans had some predictions about the visitors' identity. Most likely the Australians. A few months ago, an Australian two-masted fast ship had visited Daegu and killed several dozen Tagarean people. That was likely reconnaissance for this landing. Australians, why have you developed interest in this place? Don't you already have Hong Kong Island? Putmans wondered silently. If the company could occupy such a fine large island at the Pearl River mouth, they would have been entirely satisfied, conducting large-scale trade there. Why come to this barren island infested with savages? The diseases here alone killed dozens of soldiers and sailors every year. As a 17th-century merchant and soldier, Putmans could not comprehend Taiwan Island's crucial position within the new industrial system the Senate was constructing. He gazed worriedly at the busy construction site. Hopefully, the visitors were not enemies harboring hostility toward Taiwan. His gaze shifted from the expanding Fort Zeelandia to the eastern shore of Taejeong, across the harbor. Currently, only a crude fort stood there. Though it had been rebuilt with brick and stone, it remained very small, capable of accommodating only 50 soldiers and a few cannons. If that fort could be rebuilt into a solid bastion fortress, the two fortifications could form a mutually supporting defense. Adding the fortress on Baekseonway Island, Taiwan's entire security could be fully guaranteed. Unfortunately, his current resources sufficed only for Fort Zeelandia's expansion. He would have to content himself with merely patching other fortifications. "Sir, the dispatch vessel Bornstein has returned," a servant came to report. "Have the captain come to me immediately." The news brought by dispatch vessel Bornstein confirmed his speculation. The visitors were indeed Australians. "The Australians have 27 ships anchored at Daegu. All are two-masted vessels," the captain reported. "The smallest ship is at least 150 lasts." This included the black smoke-belching fast ships reported by the Lingao consul. One ship's size left a particularly deep impression on the captain. It was a large vessel comparable to the largest Spanish galleons, but with a far more slender and elegant hull. It bore 2 masts and also belched black smoke. The captain believed this ship might be the Australian fleet's flagship, for it flew multiple different flags. According to the captain's account, the Australians had already constructed a wooden jetty at Daegu Harbor and erected a 3-story circular fortress beside the pier. Simultaneously, approximately 12 wooden structures had been raised on shore. "Are you certain?" Putmans's eyes widened in surprise. From when he first received news of the Australian landing until now, barely 10 days had elapsed, and the Australians had already built so many structures. Just constructing a wooden jetty was a major project. In Taiwan's early days, all personnel and cargo were transported ashore using small boats. "Yes, sir. This is indeed what I observed with my own eyes." "Very well. Did the Australians react to your arrival?" "They merely sent a small boat to inquire about my purpose," the captain reported. "I said I was on a voyage carrying trade goods to Lamey Island. They allowed me to depart." He added, "The small boat they used had neither sail nor long oars, was exceedingly fast, and also constantly belched black smoke." "You answered well," Putmans nodded. "Rest a while, then load some trade goods and return to Daegu. I now appoint you junior merchant aboard Bornstein. Your mission is to enter Daegu under the pretense of trade, make contact with the Australian fleet's highest officer, and attempt to ascertain their true intentions locally. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. I'll make arrangements immediately." The captain bowed and stepped back to leave. Putman stopped him. "Captain, do you believe in witchcraft?" The captain's face instantly paled. Whether in Catholic or Protestant countries, professing belief in witchcraft was a fatal offense. "I do not, sir. I worship only Almighty God." "Good. What do you make of those Australian vessels that belch black smoke and sail without sails or oars?" "I cannot say, sir." The captain held his gaze. "Whether that constitutes witchcraft or not, if necessary, I will unhesitatingly fire upon them." "Very good." After the captain departed, Putmans deliberated for a time, then summoned garrison commander Captain Heinrich Weidenfelder. This German veteran commanded approximately 400 VOC troops serving in Taiwan, a mixed force of Europeans, assignees from the East Indies, blacks and Japanese. I must inform you that a battle may very likely erupt here soon, Putmans began. How confident are you in defending Taiwan? Sir, that depends on who the enemy is, Captain Weidenfelder replied properly. If it's Chinese, whether Liu Xiang, Iquan, or the Great Ming's army, I'm confident I can handle them. One of my soldiers can fight 25 Chinese. I'm glad you're so confident. However, the opponent may be an enemy more formidable than the Spanish. Then I shall need to strengthen defensive works and recruit everyone capable of bearing arms. Begin gathering personnel on a small scale. Recruiting sailors will await my orders. I authorize you to immediately strengthen existing defenses. I know the fortifications are all being expanded and repaired. First, use available materials to reinforce defenses at all positions. Double the night watch. I do not wish to be caught off guard when the time comes. Yes, sir. Watching the captain exit, Putmans thought of the inventory and cash in the warehouse and ships. He felt somewhat anxious about his 25,000 livers of goods. The Dutch East India Company treated its employees quite harshly. Even as a council member and Formosa's governor, salary and benefits remained very low. Without conducting some smuggling on the side to supplement one's income, one could barely save anything. The Dutch immediately set to work in Taiwan. Captain Weidenfelder ordered landmines buried on the beach, while walls were raised at Baxianway Island and other simple fortifications using bamboo poles. Cannons stored in warehouses were retrieved to reinforce various batteries. Soldiers dispatched to protect missionaries and merchants were recalled. Volunteers were recruited from the Japanese village near Taiwan. Sinkin natives were also assembled. A mixed squad of natives and Dutch set out overland toward Daegu, collecting intelligence along the way to assess whether the Australians might attack by land. Under Putmans's orders, all ships anchored in the harbor made combat preparations. 3 large vessels moved to the South Channel entrance, standing ready to intercept any enemy ships attempting to breach the harbor. As for the North Channel, the water was extremely shallow. Since Australian ships were large, they could not pass through. Moreover, a fortress already stood on Baxianway Island, its artillery sufficient to block the northern approach. End of chapter. Chapter 10:21. The Anping deal. While Zheng Zhilong and the Dutch entered states of high alert, a double-masted Guanchuan common to the South China Sea was gliding slowly into Jeju Bay. The vessel was in pristine condition. Tung oil gleamed on the planking, and the yards and canvas on both masts looked complete and new, presenting a clean, sharp appearance. The sailors aboard all wore uniforms of indigo blue cloth, the distinctive garb of great wave shipping. At the stern flew the company flag, 3 wave patterns beneath the morning star. The ship rode heavy in the water, obviously fully laden with cargo. In these not-so-peaceful coastal waters, such a cargo vessel would attract many covetous eyes, but the black muzzles of several cannons on deck were sufficient to dispel most delusions. Large fishing nets hung along both sides to prevent boarding. However, the cannons all wore gun covers, signaling peaceful intent. After entering the harbor, the ship anchored in the bay's deep water. Several small Zheng family boats quickly approached. A minor official boarded the deck of Great Wave Shipping's Wencheng. After a brief exchange with those on deck, he hastily climbed back down the rope ladder at the gunwale. The small boat turned about and rowed swiftly toward Anping City. Half a shichen later, Lin Baiguang sat in the Zia-Osi hall of Zheng Zhilong's private residence. Handsome boy servants had already brought fresh tea. Without even tasting it, Lin Baiguang recognized the fragrance of top-grade Da Hong Pao. Back when he worked at the county office, a leader with a passion for tea had once sent him to Wuyi Mountain to procure some. Meeting Zheng Zhilong certainly carried risk, but Lin Baiguang and his colleagues all believed the possibility of personal danger remained small. The two sides had not entered a hostile state. Moreover, with the Senate's current strength, any power would have to consider the consequences before initiating hostile action. Zheng Zhilong, occupied with his standoff against Liu Xiang, would absolutely not do anything rash. That Zheng Zhilong was willing to offer Da Hong Pao to his guest considerably brightened the prospects for this visit. However, the one who emerged to receive him was not Zheng Zhilong, but his brother Zheng Hongqi. Thus the representatives of the two great maritime powers of the South China Sea, or rather, all of East Asian waters, met. Whether history's wheel had turned another revolution remained to be seen, but both harbored intense curiosity about the other. Lin Baiguang noticed immediately that his counterpart was young, absurdly young. Zheng Hongqi was several years junior to Zheng Zhilong. The Senate itself was a group of young people, but in the Great Ming, anyone of consequence was almost invariably middle-aged or older. Zheng Hongqi sized up this Australian envoy, a man he had long heard of. Though the Zheng brothers had been struggling through storms almost daily since accepting the amnesty, with scarcely a moment for other concerns, various Australian goods famed for their ingenuity had continuously flowed into their hands, leaving deep impressions. The opponent had leaped from an obscure small group holed up in a forgotten corner to become a maritime power, controlling the Pearl River mouth and dominating most of Guangdong's waters. Their greatest rival Liu Xiang's departure from the Pearl River region heading north, while partly motivated by competition for Japan trade, was obviously also due to wariness of the Australians' expanding power. The man before him wore a square hat, a flowing straight gown, and cloth-soled shoes, at first glance appearing like a prosperous local merchant, though with dark skin and a lean build. Since the other party had voluntarily come to them as hosts, the Zheng family was obliged to receive them courteously. This was the tone eldest brother had set. Zheng Zhilong had no desire to needlessly provoke a new opponent. Zheng Hongqi waited until Lin Baiguang set down his teacup before asking, "Sir graces us with this visit. May I inquire what brings you here?" Dialogue between strong parties required no pleasantries, nor roundabout probing. Lin Baiguang smiled slightly. "There is a substantial business proposition. I wonder if General Zheng might be interested." Zheng Hongqi's attention sharpened. The other party wished to conduct business with them. The Zheng family were major maritime merchants, involved in all manner of seaborne trade. They had long envied how sought-after Australian goods had become. Now the Australians were actively requesting cooperation, clear recognition of their influence in Fujian. With such intentions, the Australians would harbor no hostility at present. Of course, Zheng Hongqi's thinking was not so simple. Throughout history and in the present, countless cases existed of using friendly gestures to lull opponents, then striking suddenly to destroy them. The Australians' landing in Taiwan was already a provocative move. At this critical juncture, extending friendship would make anyone suspicious who wasn't absurdly overconfident. He replied slowly, "May I ask what business you propose?" Lin Baiguang beckoned. An attending servant entered from outside carrying several small bags. Zheng Hongqi opened one with curiosity. Inside lay snow-white powder, faintly lustrous. He started, then immediately understood. "This is salt." Taking a pinch to taste, he found the flavor pure with a slight sweet aftertaste devoid of any bitter or strange notes. It was indeed excellent salt, comparable to the expensive Sichuan well salt used in the mansion. "Correct. It is salt." Lin Baiguang nodded. Zheng Hongqi opened all the small bags one by one. All contained salt, but with different levels of coarseness and color, clearly different grades. So the Australians wished to sell contraband salt. Zheng Hongqi considered this and found it perfectly logical. The territory currently within their reach from Hainan northward contained many salt fields. Obtaining quantities of salt posed no difficulty. Guangdong was not a salt-deficient province, so contraband salt likely sold poorly there. Fujian, however, was desperately salt-deficient. The entire province's supply depended on imports from outside, particularly from Guangdong and Zhejiang. Fujian neither produced salt nor was easy to traverse, being a mountainous province. Thus Fujian had the highest official salt prices in the nation, and contraband salt trade ran rampant. The Zheng family had not yet placed salt trading on their agenda, yet the Australians had come directly to propose contraband salt commerce. The enormous profits involved made it difficult for Zheng Hongqi to refuse. The executive committee's decision to sell salt to Zheng Zhilong arose from multiple considerations. First, to relax the opponent's vigilance and avoid accidental conflict through miscalculation. Second, to generate profit from northbound ships' otherwise empty cargo capacity. Salt was now the most abundant resource under Senate control, with extremely low production costs due to mass production. As long as it could be sold, even one tael of silver per she of salt was profitable. Those cargo holds would otherwise return empty anyway. Quote him a price he cannot refuse, Sykes had advised when discussing this with Lin Baiguang. Salt's profits in this dimension could drive men to lawbreaking and even execution, and the Zheng family, as coastal hegemons, faced no risk in such trade. Sykes believed they could hardly resist such temptation. If one summarized all of Zheng Zhilong's actions, from his rise under Li Dan to his eventual capture by the Manchus, one could see he was fundamentally a merchant who habitually thought with a merchant's mind, measuring everything by profit. As long as the Senate could offer him sufficient benefits, gaining his temporary cooperation or tacit acceptance posed no difficulty. This deal was also win-win, not merely beneficial to their side but also useful for reducing Zheng Zhilong's wariness. Benefits given too freely would inevitably arouse suspicion about underlying motives. Zheng Hongqi hesitated considerably. Ordinarily, they should keep the Australians at respectful distance, but the terms now offered were difficult to refuse. For a moment, he was uncertain how to respond. This matter, Third Master will naturally need to discuss with General Zheng. Lin Baiguang smiled and rose to leave. This further seized the initiative. Zheng Hongqi felt somewhat outmaneuvered. His original intention of making small talk to extract information had to be set aside. He immediately ordered his people to escort Lin Baiguang's party to the guest house and provide generous hospitality. Simultaneously, he had fresh fruits and vegetables sent to the sailors aboard Wencheng. Then he took the samples Lin Baiguang had brought and went directly to see his elder brother. Zheng Zhilong stood with arms crossed, listened to Zheng Hongqi's account, and after a long silence finally said, "Interesting." The Australians' move puzzled him considerably. If they merely wished to sell contraband salt, why suddenly land in Taiwan? To claim they needed Taiwan as a salt transit station was absurd. Fujian's salt consumption had not reached the point of requiring a dedicated storage facility. Taking a step back, even if a transit station were truly needed, Taiwan was hardly a suitable location. The Australians' Taiwan move left him both puzzled and uneasy, a thorn in his back. He sensed some larger design at work. But however suspicious he might be, he faced a clear choice. Either refuse cooperation and ignore the Australians' presence, or take immediate armed action to expel them, or accept cooperation and reap large profits from the contraband salt trade. If he chose the first or third option, he would have to tolerate the Australians' presence in Taiwan. If he wished to drive them out, force was necessary. The Australians, having gone to great lengths to dispatch a fleet to Taiwan and construct fortresses, would absolutely not withdraw easily. A few threatening words would certainly not make them leave. Choosing force, the Zheng family had no certainty of victory, never mind Liu Xiang watching covetously from the side. The choice between the first and third options was not difficult to guess for anyone who understood his thinking. Since the Australians could not be expelled, why not contentedly conduct business and profit from it? Taking a step back, Taiwan was not currently his territory anyway, it was the Dutch's. The Dutch would worry about the Australians' presence even more than he did. If action were to be taken, better let the Dutch handle it. If the Australians truly harbored designs on Taiwan, then as their influence expanded, they would sooner or later clash with the Dutch. At that time, entering the battlefield as an ally of the Dutch or the Australians would prove far more advantageous than acting now. This deal can be done. Zheng Zhilong rendered his final decision. End of chapter. Chapter 10:22. Advantages. Lin Baiguang found himself quite comfortable in the Anping guest house. Though officially government property, it was essentially private Zheng family estate, with maintenance and expenses naturally more generous than the emperor's own. The buildings were spotless, and the hostel clerks looked well-fed and proved extremely attentive to this honored guest of the Zheng family. Yet the Zheng family's reply was like a stone sinking into the sea, no word at all. His entourage watched the courtyard entrance each day, hoping for a Zheng family messenger. Besides the solicitous hostel attendants and clerks coming and going, no one appeared. His entourage were all naturalized citizens, and they grew anxious one by one, fearing they and their chief might be detained by the famous Great Sea Lord, possibly forfeiting their lives. Lin Baiguang remained untroubled. The Zheng family could not possibly refuse this bait. Even knowing it was poisoned, they could not resist. Zheng Zhilong possessed a powerful gambler's mentality. Through such gambling, in merely a decade or so, he had risen from a minor servant under his uncle to a settlement leader under Yan Siki, then vaulted to become the Southeast Sea's hegemon. Just as Zheng Zhilong would be lured to the Qing military camp and seized decades later, this was not actually his first time falling for such tactics. Years earlier, he had been tricked aboard a ship by Taiwan's Dutch governor knights, kidnapped, forced to sign a trade agreement, and compelled to pay ransom. Yet when the Manchus later dangled territorial enfeoffment as a king before him, Zheng Zhilong took the bait once more. From this perspective, the Great Library believed conducting salt trade with Zheng Zhilong was entirely feasible. As long as it was business, everything was negotiable. However, though neither the Senate Standing Committee nor the Branch Committee had revealed how they intended to resolve Zheng Zhilong and Liu Xiang, it was obvious that ambitious sea lords like them were inevitably marked for elimination. Their organizations were too large to accept reorganization. Even if they submitted, the Zheng family's leaders and the interwoven network of subordinate captains and confidants made this group impossible to rapidly absorb into the Navy and Commerce departments. Moreover, major sea lord organizations like those of Zheng Zhilong and Liu Xiang proved quite harmful to China's coastal maritime trade through their monopolistic pursuits. After Zheng Zhilong defeated Liu Xiang, he sold international trade maritime passage rights at exorbitant prices. One sailing permit cost 2,000 taels per year, effectively barring ordinary merchants and boat owners with insufficient capital from participating in ocean trade. Before the Ming fell, the Zheng Zhilong organization had virtually monopolized the Hirado trade with Japan. Among Chinese ships arriving at Hirado, 1/4 were Anhai ships under his direct control, and their struggles and monopolies in Chinese coastal areas also seriously disrupted domestic maritime commerce. The Senate sought to seize maritime hegemony and establish Pax Senatoria, peace under Senate rule. The purpose of achieving hegemony was not merely obtaining excess profits, but more importantly promoting maritime trade and stimulating coastal industrial and commercial development. If trade profits were all monopolized by channel merchants, then, except for necessities and luxuries, traders and retailers would eventually be forced to withdraw from this commercial system. Excessively high prices would also cause consumer purchasing power to shrink or even disappear entirely. Private monopoly means reaction. Ma Qianju had characterized the sea lords at an expanded executive committee meeting. It is backward, an old thing obstructing productive forces. Obstructing productive forces was a very serious characterization, roughly equivalent to a death sentence. Thus completely crushing them and absorbing the remnants was the executive committee's only choice. This had already become consensus among senators with access to core secrets. His purpose in coming to Anping was not primarily to show goodwill or lull Zheng Zhilong. That was merely incidental. The ocean fleet and transport squadrons cared nothing about either Liu Xiang or Zheng Zhilong's naval forces. The Senate's fleet primarily sailed outer ocean routes. Unless Zheng Zhilong possessed radar and wireless radio, accurately intercepting the fleet would prove extremely difficult. Even if he achieved incredible luck in catching the fleet or adopted an ambush approach at fixed locations, the battle's outcome would still prove unfavorable to him. The Navy had conducted numerous map-based wargame simulations at Macau, modeling various hostile activities that Zheng Zhilong, Liu Xiang, and the Dutch might undertake. Under various harsh conditions, all three powers still lost completely. Taking Zheng Zhilong's organization as an example, if Zheng Zhilong wished to attack Operation Engine Forces, never mind the main First Fleet and Second Fleet, even merely to intercept transport squadrons, he would have to deploy his entire main force to the Penghu area and establish positions. And the transport convoy commander would need to be foolish enough to crash directly into his ship formation. Once Lingao learned he was deployed at Penghu, 9 auxiliary boat squadrons returning would suffice to crush him. If Zheng Zhilong's fleet hid along the coast, that would relatively ensure their advantage. After all, in harbors and bays crisscrossed with sandbars and reefs in shallow waters, his fleet's majority of light vessels possessed great flexibility, and fire ships also stood some chance of success. But Operation Engine's transport routes generally avoided approaching the mainland coast. Zheng Zhilong was also unlikely to actively sortie into outer ocean routes to intercept Senate convoys. Traditional Chinese navigation depended heavily on maritime landmarks. Because China had not developed latitude and longitude concepts, even with compasses, ships still faced the problem of being unable to accurately determine position. The traditional method was celestial observation, roughly determining location through star positions, but more common and convenient was using maritime landmarks. In traditional navigation guides, bearing books, bearings to various destinations and courses were clearly recorded. Course changes always used sea landmarks as navigation markers. Ship navigation therefore generally followed coastlines or used sea islands and sandbars as reference points. Due to these fundamental deficiencies, Zheng Zhilong's ocean warfare capability was actually quite limited. Except for the Dutch, neither Liu Xiang nor Zheng Zhilong possessed the ability to conduct search operations across broad ocean expanses. In truth, their battles with the Dutch and other sea lords almost invariably occurred near coastal bays and islands. As for the Dutch, auxiliary boats alone numbered 9 squadrons, 36 large Fuchuan and Guangchuan. Any one of these 36 possessed firepower no less than large Dutch warships, and in quantity far exceeded them. Though Zheng Zhilong was said to command hundreds of warships, only 30 to 50 of these were dedicated large combat vessels. Individual ship combat power fell far below that of auxiliary boats. Even small Dutch sloops and brigs could engage Zheng Zhilong's fleet while outnumbered. Even if Zheng Zhilong concentrated all his warships, he might not match the auxiliary boat squadrons. The Navy had used computer programs to conduct simulated naval combat tests. One side was a typical large Dutch armed merchantman, the New Bantam, with 800 tons cargo capacity and maximum displacement over 1,200 tons, among the largest class in East Asian waters. Shipboard firepower consisted of 7 18-pounder culverins and 16 12-pounder demi-culverins, all the guns capable of entering artillery combat. Since cannons were distributed on both sides, its single broadside volley weight was only about 150 pounds. New Bantam proved completely helpless facing Lichun class and 901 types. Rifled gun power against early smoothbores was essentially godlike. According to software calculations, the destructive power of 130 Dahlgren rifled guns solid shot, incendiary and explosive shells, even with very conservative estimates, required at most only 5 or 6 hits to completely destroy New Bantam's combat and sailing capability. In one simulation, a solid shot directly penetrated the hull, struck the powder magazine, and detonated the entire ship. Even facing auxiliary boats without rifled guns, Dutch top warships held no advantage whatsoever. When confronting auxiliary boats equipped with 48-pounder smoothbore cannons and 68-pounder carronades, not only was volley weight inferior to auxiliary boats, but range, penetration, and accuracy were also completely outmatched. A typical auxiliary boat of the Guanchuan type, with approximately 200 tons standard displacement, mounted 6 48-pounder cannons alone, plus 4 68-pounder carronades. A single broadside could throw 280 pounds of shot, roughly double New Bantam's output. Moreover, the culverins and demi-culverins on Dutch warships had low individual shot weight and weak penetration. Culverin penetration fell far short of 24-pounders. According to French long gun data, Napoleonic era 18-pounder long guns at 100 yards had less penetration than 24-pounders at 300 yards. One 24-pounder shot delivered more destructive power than two 18-pounder shots, to say nothing of 48-pounder guns. With quality carriages, 24-pounder rate of fire also considerably exceeded culverins and demi-culverins. As for 68-pounder carronades, their point-blank range was 270 yards, while culverins reached only about 330 yards. At 5-degree elevation, carronades actually outranged culverins. And culverins required roughly 100 yards range against galleons for sufficient lethality, while 68-pounders proved the opposite. Penetration was so powerful they remained effective at great distances. Though Fuchuan construction was weaker, exchanging fire still posed no difficulty. In an artillery duel at 300 yards, culverins could certainly wreck Fuchuan, but 68-pounders could blast armed merchantmen to pieces. As for the Hexi class with even lighter armament, despite possessing inferior single broadside volley weight compared to New Bantam, even without escort from combat vessels like auxiliary boats, Hexi-class vessels sailing in convoy still constituted the most formidable fleet in East Asian waters. A transport convoy of 5 ships carried enough firepower to repel any fleet the Dutch could deploy at once. After all, to contend with Dutch fleets, Zheng Zhilong invariably had to concentrate his main force and fight in coastal waters just to secure victory. No matter how they calculated and simulated, as long as they avoided charging headlong into narrow waters for close-quarters engagement, whether Zheng Zhilong, Liu Xiang, or the Dutch, none posed any concern. End of chapter. Chapter 1023. Eve of the storm. Lin Baiguang had read the entire wargame simulation and artillery destructive power test reports. Like a man holding an unbeatable hand of cards, he could afford to tolerate his counterpart's few minutes of stalling. The Zheng family's delay was merely an attempt to win back some points and gain additional leverage in the upcoming SALT negotiations. Thinking of this, he could not help humming contentedly. I was originally a carefree person on Walong Ridge. In another dimension, a county leader where Lin Baiguang worked had loved Peking opera, so Lin Baiguang had learned a few passages to entertain the leader. He sang reasonably well. After 3 or 4 days, Lin Baiguang was finally invited to discuss specifics. Once both parties expressed intent, commercial cooperation proceeded smoothly. The two sides conducted a series of negotiations on price, payment method, and ship sailing safety. On supply price, Lin Baiguang remained relatively flexible. The Senate's salt production costs were minimal, so quoting slightly lower presented no difficulty. But on payment, he refused the method of year-round supply with settlement at the 3 festivals. This will not do. Lin Baiguang shook his head. Setting aside other matters, Zheng family's Anhai ships sail to Japan, but do they collect payment the following year? Japanese local merchants pay on the spot. You collect cash from the Japanese. Naturally, I must also collect cash from you. Lin Baiguang would yield no ground on this point. The Japanese paid cash because goods carried by Chinese merchants were all sought-after commodities. and the contraband salt he controlled was equally sought after in Fujian. However, he did make a small concession. The Zheng family could pay half the salt price with Fujian local products: indigo, medicinal herbs, timber, porcelain, and tea. These goods could either be used for foreign trade or directly by the Senate, making them quite valuable commodities comparable to silver. Both sides quickly reached agreement. Senate ships flying Great Wave shipping flags and Morning Star flags could enter Jeju Bay, limited to 3 ships per visit and 15 ships maximum per month. Ship size did not matter. As for cargo, besides each ship requiring half the hold space for salt, other goods were unrestricted. Zheng Hongqi indicated they also had substantial demand for grain. If the Senate was willing to transport and sell it, they would offer competitive prices. Fujian at that time was also a grain-deficient province. Lin Baiguang immediately said he would consider it. Senate ships entering Jeju Bay had to follow established rules: block cannon touch holes, centralize and seal powder magazines and weapons, fly Zheng family pennants, and so forth. These were standard conventions of the time, not humiliating terms, and Lin Baiguang agreed to all. As long as ships could continuously enter Jeju Bay, they could conveniently survey the entire bay's defenses and hydrographic tidal conditions, collecting sufficient data for the final solution. Lu Wenyuan wore a cloak and rode an unremarkable Mongolian horse, patrolling along the Willow Palisade. Around him marched a group of foot retainers carrying clubs, knives, and spears. November in Shandong was already bitingly cold. Wind made the willow fence rustle loudly. The previous night's frost still had not completely thawed. The planted willows had taken root, but now all their leaves had fallen, leaving only bare branches. Willow Palisade was his name for the willow fence erected on Qimu Island. His retainers, tenants, and servants did not understand why, but they adopted the term nonetheless. Daily inspection of the Willow Palisade had become his fixed routine. Wherever damage appeared, workers immediately made repairs. Half the able-bodied men among the recruited tenants, whether militia or not, patrolled, repaired, and reinforced the Willow Palisade daily. The barrier had grown from a single fence wall to a double fence wall. Starting a month ago, they had also added chevox de frise and wooden obstacles between the 2 walls. His subordinates thought this merely reflected Master Lu's excessive caution. After all, soldiers, bandits, and refugees ran rampant in Shandong. Any wealthy household either lived within city walls or built fortified compounds for self-protection. But they considered his Willow Palisade unnecessary. Master Lu had already constructed a very solid brick and stone fortress on Qimu Island. Ordinary bandits and rogue soldiers could not crack it, and such men would not venture to this desolate coastal island anyway. Only Huang An understood they would soon face a highly mobile rebel army with Liaodong cavalry as its core, formidable in combat and requiring considerable defensive measures. The patrol group walked through the biting sea wind to the Willow Palisade Gate. This was a simple wooden structure, though much more substantial than the crude palisade. The solid gate had a gatehouse above with firing ports, was covered, and was watched day and night by militia. Lu Wenyuan personally climbed the gatehouse to inspect the blankets and charcoal for militia to keep warm at night, whether torch illumination was adequately stocked, and whether the signal rockets for alarms were kept dry and usable. He was thorough and meticulous. Only if he took it seriously would his subordinates take it seriously. Though Lu Wenyuan was stationed on Qimu Island, occupied with construction and agricultural projects daily, wireless radio kept him fully informed of the entire operation's progress. A month ago, the Ocean Fleet had officially landed in Taiwan, raising the curtain on Operation Engine. 3 weeks later, he received a telegram. Taiwan's purification camps had reached capacity to process 2,000 people. He was to prepare to receive refugees from the southern Shandong region. Taoist Zheng was working on gathering refugees, and the first batch would soon be transferred to Qimu Island. On Qimu Island, necessary facilities were largely complete. The finished temporary barracks could accommodate 3,000 people. Grain, medicine, and necessary cold weather supplies had been stockpiled in considerable quantities. Due to limited conditions, Qimu Island served only as a transit station, not performing complex purification, merely providing refugees basic food and warmth, then rapidly transferring them out. The current primary destination was Taiwan. Transfer to Jeju would await the following spring. This was partly due to scheduling constraints and partly to avoid Jeju's harsh winter. Transporting to Taiwan at least saved large quantities of cotton clothing, bedding, and fuel. Gazing out from the gatehouse, Shandong's land stretched bleak and desolate. This was a famine year. The already barren and mountainous eastern three prefectures appeared even more forsaken. Though nearly noon, not a wisp of cooking smoke was visible anywhere. Longkou Bay showed scarcely any ships. In the distance came the sound of mule bells. That was the people-gathering team Lu Wenyuan had organized returning, in truth, a refugee collection patrol. Each team consisted of several two-wheeled mule carts and a squad of militia, traveling to nearby villages and main roads to collect refugees. Each trip brought back quite a few people. Women, children, the elderly, and those too weak from hunger to walk rode the carts. Those able to walk did so. Batch by batch, they were delivered to the island's temporary refugee camp. In less than half a month, they had collected over 500 people. Many were already dying of starvation when found. Among them were numerous infants and toddlers abandoned by roadsides and in empty buildings. Due to lack of food, clothing, and care, even when rescued, many could not survive. Every day, quite a few corpses were carried out through the Willow Palisade Gate to be buried in distant wastelands. Too tragic, Lu Wenyuan murmured. Since beginning his posting, he had witnessed many scenes that shook his nerves to the core. Even so, all of this still frequently disturbed him. Especially every morning when militia carried out the bodies of refugees who had died overnight from the barracks area, he always averted his gaze, afraid he could not bear it. Death, famine, and destruction, for those who had not experienced them firsthand, they were forever merely topics and statistics. Only when truly confronting them did one feel the horror. The militia hurried to open the gate, admitting the cart train and stream of people. The refugees walked in scattered and sparse, finally all entering with difficulty. The militia had to call out and guide them while distributing a piece of millet pancake to each refugee to help them regain strength. They dared not give more, fearing they would eat themselves to death. Lu Wenyuan descended from the gatehouse and asked Wang Qisuo, who had led the team, how many people collected. Reporting to Master, Wang Qisuo replied, his face reddened despite his thick cotton jacket and hat, clear snot running from the cold. There aren't many people remaining nearby. Today we collected over 40 total, mostly children and women plus some old men and women. Several are nearly starved to death. I don't know if they'll survive the night. You've worked hard. After delivering them to camp, you and the brothers may rest. Thank you, Master. Lu Wenyuan then returned to the farmstead. On the leveled ground before the buildings, women were rubbing sea asparagus on reed mats. The tender leaves of sea asparagus harvested from coastal mudflats and grasslands were sun-dried, then bundled and vigorously rubbed to remove bitter juice. Dried another afternoon and rubbed again, the leaves became supple and resilient, strands like tea leaves. Dried another day until moisture completely evaporated, and sea asparagus jerky was ready, stored in bags for consumption anytime. After Lu Wenyuan introduced this species to the mudflats, this extremely hardy coastal weed had immediately flourished. Sea asparagus possessed exceptional vitality and was highly salt-tolerant. Where salinity was low, it grew tender green. Where salinity was high, it turned red. The higher the salinity, the deeper the red, but this did not affect growth. He ordered tenant families' women to harvest it, then taught them hands-on how to process it. No one understood why the master was processing so many wild vegetables until the first batch of refugees was collected. Then this dried sea asparagus jerky found its purpose. Dried sea asparagus lacked the unusual bitter taste common to wild vegetables and possessed a light, mild flavor. Its nutrition was also quite rich. During the 3 years of natural disasters, it had saved many lives. In the old dimension, some people mixed it with pork crackling for buns or ate it cold dressed. Lu Wenyuan was less particular here. He used dried sea asparagus as filler, mixing it with relief rations and cooking it into porridge for refugees. As for cooking fuel, they burned sea asparagus stalks. End of chapter. Chapter 1024, Prologue. Sea asparagus seeds could also be pressed for oil. Though this year's harvest of seeds was limited, it still provided some precious fats. Lu Wenyuan's 3 daily meals were cooked with this oil. Lunch at the farmstead was eaten by Lu Wenyuan alone. Though called special supply, the standard was actually pitiful. The finest dish on the table was diced Tianchu factory cured meat stir-fried with eggs, accompanied by a few vegetable dishes, though the so-called vegetables were actually dried vegetables and pickles shipped from Lingao. In November Shandong, not even a green color could be seen, let alone fresh produce. The only thing approaching fresh vegetables was cellared local Napa cabbage. Lu Wenyuan's personal secretary had prepared a soup of cabbage and dried shrimp. After lunch and a brief rest, Lu Wenyuan immediately went to inspect the refugee camp. The camp was situated in a wind-sheltered, sunny spot on the island, yet even so, it remained bone-chillingly cold. Because these were temporary buildings, hastily erected wooden barracks with poor insulation, and what little cotton clothing they possessed could not meet demand, heating relied entirely on brick stoves with chimneys in each longhouse. Daily fuel consumption was enormous. In the desperate lean season, collecting sufficient firewood proved extremely difficult. There was almost no crop stubble remaining in the fields, and the eastern 3 prefectures' forest coverage was also sparse. Fortunately, Shandong contained quite a few coal-producing areas, with small coal mines and reasonable prices. Using his connections in the Shandong church, he could conveniently purchase coal and have it shipped to Longkou by boat. Upon lifting the thick door curtain of a longhouse, a smell mixing sweat, body odor, and coal smoke rushed to his nostrils. Lu Wenyuan could not help frowning. He looked up at the long ventilation windows near the roof, fortunately all open, or there truly would be deaths. The chimney showed no sign of backdraft either. The roof was sloped, fitted with several glass skylights, surprising many refugees who found this kind Master Lu extraordinarily extravagant. In truth, it merely served to utilize more sunlight and consume less fuel. The walkway was rammed earth. On both sides, floors were raised with dry-stacked mud bricks. Below ran flues utilizing the stove's excess heat, covered with thick wheat straw and dried seaweed. Refugees huddled together in groups of 3 to 5 to maintain warmth. The room temperature was roughly maintained at around 10 degrees, basically ensuring no one froze to death. Lu Wenyuan inspected everything. The building held only old people, women, and children. All able-bodied men had been drafted for work. Currently, they were constructing an earthwork rampart and ditch protected by a bastion around the refugee camp. The farmstead could not conduct agricultural work in winter, only construction. After examining all the buildings, he proceeded to the kitchen to inspect hygiene and ration distribution. They used special relief rations shipped from Hong Kong. Local grain prices were extremely high and quality poor. Lu Wenyuan had already abandoned hope of resupplying grain locally. Besides relief rations, at his request, milk substitute powder had also been shipped from Lingao, rice powder with a little sugar, to save as many children as possible. Lu Wenyuan inspected the kitchen with meticulous care. He maintained a clear account in mind. The Cheka had tables quantifying every type of relief food consumption down to the gram, requiring each kitchen to strictly follow them. Accounts and inventory showed no discrepancies. Finally, he particularly noted whether the naturalized citizen cooks showed any signs of gaining weight, wondering whether to weigh them. Like all senators, Lu Wenyuan did not believe in the power of morality. Leaving the kitchen, he asked his entourage for the 100th time, "Any new news?" Reporting chief, "Nothing yet." A gust of cold wind blew. Lu Wenyuan could not help shrinking his neck and tightening his cloak. Little Ice Age winters were no joke. He discovered he had developed chilblains. His feet were painful and itchy. Health Department's chilblain cream showed no noticeable effect. More worrying than the severe cold was, based on his experience, that if temperatures had already dropped this low by early November, Longkou Bay's surface might freeze by the coldest period. If it was only thin ice, that would not be too troubling. Lu Wenyuan feared the sea surface might eventually freeze solid enough for people to walk across. Shallow, relatively enclosed bays froze thick easily. Even in the 21st century, the Bohai Bay still froze extensively during winters. If that happened, the willow palisade he had erected on the sand dike would lose its ability to delay enemies, and the farmstead and refugee camp would be directly exposed to attack. The fortifications he was rushing to build addressed precisely this concern. His gaze turned to the beach. Besides women working on the sand, harvesting kelp, drying seaweed, a team of strong men was running along the beach in sleeveless undershirts despite the cold wind, shouting cadences. A stocky man with a bowl cut, also wearing an undershirt, ran alongside, occasionally shouting loudly. This was Chen Saijan's special reconnaissance team squad, which had arrived not long ago and was intensively conducting cold resistance training. Their presence reassured Lu Wenyuan somewhat. The machine guns they carried were truly fearsome weapons. Due to weather effects, the originally scheduled Northern Expedition Detachment's Shandong contingent, supposed to arrive a week ago, had not crossed on time. Currently, the main force remained stuck in Taiwan. Only an advance company carrying 4 48-pounder naval guns had landed on the scheduled date and was now urgently constructing gun emplacements. He checked his watch. Today was already November 1, 1631. According to the normal historical track, yesterday, October 31, 1631, Kang Yao, sent by Sun Yuanhua to reinforce Ming forces in Liaodong, was on his return march through Wuqiao when, due to supply shortages, his soldiers had requisitioned locally and clashed with local gentry. The whole army became restless, Kang Yao was seized, and the mutiny erupted. A rebellion lasting nearly 2 years, the Dengzhou Rebellion, had officially begun. Though Qimu Island was quite remote, it belonged to Huangxian County, precisely where rebels and government troops would repeatedly struggle. Given the rebels' high mobility with their mainly cavalry force, no one could guarantee the conflict would not reach this far. Lu Wenyuan needed sufficient means of self-protection, especially now, with the Northern Expedition Detachment not yet in position. He gazed out to sea, hoping to spot fleet black smoke and sails on the horizon, but there was nothing. The sea stretched empty. Lu Wenyuan sighed and walked back. On the bastion, soldiers were enthusiastically conducting artillery drill training. Some had simply removed their thick wool coats and trained in just undershirts, but this energy did not infect him. He returned gloomily to the farmstead's conference room and once again asked his secretary if there was any new news from Taiwan. No new news. The secretary replied, but added a new development. 10 minutes ago, a telegram had arrived from Jeju. The telegram inquired about Qimu Island refugee camp's reception capacity. If feasible, he planned to transfer some refugees there. Taoist Zheng had achieved brilliant results in the Jeju direction. Using the influence of the Zhuang clan of Dadianzhang, he had not only established a firm foothold, but was also successfully conducting refugee collection in the name of charity. Not long ago, he had experimentally sent a batch of refugees to Qimu Island to verify whether his planned refugee transport route was feasible. Reply to Jeju: temporarily do not send more refugees. The current Shandong situation remains unclear and roads may become impassable. He was dictating the reply when Chen Saijan walked in. This fitness trainer turned muscular man had a well-proportioned build and rosy complexion. While wiping sweat with a towel, he smiled and said, "Want to join me for the daily sauna followed by fitness training? Guaranteed to warm you up. Won't be afraid of cold all winter." "Thank you, but I do not plan to steam myself then freeze," Lu Wenyuan said weakly, taking a stamp from his inner pocket and pressing it onto the telegram. "Send it immediately." After Chen Sijin arrived on Qimu Island, he had immediately constructed a sauna room for himself, taking soldiers for saunas daily, then leading them running across the wilderness wearing undershirts. According to him, this was the best way to boost human cold resistance. Finns and Russians both loved saunas. Lu Wenyuan sent the secretary away, then said to Chen Sijin, "Old Chen, if the rebels attack now, do you believe we can hold?" Chen Sijin started, then immediately laughed. "It's not a question of holding, it's how we can fight more beautifully." "That sounds like big talk. Kong Yaod has at least 2,000 plus elite Liaodong cavalry after all. Has cavalry ever heard machine guns?" Chen Sijin replied. "Never mind machine guns. My squad is all automatic weapons. Basically, after one round of concentrated fire, the enemy will definitely scatter. Fighting a battle of annihilation would be difficult, but routing them is no problem." He slapped Lu Wenyuan's shoulder, so hard he nearly knocked him over. "Besides, there's also the advance company and those few cannons. That alone is enough to give Kong Yaod a nasty surprise." Though Chen Sijin said this, Lu Wenyuan remained somewhat worried. He had already dispatched scouts to monitor the main road to Huangxian daily, to detect the rebels' approach in time. Chen Sijin, however, held no interest in Kong Yaod. Kong Yaod's fate had been sealed the moment the Senate decided to intervene. He was leading the special reconnaissance team to participate in Operation Engine, not only to provide special operations support for the entire operation, but also with another mission. The Operation Engine command's basic attitude toward the Dengzhou rebellion was orderly chaos, meaning the upheaval should expand throughout the entire eastern three prefectures, creating as many refugees as possible for collection. However, their troop projection and personnel transport capacity was ultimately limited. Each period could only evacuate limited numbers. To avoid losing too many people and too much social wealth, the chaotic situation also had to be controlled and rhythmic, ensuring places that should be chaotic were completely chaotic, while places that should not be chaotic absolutely were not. End of chapter. Chapter 1025, landing at Qimu Island. To achieve such goals, appropriate guidance was necessary. The Senate possessed no silver-tongued intermediaries capable of manipulating Kong Yaod, Li Jiacheng, and others through eloquent speech. The only approach was armed intervention. Block or accelerate rebel movement at certain nodes. Guide the rebels to operate according to command's requirements. Besides deploying Special Operations Forces, this was also the Northern Expedition Detachment's primary mission. In the overall operational deployment, Command had made a decision to ensure Sun Yuanhua would not fall into rebel hands. As long as Sun Yuanhua avoided capture by the rebels, not only would his culpability greatly decrease, but in the subsequent suppression operations, he would occupy a more proactive and advantageous position. Authority over suppression would likely fall to him. Combined with Su Guangqi at court, the Restoration Society they were actively cultivating, and eunuch Yang's influence in the palace, internal and external coordination would be possible. With deft maneuvering, he might well be cleared of charges or even earn merit, thereby preserving Sun Yuanhua's position as Dengzhou governor. Retaining Sun Yuanhua as Dengzhou governor would greatly facilitate the Senate's subsequent operations in Shandong. The eastern three prefectures in particular were geographically self-contained, possessing many excellent coastal ports, with potential for armed separatism. According to normal history, before long the Manchus' second invasion would enter Shandong, devastating the region. Ming court rule in Shandong would be severely damaged. At that point, using the eastern three prefectures as a base, they could extensively infiltrate the entire Shandong region. Even if Sun Yuanhua's governorship could not be saved, he still retained room for reinstatement. Using this to cultivate Sun Yuanhua and Su Guangqi's more progressive and pragmatic bureaucratic faction at court would also positively impact the next phase of political and economic infiltration of the Great Ming. Moreover, such cultivation proved more durable than relationships obtained purely through silver bribes. A primary mission of the Special Operations Team was ensuring Sun Yuanhua would not fall into rebel hands. If necessary, the team would mount a rescue. Command could not accurately estimate how much Sun Yuanhua could be used and controlled, but this person championed Western learning and valued practical affairs. He was a relatively flexible, pragmatic official. Combined with the Jesuits serving as their banner, cooperation should be achievable to some degree. Through Huang and Son's household retainer Sun Yuan, along with other former comrades-in-arms, Lu Wenyuan could roughly track Sun Yuanhua's general activities in the Dengzhou-Leizhou region. He had placed an operative in Dengzhou, with a group of couriers bringing that day's confirmed intelligence daily. Wang Qisuo wore a thick cotton jacket, standing guard at the newly completed gun emplacement near the jetty. Master Lu called it not a gun emplacement but a blockhouse. The name was quite apt, because it was a 3-story brick and stone building where garrison soldiers could live inside. Atop it was mounted a strange cannon, square-shaped, with densely packed iron tubes inside, mounted on a circular disc-shaped frame. He stood beside this delicate cannon, polished and oiled daily, wrapped in a gun cover, gazing out to sea. The sea wind howled. The cold was truly unbearable, but Wang Qisuo dared not slack off. This was a task personally assigned by militia leader Huang And. Watch the sea constantly. Report immediately if any ships belching black or white smoke. He had emphasized this to Wang Qisuo several times. Wang Qisuo was puzzled. Ships belching white smoke was understandable, perhaps someone cooking on deck. But black smoke meant the ship was on fire, did it not? Puzzled or not, he still executed the task meticulously. Since being saved by Master Lu, he had come to understand these people's way of working. No unnecessary chatter, absolute obedience to superiors' orders, do everything according to the rules. These shorn-haired criminals certainly have their methods, Wang Qisuo said to himself. Though he did not understand why he was watching the sea, he still remained alert, scanning the cold, desolate ocean. Neither on the open sea nor in the bay were many ships visible. Only some small fishing boats were active in nearby waters, including several boats belonging to the island's fisher tenants. These vessels brought fresh fish and shrimp daily for the militia to feast upon. In the bay, under refugee labor, Qimu Island's jetties had grown from 1 to 3. The longest stretched nearly half a li. No one knew what purpose so many long jetties served. Besides Master Lu's tenants' fishing boats, only cargo ships carrying coal, grain, and timber docked here. Suddenly, several columns of black smoke rose on the distant sea, very striking against the clear winter sky. He hurried forward several steps, nearly leaning past the blockhouse top's battlements. No mistake, definitely black smoke, 4 columns total. As time passed, the smoke trails grew thicker, rising straight toward the heavens. Wang Qisuo's spirits rose. They're here. He hastily struck the bell hung by his sentry post. The Second Fleet's main force had arrived. Flagship Zhenyang, accompanied by Nangchao, Daishuang, and Fubo, forming the escort convoy, along with 8 H-800 transport ships carrying the Northern Expedition Detachment's main force. The Second Fleet had deployed virtually in its entirety. This reflected the consideration that Longkou lay very close to the Ming forces' Pinglai naval base. Large-scale maritime transport would certainly attract Ming attention and required sufficient protection. Additionally, after escorting the main forces' landing, the Second Fleet would proceed to cruise Jeju Island waters, conducting preventive strikes against Great Ming and Joseon naval forces active there, seizing sea control, and clearing obstacles for the next phase's Jeju Island landing. Wang Qisuo stared wide-eyed, watching the fleet approach Qimu Island amid rolling waves. So many large ships. Momentarily he held his breath involuntarily. The shorn-haired criminals' fleet was truly formidable. They lived up to their reputation. Shortly after reporting the fleet's arrival, Wang Qisuo observed a group of people in blue clothing surge from the buildings on shore, boarding several small boats moored by the water and rowing quickly toward the bay's outer areas. These were the naval pilot personnel who had arrived earlier, immediately deploying navigation buoys outside the bay. The Second Fleet's ships were too numerous and too large. Even 3 jetties could not meet docking needs, so all small boats on the island were deployed for ferrying personnel and cargo. The bay was bustling with crisscrossing boats. Wang Qisuo watched dumbstruck as soldiers he had never seen before poured endlessly from those dozen-plus large ships. They wore uniform dark gray long coats, hems reaching above the knees, with white belts at the waist, thick furry hats with ear flaps protecting the cheeks, and gleaming star insignia on the hat fronts. They bore crossbody bags and canteens on their chests, short swords at their waists, tight boots on their feet, and large backpacks with thin wool blankets strapped atop. Each carried a long musket on their back. So this is the shorn-haired criminals' army, Wang Qisuo thought, somewhat different from the rumors, but he had to admit that although the criminals dressed strangely, their clothing and equipment were impeccably clean and sharp. Each soldier possessed extraordinary bearing, clearly an elite tiger and wolf force at a glance. Under corporals' commands, soldiers landed by squad. The moment they set foot on the jetty, corporals' orders rang out continuously. Fall in, count off, check equipment, forward march. Senate-approved military songbook, number 17. The Great Army fears no long march, sing. As deep male voices rose in chorus, squad after squad began moving from the jetty, troops disembarking from ships endlessly, making observers feel the soldiers were inexhaustible. At the temporary barracks on the dock, the 4th Infantry Battalion's banner flew. Northern Expedition Detachment Commander Zhu Mingxia stood under the flag, extending his hand to the quickly approaching Lu Wenyuan. Finally, you've arrived. Lu Wenyuan nearly had tears of joy. No more worrying now. Now we can relax. You have old Chen holding down the fort. What's there to fear? I don't even have a machine gun. Zhu Mingxia joked. Chen Saijin chuckled. Little Lu trusts your Mini-A rifles more than machine guns. Lu Wenyuan could not be bothered to counter. He waved. Come, let's talk inside the command post. The command post was the farmstead's conference room, already warmed with floor heating, cozy and comfortable. Zhu Mingxia immediately shed his officer's short coat upon entering. It's really warm here. He looked around, stretching. Much more comfortable on land. Ships are too exhausting. He removed his hat and sat down heavily. The Northern Expedition Detachment had been delayed a full half-month in Taiwan. Though the soldiers had not been idle, Zhu Mingxia had felt extremely anxious, worried that too much delay would reduce the troops' time to adapt to local conditions. This battalion was visiting the cold north for the first time. Though many northern soldiers had been transferred in, Guangdong, Guangxi, Fujian, and Jiangxi origin soldiers still constituted over 2/3 of the Northern Expedition Detachment. Where's the troop camp set up? He asked. This was his most pressing concern. Lu Wenyuan had already made arrangements. He opened the Qimu Island topographical map on the table and indicated a location. Barracks are in a mountain valley between the east and west hills, wind-sheltered, sun-facing with water sources nearby. I've had laborers build drainage ditches and public latrines there, plus a batch of semi-underground dugouts and wooden barracks, but the quantity may be insufficient. That's fine. Soldiers can build more themselves, Zhu Mingxia said. How are the food supplies? 1 week's rations for 5,000 people. That's plenty. Including the advance company, landing forces total only about 1,000. The Northern Expedition Detachment main force landing at Qimu Island comprised 6 infantry companies, 1 engineer company, 1 artillery company, and 2 supply companies. The remaining troops would deploy to Jeju Island. End of chapter. Chapter 1026. The Butterfly of Wuqiao. Just as the Longku side was tensely making preparations, in a small village outside Wuqiao County in Hebei, neighboring Shandong. Amidst falling rain and snow, a dilapidated small temple stood lonely on a bare little mound. Below the mound, horses and disheveled soldiers were scattered loosely, perhaps 1,000 or more. Crowded together around flickering campfires, they cursed while extending hands to warm themselves over the flames. A tall, burly young general wearing a surcoat over his armor stood beneath the small temple's eaves. His face was dark, his skin rough, his expression bearing the cold, solemn look only battle-hardened veterans possessed. Behind him hung a banner. The banner was soaked through in the cold rain and snow, hanging limply under the corridor eaves. Only when a cold wind blew could one barely make out the character Kong. Several horses were tethered before the temple doors, much taller and more spirited than the herd below the slope. The horses wore expressions of disgust, unwillingly eating already blackened wheat straw that soldiers had pulled from peasants' rooftops. He seemed to be waiting for someone, gazing intently northward. To the north, beyond vast fields and sparse small woods, lights glimmered faintly. That was Sangyuan Town, where Wuqiao County seat was located. This general was none other than Kong Yaod, Infantry Left Battalion Deputy Commander of Dengzhou. Though his official position was in the Infantry Left Battalion, he actually commanded former Liaodong Cavalry. He hailed from Tailing in Liaodong. Both his father and he had been local miners. After Nurhasai rose up, Tailing Guard soon fell. In his youth, Kong Yaod participated in his father's Antilater Jin uprising in Tailing. After the uprising failed, he wandered through Liaodong, joined the military at Guangning, and once rose to Mobile Corps Commander. After Guangning's garrison was disbanded, he joined Mao Wenlong's forces and changed his name to Mao Yangshi. After Mao Wenlong was killed by Yuan Chonghuan, his former Eastern Sea troops were led by Eastern Sea Deputy Commander Chen Zhisheng. Soon after, Deputy Commander Liu Xingzhai rebelled on Pai Island, killing Chen Zhisheng and over 10 others. The newly appointed Eastern Sea Commander-in-Chief, Huang Long, immediately went to Pai Island to suppress them. Feeling marginalized by Huang Long, Kong Yaod and Zheng Zhangming refused to accept Huang Long's leadership and led their troops to join Dengzhou Governor Sun Yuanhua. Kong Yaod became Infantry Left Battalion Deputy Commander, still commanding his former troops. Rain and snow fell continuously from the sky, accompanied by northwest wind. Blowing against the already soaked surcoat, it felt especially cold. Each breath exhaled white fog. Most cavalry below the hill were thinly dressed, dirty and ragged. They huddled together in groups of 3 or 5, wrapping their tattered clothes tight. Some spoke in low voices, others swayed, already dozing off. At that moment, several fast horses came from the north. The hoofbeats broke the mound's silence. Hearing the hoofbeats, he exhaled heavily. Before long, the hoofbeats drew closer. Then, among the sparse, leafless bushes under the dim moonlight, a small squad appeared. The squad numbered 4 or 5 men. The leader was a young centurion. After climbing the hilltop, they all dismounted. The leading officer led his horse to the general and reported. Reporting to General, "The matter is settled." Hearing this news, Kong Yaod's brow relaxed slightly. The long march to reinforce Liaodong was already a bitter, uncertain mission. He had not expected such an incident on the road. When Kong Yaod's force arrived at Wuqiao, they encountered terrible weather of mixed rain and snow. The troops were undersupplied, cold and hungry. They had neither pay nor provisions. Wuqiao County was asked to prepare supplies, but the county completely ignored them. Kong Yaod was a passing general from Shandong with no influence in Hebei. The army was nearly out of food. Commoners in villages and towns greatly feared soldiers. Late Ming armies had terrible discipline, and long marches were almost indistinguishable from roving bandits. Hearing troops had arrived, everyone fled. Though the county seat did not close its gates against them, all shops and markets were shuttered. Even wanting to buy grain, there was nowhere to go, let alone having no money. The saying, "soldiers never starve," had existed since ancient times. Without provisioned supplies, soldiers became self-sufficient. With officers' tacit approval, they split into small groups at night, quietly left camp, and went to villages and cities to find provisions, which was, in truth, robbery. During the plundering, one soldier broke down the door of a seemingly unremarkable house in the city and stole a chicken. Unfortunately, this chicken had been raised by a household servant of the Wang Xiangchun family, a prominent Shandong clan. Offending local gentry produced a very different outcome from robbing commoners, so the offending soldier was pierced with arrows and paraded through camp. In ancient armies, this was an extremely severe punishment, second only to beheading. The resentful soldier immediately killed the household servant. This created a genuine problem for Kang Yaod, who had wanted to settle things quietly. Ming Dynasty gentry power was formidable, and Wang Xiangchun was no ordinary man, a former high official who had appeared in the Donglan roster of heroes. This was first-tier local gentry before whom county magistrates and prefects had to show respect. Wang Xiangchun's son would not let the matter rest and demanded an investigation. Kang Yaod was merely a minor deputy commander. Though he could lead over 1,000 men in battle, in terms of power and status, he was no match for gentry like the Wang family. Given the Donglan party's enormous influence at court, if the Wang family truly filed formal impeachment by name, removing a minor deputy commander would prove effortless. So he could only continue swallowing his pride, leading his troops out of Wuqiao county seat to camp on this wasteland while dispatching Li Yingyuan to negotiate. "I beheaded the offending soldier. The matter's settled," Li Yingyuan said indignantly. The steward who came out to negotiate still seemed unsatisfied. Only after I gave him another 10 taels did he appear content. Kang Yaod sighed heavily. Nothing to be done. What a waste of a good man, he stamped his foot. Those bookworms, so attached to their possessions, forcing us to serve on empty stomachs. The brothers all say they cannot endure any more, first forcing us to sea to Pai Island to suppress Huang Long's rebellion. Cannot Huang Long handle it himself? If, General, you hadn't decisively turned back, we'd probably be fish food by now. Now they're making us freeze and starve while rushing us to Daling to die. Li Yingyuan grew agitated. We've risked our lives for the court, followed Marshal Mao on the island eating sand and fighting Tartars. How many brothers died? The court and gentry have never treated us as human beings. A ripple passed through the surrounding guards and officers. All were former Eastern Sea troops who had followed Mao Wenlong in Liaodong. Marshal Mao's execution had planted seeds of discontent in their hearts. Marginalized by Huang Long in Eastern Sea, then after arriving in Dengzhou, constantly discriminated against by local Shandong troops and southern troops. This northern reinforcement to Daling was originally a suicidal mission with slim survival odds, yet they still had to endure such treatment along the way. The troops' resentment grew ever deeper. These words resonated powerfully with Kang Yaod. His chest heaved as if wanting to speak, but ultimately he said nothing. He waved decisively and said with a fierce grin, "We cannot afford to provoke those lords right now. Cannot stay here, the troops and horses will freeze. All units move out. We'll travel far and find a village to massacre. Let everyone warm up properly." "Yes, sir." Li Yingyuan and the officers beside him responded in unison, their faces eager with excitement. Though the army had been robbing constantly along the way, they had at least only taken enough food to fill their bellies, not daring to go too far. Now that they were permitted to cut loose, there would be rich pickings. Everyone scattered to prepare for departure. Li Yingyuan was about to leave when Kang Yaod stopped him. "Yingyuan, when will your father arrive?" Li Yingyuan's father was named Li Jiacheng. Though only a mobile corps commander in rank, he held great prestige among the former Eastern Sea troops in Liaodong. Even men like Kang Yaod had to show him respect. Over a month ago, Li Jiacheng had been sent by son Yuanhua to the frontier to purchase horses from the Mongols. He had not bought horses but had spent all the money. Fearing punishment, he dared not return to Dengzhou. Hearing that Kang Yaod was leading troops north, he sent word to contact Kang Yaod, wanting to march north together to see if he could earn military merit to offset his crime. Li Jiacheng possessed considerable prestige among Eastern Sea veterans. With military morale currently wavering, Kang Yaod urgently needed an old general like Li Jiacheng to calm and steady things. Otherwise, this force would not reach Shanhai Pass before scattering halfway, and this commanding general would have no choice but to flee to avoid losing his head. Li Yingyuan reported, "My father sent someone to say that because of road conditions and wind and snow, he was blocked on the way. He'll reach Wuqiao to meet the general in a couple of days." In the old dimension, Li Jiacheng, fearing punishment for losing the horse-buying money, had already arrived in Kang Yaod's army on October 31. The Li father and son inciting soldiers was precisely the main catalyst for Kang Yaod's force launching the Wuqiao mutiny. But in this dimension, Li Jiacheng was blocked on the road and did not arrive at the army that day, thus losing the opportunity to incite the soldiers' revolt. History's butterfly had flapped its wings slightly in a different direction. This was something the senators had not anticipated. "Good. We head north," Kang Yaod ordered. "Send a few sharp brothers in civilian clothes to Sangyuan town to wait for General Li to catch up." With the order, the originally cold, hungry, drowsy soldiers suddenly perked up, tightening saddle girths and mounting their horses. Over 1,000 infantry and cavalry let out a shout and headed north. The morning sun of November first shone upon Wuqiao county seat. When townspeople learned the Shandong army had departed far away, they breathed sighs of relief and opened their doors to resume their livelihoods. No one knew they had just escaped a calamity originally destined to befall them. More than 20 li to their north, a large village had already vanished in smoke, completely massacred. The senators tensely waiting on Qimu Island had no one anticipating this development. In their view, any historical event would strictly follow the old dimension's historical track. Author's note: according to Kang Yaod's biography, Li Jiacheng father and son played a greater role in the Wuqiao mutiny than Kang Yaod. Subsequently, Kang Yaod and others elected Li Jiacheng as Grand Marshal, also indicating Li Jiacheng's actual influence among Eastern Sea veterans was much stronger than Kang and Zheng. End of chapter. Chapter 10:27. Going north and going east, the ripples of this change soon reached Qimu Island. Yet the reports trickling back from Lu Wenyuan's scattered scouts remained frustratingly consistent. No situation found. This maddening uniformity gnawed at the nerves of the transmigrators, Lu Wenyuan, Chen Saijian, and Zhu Mingxia, who had been brimming with confidence, poised for operations to commence. According to their historical timeline, Kang Yaod should have raised the flag of rebellion on October 31st. By November 22nd, a mere 22 days later, he should have led his army to the very gates of Dengzhou City. Yet several days had now passed with nothing. The scouts monitoring the Huangxian official road should have picked up at least fragmentary intelligence by now, whispers of someone has revolted, perhaps, given that Kang Yaod commanded over 1,000 well-equipped men, a force not easily overlooked. But the merchants traveling from the Jeju direction brought no such news. Nothing at all. November 10th arrived. Still silence on the roads. The trio could no longer sit idle. After urgent consultation, Zhu Mingxia ordered the deployment of disguised reconnaissance cavalry. Through his connection with Sun Yuanhua, Lu Wenyuan had previously purchased over a dozen Mongolian horses from the Dengzhou army specifically for this purpose. The Fubo army had always lacked the rapid maneuverability necessary for battlefield reconnaissance. Those serving as reconnaissance cavalry were not the regular scouts from the Special Reconnaissance Detachment, but rather personnel from the Cavalry Training Squadron attached to the northbound detachment. Anticipating that the Dengzhou operation might yield captured horses aplenty, a full company from the Army Training Command's Cavalry Training Squadron had been incorporated into the northbound detachment for on-the-spot utilization. One platoon had already been transported to Qimu Island. The Fubo Army's cavalry doctrine mirrored the light cavalry tactics of the Napoleonic era: reconnaissance, harassment, pursuit, never intended for shock charges or breakthrough operations. Accordingly, every cavalryman in the training squadron had undergone extensive reconnaissance training. Lu Wenyuan surveyed the dozen or so disguised reconnaissance cavalrymen assembled before him. They looked genuinely pathetic, exactly right. Dressed as small-time traveling merchants working alone, each accompanied by a partner leading a laden donkey. When they opened their mouths, they spoke in thick, often unintelligible Shandong dialect. Lu Wenyuan inquired and discovered they weren't all Shandong natives. They had been specially trained, each one glib and fluent in the regional speech. They've trained for over a year. This counts as their first real combat deployment, Zhu Mingxia observed. I'd originally intended to deploy them later, but the need has arisen sooner than expected. Each reconnaissance cavalryman carried a monocular telescope, a revolver, and 2 grenades. They operated in pairs, maintaining visual contact with no more than a hilltop between teams. According to the deployment plan, 7 or 8 teams fanned out toward Jeju, searching forward in 3 to 5 staggered layers. The reconnaissance cavalry pushed forward along the main road toward Wuqiao, gathering intelligence along the way. Useful information remained elusive until one group reached Sanyuan Town in Wuqiao County. There, they finally extracted something valuable from local peddlers. Kang Yao's unit had passed through this place heading north some 10 days prior. The chicken stealing incident had indeed occurred, but the matter had been settled. The soldier who stole the chicken and killed someone had been beheaded, and the master of the Wang family had pursued it no further. Kang Yao had already led his troops away, but what followed had terrified the local populace. Days later, word arrived that a large village several dozen li away had been wiped out entirely. Though the government claimed bandits were responsible, everyone whispered that the Liaodong soldiers were the true culprits. Several large households among the slaughtered had wealthy and well-connected relatives, making the matter impossible to suppress. The local gentry had jointly petitioned the county magistrate and dispatched representatives to lobby the prefectural authorities, intent on accusing these lawless soldier bandits. Does going to the government even help with such things? The reconnaissance cavalryman affected an ignorant expression. Back in my hometown, if soldiers kill a few people, the masters in the county don't care at all. They insist it was bandits. Even appealing to the provincial authorities might not work. You, sir, are a traveling merchant with wide horizons. What haven't you seen? For a small folk, if a soldier lord cuts us down, we're cut down. But several large households died in that village, connected to several gentry families in this county. One family even has distant relations with Master Wang's household. Master Wang couldn't pretend not to see it. Neighbors and kinsmen, he couldn't possibly explain it away. The reconnaissance cavalry dared not delay. They immediately dispatched riders back to Qimu Island with the news. This intelligence sparked deep anxiety among the Qimu Island trio. What the scouts reported meant that Kang Yao had not raised the flag of rebellion in Wuqiao as history recorded. Instead, he had smoothed things over through other means. This meant he would lead his army further north, eventually either suffering defeat at Daling, dying or surrendering, or perhaps, given his wavering morale, defecting directly to the Manchus. Should such a scenario unfold, the plan to use Kang Yao to plunge Shandong into chaos would collapse entirely. Numerous subsequent plans would require revision. Most pressingly, whether occupying Jeju Island remained necessary became a serious question. If Kang Yao won't rebel, we must force him to rebel. Zhu Mingxia slammed the table. Otherwise, we'll have to go into battle bare-chested ourselves. Chen Sijin spoke up. Can we use Sun Yuanhua to pressure him? Given that he's been slaughtering entire villages, surely Sun Yuanhua would find it difficult to shield him. I doubt it. Lu Wenyuan shook his head repeatedly. Sun Yuanhua's skill in managing soldiers is limited, and his ability to restrain subordinates is weak. Moreover, he views the old Dongjiang men as his political capital. Besides, this sort of thing isn't rare in the late Ming. Sun Yuanhua wouldn't make trouble for a valiant general with strong soldiers like Kang Yaod over such a matter. I believe we can only count on the local gentry in Wuqiao, the Wang family, for instance. Lu Wenyuan was a field operative who had received considerable professional training in history. Having spent several months in Shandong alongside Zhao Yinggong, he had grown relatively familiar with Ming Dynasty social conditions. After careful consideration, he proposed a new approach. The Wang family is a famous gentry household in Wuqiao, tremendously powerful. The family head Wang Xiangchun was a hardcore member of the Donglin party. In the past, he was listed in the Donglin water margin, where he was nicknamed Heavenly Damage Star White Stripe in the Waves. Good heavens, White Stripe in the Waves, Chen Saijin laughed. The eunuch party had real literary talent, and Wang Xiangchun has a cousin named Wang Xiangjin, who serves as administration commissioner of Zhejiang, not an insignificant rank. Setting aside these brothers, Wang Xiangchun alone could make Kang Yaod suffer prepared consequences. The question remained whether the Wang family would be willing to take the lead. Lu Wenyuan believed the probability was high. Since the master of the Wang family had been willing to stand up for a servant's chicken, then with a local village slaughtered and distant relatives among the victims, for both public and private reasons, their family would have to speak out. The problem is, even if they speak up, it will take months. We can't wait that long. Lu Wenyuan scratched his head. Since keeping a hair bun, he couldn't wash his hair often and frequently felt his scalp itching. That's true. The urgent task is to locate Kang Yaod's unit and ascertain his next movements before we can take action, Zhu Mingxia said. Originally, their grasp of historical materials had given them a feeling of one-way transparency regarding the battlefield situation. Now Kang Yaod's unexpected deviation had brought the fog of war descending once again. Where is he now? According to the Reconnaissance Cavalry's report, after Kang Yaod led his troops out of Wuqiao County City, he had traveled north for about 20 li, wiped out a large village, and then vanished from observation. Several teams are still searching along the road. The latest news hasn't arrived yet. Zhu Mingxia spread open the map and marked Kang Yaod's last known position. Studying the terrain, if Kang intended to continue north toward Shanhai Pass to execute his mission of reinforcing Daling, he should be heading east, not suddenly veering north. To the north lay Dongguan County and Nampi County, far from the route to Shanhai Pass. What's he doing running toward Dongguan and Nampi? Chen Saijin was puzzled. Could it be? He noticed that both county seats on the map bordered the Grand Canal. He's not thinking of robbing boats on the canal, is he? The Grand Canal was a vital north-south artery. Hundreds, even thousands of boats sailed its waters daily, an obviously lucrative target. No, he wouldn't dare. Lu Wenyuan shook his head. Openly leading troops to intercept canal boats, that would be rebellion. Isn't he going to rebel anyway? That's true enough, Zhu Mingxia said. I estimate Kang Yaod's northern movement toward Dongguan and Nampi is either an attempt to pull off a major heist along the canal, or it's purely a feint. He believed the latter possibility more likely. If Kang Yaod possessed the will to rebel, he could have started in Wuqiao. There was no need to rush to Nampi or Dongguan. Wuqiao County City alone offered rich pickings. His avoidance of the county seat and movement northward clearly contained an element of plausible deniability. Should the court investigate later, he could claim innocence. His route wasn't originally headed north. Kang Yaod's men are cavalry, highly mobile. He could easily push all the way north, ransacking several villages en route, then suddenly turn east and rejoin his original path toward Shanhai Pass. With sufficient provisions, a cavalry unit can easily cover 40 kilometers a day. But in that case, he wouldn't rebel in Shandong at all. That possibility exists, Lu Wenyuan acknowledged. However, historically, Kang Yaod never intended to rebel initially. The Wuqiao mutiny had an element of him being forced into participation. It was primarily the lower-level officers and soldiers who decided to launch the uprising. This indicated that rebellious sentiments had always simmered among the old Dongjiang troops stationed in Shandong. Once Kang Yao mutinied at Wuqiao and arrived in Dengzhou, he received support from Zheng Zhangming and other former Dongjiang men. Throughout the Dengzhou rebellion, the rebel army continuously gained assistance and rallied responses from Dongjiang veterans, growing rapidly in strength. At a deeper level, the mutiny of the original Dongjiang units was an inevitability. One need only examine the situation in Shandong to see this. Lu Wenyuan had spent several months in Shandong, dealing extensively with churches, government officials, military units, and common folk. In his assessment, the Liaodong Army's rebellion was inevitable. Conflicts between guest armies and local forces in Shandong were constant. The land was barren, the people impoverished. Gentry and local strongmen held disproportionate power. The long sidelined and discriminated Liaodong soldiers had accumulated sufficient resentment. They lacked only a spark. End of chapter. Chapter 10:28. Forcing Kang to rebel against the Ming Dongjiang town, isolated in Liaodong, was equally unstable during this period. Huang Long proved incapable of suppressing Mao Wenlong's former subordinates, and the internal strife that had begun with Chen Jisheng's assassination was only intensifying. Under the combined pressure of internal and external forces, it was merely a matter of time before the old Dongjiang men launched a large-scale uprising. All three transmigrators shared this assessment. The difficulty lay in the evaporation of their one-way transparency. Kang Yao's next move had become opaque, unpredictable. Their urgent task was to anticipate Kang's intentions and prepare accordingly. Zhu Mingxia bent over the map, his colored pencil tracing lines across the glass plate. Lu Wenyuan and Chen Saijin watched him tensely. As military commander, the responsibility for deducing the enemy's specific movements fell to him. In my opinion, Kang Yao's movements won't deviate significantly, Zhu Mingxia announced after prolonged study. He pointed to the large-scale map spread before them and cleared his throat. First, we all agree. Kang Yao's rebellion is the inevitable product of harsh circumstances colliding with irreconcilable contradictions. The question is merely when and where, not whether. Second, we must understand why Kang Yao would target Dengzhou. This is crucial. It directly shapes our next move. Kang knows Sun Yuanhua intimately and understands that he differs from other Ming bureaucrats. Sun Yuanhua maintains the friendliest disposition toward the old Dongjiang men. Whether Kang seeks to lull his opponent while rapidly expanding his gains, or genuinely harbors hope for amnesty, Sun Yuanhua represents his best option. If he leads his forces to Dengzhou, there remains a glimmer of hope for pardon. That's the first point. Second, his colleagues and former subordinates are stationed in Dengzhou, alongside a large concentration of Liaodong soldiers. These men face the same problems and harbor the same resentments as Kang Yao's own unit. If he means to rebel, only in Dengzhou can he find sufficient, reliable, battle-hardened allies. Third, as a general with extensive combat experience, once he raises the banner of rebellion, he inevitably requires a stronghold with adequate food and weapons, a position from which he can advance or retreat at will. Examining the surrounding cities, Dengzhou proves most suitable. It serves as the primary gathering place for Kang Yao and the other old Dongjiang men. The islands scattered across Bohai Bay are mostly occupied by former Dongjiang units, facilitating coordination. Although the mutiny was not his single-handed design, once it erupts, Kang Yao has no choice but to return to his own people as swiftly as possible and use the original Dongjiang units to rapidly expand his strength. If he contents himself with aimless wandering, his forces will be exhausted before long in Shandong. Finally, his staunchest followers, men like Zheng Zhangming, are inside Dengzhou City. With coordination from within and without, Dengzhou becomes the easiest city to capture. Precisely because of these three factors, as long as Kang raises the flag of rebellion, Dengzhou is not merely his best choice, it is his inevitable one. You have a point. so Kang Yao will return to Dengzhou sooner or later. As long as his unit doesn't stray too far from Shandong, that will be his best option after the mutiny. Zhu Mingxia exuded confidence. Based on this assessment, our countermeasure is straightforward. Zhu Mingxia proposed immediately deploying all reconnaissance cavalry and spies composed of local natives to track Kang's movements. In addition to long-range tracking by cavalry, they could not neglect the original route toward Liaodong to reinforce Daeling, in case he genuinely proceeded to the front lines. Kang's unit consisted entirely of cavalry with distinctive appearances, making them difficult to conceal for long and impossible for scouts to mistake. For the local natives, they would immediately dispatch agents to spread accounts of his village massacres near Dengzhou. Within days, these stories would be embellished by the locals and reach the ears of both the Liaodong soldiers and Governor Sun's residents. Word of mouth typically traveled slowly. News from Wuqiao and Hebei would normally take considerable time to reach Dengzhou. Now, they would accelerate this diffusion themselves. Finally, if Kang Yao truly reaches the Daeling front lines, or if other factors prevent him from reaching Dengzhou, we'll have to incite the Liaodong soldiers in Dengzhou ourselves. But that's a separate matter. Zhao Zhu, excellent summary, Chen Saijin interjected. You'll write the report to the Senate. According to organizational principles, all matters must be discussed and decided collectively by the three of us. Besides, now is not the time for reports, Zhu Mingxia replied. Chen Saijin considered for a moment. What you said makes sense, but I want to emphasize one point. You just mentioned the importance of this uncertainty. Currently, we still cannot accurately predict Kang Yao's actions. If we merely monitor him passively while spreading rumors, it won't suffice. We must intervene actively, make him act according to our will. Only then will we achieve the necessary certainty. Zhu Mingxia raised an eyebrow. We approach his subordinates directly to incite them. We lack that capability at present. Chen Saijin chuckled. Did you forget what Lu Wenyuan said earlier? Openly leading troops to intercept the canal, that would be rebellion. We aren't certain if he can pull off a heist, but I'm absolutely certain we can pull one off for him. We'll create consequences so severe he has no choice but to rebel, whether he wants to or not. Can that work? Why wouldn't it work? For our special reconnaissance detachment, such robbery and murder is child's play, using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. My boys have been idle and restless, itching for chaos. At most, you provide some additional men for coordination, and it's absolutely foolproof. Chen Saijin grinned. Those soldiers under Kang Yao all have Liaodong accents. Lu Wenyuan still harbored doubts. That's no obstacle. Our Mandarin already resembles the Liaodong military dialect well enough. And if it doesn't, we simply keep our mouths shut. When the killing truly begins, no one will notice any flaws. Besides, even if there are discrepancies, apart from Kang Yao taking the blame, what other explanation is there? Chen Saijin spread his hands. Old Chen is right. However, we still need to select who goes. Wenyuan, didn't you acquire some military uniform vests before? Find them all. We'll give him irrefutable evidence. But the exact execution requires further discussion. I did obtain some Ming army vests, but not many. Lu Wenyuan, anticipating potential operational needs, had managed to secure some Ming army vests from Dengzhou through Huang An's connections. They came from various battalions, some quite worn. Chen Saijin felt this added authenticity. During operations, tear the battalion markers off the vests. That's more realistic, Lu Wenyuan advised. When the action starts, wear tattered robes over them, and the appearance will be even more convincing. No one objected to Zhu Mingxia's assessment, and they immediately split up to execute their tasks. Besides deploying all standby cavalry, they selected meticulous individuals from among the refugees they had taken in to gather intelligence on the roads. Lu Wenyuan summoned Huang An, instructing him to take several soldiers of Shandong origin and rush immediately to Dengzhou to spread various news about Kang Yao among their friends and former acquaintances in the city. Also dispatched was an intelligence agent under Lu Wenyuan who specialized in liaising with local churches in the 3 eastern prefectures, spreading the news through ecclesiastical connections. Kang Yao led his troops out of Wuqiao County, heading north along what would have been the route of the Beijing-Shanghai Railway, which did not exist in this timeline, and entered Dongguan County. Dongguan bordered the South Canal directly. Nourished by canal commerce, the area was quite prosperous. Kang Yao chose Dongguan with the intention of making a grab there. This was not on his required route north to reinforce Daeling. With his men's rapid mobility, making a detour to secure benefits for himself, and his subordinates posed no problem in terms of schedule. Before reaching Wuqiao, his unit's morale had plummeted to a freezing point. Complaints echoed along the entire march, and an undercurrent already surged among soldiers and officers. Kang Yao was a veteran commander. That night in Wuqiao, if he hadn't decisively massacred a village to obtain food and wealth to settle his subordinates' hearts, the best outcome would have been his men deserting along the way, leaving him with less than half by the time they reached Shanhai Pass. The worst would have been these brothers who had survived countless battles simply launching a reckless rampage through Wuqiao County. Kang Yao was not eager to rebel. He had joined the army as a youth, crawled from piles of corpses, and finally clawed his way to the rank of Assistant Regional Commander, a third-rank position. He did not wish to carelessly discard the future he had risked his life to earn. Yet in recent years, whether in Dongjiang or Dengzhou, his prospects had grown increasingly bleak. Though Sun Yuanhua valued him, the entire Ming Dynasty appeared terminally diseased. He could discern no hope on the horizon. Consider Dongjiang itself. Ever since Commander Mao had been suddenly beheaded, then Deputy Commander Chen killed in internal strife, followed by Huang Long's arrival on the island and various units rioting over pay and launching mutinies, Dongjiang had descended into fratricidal chaos, worsening by the day. Under Mao Wenlong, they had at least been able to conduct armed demonstrations in Tartar territory, striking the enemy by surprise. Now the will to fight ebbed ever lower. The moment the order came to reinforce Zhang Chun at Daeling, an emotion of fearing the enemy like a tiger permeated from officers down to common soldiers. From top to bottom in Kang Yao's unit, probably no one failed to understand what fate awaited Zhang Chun at Daeling. Kang knew Zhang Chun the man. He would certainly die for his country, but many soldiers and generals would also die violent deaths, and Kang Yao was extremely likely to be among them. This thought he could not shake. After leading his troops to Dongguan, Kang Yao temporarily settled quietly in a village not far from the canal. Quite a few villages near the South Canal lived off the river and harbored some wealthy households profiting in secret. He dispatched his men to slaughter another village, plundering a substantial haul of money and grain. The generals and officers made respectable profits, and the common soldiers ate and drank their fill while gaining some silver. Morale improved noticeably. However, a more troublesome problem arose. Having tasted the sweetness, officers and soldiers grew reluctant to leave. Some even quietly encouraged their superiors to simply turn bandit and make a major sweep through this prosperous land. Kang Yao scoffed at the notion. Once an army degenerates into a bandit gang, its combat effectiveness rapidly disintegrates. He would become nothing but a worthless bandit king, destined sooner or later for destruction at the hands of government troops or local militia. End of chapter. Chapter 10:29. The incident at the river gate. His nearly 1,000 men shed their marked vests, furled their war flags, and dispersed among several villages along the canal. The moment soldiers entered a village, they seized complete control, permitting entry but forbidding exit. Each night, squad leaders and company commanders led teams out in batches to pillage. Kang Yao forbade sporadic excursions, fearing his isolated men might be counterattacked and captured by local militia. Only after scouts were dispatched daily to spy out and identify wealthy households did the raiding parties venture forth at night, their faces blackened with soot. He never lingered anywhere too long, moving every 2 or 3 days without fail. Since his subordinates rode exclusively on horseback, their route choices were unrestricted. Sometimes he would suddenly shift the entire army dozens of li away from the canal, then double back from an entirely different direction, rendering his movement patterns and encampment locations impossible to predict. Part of the plundered wealth was surrendered to the supply depot, the remainder distributed to officers and soldiers according to rank. Within days of arriving in Dongguan, everyone's bags bulged with valuables. The soldiers ate well and had silver jingling in their pockets, and their courage swelled proportionally. Some began ignoring Kang Yao's orders, venturing out in groups of 3 or 5 to rob and rape at will. "We can't stay here any longer," Kang Yao thought. "If we linger too long, the soldiers will grow slack. Besides, secrecy cannot be maintained. It's impossible for horse bandits of this scale to operate in Hebei unnoticed. The local officials are merely pretending ignorance, not truly unaware. If he permitted his officers and soldiers to continue making trouble, sooner or later the local officials would be unable to maintain cover. When real trouble erupted, let alone himself, even Sun Yuanhua might lack the influence to resolve it. The time had come. They needed to return immediately to the main road and continue toward Shanhai Pass. The night before, Kang Yao had ordered the Central Army to summon all officers of squad leader rank and above to his quarters, where he would announce the specific itinerary for the next phase. What he encountered was not obedience but opposition. During these 10-odd days of looting, the officers had earned handsomely. This proved intoxicating for lower and middle-ranking officers who had long been stranded in Jeju with no income beyond embezzled military pay. They had suffered enough from the Shandong and southern soldiers in Jeju, accumulating a bellyful of grievances. Now, having just tasted real profit, they were being ordered to Liaodong again. Many were unwilling to abandon their chance to continue getting rich, and even less willing to march to Liaodong to die. Kang Yao found himself isolated in that meeting. Apart from a handful of confidants, most officers expressed reluctance to proceed to Liaodong. Li Jiacheng, who had arrived not long before, not only failed to help persuade them but had been working privately among the soldiers and lower-ranking officers, inciting them to return to Jeju. This caught Kang Yao completely off guard. He had hoped Li Jiacheng would help suppress the troops. He had never anticipated being undermined from within. Due to the general's strong opposition, Kang Yao dared not order immediate departure. He was forced to remain another day locally, in a small village by the canal, preparing to make another attempt at persuasion that night. The following day, Kang Yao had just finished washing up and was contemplating how to approach Li Jiacheng and the others when a subordinate rushed in with a report. A group of suspicious cavalry was active more than 10 li away. Because his current activities could not bear scrutiny, he maintained 24 patrolling cavalry scouts around the clock, capable of detecting abnormal movements within roughly 20 li. Recent reports had indicated that unidentified reconnaissance cavalry were tailing his forces. His scouts had attempted several times to intercept them, but the opposing riders consistently spotted his cavalry's movements first and evaded conflict. The appearance of these scouts was among the factors contributing to his anxiety about remaining in the area. How many? Just over 20, all in civilian clothes, armed with swords. The scout hesitated, but they're riding excellent horses, martial artist types. Doesn't look like it. The formation is strict, lines orderly. Go rest first. Kang Yao's unease deepened. After dismissing the scout, he ordered messengers to notify commanders at the various encampments to gather at his location that night, preparing for one final attempt at persuasion. Chen Saijin and his squad had now arrived within 20 li of Kang's forces. Upon receiving word that Kang's scouts had detected their presence, he ordered an immediate turnabout, rapidly withdrawing beyond the scouts' detection range. In a small grove, he posted sentries and dispatched reconnaissance cavalry to confirm the specific location and circumstances of several candidate targets. More than 20 young operatives wore the cotton jackets and raw sheepskin coats favored by local peddlers and farmers. Though the outdoor temperature had already dropped below freezing, they remained in high spirits. "How is it? Didn't freeze your balls off, did you?" Chen Saijin cracked a joke, and the squad members all grinned, white vapor streaming from their mouths and noses. "All right, we rest here briefly, then move out tonight," Chen Saijin announced, picking up a branch and scratching a simple diagram into the frozen earth. "Our target tonight is a sluice gate on the South Canal, roughly 25 li from Dongguan County City." Using branches and stones for markers, he swiftly explained the topographic orientation. This location had been carefully selected from over a dozen backup sites reported by scouts. The attack site needed first to be a place where canal boats moored overnight, typically a relatively prosperous riverside market or village. This ensured sufficient witnesses. Second, the location had to be reasonably close to the village where Kang Yao's subordinates were camping. Although Kang Yao had taken care to conceal his movements, Chen Saijin knew from scout reports that the local populace was already aware that soldiers were looting in the area. They simply didn't know the soldiers' origin. The county magistrate had mobilized local militia, and villages had fortified their defenses. This particular sluice gate, however, had no defensive measures. Though it wasn't a tax collection station with stationed officials, it remained a small branch agency under the Water Transport Office. The South Canal lay to the north. To maintain the canal's water levels across varying terrain, many sluice gates had been constructed along its length to regulate flow. These gates were guarded and maintained by lock keepers who opened and closed them daily to manage water levels and boat passage. It was still an official institution. Ordinary bandits and mutinous soldiers wouldn't dare strike here lightly. After all, this was territory under governmental authority. Striking this place would implicate not merely Dongguan County, but the entire Water Transport Office. The severity far exceeded massacring a few villages. At that point, Kang Yao, encamped nearby, would have no choice but to rebel. Originally, Chen Saijin had considered whether to blow up the sluice gate itself. He carried some C4 explosives. Destroying the gate would obviously amplify the chaos. However, Zhu Mingxia and Lu Wenyuan judged this would far exceed Kang Yao's apparent capabilities. Moreover, the motive would be impossible to explain. Therefore, the attack would be limited to economically valuable targets near the sluice gate. The most valuable targets were the residences of several local lock keepers. Living off the canal's commerce, with authority over when gates opened and how conveniently boats could navigate, the officials managing the gates naturally extracted rent. Every one of them was filthy rich. Chen Saijin intended to start with them. Is everyone clear on the targets? First, the residences of the lock keepers. Second, the grain boats at the dock. He indicated directions on the makeshift sand table. Remember, we are soldiers. Though we're doing dirty work beneath the table, we are not bandits. During the operation, no indiscriminate killing of innocents, no raping women, no arbitrary arson. All loot goes to the common pool. Understood, the squad members answered crisply. Night descended. Kang Yao and his generals were meeting to debate their next move. Most still insisted on returning to Dengzhou. Kang Yao's efforts at persuasion had failed repeatedly, and the gathering was sliding toward chaos. Several generals had even revealed an intention of "we must do it," appearing ready to fight Kang if he refused to comply. Li Jiacheng constantly surfaced as mediator, but his true purpose was forcing a decision. Just as arguments grew heated and the atmosphere turned dangerous, a personal guard rushed in. Black smoke and firelight could be seen 7 or 8 li away along the canal bank, and faint sounds of killing drifted on the wind. The soldiers and horses in camp were growing restless. "What?" Kang Yao shot to his feet and strode to the window. Sure enough, firelight reddened the distant horizon. He turned sharply, scanning the assembled generals. All his subordinate commanders were present here, so it shouldn't be his own men. Yet only those of squad leader rank and above were present. Whether some team leaders or petty officers had taken men out privately to cause trouble remained uncertain. The generals exchanged baffled glances. Kang Yaod immediately dispatched scouts to investigate. In less time than it takes to eat a meal, they galloped back bearing terrible news. More than 100 cavalrymen were burning, killing, and looting at the sluice gate. "Whose troops?" Kang Yaod demanded, his anxiety peaking. The sluice gate was official territory. Causing trouble there was no small matter. He turned and fixed Li Jiacheng with a fierce glare, inwardly convinced that 9 times out of 10, Li Jiacheng had orchestrated this, a stratagem to force his hand in rebellion. Rudu. Li Jiacheng saw his hostile stare and understood the accusation forming in his mind. Fearing a disastrous misunderstanding, after all, these troops had been raised by Kang Yaod personally, and a genuine falling out would benefit neither party, he immediately declared, "Everyone simply wants to return to Dengzhou, not march to Liaodong to die in vain. We harbor no other intentions. We absolutely did not do this. If I, old Li, dare speak half a word of falsehood, may heaven strike me with 5 thunderbolts on the spot." Reporting to the assistant regional commander, the scout said, "We couldn't identify whose troops they were." He had only glimpsed that they rode excellent Mongolian war horses, wore rough robes and sheepskin coats on the outside, but appeared to be wearing military vests beneath. Most significantly, this cavalry's weapons were remarkably uniform, nothing like the disorganized armaments of ordinary bandits. They were definitely soldiers from some battalion. End of chapter. Chapter 10:30. Returning to the trajectory, whether you did it or not, we'll discuss later. Kang Yaod's voice was low and dangerous. "Everyone gear up. Assemble your men immediately, no unauthorized movement. Send riders to recall all brothers from the various battalions who have gone out." Yes, the generals recognized something sinister was unfolding, sensed that a great upheaval loomed. None dared argue. They answered in unison. Kang Yaod rose, directed his personal guards to help him don his armor, and ordered his personal general to gather his household troops and retainers, preparing to move out. No flags, no talking on the march. After the personal general departed, Kang Yaod called back Li Yingyuan, who had been about to leave. "You come with me." Li Yingyuan's face went ashen. He had no idea what Kang Yaod intended. Kang Yaod suspected Li Jiacheng and his son were involved in this strange affair. He feared this was a stratagem to lure the tiger from its mountain, enabling Li Jiacheng to coerce the entire army into mutiny the moment he departed. Therefore, he preemptively detained Li Jiacheng's son to accompany the army's movement as hostage. In less time than it takes to eat a meal, Kang Yaod had set out with 50 cavalrymen. He went personally to determine precisely who was responsible. Ever since arriving in Dongguan, the reconnaissance cavalry that had been endlessly tailing his forces had given him a premonition of imminent danger. Which group is stirring up trouble inside? The thought made him involuntarily tighten his grip on the reins. Kang Yaod and his cavalry soon reached the area near the river gate. He did not lead his men directly into the scene of devastation, fearing misidentification. Instead, he halted the entire force 2 li from the fires. Then he himself led a dozen household retainers forward carefully on horseback. The attackers seemed to have already withdrawn. No sounds of killing, no hoofbeats. Numerous grain boats moored along the riverbank had caught fire, flames roaring, the heat unbearable even at distance. Boatmen scattered in panic. Some spotted his approaching patrol and, assuming they were cohorts of the attackers, fled to avoid them. Corpses lay scattered along the riverbank. By the firelight, Kang Yaod could see most were boatmen from the grain transport boats. He drew a sharp breath. This was robbery of government vessels. Never mind their decrepit condition or the beggar-like appearance of their crews. These were thoroughly government boats, manned by government soldiers. Attacking them would constitute a major crime if escalated. A personal guard used his spear to retrieve an arrow from a corpse and presented it to Kang Yaod. He took it and examined it carefully, recognizing immediately that it was a government arrow. and one from Dengzhou at that. Kang Yao gripped the arrow shaft, feeling cold sweat slickening his back. Could this group have come from Dengzhou, to act with such reckless abandon? The grain boats were in chaos, cargo and transport grain scattered across decks. Kang Yao observed his household retainers eyeing the loot, each one clearly eager. He shouted sharply to stop them. The street stood empty, every house closed and locked, deathly still. Only several large mansions near the sluice gate had their doors thrown wide, various valuables strewn across the street outside. Suddenly something thudded beneath his horse's hoof. Looking down, he saw a human head. Further inspection revealed 7 or 8 headless corpses discarded along the street. Their clothing was not luxurious but marked them as members of comfortable households. A household servant beside him, recently employed as a scout and familiar with the area, whispered that these were the residences of gate officials and lock keepers. Seeing the silk and cloth scattered on the ground and the loose coins from broken strings, Kang Yao understood immediately how wealthy these families had been. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! He pulled the reins, having no stomach to investigate further. The attackers, though swift, were undoubtedly government soldiers. As for which unit they belonged to, he didn't know and didn't want to know. Though inwardly he remained convinced this was Li Jiacheng's handiwork. You are forcing me to become Lu Junyi. Kang Yao seethed with silent fury. Yet what was done was done. Saying more was useless. Kang Yao understood perfectly that regardless of whether Li Jiacheng had orchestrated this, he would bear the consequences, or rather the original Dongjiang troops would bear them. Fine, you asked for this. It's now inconvenient for me to block your fortunes for the sake of my own future. Kang Yao thought bitterly. He raised his voice to shout the order. Return! In that moment, he had resolved to raise the flag of rebellion. Not simply because he had no means of explanation now, but because he realized how thoroughly his control over his subordinates had eroded. Li Jiacheng had swayed most generals and soldiers without any overt display, orchestrating an operation of this magnitude behind his back. If he continued refusing blindly, he would either be killed by mutineering soldiers and generals, or forced to abandon his army and flee. Given Sun Yuanhua's disposition toward him, he might escape blame, might even receive protection. But thereafter he would become a commander with only a few dozen personal guards and retainers, a general in name alone. Without soldiers, a military general in this increasingly chaotic era lost all his capital. Whether seeking official position, wealth, or simply a stable life, one needed soldiers in hand. To regain control of his forces, he had to participate in the rebellion and seize back power amid the turmoil. These troops were his creation. They had been bewitched by Li Jiacheng and his cohort only because their prospects appeared hopeless. Kang Yao believed that if he rode the current and applied his skills wisely, he would soon reclaim command. Though unwilling to rebel once Kang Yao reached his decision, he would walk the path to its end. He suddenly reined in his warhorse and issued new orders to his subordinates. Transmit the command to all battalions immediately, pull out and assemble here. Since the action had begun, regardless of who actually struck this blow, it was already counted against his name. If he was to be blamed anyway, he would do it thoroughly. The market here was prosperous, with many ships moored. Though the fattest sheep had already been slaughtered, substantial wealth remained. Easy seizure of large quantities of grain, valuables, and livestock would yield far more than sneaking about robbing houses and destroying a few villages. With this large stake in hand, the army's heart could be steadied. With grain and pay available, soldiers would be willing to stake their lives. With soldiers, one need not fear whatever came next. Even the imperial court, so long as you possess strength, would count on you to fight with sword and gun. They would absolutely overlook however many commoners you killed or however much wealth you plundered. This thought crystallized, and he turned his horse's head, raising his whip toward the market. Enter the town. Chen Saijian stood on a small hill at the edge of a grove a few li distant, observing the town through infrared binoculars. When he saw groups of cavalry beginning to flood into the market, commencing their burning, killing, and looting along the riverbank and streets, his heart sank even as his mission succeeded. Their goal of forcing Kang Yao to rebel had been achieved, but the innocent commoners of this market had become victims of the Senate's strategic objectives for nothing. The initiator, will he have no posterity? The phrase rose unbidden, carrying a heartfelt unease. Squad leader. The Special Reconnaissance Detachment sergeant called softly. "And what is it?" Chen Saijin turned. "The government army scouts are beginning to approach." Chen Saijin silently praised Kang Yao's professionalism. Even while unleashing his soldiers to plunder, the man hadn't forgotten to guard his perimeter. It appeared that among the forest of surrendering generals in the late Ming, rising to become one of the three feudatories required not just early surrender but outstanding competence. "We withdraw," he ordered. "All units return to base camp." Since Kang Yao had begun releasing soldiers to loot the market, it meant he had committed to rebellion. The subsequent matters could be left to the reconnaissance cavalry, who would shadow him and monitor his movements constantly. With the Special Reconnaissance Detachment's surprise attack as the ignition point, an army that had long simmered with discontent finally raised the flag of rebellion. The anger and resentment bottled within Dongjiang soldiers for years instantly transformed into a torrential, destructive force. After rising in rebellion, Kang Yao's unit immediately returned to Wuqiao and launched a surprise assault. Because the local magistrate had been alerted, he had heard reports of horse bandit activity in neighboring Dongguan County. He closed the city gates in time, saving the county seat temporarily. Seeing he couldn't succeed quickly, Kang Yao refused to waste time besieging walls. After rampant burning, killing, and plundering in the surrounding area, he immediately wheeled his forces back toward Shandong. They had obtained vast quantities of livestock, grain, and wealth in Dongguan and Wuqiao. Loading valuables and grain onto plundered horses, mules, and donkeys, they drove the animals alongside the main army toward Shandong. The dust raised by men and horses rolled skyward, visible from more than 10 li away. Rebellion! The terrible news spread along the main roads. Urgent documents from Dongguan and Wuqiao counties began flying through the relay station system. Yet throughout the vast expanse of Shandong, apart from the transmigrators in Longkou who were rubbing their fists in full battle array, no one anticipated how the situation would develop. While the scholars and common folk of Shandong slept, Kang Yao's Liaodong Iron Cavalry was already thundering in. The Qimu Island trio monitored Kang Yao's movements with nervous intensity. They had successfully pulled Kang back onto the historical trajectory required by the Senate. Now everything depended on whether his next direction would match original history. News from the reconnaissance cavalry brought relief. After sweeping through Wuqiao, Kang Yao advanced rapidly southeast along what would become the route of modern National Highway 104. Local governments were caught utterly unprepared, without troops to respond. Those who reacted quickly managed emergency gate closures and escaped disaster. Those who reacted slowly fell in succession. The rebel army captured Ling County, then Linie. After seizing large amounts of grain, valuables, and livestock, they followed the route of Provincial Highway 316, capturing Sheng. From Sheng, they moved east, successively crossing the Tuhai River and Yellow River to capture Qidong, present-day Deokhwan. Afterward, they attacked southeast, taking Xincheng, present-day Huantai. Because his forces consisted almost entirely of cavalry, because they had plundered large numbers of livestock to carry supplies, and because they avoided getting entangled with any single location or city along the way, supplementing the column by looting provisions and animals as they marched, their speed was extraordinary. In less than a month, on November 22, 1631, their vanguard arrived before Dengzhou City. The rebel army merely swept past Huangxian. Kang Yao made no attempt to assault the county seat, returning to Dengzhou as swiftly as possible to secure the support of old Dongjiang units and expand his strength was his sole concern. End of chapter. Chapter 10:31. Serving dinner. The villages and towns along Kong's advance suffered inevitably from the fires of war. The mutinous soldiers, harboring deep resentments, vented their accumulated hatred for the Shandong troops upon the local populace. The places they passed were left in ruins and devastation, though areas beyond their route escaped the direct catastrophe. Yet news of the military chaos triggered panic throughout Huangxian. The county seat's gates slammed shut, and people scattered into hiding. Villains from various villages and local bandits seized the opportunity to cause trouble, raping and looting at will. Amid the fear and confusion, nearly every fortified village found itself flooded with large numbers of people dragging their families along, seeking refuge. Rich and poor alike fled to settlements with walls, for within those stockade ramparts, a pitiable remnant of order still persisted. Though Lu Wenyuan's stockade was newly built, word that an island stockade guarded by local militia existed spread rapidly. Moreover, Qimu Island was relatively remote. From the second day after Kong Yao's soldiers entered Huangxian, great numbers of refugees began streaming toward Qimu Island. The elderly supported, the young carried, belongings clutched to their chests. Lu Wenyuan and the others had anticipated this situation and prepared accordingly. Massive cauldrons shipped from Lingao boiled day and night, producing a gruel of relief rations, dried sea blight, and every edible local vegetable and wild herb available. Refugees, regardless of wealth, received a wooden basin and wooden spoon upon entering the camp, then proceeded to the cauldrons for hot gruel. This method saved many refugees suffering from hunger and cold. It also allowed those who still possessed grain but were freezing to death to preserve their lives. Only 2 meals of gruel were rationed daily, with calories calculated at only 1,400 kilocalories. This kept them from starvation and nothing more, precisely as Lu Wenyuan intended. Once loading and transfer operations commenced, if the refugees were all lively and energetic, any resistance would spell disaster. Keeping them half-dead ensured they lacked the strength to fight back. Because food intake was so meager and calories insufficient, accommodations required particular attention. Long wooden huts equipped with huadilong underfloor heating systems were provided. Though hardly warm as spring, they at least prevented anyone from freezing to death. In the refugees' eyes, the island master was compassionate indeed. Gruel to eat, fires to warm themselves, proper houses to shelter in. Doctors patrolled daily, dispensing medicine to the sick. Infants who couldn't obtain breast milk were even rationed rice flour and sugar. Compared to the arduous journey of braving wind and snow on the roads, Qimu Island was paradise. But such days were not free. Lu Wenyuan understood clearly that though the refugees felt grateful now, the moment conditions outside improved, they would depart without a backward glance. As the saying goes, it is hard to leave one's native land. The Chinese people's attachment to their homeland runs deep. Unless they face a complete dead end, they are unwilling to abandon their homes. Therefore, he announced to the refugees that anyone wishing to take refuge on Qimu Island must sign a contract to work as his long-term laborer for 3 years. Otherwise, they must leave the stockade immediately. The chaotic and terrifying scenes outside became vivid in camp under the deliberate exaggeration of Lu Wenyuan and his associates. He specifically selected a group of local natives, choosing those with children and elderly dependents, and offered 5 extra pieces of relief sweet potato flour biscuits per person daily as incentive. Their task: spread rumors among the refugees, guide public opinion, and incidentally collect reports on the refugees' sentiments. The refugees were already exhausted and frightened by the various flying rumors of terror. Under the threat that refusing to sign the long-term labor contract meant no food and expulsion, Lu Wenyuan's study was soon piled high with documents covered in fingerprints. For the vast majority of illiterate commoners, only heaven knew what was written on those documents. As for the few who could read, students who had repeatedly failed their examinations, shopkeepers and clerks skilled with the abacus, fortune tellers, and the like. They had been separated under the guise of preferential treatment for scholars and concentrated in a long house for supervision and utilization. This served dual purposes, preventing these literates from spreading dissent among the refugees and putting their reading and writing skills to work for the expanding refugee camp's administrative needs. Lu Wenyuan gave them slightly better treatment to help with paperwork and accounts. Thus, they threw their full effort into helping Master Lu exploit their fellow refugees. Next, he dispatched numerous refugees as recruiters, all with family dependents. Giving each some dry rations, he sent them to various parts of Huangxian to promote and recruit. Anyone who brought back a refugee received a relief biscuit as reward. These people worked desperately. News that Qimu Island offered food and safety guarantees spread rapidly throughout the county. Many commoners who had taken refuge in stockades in the county seat, surviving without grain by begging, heard that Qimu Island had food rations and set off one after another. Soon, the refugees gathered on the island exceeded 4,000. Lu Wenyuan decided to commence the first batch of transfers immediately, making room for subsequent arrivals. He sent a coded telegram, "Serve dinner." With that transmission, Operation Generator began. Summoned by the telegram, the first transport convoy departed from Kaohsiung, Taiwan. The convoy consisted of 5 H-800 Harmony wheels, escorted by the first-class gunboats Yufeng and Yangbo. The formation commander was Lieutenant Commander Lin of the Navy, captain of the Yufeng, sailing for Qimu Island. After leaving port, the formation took the eastern side of the Taiwan Strait, riding the Kuroshio current northward. Averaging 8 knots that day, it completed the entire voyage in less than 2 days, arriving at Qimu Island at dusk on the 29th. Because the number of refugees transported directly concerned his reputation, the moment the ships reached port, Lu Wenyuan set aside exchanging pleasantries with Lin and went straight to inspect the H-800 vessels. The HS transporting refugees had undergone special modifications to maximize capacity while guaranteeing survival rates. Dr. Zheng had once proposed a plan to crate transport people using containers. Despite various advantages, it was ultimately rejected because human containers stacked on deck created a high center of gravity, compromising safety. In the end, traditional below-deck cabin transport was adopted. To fully utilize space, double-layered bunks were installed in some cabins. Roughly calculated, including hanging bunks, each refugee could occupy about 1.2 square meters, not spacious, but considerably better than the 1 square meter per person allotted to sailors on World War II destroyers. The cabin floors were covered with bundled hay as insulation against the cold. Seems a bit insufficient. On land, we light fires for them. Lu Wenyuan examined the hay's thickness. "It gets warmer the further south we sail, shouldn't be a major problem," Lin replied. "Besides, we've got spare hay if needed, just add a few more bundles." Lin showed him the bundles piled in the hold, all harvested locally while clearing land in Taiwan, used for one voyage, then unloaded for composting, guaranteed clean each time we transport people. "I think the rags on the refugees could be composted too." "That's unnecessary, however tattered their cotton and hemp products. Wash them clean and make paper. The washing water can be used for composting." "Damn, are you being transferred to the Planning Commission?" Because the cabins would be packed with refugees, ventilators were installed on deck to ensure fresh air reached these spaces. Non-powered fans developed by the Ministry of Technology were mounted at the bow to collect air, which was then distributed into the cabins through cloth ducts. As long as ventilation was maintained, mortality and morbidity rates during long voyages with large numbers of personnel could be greatly reduced. Along the ship's sides were chutes extending outside the hull, chute toilets installed for the refugee cabins. Excrement and urine discharged directly into the sea, maintaining air quality inside and avoiding sanitary contamination. Finally, Spacious cabins were specially reserved for pregnant women and mothers with infants, ensuring the highest possible infant survival rate. The H-800 type had a cargo capacity of 800 tons, and actual standard displacement of 1,200 tons. According to slave trade transport methods, roughly every 2 tons of displacement could transport one slave, at the cost of extremely high mortality. The Senate urgently needed population and could not afford such losses. Transport density had to be reduced. Whether sailing from Qimu Island to Jeju Island or Kaohsiung, or from Kaohsiung to Hong Kong and Lingao, all voyages were relatively short. Even under poor wind and sea conditions, maximum sailing time would not exceed a week. Food and fresh water could therefore be compressed as much as possible to accommodate more personnel. The food supply per person per day was relief biscuits equivalent to 1,400 kilocalories, plus 1.5 liters of boiled drinking water. According to the health department's calculations, this would sustain refugees safely until arrival in Kaohsiung. After precise calculations of carrying capacity, cargo types, and cargo volume, the final transport plan from the Joint Logistics Headquarters specified that each H-800 would carry 400 people, regardless of gender or age. The transfer took place at dawn. An infantry company armed with clubs and rifles with fixed bayonets sealed off the entire camp area. Then, while distributing breakfast, camp leaders announced that the refugees would be sent to Zhejiang for military farming. Taiwan was a desolate wasteland at the time. Not only had Shandong commoners never heard of it, but even if they had, they knew it was no good place. Jiangsu and Zhejiang, by contrast, were wealthy lands. Telling them they were going there to reclaim wasteland met far less resistance. From the barracks to the pier stood a large contingent of propaganda personnel transported from Lingao, all middle-aged women with joyful expressions, greeting refugees enthusiastically, helping the elderly and young, repeating in broken Mandarin, "It'll be good once you reach Zhejiang. Eat as much rice as you want, enough for everyone. Hard work won't starve anyone. The masters are good people." In a state of semi-coercion and semi-coaxing, the refugees, their minds scattered from prolonged dietary restriction, were guided almost numbly toward the boarding gangways. The first batch of 2,000 refugees boarded the 5 H-800 cargo ships. End of chapter. Chapter 10:32. Inside the Cloud Ascending Temple, Taoist Zheng stood in the Grand Hall of the Cloud Ascending Temple, calling it a grand hall. It was merely a 3-bay tiled house. Yet in this rural corner of southern Shandong, it counted as an impressively neat and regular structure. He gazed down at the sentient beings in the courtyard, their eyes raised to him with pious devotion. A faint smile formed at the corner of his mouth. The hall contained only statues of the 3 pure ones. According to New Taoism's concept of no idols, there should be none at all. But Zhang Yingchen judged it unwise to appear too unconventional at present. Drawing attention from local gentry and officials would be counterproductive. Better to present the traditional image of the way of the celestial masters. The Cloud Ascending Temple itself was quite small, yet it had expanded considerably with the Zhuang family's full support. Beyond some land donated by the Zhuangs, most had been purchased by Zhang Yingchen himself. Though buying land during a famine year was easy, the Zhuang family had invested significant effort in the process. Zhang Yingchen had come to appreciate how essential the support of local gentry was for operating within the Ming Dynasty. Because the surrounding area was unsafe, several masters of the Zhuang family had suggested Zhang Yingchen quickly transform the Taoist temple into a fortified stockade. Natural disasters plagued southern Shandong, with refugees and bandits everywhere. Villages and stockades of any size were rushing to construct walls and train militias. The Cloud Ascending Temple, though only 4 or 5 li from Dadian village, stood isolated in open country. Originally an abandoned courtyard no one wanted, it now sheltered hundreds of refugee households and served as headquarters for New Taoism, making it an attractive target. Zhang Yingchen agreed the Zhuang masters had a point. Manpower was plentiful. Besides the large number of believers at his disposal, he had sufficient grain to recruit refugees willing to work for food. He immediately began constructing earthen ramparts. Money posed no obstacle. Though he had declined the Zhuang family's donations and exempted believers from incense money, most of the South Infinite Sect's real estate had fallen into his hands after its local disintegration, excepting some movable property and holdings seized by Ma Weissen. He sold part of the real estate to the Zhuang family, obtaining several hundred taels of silver and several hundred dan of grain. Building materials required no worry either. During famine years, abandoned villages were plentiful. Zhang Yingchen mobilized refugees to dismantle houses and transport every brick, stone, timber, and even adobe block back. Soon, a wall 500 meters in circumference rose around the cloud-ascending temple, with a moat dug beyond it. Corner towers at the four corners completed the structure, giving it the appearance of an earthen fortress. To maintain the signboard of charity, the Sijihal charitable organization established by the Zhuang family was also installed in the temple, ensuring close ties with the Zhuang family while diluting his own secret society coloring. The Sijihal now occupied the left and right wing rooms of the main hall. Zhang Yingchen did not interfere with its organization or personnel. After all, the Zhuang family provided the money, grain, and connections. His interest lay solely in the refugees. The refugees lived outside the cloud-ascending temple, but inside the earthen ramparts. Following Zhang Yingchen's blueprints, the Zhuang family had constructed rows of refugee camp-style longhouses using adobe bricks and rice straw, purpose-built to shelter refugees. The believers under Zhang Yingchen were responsible for guarding and caring for them. Zhang Yingchen maintained extremely strict control over his believers, forbidding them from preaching to the refugees. He propagated to believers only the doctrine that visiting the poor and inquiring about their suffering constituted great merit, and represented the immortals of the sea-saving people, avoiding suspicion from both the Ming Dynasty and the Senate. Many of his believers had themselves become refugees, lacking sufficient food and clothing. Zhang Yingchen helped them survive the winter by distributing relief rations and bedding through group leaders, but he did not shelter them or arrange their departure. He could not yet guarantee the reliability of these former Infinite Sect believers. If they were transported to Jeju or Taiwan and caused trouble, the consequences for him and his new Taoism would be severe. Zhang Yingchen descended the steps slowly. The morning consultation had concluded. He continued to see patients at the cloud-ascending temple for half of each day. His medicines proved miraculously effective, and he refused payment from the poor, causing his reputation to grow ever greater. The refugees, believers, and staff gathered in the courtyard parted to make way for him. Zhang Yingchen wore a compassionate smile, nodding or bowing in return from time to time, occasionally stopping to speak a few words with someone. When certain believers saw him approach, they fell to their knees. Some shouted his name in wild ecstasy, others rushed forward attempting to touch his garments. The scene descended briefly into chaos. Zhang Yingchen knew some believers had even tried bribing the Taoist boys who served him closely, hoping to obtain his face-washing water or old clothes as medicinal primers. He had been forced to severely criticize this practice at group leaders' doctrine study meetings, denouncing it as demonic. Surrounded by Ming Qing and other trusted aides, he finally departed the main courtyard and walked toward the rear compound. This rear section had 3 distinct areas, serving as the new Taoism's offices and his personal residence and workspace. It was also the Senate's nerve center for the southern Shandong region. Taoist Deokhwan had accomplished several things here that he had always wanted to do but previously could not. One was finally gathering enough people to open a Taoist student training class. The Taoist, who had been constantly squeezed out and despised while fighting for a few Taoist student quotas, finally held his head high. With sufficient fame and a huge refugee population, he had selected 50 handsome young men and women as Taoist students according to his own aesthetic tastes and selection criteria. Rows of houses lined the walls of the rear courtyard, dormitories and classrooms for the Taoist students. It was noon now, and since the canteen had not yet been constructed, the students were scattered in twos and threes throughout the courtyard, squatting or standing with their bowls, eating. The food was simple, even harsh, gruel made of relief rations and dried vegetables. But for the Taoist students it was the finest delicacy, and every one of them slurped it down with relish. Each student wore a short Taoist robe fashioned from locally purchased homespun cloth by female relatives of believers, many modified from dismantled and washed old clothes, nothing that would display too many Lingao characteristics. Zhang Yingchen did not approach the Taoist students, fearing to cause a crowd-watching incident. Recently, he had noticed the color of personality cult forming around him was growing thicker. This worried him deeply. For this batch of Taoist students he used his first group of disciples, Ming Qing and others, as teachers, first instructing them in basic reading, writing, and arithmetic, then moving to doctrine. The so-called doctrinal teaching involved reciting pamphlets he had personally compiled, Introduction to the Taoist Canon, Questions and Answers on the Taoist Canon, and compilation of essential scriptures. His time was limited, so he adopted a method primarily based on memorization, using one class period daily for explanation and indoctrination. Only the most crucial music course had no instructor. Though Deokhwan had conducted considerable research on Taoist music, he was unfortunately hopeless at both instruments and singing. This batch of unpolished jades cannot stay here, he thought, watching the Taoist students active in the courtyard. The environment is too dangerous. It would be a pity if they were ruined. He stood in trance for a long moment. Taoist master, Ming Qing prompted softly. Oh. Zhang Yingchen came back to himself, coughed, and continued along the paved path toward his residential courtyard. Several new tiled houses occupied this courtyard, exclusively for the residence and daily activities of himself and a few trusted disciples. Usually Zhang Yingchen also compounded medicine here, but as Qiu's freight routes became increasingly familiar and more patent Chinese medicines were shipped from Hong Kong, the pressure for him to make medicine personally had decreased considerably. He returned to his chambers, and Luo Chun served him a bowl of clear tea. He drank half in one breath. The room was tidy and quiet, obviously carefully cleaned. He felt quite satisfied. Having a woman made all the difference. Luo Seichun, Zhang Yingchen had found her name too common to Jianghu, so he had removed the Sai character. Now she was simply Luo Chun. She stood silently at his side. Since being subdued by his magical power at the Dharma assembly, Luo Chun had become utterly devoted to the Taoist. Zhang Yingchen understood the psychology of such women perfectly. Once the psychological pillar in their hearts was destroyed, their worldview, outlook on life, and moral values would be completely torn down and rebuilt, making personality reshaping simple. And he, Zhang Yingchen, had read quite extensively on psychology and practice in this regard. After a period of careful training, the results were remarkable. Though Zhang Yingchen was not yet 100% assured of her, he had at least 80% trust. When matters here conclude, he pondered, I'll send her back to Lingao for a round of purification plus re-education. She'll make a qualified professional religious person of new Taoism in the future. Luo Chun stood beside the perfected one with bated breath, ready to listen to his instructions at any moment. Having changed her allegiance, she held added awe for this perfected one with boundless magical power, worship almost. She considered herself merely a servant, attending to the perfected one's daily life with care. All this was to beg the perfected one to show mercy and perform rituals to chant scriptures for Wuqiao, delivering her soul to the immortal mountains and divine realms on the other side of the sea. Though Wuqiao had no blood relation to her, Luo Chun had no other relatives in the world. Her only disciple had been her closest kin. Zhang Yingchen employed both grace and authority with Luo Chun, striving to win her over completely. Luo Chun had served as saintess of the inner Dharma Hall of the South Infinite sect for many years and knew the sect's internal affairs intimately. He intended to launch larger-scale activities in southern Shandong to seize territory from local sects, and Luo Chun would serve as his guide. He did not trust Ma Weissen, though Ma responded to every plea. His attitude of controlling large amounts of sect property while keeping Zhang at arm's length made him deeply uncomfortable. When convening group leader meetings, Ma Weissen either made excuses not to attend or sent a deputy group leader to fill his seat, obviously full of wariness toward the Taoist. Anyway, removing you is as easy as lifting a finger. Zhang Yingchen thought secretly. He need only say a word to Xiao Yi, and there would be no person named Ma Weissen by tomorrow night. Yet he still couldn't bring himself to act. Though this high-level figure was deeply unpopular, most group leaders and deputy group leaders had worked with Ma Weissen for years. Rashly killing him might make them feel like the fox mourning the death of the hare. Luo Chun, what do you think of group leader Ma? Zhang Yingchen set down his tea bowl and asked slowly. Reporting to the perfected one, Ma Weissen is not firm in faith. He possesses talent but lacks virtue. Though she came from a background of performing street acrobatics, her years among the sect's upper echelons meant her speech was far from vulgar. End of chapter. Chapter 1033. The root he is truly deep-rooted after all. I fear that one falling leaf may cause the various group leaders to mourn the autumn, the Taoist remarked, allowing himself a literary flourish. Luo Chun smiled, a smile of submission. Total perv, the perfected one worries too much. The believers are only filled with satisfaction. Why would they mourn the autumn? This big tree never provided shelter from wind and rain, only demanded that everyone fertilize and water it. Better if all its leaves fall off. Zhang Yingchen nodded. So that's how it is. Luo Chun explained that the general altar had not been entirely unaware of Ma Weissen's various illegal acts in Jeju. But he had been exceptionally pious toward the general altar and the cult master, and the incense money and offerings he submitted monthly were notably generous. Thus he had always been regarded as a capable man. However, the cult members below harbored considerable complaints, especially the original incense masters, most of whom dared not speak against him openly. Ma Weissen was a local tyrant. Killing a few people or wiping out someone's family meant nothing to him. It wasn't as if he hadn't done it before. If the perfected one is willing to remove him and rid the people of this scourge, I'm afraid the group leaders and believers would beat gongs and drums in celebration. Luo Chun's words carried both public and private meanings. Ma Weissen was genuinely not a good man, and she had transferred all her hatred for Wuqiao's death onto his head, nursing a deep grudge. Therefore, the moment Zhang Yingchen revealed any intention of moving against Ma, she urged him on without hesitation. Zhang Yingchen did not speak immediately. He knew Ma Weissen bore a terrible reputation locally, and Luo Chun's words had hardened his determination to eliminate him. He urgently needed money. Operating funds for the Jeju operation drawn from the Religious Affairs Office and Civil Affairs Commission were far from sufficient. Currently, he relied mainly on self-raised funds. Eliminating Ma Weissen would yield a substantial sum. According to intelligence from Luo Chun and others, Ma Weissen's manor held at least 10,000 taels of silver and thousands of dan of grain, not to mention the extensive land and other real estate in his name. It seemed he would have to trouble Xiao Yi. He was contemplating this when Ming Qing came to report. Master Wang from Qiu Escort Bureau is here to pay a visit. Show him in at once. Zhang Yingchen's spirits lifted instantly. He had received a telegram days ago indicating Lingao would dispatch a senator to the Hangzhou station to oversee refugee transfer operations in southern Shandong and northern Zhejiang. For convenience, this senator would appear under the guise of external manager for the Qiu Escort Bureau. Zhang Yingchen privately speculated about which senator was coming. Wang was a common surname, and quite a few senators bore it. He wondered which one. Luo Chun hurriedly withdrew. Having worked beside leaders for many years, she possessed this much perceptiveness. This was also one reason the Taoist found her satisfactory. By comparison, Little Min's perceptiveness lagged considerably. A young, powerfully built man walked in wearing a Qiu escort bureau vest. Recently, Qiu had been promoting corporate culture, which included having employees wear uniform shop clothes. Zhang Yingchen was not particularly familiar with all the senators, only roughly aware that this one came from the industrial sector, and he was least acquainted with industrial sector senators. He could only greet the visitor with a smile. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. The two men's hands clasped tightly. Comrade, I've looked forward to your coming. The Taoist shook hands vigorously, putting on an enthusiastic appearance. The visitor smiled and returned the powerful handshake. The Taoist couldn't help furrowing his brows. Fortunately, the other party released his hand in time. Zhang Yingchen silently marveled at the man's strength. The visitor stood 1.8 meters tall, with a round face, stubble on his chin, dark skin, and hands both large and thick, calloused between the fingers. Obviously a senator who had worked on industrial front lines for years. This was none other than Wang Ruixiang. He had worked in the industrial sector for 2 years, handling guns and cannons, but found life in Lingao too boring. For Operation Generator, being a native of Shandong with extensive experience living in the Jiangnan region, he had applied to be sent out to move around. Through unremitting effort, Wang Ruixiang was finally approved to participate in the Intelligence Bureau's external assignment training and return to his homeland. Wang Ruixiang was not from the 3 eastern prefectures, so he had not been dispatched to Qimu Island. Instead, he came to southern Shandong to assist the Taoists' activities. Running back and forth between Hangzhou and Jeju indeed required someone young and strong. They sat as host and guest, and Ming Qing served tea. Zhang Yingchen dismissed the attendants to speak privately. Wang Ruixiang's mission in Jeju was to discuss the refugee transfer work. What arrangements does the organization have? Zhang Yingchen asked eagerly. Since experimentally transferring the first batch of refugees, he had sheltered nearly 1,500 people. Because he didn't know when transfer could commence or what the destination would be, the work of sheltering refugees had temporarily slowed. Currently, only orphans and refugees with children were being taken in. Wang Ruixiang said, Commissioner Liu wants us to transfer refugees from southern Shandong and northern Jiangsu to Taiwan as soon as possible. Manpower is scarce there. They want to undertake construction. Refugees are no problem. Right now, you could say they're everywhere, as many as needed. The difficulty is in transferring them, Zhang Yingchen said, troubled. The first batch of refugees had gone to Qimu Island via a route north along the Yi River, then a short overland stretch, then following the Jiang Water to Leju Bay, and finally to Qimu Island. Because the Yellow River in the Ming Dynasty entered the sea from Huyan, the Yi River was navigable during this period. Moreover, the floods in southern Shandong that year had left water levels in various rivers quite high. Zhang Yingchen had rented boats to transport refugees and relief rations for supply along the way. Where water routes were unavailable, he organized refugees to march on foot. Because conditions along the route were unclear, Zhang Yingchen had only experimentally organized about 200 refugees, men, women, elderly, and children all included, since actual large-scale transfer couldn't consist entirely of able-bodied men. Additionally, 20 young, reliable believers skilled at handling situations were sent to look after them along the way. Qiu also contributed several escorts. The journey went smoothly, but conditions on the road confirmed his suspicions. Safety could be guaranteed. The government ignored refugees, adopting an attitude of letting them sink or swim as long as they caused no trouble, and ordinary bandits were no match for such numbers. But villages and towns where they might find supplies and rest had virtually disappeared along the route. Every village and county seat barred its doors to moving refugee groups, refusing to let them stay. Even obtaining drinking water required extensive pleading. The refugees could only camp in the open. The elderly and weak couldn't withstand such exposure, and several died of illness along the way. Grain prices soared and grain was difficult to purchase. Without a fixed supply chain along the way, refugees couldn't complete the journey relying solely on the grain they carried. Moreover, carrying sufficient grain invited escapes on the road. Though believers watched carefully throughout, more than a dozen people still fled. Adding those who died of illness, the total loss rate approached 10%. Overall, water transport is preferable. It makes grain transport convenient and refugees easier to manage. Both escapes and deaths from illness would decrease significantly, Zhang Yinchen concluded. Wang Ruixiang had no concept of these place names. Zhang Yinchen unrolled a top-secret level map on the table, a large-scale map of Shandong, and pointed out the routes one by one. Setting up supply points along the road would be too difficult for Qius. They can't possibly have that much manpower and capital. If I do it myself, it's even harder, Deokhwan said. With 2 more years to expand the new Taoism network, perhaps it could work. For now, only a unified layout by the generator forward command will suffice. Wang Ruixiang shook his head. Very difficult. He studied the map and exclaimed, "Fuck!" Startling the Taoist, Wang Ruixiang said, "Looking at this map, the Yi River and Jiang Water don't connect. Walking a section of land route in between is certainly feasible, but taking boats from Jeju, walking, then taking boats to Qimu Island, then shipping them to Jeju Island seems unnecessarily complicated. Might as well treat these as immigrants for the Zhejiang side and transport them directly by ship via Zhejiang. It's not far from Jining here. Why not organize refugees to walk to Jining and take returning grain transport boats? From Jeju to Jining, refugees would need only 2 days' walk at most. The road was also relatively easy. After arriving in Hangzhou, refugees would take ships via the Qiantang River to the sea, heading toward Taiwan. Since Jeju Island hadn't opened yet, the destination for all refugees was Kaohsiung. During his time in Hangzhou, Wang Ruixiang had investigated the grain transport gang organization, assessing whether its transport capacity could be useful for Operation Generator. Returning grain boats typically traveled empty and could freely carry passengers and cargo. As an important wharf along the canal, Jining offered easy access to large numbers of southbound empty grain boats. I've considered this. The Taoist lightly stroked his beard. Going via Jining was theoretically feasible but practically difficult, primarily because Jining was too close to Yanzhou, where the Prince of Lu resided, the ruling center of southern Shandong. Whether for protecting the feudal prince or surveillance, the Eastern Depot and embroidered uniform guard would be unavoidable. Moreover, nearby Zhu County was a center of White Lotus sect activity, remaining intensely active even into the late Qing. He had just seized territory from the South Infinite sect, creating a feud. It was not advisable to provoke the White Lotus sect now. So the canal route isn't suitable. Wang Ruixiang was slightly disappointed. His investigation in Hangzhou had impressed upon him the enormous transport capacity of the grain transport system, which could be effectively utilized. He had even established connections with point men, leaders among the transport soldiers. Besides, the canal passes through the densely populated Ming heartland. Passing checkpoints and requesting locks along the way involves too many uncontrollable factors. If we transport thousands or tens of thousands of refugees south, I'm afraid everyone along the way will stare. They then discussed the second option. If they continued sending Jeju refugees to Longkou, the route would still proceed north via the Yi River, only bypassing the Jiang Water. Specifically, refugees would travel north along the Yi River to the watershed, then north along the Beilang River or Jialai River to Leizhou, then travel along the coast. Refugees would carry only 1 or 2 days' worth of rations, with supply along the way relying on water transport. A relay station would be established at the watershed. Supply would come from Jeju south of the watershed, from Longkou north of it. If necessary, a fixed supply point could be set up at the watershed relay station. End of chapter. Chapter 10:34. The belated Jeju DDay. If we continue transporting refugees at this speed, we'll have a biological crisis within days. Lu Wenyuan stood on the farm's watchtower, surveying the refugee camp sprawled across the hillside below with growing unease. The transport fleet had arrived twice now, taking away 4,000 people in total. Yet the tide of humanity flooding into the camp only increased. Particularly after Kang Yao's forces reached the gates of Dengzhou City, the civilians near Dengzhou fled in all directions to escape the clamor of soldiers, and many streamed toward Qimu Island. Lu Wenyuan could no longer maintain precise head counts at this point. People arrived practically every hour. Combined with the daily death toll, he could only estimate the approximate population through the nightly distribution figures of refugee rations. The total now exceeded 4,800. Qimu Island was small. Though food was not a problem and accommodation could barely be managed, drinking water consumption strained beyond sustainable limits. Merely supplying 1.5 liters of basic drinking water per refugee daily meant consumption exceeding 10,000 liters. The island's natural water sources couldn't meet this demand. Everything now depended on the rainwater stored in cisterns Lu Wenyuan had excavated during the previous phase. At this rate, even if the population stayed below 6,000 daily, the island's reserve water sources would be exhausted within half a month. If heavy snow didn't replenish surface water, water-fetching teams would have to travel over 10 li to find sources. Far more deadly was the excrement situation. Though food supply levels were very low and biogas digesters processed waste, the daily volume remained considerable. Lu Wenyuan had already been forced to close several public toilets. "You mismatched bunch of miserly planning commission bastards." He gritted his teeth. If not for the planning commission's insistence back then, he would have run the toilet sewage culverts directly into the sea long ago, discharging everything into the ocean, convenient and clean. Why should he have to wrestle with these problems now? He didn't know when the next convoy of ships would arrive. The fleet had to unload, evaluate transport gains and losses, and revise the transport plan. This was always part of the schedule, only no one had anticipated refugees gathering so rapidly. He was currently experiencing cargo backlog. From the watchtower, lights on the pier and scattered mast lights remained visible. Besides a few fishing boats he had collected himself, a special service squadron from Kaohsiung had been dispatched to protect the sea around the island. The cannons on these 4 special service boats were concealed under canvas and fishing nets, their flags hidden. Yet the cold wind growing sharper each day and the occasional snowflakes reminded him that severe winter was approaching. Ice had already begun forming on the island's pools and the surface runoff beyond the island. Under the biting northwest wind, the sea surface would soon freeze as well. Lu Wenyuan had confirmed this from local fishermen. Once Longkou Bay froze over, the special service boats would have to withdraw. However, nearly 1,000 army soldiers equipped with cannons and typewriters remained on the island. Even if Kang Yao attacked with his entire force, it wouldn't be problematic. What worried him was the impact on ship docking after the ice freeze. Coming down from the watchtower and returning to the warm conference room where a fire crackled, he found Special Commissioner Zai Yao waiting for him. Dispatched by the Ministry of Health to oversee health and epidemic prevention work at the Qimu Island refugee camp, Zai Yao was a semi-old man in his 50s, originally a scholar without a degree and a bankrupt small landlord. He knew a bit of medicine. He had received training in modern Chinese and Western medicine through the Ministry of Health's training class. Being from Shanxi, he was considered freeze-resistant and had been sent to Shandong to direct refugee health operations. Dozens of medics dispatched from Lingao served under him. He wore a semi-old uniform commonly worn by naturalized citizens, warming himself by the stove. Seeing Lu Wenyuan enter, he attempted to rise. Lu Wenyuan waved impatiently. Don't get up, just tell me. What's the situation today? Disinfectant has been sprayed in all barracks. The kill rate for fleas and bedbugs is 90%. Zai Yao spoke slowly. As of 17:00 this afternoon, 31 people have died and the bodies have been transported out. There are 109 new patients. Adding those not yet recovered and subtracting those recovered or deceased, the current patient count is 375. Lu Wenyuan smiled bitterly. Dr. Zai, what's your prognosis for tomorrow? The weather grows colder by the day. I'm afraid the women, children, and elderly can hardly withstand it. A small cold or chill becomes pneumonia instantly. There isn't enough medicine. He paused. If only we could give them more bedding and cotton clothing. If not for the chief's secret sulfa tablets and various other Australian medicines, relying only on decocted herbal soup would have claimed far more lives. It was precisely curiosity about Australian medicine that had prompted Zai Yao to sign up for the Ministry of Health's training class at his advanced age. However, cold weather also has advantages. With so many people crowded on a small island, if it weren't freezing, I'm afraid we'd have seen an epidemic long ago. A huge gap existed in winter clothing and bedding prepared for the refugees. It was genuinely difficult for the Senate to prepare winter clothes for over 100,000 people. Therefore, the forward command strategy was to let refugees build fires and heat themselves gradually. Compared to cotton, fuel supply was easier to manage. Improve the housing for refugees, build more Huidilong heating, at least 2 flues for every barrack, Lu Wenyuan instructed. After seeing off Zai Yao, Lu Wenyuan paced the conference room several times, then ordered his orderly to find Wang Ruixiang for consultation. Chen Saijian had gone out with the Special Reconnaissance Detachment. He needed to continue monitoring combat operations between Kong Yaod and the government army. Ever since Kong Yaod's trajectory had shifted, Chen Saijian had grown deeply uneasy about the historical process and was monitoring both sides with increasing intensity. The Special Reconnaissance Detachment, reconnaissance cavalry, and plainclothes spies maintained near-constant surveillance of both the government soldiers and Kong Yaod's forces. For such missions, Chen Saijian would deploy for days at a stretch once he went out. On the large map behind him, the latest status of all parties was densely marked with small colored flags. Since Kong Yaod had reached the gates of Dengzhou City on November 22nd, there had been small-scale armed clashes between the two sides, but combat intensity remained low. Overall, the situation remained a temporary stalemate. Of course, this stalemate would soon break. To execute the Senate's resolution, letting Kong Yaod plunge Shandong into chaos and capture large amounts of supplies, while ensuring Sun Yuanhua could preside over the pacification. Both the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and Lu Wenyuan were conducting active strategic operations. Messengers and intelligence agents traveling to Dengzhou, Leizhou, and various locations throughout Shandong flowed in an endless stream. Though Lu Wenyuan had not visited Sun Yuanhua personally, he had written several letters as a fellow believer, making various speculations about Kong Yaod's movements and providing subtle reminders about the issue of the original Dongjiang units in Dengzhou. In particular, he had pointed out that Kong Yaod's mutiny was fire ignited from accumulated kindling, not extinguishable by a ladle of water. The Dongjiang units in Dengzhou were all unreliable. Lu Wenyuan didn't expect Sun Yuanhua to follow his advice completely. He merely wanted to leave an impression, preparing the ground for approaching and manipulating Sun Yuanhua in subsequent phases. At this critical juncture, Lu Wenyuan wanted no epidemic or similar disaster breaking out in his base camp. Moreover, too many people gathering was conspicuous. Wang Ruixiang was in his bedroom formulating grand plans, specifically, a plan for entering Liaodong. As a major advocate of the Liaodong initiative, he had long attempted to establish relations with the Manchus and was therefore keenly invested in Operation Generator. Once a foothold was secured on the Shandong Peninsula and a base established on Jeju Island, maritime communication with the Manchus would be established. In Wang Ruixiang's view, though the Manchus were barbaric and backward, they possessed abundant resources. The industrial agricultural price scissors could be wielded to great effect in shearing their wool. If that truly proved impossible, rescuing more captured Han population to Lingao to enrich the labor force would also be valuable. Hearing Lu Wenyuan's concerns, he grinned. Fuck, what's there to worry about? Shouldn't we be going to Jeju Island? From Qimu Island to Jeju was only 1/3 the distance from Qimu Island to Kaohsiung. Large ships weren't necessary, ordinary vessels could handle the run. Ships could complete a round trip in less than 4 or 5 days, far faster than transporting directly to Kaohsiung. But so far, the Jeju Island landing operation hasn't begun. Lu Wenyuan frowned. By right, the Jeju landing should have started a month ago. Now the calendar had reached the end of 1631, yet still no telegraph signal had arrived from the direction of Jeju Island. Where on earth had the Second Fleet gone? This is indeed strange. Wang Ruixiang scratched his head. I think we have to send a telegram to ask. While the radio waves of the telegram jointly signed by Wang Ruixiang and Lu Wenyuan cut through the sky, the Second Fleet, having set sail from Kaohsiung, had already arrived in Jeju Island waters. The Second Fleet launched its landing operation nearly a month later than planned. The consequences of the Navy's rapid expansion were now revealing themselves one by one. The Second Fleet's flagship Zhenyang had suffered a major steam engine failure halfway between Hong Kong and Kaohsiung. One boiler failed, forcing a return to Hong Kong for repairs. After other ships arrived in Kaohsiung and began comprehensive inspection and troubleshooting, Nangchao and Deokhwan were found to have problems of varying degrees, mainly in power systems, boilers, steam engines, crankshafts. Some ships also exhibited leakage problems. Only Fubo remained in normal condition. After emergency repairs by the repair ship docked in Kaohsiung, the Second Fleet had finally, barely, completed preparations. They launched the Jeju Island campaign just before New Year's Day of 1632. The 4 warships, Zhenyang, Nangchao, Deokhwan, and Fubo, sailed through the waves in a wheel formation on the sea surface. All had hoisted sails, sailing at 6 knots per hour, with faint black smoke rising from their chimneys. Boilers were not at full power, to accommodate the H-800s and special service boats in the formation. These followed closely behind under full sail. This was nearly the entire combat fleet and 2/3 of the transport ships of the Second Fleet. The vessels were fully loaded with soldiers, supplies, and construction materials. The sun rose slowly, illuminating the deck. In the distance, a verdant large island had emerged on the sea surface. Jeju Island. End of chapter. Chapter 10:35. Seongsan on the bridge of the Zhenyang. Rear Admiral Li Haping of the Second Fleet stood with one hand on his hip and the other raising a telescope, gazing at the morning sun rising over the distant sea. He felt immensely heroic and wanted to recite something to leave for history. Suffering from a lack of ink in his belly, meaning literary talent, he abandoned the idea of composing a poem. He considered uttering a famous quote like, "I came, I saw, I conquered," but in the end said only, "Jeju Island has been our country's inseparable territory since ancient times." Without even turning around, he ordered, "Write it down." The female orderly standing behind him hurriedly scribbled his words in a notebook. Having pronounced this sentence, he felt it lacked proper flavor. Just as he was trying to conjure something more original, the lookout reported, "Jeju Island directly ahead, 10 nautical miles." He quickly raised his telescope to scan the sea surface. The sea lay calm. In the vast emerald waters, a great verdant island stretched across the horizon, with Hallasan faintly visible. In the visible sea area, almost no vessels could be seen, only sporadic fishing boats that scattered upon sighting such a massive fleet approaching. Li Haping drew a deep breath of the fresh morning sea breeze, then surveyed the great fleet following behind. A sense of intoxication rose spontaneously. He was a dignified fleet admiral now. Thinking back to when he had been stationed at Changhua Fort, staring blankly with a few dozen naturalized Marines, counting stars and watching the moon at night, goofing off hunting during the day, the scene was truly unbearable to recall. Though those days had been hard, he had accumulated enough political capital. Moreover, the extremely boring life had reignited the enthusiasm he had felt when applying for military academy, driving him to delve into naval tactics textbooks. Led by Wen Dacey, a group of former naval officers and naval enthusiasts in the Senate, considering that the new Navy's weapons and tactics differed from the old timeline, used late 19th century British and German naval materials as blueprints to compile a naval drill manual and naval elementary tactics, reader as textbooks for training new naval officers. Li Haiping had been a petty officer in the navigation department in the plan, completely different from authentic naval officers like Chen Haiyang and Ming Qiu. In a sense, apart from not getting seasick on board and being relatively familiar with naval terminology and shipboard conditions, he was no different from senator naval officers of enthusiast backgrounds like Li Dai. In terms of depth of understanding of naval tactics and strategy, he might not even compare favorably to these armchair strategist enthusiasts. As for naval tactics and equipment characteristics of the sail and ironclad era, all the former plan officers combined couldn't match Wen Dacey. Director Wen's title of General Naval Advisor was not mere leader's vanity. Having gained sufficient seniority at Changhua Fort, and with his remarks at the second plenary session gradually forgotten by the Democrats, Li Haiping returned safely to Lingao, just in time for the Navy's shipbuilding and reorganization plan. Under Ming Qiu's suggestion, the Navy began training mid to high-ranking naval officers from among the senators, preparing commanders for the new 845 improved and 901 types. As a former professional naval serviceman, Li Haiping became a priority trainee for fleet command personnel. Now he stood on the bridge, wearing the rank of commander in the Navy. His Commodore's pennant flew from Zhenyang's mast. Every time he looked up and saw this flag, Li Haiping couldn't help feeling elated. In the Australian Song Navy, only 4 people had the right to fly a Commodore's flag, and he was one of them. Fortunately, he hadn't listened to old Dai's bewitchment back then about transferring to the Marines. If he had really gone to the Marines under Shijiki's radiant shadow now, he would at most be an obscure Marine Company commander, just like old Dai. He coughed with feigned authority and issued an order. All ships, prepare for combat. Strengthen observation. After giving the order, he turned his telescope toward the increasingly close Jeju Island. Jeju Island's shape was remarkably regular, almost an oval. Except for a few locations, there was no broken or rugged coastline. Terrain features like bays and capes were quite rare. Flat sandy beaches extended everywhere. The center of the island was Mount Hala, rising 1,190 meters above sea level. The entire island was a typical volcanic formation. Figuratively speaking, Jeju Island looked like lava squeezed out from Halasan and spread flat upon the sea. Though Jeju Island's latitude matched that of the Shandong Peninsula, the warm current passing through gave it a subtropical climate. It snowed in winter and temperatures dropped to freezing, but conditions were generally humid and warm. The winter here was certainly colder than Kaohsiung, but at least warmer than Shandong, and the distance to Longkou was much shorter. An area exceeding 500 square kilometers was sufficient to accommodate a large population, and fresh water resources were reasonably abundant. In the 1930s, under extremely underdeveloped conditions, the island had maintained a population of nearly 200,000. In the 21st century, Jeju Island's resident population was 550,000, not including the large floating population of annual tourists. The island's carrying capacity held great potential. Jeju Island's subtropical climate with distinct seasons was considerably healthier for immigrants than the hot and humid southern Taiwan. Concentrating sheltered refugees on Jeju Island would greatly reduce the chances of infectious disease outbreaks. Though agricultural conditions on the island were not outstanding, self-sufficiency for a population of tens of thousands would not be problematic. The decision to take Jeju Island had been based precisely on its potential as an immigrant transit station. The operation was now a month behind schedule. Though the forward command had not sent many telegrams to urge them, Li Haiping still felt the weight of responsibility. He needed to complete the tasks of landing on Jeju and constructing refugee camps as quickly as possible. The fleet's course pointed toward Seongsan in the northeast of Jeju Island. Because Jeju Island was a volcanic island, there were no natural ports with excellent conditions. Shelter conditions were particularly poor. The best port was Jeju Harbor, which also housed the Joseon dynasty's governance agency. Its population was relatively dense, making it unsuitable as a starting base. The final designated landing site was chosen at Seongsan. Though port conditions at Seongsan were relatively average, the offshore Udo Island to the northeast and Seongsan to the southeast embraced the harbor. They could not only shield against wind and waves, but also control the entire port if forts were placed on them. The General Staff judged it appropriate to establish the main military base here. As the fleet sailed toward the eastern portion of Jeju Island, the lookout shouted, "Beacon fire!" Even without the lookout's report, Li Haiping saw black smoke rising from the island. Smoke columns rose from the small islands surrounding Jeju Island, and then black smoke rose from the Seongsan direction on the east side as well, climbing straight into the clouds. Though the Great Library hadn't found specific materials on the Joseon dynasty's fortification measures on Jeju Island, the Haitians' reconnaissance voyage to Jeju months ago had revealed that the Joseon dynasty maintained beacon towers on the main island and surrounding smaller islands, and also stationed naval ships. This location was only 300-odd nautical miles from Japan and had historically been subject to constant Japanese pirate attacks. Moreover, less than 30 years had passed since the Imjin War, and the Joseon dynasty still maintained strong wariness toward Japan. As the first line of defense against Japan, vigilance here was strict. During Haitians' reconnaissance voyage, apart from observing successive beacon fires alarming on various islands, no Joseon Navy interception had been observed. The conclusion was that Joseon naval forces near Jeju Island were very weak and incapable of proactive sea interception. They relied mainly on defensive troops on various islands holding their positions, which would cause minimal hindrance to the landing operation. Li Haiping's order was therefore simple: sail straight to Seongsan. With modern charts and Haitians' reconnaissance data, the fleet boldly and safely passed through the islands and reef groups surrounding Jeju Island, heading directly for Seongsan. Soon, Seongsan appeared in Li Haiping's field of vision. It really does look like a huge fortress. Though Li Haiping had seen Seongsan's appearance in countless photographs and video materials long ago, when it actually materialized before the bow, he still marveled. The entire Seongsan was a massive rock protruding high from the sea surface, just as its name implied, like a city, Seong. Yet it was far more magnificent than any real city. Seongsan's main altitude was 182 meters. The top contained a huge crater, 600 meters in diameter and 90 meters deep, like a giant saucer, with a flat bottom. The southeast and north sides of Seongsan were sheer cliffs. Only the northwest side featured a grassy ridge winding down to connect with Jeju Island. In the 21st century, this place was a UNESCO World Natural Heritage Site and a famous tourist destination. Many senators had visited there. Li Haiping, having always scoffed at the cosmic empire, had never set foot there himself. Now he examined the environment around Seongsan with a naval officer's eye. Opposite Seongsan lay Udo Island. Between the two, a natural anchorage had formed. Placing a fort on each would effectively guard the harbor. The disadvantage was that the anchorage area was limited and the sheltered range not extensive. It could only moor a small number of ships. Overall berthing and shelter conditions were not ideal. Li Haiping shook his head. A bit of a pity. This place can't anchor a fleet. In terms of Jeju Island's geographical location, this shortcoming seriously affected its strategic value. The island fell within the typhoon influence zone and was known for strong winds. Without good natural sheltered harbors, large fleets could not anchor safely, which was precisely why the Navy's Jeju landing had been scheduled for late autumn and early winter. Since conditions were limited, excessive military construction here became unnecessary. It seemed the General Staff's cancellation of the plan to build forts on Seongsan and Udo Island had been sensible. In the original plan, the Navy had prepared to build coastal forts on top of Seongsan and install heavy fortress artillery. However, after evaluating the terrain and Joseon's military potential, the General Staff had concluded there was no such necessity for the time being, and whether there would be such necessity in the future was also doubtful. The conclusion was to establish a fortified camp on top of Seongsan, set up observation posts to comprehensively monitor the nearby seas and the entirety of the island's eastern portion, and build a lighthouse as a navigation marker. End of chapter. Chapter 1036. Landing the Fubo, smallest in displacement, broke formation and sailed alone at the very front. Its diesel engine power meant low engine noise, high mobility, and no continuously spewing thick smoke, making it the designated aviso of the Second Fleet, executing missions of reconnaissance, infiltration transport, and surprise attacks. Following the chart drawn by Haitian, the Fubo carefully dropped buoys while sailing, guiding subsequent ships into Seongsan Bay. Standing on the deck of Fubo was Special Reconnaissance Detachment Squad leader Zhu Ziliang. Nearly all squads under the Special Reconnaissance Detachment Command had been dispatched for various operations. Apart from the direct squad commanded by Bai Wei himself, only Zhu Ziliang's squad remained uncommitted. Zhu Ziliang had long served as an instructor in the Special Reconnaissance Detachment, so his unit was effectively a training squad. However, the combat environment on Jeju Island was relatively simple. Everyone in the Senate held extreme contempt for the combat effectiveness of the Joseon Army, refusing to grant them even the title of Combat Power 5. This made it perfect for the training squad to practice. For Zhu Ziliang, it didn't matter whether the opponent was Combat Power 5 or Combat Power 1. Having been cooped up on Hainan Island for far too long, leading his team in daily runs across the island, climbing mountains, crossing ridges, swimming across the sea, he was bored out of his mind. A chance to go on a real operation was not to be missed. He immediately selected the 20 best-performing members from the training squad to form the Jeju Island Special Task Squad. Fubo lowered its sails and used the diesel engine to approach Seongsan at a crawl. Zhu Ziliang had visited South Korea during his time as an American soldier and had naturally toured Jeju Island. The Seongsan before his eyes was almost identical to his memory, only more desolate and quiet. The beautiful beach south of Seongsan was devoid of human traces. Only occasionally could a few small fishing boats be seen sunbathing bottom up. No hotels, no resorts, and certainly no sight of gorgeous women in bikinis. Though Zhu Ziliang had felt at the time that those beauties looked decidedly un-Asian, now he missed them very much. Though he had managed to win Selena, attracting every variety of envy, jealousy, and hatred, especially from Zio Bailang, who declared every time he got drunk at the farm cafe that he would shoot Winnie Zhu and take back the big foreign mare. He had no share of maid subsidies. He was entitled to the subsidy, of course, but out of consideration for Selena's feelings, he had painfully forfeited the opportunity. Damn, a tree or a forest, that is the question, he muttered to himself on deck, thinking of recent rumors at the Nanhai Cafe that many girls had been brought from Shandong. He couldn't help letting his thoughts wander. They said there would be a local Ziming Tower in Lingao. Why isn't it open yet? While his imagination ran wild, the lookout suddenly shouted, 15 degrees starboard ahead, distance 380 meters, active targets. Zhu Ziliang hurriedly raised his telescope, a grin spreading across his face as he quickly adjusted the focus. In the lens was a group of bare-bottomed young women. No, strictly speaking, they weren't truly bare-bottomed but wearing loincloths similar to tea-back thongs. Despite the biting cold sea wind, these women wore only cloth towels wrapped around their heads and straw-woven capes draped over their bodies, running barefoot among the reefs, rattan baskets in their hands, moving as agilely as antelopes. Catch them alive! Zhu Ziliang roared unconsciously, drawing suppressed snickers from several squad soldiers behind him. Laugh my ass. I bet you bunch of virgins are seeing bare-bottomed women for the first time, Zhu Ziliang scolded. Reporting to the squad leader, we can't see, the scolded soldier replied. Zhu Ziliang bellowed, all prepare to land. Fubo approached the beach and lowered 2 speedboats, neither rowboats nor heavy motorized boats with steam engines but fiberglass motorboats with outboard motors, specially equipped for the Special Reconnaissance Detachment. Zhu Ziliang was first to leap into a motorboat. Before the last soldier to drop in could regain his feet, both motorboats shot toward the beach like arrows from a bow. Zhu Ziliang's eagerness to go ashore was of course to capture some women, but his motivation wasn't mere novelty-seeking. Capturing prisoners was the most common method for reconnaissance squads to obtain intelligence. He guessed these near-naked women were Hiniao, sea women, harvesting seafood in the area. He had witnessed their performances at this very location during his travels in South Korea and had even tasted fresh abalone harvested by Hiniao. Though the motorboats were fast enough and the squad members rigorously trained, the distance was too great. By the time the Special Reconnaissance Detachment hit the beach, the Hiniao had already fled 500 or 600 meters away. Even sprinting flat out, they couldn't catch up. Sergeant, take a few men and track them in the direction they fled. They should be from a nearby fishing village. Maintain contact, do not fire at will. He issued orders to the sergeant beside him. Understood. The sergeant saluted, turned, and picked 4 soldiers to track together. Everyone else spread out, search the vicinity. According to Zhu Ziliang's experience, in sudden situations like this, some people would choose to run while others would choose to hide in place, especially given the many small groves and rocky formations on this part of the beach, giving an impression that hiding was possible. Someone would definitely be hiding. Sure enough, soldiers soon brought 5 or 6 semi-naked Hiniao back. The women huddled, some draped in straw cloaks and some simply naked, walking over barefoot. The escorting soldiers were all young lads. Though Lingao didn't maintain a culture of strict separation between men and women, female naturalized citizens under the Senate's rule typically wore skirts and short-sleeved clothes in summer. They had never seen such nearly naked women. Though the Hiniao varied in age, naked thighs, breasts, and buttocks swaying before their eyes made several soldiers blush, lower their heads, and avoid looking. Zhu Ziliang glanced at them in dissatisfaction. What the hell are you shy about? Eyes open wide. Watch the prisoners. I'll ask how many hairs the prisoners have later. No dinner for anyone who can't answer. Though the soldiers tried desperately to look serious, their expressions struggled not to laugh. Take them aside and detain them. Zhu Ziliang had no time for interrogations now. Besides, he didn't understand Korean. A senator fluent in Korean had been specially assigned for this operation as translator, but he remained aboard the flagship. Contact Admiral Li Haiping on Shenyang immediately. The soldier carrying a 2-watt radio nearby hurriedly began calling and soon raised Shenyang. Zhu Ziliang took the handset and spoke loudly. This is Zhu Ziliang at the radio, over. This is Li Haiping at the radio, over. Static crackled through the headset, but Li Haiping's voice came through clearly. I have landed on Seongsan Beach, encountered no resistance. Will proceed to the beacon tower shortly. Current bearing 1167. I will fire a signal flare in 5 minutes, marking landing beach with 3 bonfires of white smoke. Over. Copy. Over. Communication out. He set down the handset and ordered soldiers to execute their predetermined tasks. The soldiers dispersed and set up 3 bonfires on the beach. One soldier scattered special chemicals on the fires, producing white smoke, distinguishing the signals from the black smoke of the beacon tower. According to Haitian's intelligence, a Joseon beacon tower stood beside the landing zone, located at what would become the Seongsan bathing beach in the old timeline. Where there was a beacon tower, there must be garrison soldiers. Useful information could be extracted from soldiers, so his first task was to capture the beacon tower and take prisoners. The beacon tower was highly conspicuous, visible from the beach without searching. Zhu Ziliang didn't go personally but dispatched a small squad. Half an hour later, they returned with 5 Joseon soldiers and reported that observation posts had been established on the beacon tower. The second fleet sailed into Seongsan Bay, steam engines roaring, black smoke billowing. From the H-800s that dropped anchor in the Seongsan anchorage, small motorized boats began to be hoisted down. 4 motorized boats were equipped with typewriters, serving as patrol boats for the bay while moonlighting as tugboats. The Combat Engineer Company was first to climb down rope nets from the transport ships onto small boats. Wooden pier components bundled on pallets with float drums were hoisted from the Harmony wheels and placed directly on the water. Engineers wearing life jackets quickly tied tow lines to the pallets, which were towed to shore by motorized boats and assembled by the engineers. A specially modified flat-bottomed barge was unloaded from a Harmony wheel's deck, equipped with a small steam engine and boiler set to power a pile driver. Large barrels of pure water for the boilers and coal were unloaded from the collier Haifeng. Engineers busied themselves on the engineering barge, adding water and coal. Before long, thick black smoke rose from the boiler chimney, climbing straight into the sky. However, several hours would pass before the steam engine became operational. Laborers from the direct squadron of the Jeju Agricultural Reclamation Regiment headquarters began climbing down rope nets from the H-800s in batches, each carrying a luggage bag, wearing a rattan safety helmet, with a machete at the waist. The future Jeju Island Agricultural Reclamation Regiment would be built with these men as its core. Around noon, the first dispatched Special Reconnaissance Detachment scouts returned. They had marked several villages on the map. One lay less than 2 kilometers from the landing beach right at the foot of Seongsan. Zhu Ziliang examined the map. It was roughly the location of the Seongsan folk village in the old timeline. The scouts reported it was a fishing village. The Hinieo who had fled earlier were from there. The villagers have all run away. We didn't pursue, the scout reported. We searched the village. No suspicious locations. The commoners had fled in a hurry, even the fires in the stoves hadn't been extinguished. The scout reported the village was very poor. Apart from a small amount of seafood catch, almost no grain or valuables could be found, nor any livestock. Very good. Zhu Ziliang expressed satisfaction. Rest up. There are new missions tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 10:37. Jeju Island Forward Command in the lee of Mount Seongsan, where volcanic cliffs broke the winter wind. A net curtain enclosed the command area. Sentries stood watch with loaded rifles and fixed bayonets, their breath misting in the cold air. Within this perimeter, the large command tent hummed with activity as the Jeju Island Landing Command worked to consolidate their gains. A situation map of Jeju Island, painstakingly reconstructed from 21st century cartography and historical records, lay flat across the combination map table. Gathered around it, the members of the Forward Command studied their new domain. Rear Admiral Li Haiping of the 2nd Fleet, Special Reconnaissance Detachment Squad Leader Zhu Ziliang, Jeju Island Special Task Force Commander Nanggong Wudi, and Civil Commissioner Feng Zongs. Though Jeju served as Joseon's first line of defense against Japan, the dynasty's military presence here was laughably weak. Historical records indicated the entire island garrison numbered fewer than 2,000 men, and as for their combat effectiveness, the senators had reached unanimous consensus that it merited no serious consideration whatsoever. 30 years prior, the Japanese had swept through Joseon as if the peninsula were uninhabited. During the later Jin invasion just 4 years ago, King Zhou had abandoned his capital and fled to Ganghwa Island, his only stratagem for repelling the enemy being to sue for peace. The Second Fleet had escorted a substantial force ashore. 2 infantry companies of the northbound detachment's Jeju Island Special Task Force, 1 combat engineer company, and 1 public security company, supplemented by a direct company equipped with 4 field guns. On the civilian side, the Jeju Island Agricultural Reclamation Regiment had landed its direct squadron, a horse-raising squadron, and 4 labor squadrons, approximately 1,200 souls in all. Beyond the field army and public security troops, even the Agricultural Reclamation Regiment carried cold weapons. "Give me command of a single labor squadron with nothing but standard spears and machetes," declared Nangang, "and we could crush these 2,000 Joseon troops without breaking a sweat." The speaker cut an imposing figure. His hair was cropped in the pot-lid style favored by army senators, and though he stood only 170 centimeters tall with a medium build, his muscles were dense and well-defined from years of rigorous training. His thick forearms and prominent biceps suggested considerable strength, an impression reinforced by the M1911 pistol at his hip, a weapon rarely chosen by senators due to its heavy recoil. Most peculiar of all was the leather pouch at his waist, which contained a slingshot fashioned from steel wire and beef tendon. He wore an army captain's uniform. Before D-Day, Nangang had served as a squad leader in the People's Liberation Army, accumulating valuable experience in troop leadership, training, and combat. After the transmigration, he had naturally gravitated toward the army. During the second counter-encirclement campaign, he'd commanded an infantry company in the Fubo Army, though his assignment to the reserve meant he'd seen little action in the Chiang Mai campaign, beyond a brief pursuit that netted several hundred prisoners. Consequently, the wave of promotions following that victory had passed him by. However, recognizing the need to cultivate senator officers, the General Staff had soon organized an advanced tactics class for all Army senators below battalion level, preparing them for future mid- to high-ranking positions. The curriculum extended beyond strategy to encompass military organization, training, and line infantry tactics of the era. A substantial portion focused on public security warfare, tactics essential for the social transformation that would follow their expansion into the mainland. Nangang academic performance had been merely average, but his practical abilities were exceptional. Years of wandering through various livelihoods after his discharge had left him with a remarkable gift for languages. He could conduct basic conversations in Mongolian, Manchu, Korean, Vietnamese, Tibetan, and Uyghur. This linguistic versatility had earned him command of the army forces for the Jeju Island landing during Operation Generator's planning phase. Civil Commissioner Feng Zhang spoke up. "Crushing the Joseon ruling structure won't be a problem, but with an island this size, do we have enough men to hold the entire territory?" Feng Zhang stood a head taller than Nangang, his sturdy frame projecting an air of honest reliability that belied his varied skills. As the proprietor of a small pharmacy, he held a pharmacist's license and junior nutritionist certification. He understood psychology, excelled at cooking, could operate medium vehicles and tractors, and possessed enough mechanical knowledge to bluff his way through basic repairs. His horsemanship was similarly passable. Most crucially, he spoke fluent Japanese and serviceable Korean, qualifications that had elevated him above dozens of soy sauce senator applicants for the civil commissioner position. At least, that was the official explanation. Unreliable rumors claimed this particular senator had entangled himself in an affair with a female colleague, and her boyfriend's threats had prompted the organization department to exile him to this remote post. Naturally, no one believed such nonsense except Wu Changzhen, the notorious coin collector. Organization Department head Ming Lang had firmly denied the allegations. We maintain rigorous procedures for selecting senators for administrative positions. The process is completely open and transparent. Still, given Feng Zhang's diverse capabilities, appointing this multi-talented senator as an expatriate civil official seemed an elegant solution to multiple problems. Notably, the Generator Command had dispatched no senator medical personnel with the expedition. "We don't need to defend the whole island," said Zhu Ziliang. "Just our base. Let the Joseon folks do as they please. If they come looking for a fight, we'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. No, we must disarm the enemy forces." Nangang Wudi, as supreme commander of the operation, overruled this suggestion. Jeju Island is rich in resources. Only by controlling the Joseon bureaucrats and stripping them of military power can we exploit those resources effectively. Without capturing local officials, how can we locate the island's official horses? How can we determine the actual population? Our historical materials are extensive, but discrepancies between documentation and reality are inevitable. Moreover, those records lack the specificity we need. For outsiders seeking to rule any territory, local collaborators were indispensable. Establishing a puppet regime and appointing willing traders remained the unchanging choice of every occupying force throughout history. We'll also need the local government's grain reserves and must conscript the local population, Feng Zhang's added, eager to support the commander's position. None of that works without controlling the government apparatus. Fair enough, no objections. Do it your way. Zhu Ziliang raised his hand in surrender. He had no aversion to fighting. After all, that was where his value lay. We need to seize the three cities, Jeju, Dejiang, and Jeongui, as quickly as possible and bring the Joseon ruling institutions under our control. Nangang Wudi circled 3 locations on the glass overlay with his ink pen. Jeju Island contained 3 administrative divisions, Jeju proper, Dejiang County, and Jeongui County. These served as the island's administrative centers, each governed by local officials, a moxa, or magistrate in Jeju, and county magistrates in the other 2. Jeju corresponded to modern Jeju City, the political and economic heart of the island, administering roughly half its population. Dejiang County occupied the island's southwestern tip. Jeongui County lay in the southeast, roughly where Seonju would stand in the original timeline. It was the closest of the 3 to their landing site at Seongsan. The question is how those 2,000 troops are actually deployed, Feng Zhang mused. Surely they're not all concentrated in the 3 cities. There are also garrison posts at the beacon towers and other strategic points, Zhu Ziliang noted. According to materials from the Great Library, the Joseon dynasty had established 9 garrison positions across the island beyond the 3 cities, each requiring some complement of soldiers. Defending a 500-square-kilometer island with a meager force of 2,000 men, scattered like sesame seeds across the landscape, inevitably meant insufficient strength everywhere. The Joseon army's deployment philosophy clearly mirrored that of the later Qing dynasty's Green Standard Army. Defenses spread thin across multiple positions, focused more on policing duties than field operations. Against such an opponent, the Special Task Force could defeat them piecemeal with ease. "We should interrogate the prisoners," Zhu Ziliang suggested. "They can provide first-hand intelligence." At his order, soldiers brought in the captured Hinieo for questioning. The fact that Zhu Ziliang had apprehended bare-bottomed women immediately upon landing had stirred considerable interest among Feng Zhang's and the others. It wasn't that they lacked female companionship. All 3 had purchased maids, but the legendary image of Hinieo diving naked into the sea to harvest seafood held an undeniable exotic allure. In the original timeline, of course, Hinieo wore tight diving suits or at least swimsuits, and most women persisting in this grueling profession were middle-aged or older. Japanese and Korean youth having long since abandoned such arduous work. But learning that Hineo matching their fantasies actually existed set their imaginations racing. Before the women arrived, Feng Zong's and Nangang Wudi engaged in a friendly competition, debating in elementary Korean over whose command of the language was superior. To demonstrate their linguistic depth, they exchanged colorful greetings using certain choice Korean expressions. Admiral Lee Haping, whose presence at the interrogation was largely ceremonial, remained silent and motionless throughout. When the Hineo entered, they immediately knelt with bowed heads. Though Jeju Island's climate was warmer than the mainland, winter remained winter, with outdoor temperatures hovering below 10 degrees. The sea women survived their dives by smearing grease on their bodies before entering the water, then driving away the cold with strong liquor afterward. Years of year-round diving had built their cold resistance beyond normal limits, but this was training, not some special constitution. Though they wore straw cloaks, prolonged exposure with semi-naked bodies had left them shivering. The warmth inside the tent drew sighs of relief. The Hineo wore their hair coiled atop their heads. Long years of seawater immersion and sun exposure had bronzed their bare skin to a deep copper hue. Their figures remained fit from constant physical labor, though a closer look revealed that several were already quite old, well into their years by this era's standards. Only 2 or 3 were young women. Feng Zong's Korean proved slightly superior, so he opened the questioning. When the Hineo realized these men in gray-blue jackets commanding the great ships could speak their language, they raised their heads one by one, eyes widening. These strangers were clearly not the dreaded Waku, the Japanese pirates they feared most. Shipwrecked Tang people and Wa people occasionally drifted to Jeju Island, and raids by Waku were not uncommon, but the figures before them were neither. Author's note: regarding the image of Hineo, old photographs confirm they did indeed work naked or wearing only underwear. Rubber diving suits and tight swimsuits are innovations of the last 60 or 70 years. Earlier divers, of course, had no such equipment. Similar professional divers exist throughout the world. When diving, they are typically naked or near naked, smearing grease on their bodies to ward off the cold. Additionally, regarding Jeju Island's Hineo specifically, some sources suggest they actually emerged as a distinct profession after the 19th century. Because taxes on women were lighter than those on men, the practice of harvesting seafood gradually transitioned from male to female. End of chapter. Chapter 1038. Interrogating prisoners, the Hineo took in the extraordinary appearance of the men before them, surely high-ranking officials among these bald-haired pirates. Though unlettered in matters of the wider world, they understood well enough that before such authority, only submission could minimize suffering and preserve their lives. They prostrated themselves with expressions of complete deference. The exchange that followed proved awkward. 21st century Korean and 17th century Jeju dialect diverged considerably, and both Feng Zong's and Nangang Wudi possessed only elementary proficiency. Gesturing wildly between phrases, they struggled to make themselves understood. Fortunately, Korean, like Japanese, existed as something of a linguistic island, relatively isolated and resistant to dramatic change over centuries. After considerable effort involving body language, facial expressions, and liberal use of smita, Feng Zong's finally established workable communication. From the Hineo, they learned these sea women had indeed come from a nearby fishing village, a community populated almost entirely by women. The men had mostly perished at sea over the years, victims of storms that claimed their fishing vessels. Over generations, these losses had transformed the settlement into a Hineo village where women dominated. The women sustained themselves primarily through diving, harvesting various seafood to process into dried goods for sale to merchants. Life was brutally hard. The meager income from selling dried abalone, sea cucumber, and other products, exchanged for small quantities of grain and supplemented by their catch, barely kept starvation at bay. Contrary to the senator's assumptions, Jeju Island was not self-sufficient in grain and depended on imports from the Korean peninsula. Though the Hinayeo couldn't speak to larger matters, the older women all agreed that the population had been declining for the past decade or more, with many islanders migrating to the mainland. In recent years, the island had suffered continuous natural disasters. Court relief arrived both meager and late, and many had starved to death or fled. Numerous nearby villages now stood abandoned. As for conditions elsewhere on the island, the Hinayeo knew little. They rarely ventured far from home. Merchants came to the village monthly to buy seafood and sell grain. Some villagers had visited Jeju City. Since Jeongui County lay close by, quite a few had been there. Feng Zhang sat up straighter. What is the population of Jeongui County? How many soldiers are stationed there? How large is the city? My lord, we are but ignorant and lowly women, replied the Hinayeo who answered, a relatively clever-looking woman of 25 or 26 who had served as informal spokesperson throughout. She bowed her head respectfully. We slave maids cannot understand clearly what the lords ask. If our answers displease, we beg forgiveness. This slave maid does not know Jeongui County's population, only that households within the city walls are few, with 2 villages outside. The total comes to perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 souls. The garrison, she estimated, numbered around 200 soldiers. When asked about the city's dimensions, she had no concept of measurements and could not explain clearly. She did mention, however, that a large government granary within the city stored considerable quantities of grain. This was valuable intelligence. Feng Zhang's and NanyangStyle exchanged eager glances. Grain was their paramount concern, especially given what they'd heard about Jeju Island's precarious food situation. I've heard there are many cattle and horses here. Where are they kept? The cattle and horses are all in the mountains near Halasan, the Hinayeo answered. They roam across the slopes and plains there. We have few animals in this area. The reason, she explained, was insufficient water. The seaside lacked adequate sources for livestock, which required substantial drinking water. Only springs existed here. Feng Zhang nodded with satisfaction. What is your name? The Hinayeo hesitated. Reporting to my lord, this lowly maid is of the Pan clan. This was not truly a name, but even in 1930s China, many women in remote rural areas spent their entire lives known only as clan so-and-so. Hinayeo occupied commoner status, only marginally above public and private slaves. Having no given name was perfectly normal. Are you in Sanggun? He asked suddenly, using the Korean term for a senior-ranked diver. The Hinayeo's eyes widened momentarily before she hurriedly lowered her head again. This lowly maid is young, only a Yunggun. The ranks of Sanggun and Yunggun existed within the Hinayeo community's internal hierarchy, a progression from child Sanggun, through Hagun, Yunggun, and Sanggun, finally reaching the elite status of D Sanggun. These titles circulated exclusively among Jeju Island sea women. Even Joseon dynasty officials and scholar bureaucrats might be unfamiliar with them. That a foreign pirate should know such terminology surprised the woman considerably. NanyangStyle and Zhu Ziliang posed additional questions about local conditions. The Hinayeo could answer some and not others. Clearly, further interrogation would yield little additional value. Feng Zhang instructed the guards to take them away. Give each one a relief biscuit and a bowl of hot soup. Let them retrieve their clothes and fishing tools. What were keeping them? NanyangStyle's interest in the Hinayeo had waned considerably. Though their figures were acceptable and 2 were quite young, their faces held little appeal for him. Keep them temporarily. We'll decide what to do with them after interrogating the soldiers. Feng Zhang harbored no romantic notions about the Hinayeo. His interest was purely administrative. He intended to employ them in civil affairs work. According to Du Wen's article, How to Apply Class Theory in Civil Affairs Work, the oppressed class were natural rebels and potential collaborators. Hinayao endured low status and harsh lives, possessing both the desire and motivation for revolutionary change. Next came the soldiers. According to the Special Reconnaissance Detachment's report, the beacon tower had housed only 5 garrison troops. When the detachment appeared without warning, the soldiers hadn't even attempted resistance. They had simply tried to flee. Their will to fight appeared absolutely non-existent. One look at these captives confirmed that assessment. The soldiers were emaciated, clearly underfed for extended periods. Their battle jackets were tattered and faded. They possessed no armor, wore only bamboo hats, and carried weapons of shocking crudity. The senators had examined Ming army equipment captured during the Battle of Chiang Mai and various miscellaneous arms discarded by pirates. But these Joseon soldiers' weapons and equipment failed to match even large pirate bands. There were no firearms of the kind already common in Ming armies. The shafts of their spears were absurdly short, at most 1.7 meters, useless for anything beyond ceremonial display. Their swords were equally crude. Only the bows and arrows showed any quality of workmanship. The Joseon dynasty under the Yi family styled itself Little China. In its disdain for military matters, it not only looked to the Ming Dynasty as a model, but exceeded it. For the Ming at least maintained small numbers of elite household troops as the core of their fighting forces. Studying these soldiers and their weapons, Nangang thought, if I were Kinoshita Takahiro, I'd have invaded Joseon too. What difference is there between this army and a field of scarecrows? The soldiers quickly confessed everything they knew. As garrison troops, they had been transferred frequently across the island. Moreover, their commander had served here for more than 20 years, having been stationed at nearly every defense post. He knew far more than the Hinayao. From their testimony, Nangang learned the island's total military strength. 3 divisions of roughly 500 men each, for a regular army of 1,500, lower than the 2,000 they had originally estimated. The Moxa had repeatedly petitioned the court to expand the Jeju garrison to 5 divisions, forming a full battalion. However, with constant natural and man-made disasters plaguing the realm, the court was overwhelmed and possessed neither the will nor the resources to strengthen Jeju Island's defenses. Fortunately, since the Tokugawa seclusion, the scourge of Japanese pirates had diminished considerably, making the situation barely manageable. Because Jeju Island's primary threat came from the sea, these 3 divisions were dispersed across the coastline. Jeju City garrisoned 500 men. Dejiang and Jeongui counties each housed more than 200. Additionally, 9 garrison posts called ports similar to the Ming Dynasty's Wuqiao system, defended strategic positions. Each maintained 30 to 50 soldiers, positioned at bays providing access to the island, and arranged along the coastline in a pattern that fully embodied coastal defense doctrine. 18 beacon towers, each staffed by 5 soldiers, completed the network. The Joseon army did possess artillery. Various garrisons and cities maintained small quantities, though nothing comparable to the Ming army's red barbarian cannons. Viewed this way, the largest concentration of heavy troops amounted to merely 500 men in Jeju City. A single infantry company could annihilate them with ease. As for naval forces, the Joseon dynasty maintained essentially no warships on the island, only a handful of small boats for coastal patrol. Name every official on this island, Feng Zong's commanded. One by one. Yes, the Jeju observer is Lord Yi Jinjeong, the judge is Lord Yi Diha, the Dejiang magistrate is Lord Yi Gu, the Jeongui magistrate is Lord Choi Injin. The Jeju observer served as the Joseon dynasty's highest-ranking official on the island, a third-rank civil position. The judge held the highest military authority. How many official slaves are on this island, and where are they located? Official slaves interested the senators most keenly. They were ideal candidates for collaboration. At minimum, even if these slaves lacked revolutionary consciousness, they represented the most readily available labor force. The government offices of Jeju, Dejiang, and Jeongui all maintain official slaves. This lowly one does not know the total number, but there must be tens of thousands. Many starved or fled during the famine some years ago. The forward command found the soldiers' confessions thoroughly satisfactory, having obtained substantial detailed intelligence. After ordering the prisoners removed, the forward command held a brief meeting and concluded that delay invited complication. Troops must be dispatched immediately to seize the 3 cities, confiscating all stored grain. The various garrisons must be disarmed. Simultaneously, they would secure the island's principal ports. NanyangStyle proposed a combined arms special task force mixing infantry and artillery. The infantry would march overland along the island's official roads, while artillery and supplies would move by the large motorized boats and rowboats accompanying the fleet, maneuvering along the coastline. Of Jeju's 3 counties, only Jeongui lay inland. Both Jeju and Dejiang fronted the sea, making naval supply support highly convenient. For prudence's sake, they decided to capture Jeongui County first, being closest to the Seongsan base, gaining first-hand understanding of the Joseon Army's combat effectiveness and fortification systems before determining their next moves. Jeongui County corresponded to South Korea's Seonjup folk village in the original timeline. When the South Korean government developed tourism, the old county seat had been restored and reconstructed as a heritage site. Though not directly on the coast, it lay quite close to Seongsan, connected by a passable road. Both Zhu Ziliang and NanyangStyle had visited this folk village in their previous lives. However, it had been built in later generations as a reconstruction. Despite claims of restoration and historical research, no one could guarantee how closely it resembled the original. Author's note: materials on Joseon-era Jeju Island provided by SB Forum member Bayu. Hiniao ranking system derived from the novel Jewel in the Palace, D. Jang Jiam. End of chapter. Chapter 1039. ScholarOfficials and official slaves and archery competition was underway at the Jeju government office's practice field. The Jeju magistrate, Lord Yijinjeong, had taken personal interest in the affair and summoned the island's principal officials to participate. The Joseon dynasty's ruling class harbored deep enthusiasm for archery. From the king himself down through the Yongbin nobility, all regarded it as a refined pastime. Archery competitions were regularly held at the palace and government offices, with prizes awarded to victors. Under such patronage, even civil officials developed impressive skill with the bow. An arrow left the string, slicing through the wind with a sharp whistle. The shaft drove into the target a finger's width from the bull's eye, quivered momentarily, then stood still. The archer was Lord Yijinjeong himself. His face darkened immediately. Before he could mask his disappointment, he glanced toward the soldiers and subordinates arrayed beside the drill ground. They had composed their features into expressions of respect, but failed to conceal their surprise. Though a civil official by appointment, Yijinjeong's archery rivaled that of Judge Yidiha. The two were considered evenly matched in skill. Today's weather was ideal: gentle breezes, bright sunshine, winds much lighter than usual, precisely the conditions for archers to demonstrate their maximum ability. That Lord Yi's first arrow should miss the bullseye was entirely unexpected. The atmosphere grew stagnant. Everyone appeared uneasy. After all, this observer had always prided himself on his archery. Such a scene would surely foul his mood. When a superior was displeased, subordinates would suffer. Every gaze drifted toward Yidiha, who was next to shoot. If this judge Yi could also miss by some margin, whether genuinely or strategically, the tension might ease. But that was far from certain. Yidiha served as Jeju's judge, the highest military official on the entire island, and effectively its second in command. He personally handled much of the actual administrative work, making the relationship between judge and magistrate rather delicate. Moreover, due to the Yongbin nobility's influence, The Joseon dynasty lacked the strong tradition of valuing civil over military authority found elsewhere. More significantly, the judge's direct superior, Jeolla Province military commander Shin Jeongui, had been a prominent supporter of the current king's coup to overthrow Gwanghee-gun just 8 years prior. With such a powerful figure of the new regime backing him, Judge Yi might not feel inclined to play along. Yidiha appeared in full martial regalia. A calfskin quiver at his waist held 13 eagle-feather arrows, and he gripped a vermilion-lacquered rattan-bound bow. His presence immediately commanded attention. He drew a deep breath and calmly raised his bow. When the string reached full draw, he stood motionless, steady as a mountain, every eye fixed upon him. His arrow also missed the mark. Yidiha shook his head slightly. A wave of unease passed through the assembled officials. Then, suddenly, a soldier came running to report urgent news. The beacon towers had been lit. A large-scale Waku invasion was underway. Shock rippled through the crowd. Since the Tokugawa seclusion, Waku harassment of Jeju had declined dramatically. Since 1605, when Joseon and the Tokugawa shogunate re-established diplomatic relations, the island had enjoyed nearly 3 decades of peace. Though small bands of pirates still occasionally landed and raided, there had been no major invasion. The beacon's signal was maddeningly vague. It indicated only that a substantial Waku force had struck the main island from the direction of Seongsan. Specific details would have to await reports from local soldiers and subordinate officials. Waku have breached our shores. Despite his shock, the judge had contingency plans ready. Yidiha immediately ordered the beacons lit across the island, horns blown and garrison soldiers summoned from all townships. Since the Goryeo dynasty, the Jeju region had suffered constant Waku incursions. Killing, arson, and robbery were commonplace. To resist these invasions, extensive defensive infrastructure had been established during King Sejong's reign. 3 cities, 9 garrisons, 10 naval battle stations, 25 beacon towers, and 38 smoke towers. Pacification Commissioner Han Seongsan had instituted the beacon fire system, creating a comprehensive alert and defense network. Beacon stations lined the coastline and occupied mountain peaks, enabling rapid notification to Jeju City and all other towns and defense posts in emergencies. According to standing orders, when Waku landed, beacon fires would blaze across the island. Garrisons and city stations would relay information through horn signals and beacon fires. Garrison soldiers would hold their stockades and control the ports, preventing the pirates from using island harbors for reinforcement. The main forces from each city would then deploy based on the Waku landing zone, coordinating with warships from nearby naval stations to attack from both land and sea, annihilating the invaders. The problem was that this seemingly sound plan depended on an army capable of basic combat effectiveness, and required that the landing force not be too large. With only 1,500 troops on the island, subtracting essential defensive garrisons left perhaps 300 or 400 men available for deployment at any given time. That was adequate for repelling a few dozen or even 100 pirates, but would prove woefully inadequate against greater numbers. They could, of course, call upon the righteous army, volunteer militia formed by islanders, equivalent to the Ming Dynasty's local defense forces. Compared to the regular army, these righteous armies, fighting to protect home and country, often demonstrated impressive combat effectiveness. During the Three Ports Waku disturbance, Jeju Island's righteous army had played a significant role, mounting fierce resistance against the raiders. But recent decades had brought frequent disasters and chronic food shortages, causing a massive population exodus to the peninsula. The pool of available righteous army recruits had dwindled accordingly. Learning that Waku had landed near Seongsan, Jeongui Magistrate Choi Injin went pale. This was his jurisdiction. As the official charged with defending that territory, he bore inescapable responsibility for repelling the invaders. "Your Excellency, Please dispatch several hundred elite soldiers. This humble official will return to the county immediately to resist the Waku. Though frightened, the duty to defend one's post could not be evaded. Choi In-jin summoned his courage. Better to be proactive and bring reinforcements back with him than be forced to return empty-handed. Whether victory could be achieved remained uncertain, but at least he could ensure his personal safety. These Waku were surely just raiders. They would withdraw once they'd plundered their fill. The enemy situation remains unclear, Yidiha replied. Rashly deploying troops could invite disaster. The only remotely capable soldiers on this island belong to the Jeju division. If something goes wrong, every soldier and civilian on the island will face eternal doom. Though his words sounded dignified, the underlying meaning was clear. He had no intention of dispatching reinforcements. The judge had made his calculations. The Waku would retreat eventually. Even if a county seat fell temporarily, recovery after their withdrawal was inevitable. But losing soldiers and officers would be the judge's responsibility. As the highest military official, he knew better than anyone the true state of the island's 3 divisions. The only troops worth anything were a small number of special patrols and tooth soldiers, personal guards, perhaps 100 or 200 men in total. They might not even prove a match for the Waku. Just as Choi In-jin was formulating a rebuttal, Magistrate Yi Jinjeong spoke. As befitting a rank 3 civil official, he possessed the ability to remain calm amidst chaos. His expression remained composed. He cleared his throat, stroked his beard, and spoke slowly. Even if the Waku force is large, we must remain calm. Calm. He repeated the word twice. As expected, the officials ceased their murmuring and turned their attention to him, hoping to hear what brilliant strategy the magistrate might unveil. But Yi Jinjeong had no clever plan in a silk bag. Beyond instructing Yidiha to devise a strategy to repel the enemy immediately, and ordering Choi In-jin to return quickly to oversee the defense of your county, he offered nothing substantive. The assembled officials could only boom their acknowledgement. In an atmosphere of escalating tension, the 2 magistrates, Choi In-jin and Yi-gu, set out under guard escort, riding fast horses back to their respective county seats. Horns immediately blared throughout Jeju City, summoning garrisons from outside the walls, closing the city gates, and implementing pre-battle readiness protocols. Yidiha returned to his office and immediately dispatched special patrols to reconnoiter the enemy situation. Then he penned a personal letter to his direct superior, Jeolla Province Military Commander Shin Jeongyu, informing him that a large Waku force had landed and that defensive preparations were underway. This was not a formal request for aid, merely a private communication. Whether to declare an emergency and request reinforcements would depend on the reconnaissance report. He summoned a servant and instructed him to select a capable man to deliver the letter. Then he issued another order: ask Middle Army Park to attend me. The archery competition had ended abruptly, and the entourages surrounding the officials dispersed in disarray. Only a handful of minor clerks from the Jeju government office remained, directing dozens of official slaves in the cleanup. An awning had been erected beside the archery field for the post-competition banquet. The tables stood fully set with cups, saucers, bowls, and chopsticks, displaying arrangements of 4 fruits and 4 dried delicacies to accompany wine. The official courtesans prepared for entertainment wore elaborate makeup and magnificent garments, now gazing bewildered at the suddenly empty field, uncertain whether to depart or await further orders. 17-year-old official slave Park Deokhwan glanced at the courtesans beneath the awning and swallowed hard. He bent to gather objects scattered across the archery field when a fist struck his back. He spun around to find his brother, Park Deokhwan. "Big brother, what are you still working here for? Get the food, quick." Park Deokhwan still had traces of soybean paste at the corner of his mouth. "If you're too slow, there won't be any left." Park Deokhwan immediately dropped the items in his hands and followed his brother toward the temporary kitchen. Official slaves ate barley and buckwheat year-round, accompanied only by inferior soybean paste and seaweed. They couldn't even obtain such luxuries as radish kimchi. At the makeshift kitchen, official slaves and minor clerks jostled for food. This feast, lovingly prepared by the government office's slaves, now had no officials to consume it, a windfall for the minor functionaries and bondservants who usually subsisted on little more than salted vegetables and soybean paste. Their loyalty and patriotism burned less fiercely than the scholar officials. So long as no blade pressed their throats, their appetites remained healthy. The official slaves couldn't claim the choicest roasted meats or fish soups, but humbler fare, fish sauce, fish porridge, and kimchi, remained plentiful. The Park brothers quickly secured 2 heaping bowls of fish porridge, heaped with soybean paste and crab sauce in messy piles, then retreated to a quiet corner to devour their prizes. End of chapter. Chapter 10:40. The Park brothers staggered home with bellies perfectly round, leaning against walls for support. As official slaves of the government office, they lived within Jeju City's walls. The brothers had once belonged to a Yungan, Middle People family. Their father had served as a minor military officer in the palace stables. 7 years ago, the current king had launched his coup to depose Gwanghiguan, the event historians would call the Inzhou Restoration, and the Park family had been caught in the purge. Their grandfather and father were beheaded. The women and children were stripped of status, reduced to official slaves, and exiled to Jeju Island. On that brutal journey, the second-generation mistress of the Park household had died, unable to endure the hardships of the road. Only the 2 brothers survived, somehow struggling to Jeju Island, where they had grown to adulthood amid hunger, cold, and grinding labor. What they called home was merely a squat hut constructed from Jeju's ubiquitous volcanic stone. Yellow mud mixed with hay filled the gaps between rocks. Thick thatch covered the roof. There was no floor inside, only bare earth. Wooden boards placed in one corner served as beds covered with straw. An earthen hearth occupied the center of the dwelling. The house was newly built and still damp. A faint glow of embers lingered in the hearth. Starting fires was troublesome, so common folk left coals banked beneath ash. Consequently, smoke hung perpetually in the air. A person from the 21st century wouldn't have tolerated a minute inside, but for the poor of this era, such dwellings were simply home. Even this crude shelter had cost the Park brothers dearly. They had spent copper coins saved over many years bribing a petty clerk for permission to build on a plot of government land. They carried the stones themselves, mixed the yellow mud, cut the grass, building it bit by bit during precious moments of rest from herding horses and working the government fields, like swallows constructing a nest. With their own house, they no longer had to sleep in the large longhouse dormitory for official slaves inside the government compound. Only now did Park Deokhwan have any hope of marriage. Even for official slaves, the collective dormitory was no place to wed as the elder brother. Park Deokhwan was already 20 this year, unmistakably an older youth, by the standards of ancient society. And they bore the weight of their elders' dying wishes. Both their grandmother and mother had urged them to carry on the family line, even as lowly official slaves. The identity of Park Deokhwan's future wife remained uncertain, but he was a man of foresight. She would almost certainly be an official maidservant from the government office. Men and women alike came of age and married. It was the natural order of things. With a house now secured, a suitable wife could surely be found. The brothers slumped heavily onto straw mats, belching contentedly. This was the fullest and finest meal they'd eaten in over a year. Years of constant famine meant days of true satiation could be counted on one hand. Probably because of fleas or some similar pest, both scratched vigorously as they discussed Park Deokhwan's marriage prospects. Official slaves were essentially state property. Yet beyond the prohibitions against leaving their assigned government office and the requirement to complete assigned work on schedule, their personal lives went largely unrestricted. Marriage and children were permitted. They needed only file a report with the government office. The children of official slaves were born Chinmin, lowborn, and would continue serving the state in perpetuity. The brothers evaluated potential brides one by one. The government office employed many maidservants. With famines plaguing the area for a decade or more, every family lacked sufficient grain. Families with daughters were eager to marry them off quickly, reducing the number of mouths to feed. Choices abounded, but the prettier women remained beyond their reach. Officials at every level had long since claimed them. What about Zhou Xiang'ai? Her ancestors were originally Yangban. Park Deokhwan differed from his younger brother. He had been 13 at the time of their exile, old enough to retain clear memories of their former life. He placed weight on the original status of the maidservants. "I heard she's sickly, probably can't do heavy work," Park Deokhwan replied. Though only 14, he spoke with the worldly air of an old man. "Having Yangban ancestors won't fill your belly. Besides, isn't she an official maidservant just like all the others?" "What about Kim O-sun?" "Too ugly. Even Master Liang from the household division, you know, the one who'll take anyone, won't look at her." "Brother, do you really want to marry that?" Park Deokhwan's tone turned disapproving. It was his brother getting married, but a sister-in-law too grotesque to look upon would shame him as well. Master Liang, the household division clerk, was insatiable in his appetites. The truly beautiful maidservants were beyond his reach, but any woman of merely regular appearance would find herself summoned to accompany him for wine. "Turn off the lights," and Park Deokhwan was about to say it's all the same in the dark, but the image of Kim O-sun's face rose unbidden in his mind and he couldn't suppress a shudder. They discussed several more families' daughters, even considering young widows. Then Park Deokhwan said suddenly, "What about Yi Man Hui? She's a Middle People daughter and her offense was somewhat disgraceful." Park Deokhwan hesitated. Yi Man Hui had only recently been exiled to the island. Word was she'd had illicit relations before marriage, an extreme scandal. Though some claimed the charge had been fabricated to strike at her family, who belonged to the Southerner faction now under attack by the Westerners. Factional struggles in the Joseon dynasty were extraordinarily fierce, grinding on for centuries. Their severity rivaled that of Ming Dynasty court politics and perhaps even exceeded it. Yet remarkably, such intense internal strife had never brought down the kingdom. Perhaps this was the peculiar strength of Sadi ideology, the doctrine of serving the great. Many of Jeju Island's official slaves were losers and victims of just such political battles. "Brother, what does Middle People status matter? Here, she's an official slave like us." "Speaking of Middle People daughters, you and I are sons of Middle People too," Park Deokhwan pointed out. "That's true. Once you're here, we're all lowborn." Park Deokhwan sighed deeply. He had been a sensible teenager who had learned his characters when catastrophe struck his family. Sometimes, recalling the old days when the household had lived together in comfort, everything felt like a dream from another life. "Since we got such good food today, let's go pay respects to our elders," Park Deokhwan said. Their father and grandfather had died on the execution ground in the capital. Their grandmother and mother had perished on the road, their bodies hastily buried in unknown places, becoming wandering ghosts. This haunted Park Deokhwan more than anything else. He had studied the classics and absorbed the Confucian doctrines of filial piety. After settling somewhat on Jeju and managing to barely survive alongside his brother, he had secretly made spirit tablets. On death anniversaries and festival days, he would take them to the wilderness and offer sacrifice facing north, using only clear water and simple fare. Having obtained rare delicacies today, he wished to fulfill his filial duty. The city gates of Jeju were already closed, but the city was large, filled with vacant lots and wild ground. Carrying their offerings, the brothers made their way to a secluded spot near the city wall. This area along the wall was almost entirely vegetable gardens and small woods, punctuated by occasional thatched huts, presenting a pastoral landscape. The brothers followed a narrow path up a small rise by the wall, where a grove of trees crowned the height, a quiet, hidden place. Here they usually performed their ancestral rites. Just as they set down their offerings, several monsters covered in wild patterns, camouflage, burst from the bushes. The brothers nearly died of fright on the spot. Before Park Deokhwan could scream, a hand clamped over his mouth and nose and he was dragged to the ground, his joints locked immobile. Park Deokhwan was knocked unconscious outright. Zhu Ziliang whistled softly, examining the two captives. Poverty was a universal language, transcending ethnicity and borders. One glance at their clothing and haggard complexions told the story. "Interrogate them." He gestured to one of his soldiers. This man wasn't from the Special Reconnaissance Detachment, but an agent from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, a Korean translator trained specifically for the Jeju Island landing operation. Zhu Ziliang turned his attention elsewhere. From their arrival at Byongdo by boat to reaching this point on foot, they had captured prisoners several times along the way. Most were poor commoners like these, clothed in rags with never enough to eat, described them precisely, and these too were no exception. Infiltrating Jeju Island had proven even easier than he'd anticipated. Though they'd found the city gates closed upon arrival, the sight of the city wall itself had genuinely shocked him. Zhu Ziliang had been stationed in South Korea for a period. But as an American, he'd taken no interest in the history and culture of the cosmic empire. His usual pastimes focused on matters decidedly below the belt. He rarely visited historical sites and paid scant attention when he did. But when the genuine, original city wall appeared before his eyes, the reality stunned him. Damn, this counts as a city wall. The wall, built of volcanic rocks, looked regular enough, square and upright. But its height seemed wrong no matter how you looked at it. Of course, Zhu Ziliang had never seen city walls in the United States, but after spending considerable time in Hainan, he'd observed many Chinese fortifications. This Jeju wall could at best qualify as a boundary wall, and a low-security one at that. He estimated from outside that the wall stood less than 4 meters high. Leaving height aside, after all, with the increasing use of firearms, walls were trending lower and thicker. The entire structure lacked any defensive features whatsoever. Even the battlements and parapets found atop the most desolate, backward small county towns in Hainan were completely absent here. Through his telescope, he could clearly see soldiers standing atop the wall exposed from the waist up. Never mind rifles, even bows and arrows could easily kill defenders and suppress the wall top. As for standard city defense features like projecting towers and watchtowers, none existed on Jeju City's walls. Against such fortifications, there was no need for any special reconnaissance detachment, no need for cannons, no need even for the Fubo army. A labor squadron armed with spears and machetes, scaling the wall with ladders and ropes, could breach it in a single charge. Zhu Ziliang didn't know that less than 40 years earlier, in the late 25th year of the Wanli reign, a Ming general aiding Korea had said the following to Joseon officials. "The commander-in-chief has declared that the fortresses of this country are like child's play." From the veritable records of King Seonjo, Volume 88, this was the Ming military's assessment of Korean fortifications following the Imjin War. End of chapter. Chapter 10:41. Reconnaissance of Jeju. Zhu Ziliang's original plan hadn't called for entering Jeju City, but the pathetic state of its defenses compelled him to modify his approach. He decided to push deeper, infiltrating the city to probe conditions inside, then determine next steps based on what he found. With no projecting towers along the entire wall, a gate tower so small and humble as to be laughable, and a mere handful of patrolling soldiers incapable of monitoring even a fraction of the perimeter, the full circumference of Jeju City stretched some 3,910 paces, far larger than many Ming Dynasty county and prefectural seats with much greater populations. Vast sections of the wall stood essentially unguarded. Zhu Ziliang left his support team outside and led the assault team up using simple climbing poles. If scaling the wall in broad daylight under the guards' noses wasn't surprising enough, what he discovered atop the rampart shocked him again. Not only were the defensive works chaotic and amateurish, but the wall's very construction was bizarre. There were no horse ramps on the inner face for ascending and descending. Instead, the interior was simply built up as an earthen slope. From the defender's perspective, once an enemy attacked, this made it convenient for troops to reinforce the walls, allowing them to go up and down anywhere along the circumference. However, the same feature worked in reverse. Once attackers gained the wall, they could immediately rush down into the city's interior, eliminating the bloody battle typically required to seize the horse ramps and descend. Worse still, if an attacker employed the tactic of building earthen siege mounds, this design completely bypassed the need to fight for control of the gates. As long as the attackers secured a single section of wall, follow-on forces could cross continuously and effortlessly via the slopes on both sides. This construction seemed designed less to aid defenders than to throw open the doors for attackers. Though Zhu Ziliang had conducted no research on ancient Chinese city walls, the tactical principles of assaulting fortified positions were universal. Seeing this, he finally understood the senator's attitude of utter contempt for the Joseon army's combat capabilities. After entering the city, the assault team found themselves in what appeared to be walled farmland. Inside were still fields, vegetable gardens, and small woods, with crude thatched huts scattered throughout. Zhu Ziliang felt deeply disoriented. This hardly resembled a city at all. From a concealed position in the trees, he spent considerable time observing through binoculars, marking the drill ground, government office, warehouses, wells, and roads on his map. His original plan, if enemy defenses proved strong, had been to stage a center blossom strike from within, destroying the local armory before conducting assassinations and arson to thoroughly disrupt defensive preparations. But now such measures seemed superfluous. They would only reduce the haul of loot and prisoners. Even leading his team into the city for reconnaissance had been unnecessary. He was now fully confident of taking Jeju City, but the detachment lacked sufficient personnel. Even if they captured it, they couldn't control the whole city. Triggering a riot would yield far less than it cost. Zhu Ziliang understood well how much the Senate valued population and supplies. Taking an empty city served no purpose. The two Park brothers knelt on the ground, faces slick with nervous sweat despite the winter cold. Beside them stood a short-haired Japanese pirate in patterned camouflage, gesturing meaningfully with a sword. They were terrified that one careless answer might result in immediate execution. Jeju Island had long suffered from Waku depredations. Officials, commoners, soldiers, and slaves alike lost their souls at the mere mention of the word. The Intelligence Bureau agent spoke serviceable Korean, though the local Jeju dialect created some friction. The Park brothers were so frightened and agitated that their speech came out garbled. Only after considerable back and forth did the interrogators establish that these were official slaves of the Jeju government office who had come to this spot to honor their ancestors. The food and spirit tablets they carried confirmed their story. Zhu Ziliang had initially been inclined to waste no time on them, but hearing they were official slaves, and recalling Feng Zhang's directive about finding proletarian collaborators, he decided to bring them along. They would need local assistance after entering Jeju City. Take the prisoners. Let's move. At his order, accompanying soldiers immediately produced gags and black hoods. Before the Park brothers could react, their mouths were stuffed, their heads covered, and their wrists bound behind their backs. The prisoners slowed their departure somewhat, but the entire operation proceeded smoothly. The Special Reconnaissance Detachment then transported the captives to Byongdo, where they had established a temporary forward reconnaissance base. Byongdo was a volcanic island formed by an eruption in 1002 AD, the youngest among Jeju's volcanic islets. It lay very close to Jeju port, reachable in just 15 minutes by motorized boat, making it ideal for staging an attack. The island had housed a beacon tower, now under the detachment's control. The 5 beacon soldiers continued their duties as a zombie beacon tower under special reconnaissance orders. The Park brothers arrived in a daze. Over a dozen prisoners captured along the way were already detained in the secret camp concealed within the crater's woods. Most were local farmers with nothing useful to offer. They were held temporarily only to maintain operational security. Here the Park brothers revealed more: the city's approximate population and garrison strength. But for Zhu Ziliang, the most valuable intelligence was this: the magistrates of Jeongui and Deokhwan counties had been in the city, but had rushed back to their respective jurisdictions after receiving news of the Wuqiao attack. Zhu Ziliang immediately dispatched 2 teams in pursuit along the roads, with orders that the magistrates must be intercepted and taken alive. If capture proved impossible, killing them on the spot was acceptable. Though his teams traveled on foot while the magistrates and their escorts rode horses, men couldn't gallop continuously for extended periods. Even if the riders could endure, the horses couldn't. But forced marches were no problem for the Special Reconnaissance Detachment. Moreover, they could use small motorized boats for portions of the journey. Jeju Island's official roads, like those on Hainan, ran along the coastline. The Park brothers, having provided crucial intelligence, were transferred by ship to Seongsan before they could recover from their shock. As residents of Jeju City, they were exceptionally suitable candidates for collaboration. Feng Zongs had requested that selected prisoners captured around Jeju be sent to Seongsan for urgent indoctrination. While the Special Reconnaissance Detachment conducted reconnaissance of Jeju City from Byongdo, NanyangStyle organized a combined task force of regular infantry, public security troops, and laborers to assault Jeongui County. Jeongui County seat occupied a coastal plain very close to Seongsan. The troops marched steadily forward. Apart from a single fishing village near Seongsan, they encountered not a single settlement along the route, only beacon towers, some long abandoned, others whose garrison soldiers had already fled. Beside the road stretched vast coastal plains. Though the terrain was flat, no cultivated fields were visible, only dense coastal grasslands, withered stalks swaying in the strong sea breeze. The wind carried the salt tang of seawater, biting sharply at exposed skin. NanyangStyle recalled Feng Zong's mentioning that coastal pasture vegetation was rich in salt and minerals, highly beneficial for raising horses and cattle. Hokkaido had become a world-renowned ranching region partly due to similar geographical conditions. Though Jeju Island lacked Hokkaido's unique natural endowments, it shared many favorable characteristics, a great pastoral expanse shaped by heaven and earth. Only when Jeongui County seat came into view did cultivated land appear beside the road. The harvested fields showed scattered straw, clearly dry farming. What a decrepit little county seat! NanyangStyle observed the settlement through binoculars. The dilapidated condition of several southern Hainan County towns had already surprised him, but Jeongui County seat was obviously worse. The so-called city wall was merely a barrier of volcanic rocks, 3 meters high at most. Many sections had collapsed. Korean walls were constructed by piling stones into rectangular shapes, leaving foundations unstable, incapable of great height, and structurally weak. The city gate did feature a barbican for protection, but both gate and tower were absurdly low and cramped. Like Jeju City, there were no battlements or parapets whatsoever. Though the wall was crumbling, its circumference exceeded 1,000 paces, substantial even compared to ancient Chinese county-level fortifications. This was characteristic of Joseon construction: the ambition to enclose as much land as possible within the walls, regardless of whether enough residents or buildings existed to fill the space. Most of the area within Korean cities was therefore farmland or wasteland. The result was thin, overextended walls surrounding oversized towns, often garrisoned by insufficient defenders. Such fortifications might repel small bandit raids or peasant mobs in ordinary times, but against an organized army they collapsed immediately. When the Japanese invaded Korea, they had swept through as if the land were uninhabited. No Korean city had held. Nangang-Wudi's thoughts echoed Zhu Ziliyang's. Damn, for a place like this, I might as well send the labor squadron. Let them treat it as militia training. Even so, he cautiously dispatched scouts for close reconnaissance. A small village sat outside the walls. Beyond that, there were no other settlements. The gates of Jeongui County were already shut, all soldiers having mounted the walls, but neither the commoners nor officials within possessed any will to fight to the death. First, the magistrate was still in Jeju, leaving no one in command. People's hearts were wavering. Second, Jeongui County seat suffered a fatal flaw. There was no water inside the walls. The water source lay 5 li outside the city. Ordinarily, drinking water was transported in by people and oxen from springs beyond the walls. Water for daily washing came from heaven-submitted water, pits dug into the ground where buckets collected rainwater. If left settling in bamboo tubes, such water eventually became drinkable. But autumn and winter were dry seasons with scarce rainfall, and stores of this collected water were running low. The only fresh water available to the entire city was whatever remained in household water jars, at most enough for 3 or 4 days. Without food, they could hold out for some time. Without water, they wouldn't last 3 days. The soldiers and officials within the walls were frantic with anxiety, uncertain what to do, hoping only that the Waku would withdraw quickly. End of chapter. Chapter 1042. Occupying Jeongui Stone People. Nangang-Wudi suddenly noticed statues flanking the city gate, their forms distinctly peculiar. These were Dal Haryubang stone grandfathers, unique to Jeju Island, a manifestation of ancient stone worship. But Nangang-Wudi was neither cultural scholar nor tourist, and the statues held little interest for him. After extended observation of the defensive positions on the wall, he shouted, "Shikawa!" Here, Shikawa Shuji, recently promoted to sergeant in the Public Security Army, immediately broke from formation. One of Shikawa's platoons had been attached to the Special Task Force assaulting Jeongui County seat. "Take your men, capture this county seat within 10 minutes. "Understood," Shikawa replied crisply. His men prepared rapidly for battle. Shikawa glanced at Nangang and upon receiving a nod, abruptly drew his takai. A ferocious light ignited in his eyes. "Fix bayonets!" At his cry, the more than 30 Japanese mercenaries of the Public Security Army's Japanese company, each gripping a Southeast Asia pattern rifle with gleaming bayonet attached, howled banzai, and launched into what could only be called a pig charge, a headlong, suicidal rush. Racing at the very front came the Belated, the drawn sword squad, led by Shikawa himself. Each man brandished a gleaming takai, roaring wildly as they hurtled forward. "Suppressive fire," Nangang-Wudi ordered. All Minié rifles opened up on the wall, and a dense rain of bullets swept across the ramparts. After a single volley, not one Joseon soldier remained standing atop the fortifications. The Japanese mercenaries sprinted across the open ground. With no moat protecting the approach, they reached the base of the wall with ease. Under continuous Minié rifle fire, not a single arrow flew from the defenders, nor did anyone dare raise their head to hurl stones. The mercenaries arrived at the foot of the wall, and the short, sturdy Japanese soldiers immediately began stacking themselves into human ladders. The Belated were first over the top. Only upon gaining the wall did they realize how precarious it was. The walkway could accommodate at most a single person standing. Even 2 passing each other was impossible. Had it not been for the earthen slope immediately behind, where a misstep meant only a tumbling roll rather than a fatal plunge, the wild momentum of the Japanese mercenaries would surely have sent men falling to their deaths. Few Joseon soldiers remained on the wall. Under the sustained fire of Minié rifles, the low, thin parapets offered no protection against high-velocity bullets. Some defenders were killed outright. Others exploited the slope's advantage and slid immediately to the ground below. The bloody battle Shikawa had anticipated never materialized. They faced only a few dozen terrified Joseon soldiers with no will to fight. A handful of officers led small groups in token resistance before being cut down or bayoneted. The rest scattered in chaos. In less than 10 minutes, the Japanese mercenaries had seized the city gate. Shikawa swung his takai in a sharp arc to fling off the blood, then led a squad running down from the wall. They reached the gate, removed the heavy bar, and threw it open, all in one fluid motion. Not bad. Nangang checked his watch. Exactly 10 minutes. Though the outcome had been expected, the fanaticism these mercenaries displayed, reminiscent of Japanese devils from another era, was impressive to witness. The main force soon entered Jeongui county seat. Occupation and appropriation procedures had long since been standardized by the Planning Commission, which had even compiled a dedicated SO standard manual guiding the occupation of newly captured cities. This served as course material in officer and administrator training. Moreover, a specialized search team under Planning Commission jurisdiction accompanied every deployed unit to manage the reception, registration, and custody of loot and prisoners. Troops entering the city quickly cleared out remaining holdouts. After raising a banner inscribed, "Surrender and be spared," and broadcasting continuously in Korean through a loudspeaker, surviving Joseon soldiers emerged from various corners in 2s and 3s to lay down their arms. With insufficient forces to surround the entire city, considerable numbers of soldiers and civilians escaped by leaping from uncontrolled sections of the wall. Nangang made no effort to pursue. This was an island, after all, and crossing the sea to the Korean peninsula would prove no easy feat. Except for a few, the majority would eventually fall into their hands. Nangang led his guards and staff officers grandly through the city gate as fifers and drummers played the British Grenadiers. The moment he stepped inside, however, he planted his foot squarely in a mud puddle, splashing filth across his legs and sullying his relatively neat uniform. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. He had forgotten that the streets of most cities in this era, whether Chinese or foreign, remained unpaved. Trudging through mud was the norm. Brief chaos erupted within the city but was quickly suppressed by the public security army. The commoners and official slaves had assumed Waku had come. Many had fled over sections of wall not controlled by the Fubo army, scattering into the wilderness to hide. Others concealed themselves in desolate corners within the city. Those unable to escape cowered in their hovels, resigned to fate. Accompanying civil affairs personnel posted calming notices and broadcasted continuously in Korean to reassure the population. Nangang toured the county seat with interest. Jeongui looked thoroughly dilapidated. Houses were squat structures of volcanic rock walls and thatch roofs. Even official buildings like the county school and government office, though tile-roofed, remained similarly low and cramped. Standing on the ground, a person could reach the eaves merely by stretching an arm upward. Ordinary commoners' and slaves' dwellings lacked even floors, just bare earth inside. Only wealthier merchants and officials enjoyed raised flooring. Due to Jeju Island's geography, most interiors were damp and cold. The county possessed a county school, a government granary, and a small market hosting several shops and workshops. The shop owners had all fled, leaving only empty premises. Nangang inspected them. Sauce shops, general stores, carpenter shops, wine shops, blacksmith shops, the basic commercial and handicraft trades found everywhere. One workshop, however, caught his attention, a bow and arrow shop. The establishment was substantial, its interior empty and abandoned. The stove for bending bamboo still burned. Pots of ox horn glue and fish bladder glue simmered on the fire. Piles of timber, bamboo poles, feathers, ox tendons, and ox horns covered the floor. Finished bows hung from the walls. Walking through, he found finished and half-completed products everywhere. By rough estimate, there were 100 completed bows alone, with 300 or 400 more in various stages of production. As for arrow components, the thin bamboo poles for shafts alone numbered 200 or 300 bundles. Clearly, this volume far exceeded local demand. These were more likely export goods from Jeju Island. He connected the dots. Abundant cattle and horses meant plentiful hides, horns, and tendons, essential materials for bow making. The Occupation Command established itself in the county's finest building, the Jeongui Government Office. Nangang took his seat in the main hall. Captured clerks from the county's 6 divisions who hadn't managed to flee were herded before him. The Joseon dynasty's local government mirrored the Ming system in miniature. The magistrate's office maintained 6 divisions: personnel, revenue, rights, war, works, and punishments, to handle county affairs. The divisional clerks were minor officials selected from the local commoner population, intimately familiar with local conditions. Securing their cooperation was therefore the first priority after taking a city. With no salaries and no path to promotion, these petty functionaries subsisted on gray income. Their loyalty to the dynasty was typically minimal. This was true in the Ming Dynasty and equally true in Joseon. Especially when their lives and property hung in the balance, the clerks swiftly chose cooperation. The Joseon dynasty's official language was literary Chinese. Though Ianmun, the native script, existed, it saw limited use. Scholars and officials disdained it, employing it mainly for women and lower-class commoners. Because important documents, both public and private, were written in Chinese, these petty officials could read and write the language even if they couldn't speak it. Staff sent by the Planning Commission could therefore communicate through brush conversation, written exchanges, without needing translators. The clerks quickly furnished comprehensive intelligence about the county. The population within the walls, including adjacent villages, totaled 8,000. Approximately 2/3 were official slaves. Naturally, many commoners lived in scattered villages beyond the city. The county's total population, including public and private slaves, reached 15 or 16,000. Regarding horses, all official horse ranches fell under the unified management of the Jeju magistrate. The county magistrate had no jurisdiction. There were, however, some private ranches raising horses, cattle, and sheep. "Is there a person named Kim Man-il in this county?" Nangang asked abruptly. The clerks exchanged glances, thinking privately that this gang of Waku had set their sights on Master Kim. Kim Man-il was among the wealthiest men on Jeju Island at the time. Having once donated 10,000 horses to the court in a single contribution, he had been ennobled as an official. "Master Kim resides in Jeju, not in this county," one clerk answered. "He does, however, maintain ranches within our territory." The most valuable revelation from the clerks concerned the grain stored in the city, over 10,000 dan in 2 government granaries. This figure delighted Nangang considerably. At least until the refugees arrived, the food supply would be secure. But subsequent conversation quickly tempered his enthusiasm. True, the county held more than 10,000 dan of grain. But Jeju Island had just suffered a famine the previous year, and the populace's food reserves were severely depleted. Winter had only just begun. By the time spring arrived before the new crops ripened, the dreaded spring famine season, relief would inevitably be needed. Moreover, 5,000 or 6,000 official slaves resided in this county, and these people depended entirely on magistrate-distributed rations for survival. Official slaves farmed and herded for the government but received no harvest themselves. Their food and clothing came solely from government distributions. When natural disasters struck, large numbers of official slaves not only contributed nothing, but became a crushing burden on the government office. End of chapter. Chapter 1043. Island-wide strategy. News of Jeongui's occupation reached Feng Zong's at the Seongsan beachhead, accompanied by Nangang full report. though completely occupying Jeju Island would inevitably mean assuming responsibility for feeding 40 to 50,000 local inhabitants. Feng Zhongs judged the burden worthwhile. Because exiles and official slaves were concentrated in designated areas, Jeju Island's population distribution was remarkably dense. 60 to 70% resided in the 3 cities and 9 coastal garrisons. Achieving the goal of occupation, control, and utilization would be straightforward. The 3 cities and 9 garrisons all contained ample official buildings. Jeongui might appear to be nothing more than a large walled village in terms of development, but the requisite government structures were all present. Government office, drill ground, barracks, county school, granaries. Though the standards were modest, these were vacant buildings immediately available for use, saving considerable raw materials and labor that would otherwise go toward new construction. Refugees from Shandong couldn't handle heavy physical labor initially, and they faced the additional challenge of acclimatization. Feng Zhongs believed that during Operation Generator's early stages, local labor and facilities should be utilized extensively. From this perspective alone, feeding these tens of thousands of commoners was hardly a losing proposition. The Senate's greatest shortage was population, and Koreans were equally suitable for full utilization. Since the Senate was prepared even to assimilate and employ the commoners of Tonkin, a little China, like Korea, proved an even more fitting candidate. Furthermore, should Jeju's population genuinely prove too large for the available food supply, they could use the returning fleet's empty tonnage, ships heading back after delivering refugees and supplies, to transport surplus population to Kaohsiung for development work. Their condition would still be far better than the Shandong refugees. At the same time, such transfers would alter the island's demographic composition, solving the problem once and for all. A smug smile spread across his face at the thought. Feng Zhang studied the map in his tent, marking and annotating the glass overlay with colored pencils. Military cleanup operations were proceeding exceptionally well. The Special Task Force had already occupied Jeongui County seat and the 2 nearby garrisons of Suji and Seogui. Hundreds of Joseon soldiers had been captured. Excepting Daejeon, which remained temporarily in enemy hands, the entire southern line of Jeju Island had been essentially cleared of Joseon forces. Summarizing reports from various detachments, the Joseon dynasty's military strength on the island was extraordinarily weak. They possessed no capability to resist this invasion, nor even to mount harassment operations. The attacks on Suji and Seogui garrisons had produced nothing that could properly be called combat. After the troops fired a few shots and dropped a handful of soldiers, the entire garrison had disbanded. Judging from the 2 garrison operations, the armed status of the 9 garrisons, defense posts established by the Joseon dynasty across the island, was abysmal, with soldier numbers falling far short of authorized strength. According to captured Joseon soldiers, the gap between paper strength and actual manning exceeded 50%. Each garrison maintained hundreds of official slaves to cultivate the government land allocated to support the military post. The original intention was self-sufficiency for the soldiers, but in reality, much like the Ming Dynasty's Wuqiao system, the arrangement had long since decayed. Agricultural produce ended up largely in the pockets of local garrison commanders and officials. Jeju Island was no fertile paradise, and agricultural output remained backward. For commanders and officials, fewer people meant more to share. They had no incentive to fill vacant positions. These realizations deepened Feng Zhang's determination to seize Jeju quickly and completely. That said, available troops were stretched thin. With a total landing force just over 1,000, garrisoning 3 locations would inevitably spread their forces dangerously. Based on intelligence from the Great Library and Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the General Staff's assessments, neither the Joseon dynasty nor the Ming Dynasty would attempt an attack on the main island. External threats were essentially non-existent, but maintaining internal security across the island still required considerable military strength. The Joseon government and army had consistently proven ineffective during every foreign invasion. Instead, the righteous army militias mobilized by middle and lower-ranking scholar officials and commoners had demonstrated far greater combat effectiveness. At the Jeju Island Special Task Forces Front Committee meeting, the three senators unanimously agreed that military operations on the island should prioritize public security as the primary objective. Rapidly seizing the island's ruling centers and controlling the officials, scholar gentry, and landlords, if any existed, should eliminate potential resistance at its inception. Second priority, swiftly organizing a local puppet army. No, that term was unacceptable. Feng Zong's reflected that such language implicitly acknowledged the legitimacy of Joseon rule over the territory. A more suitable designation was needed. He considered the matter and decided, why not simply call it Public Security Army? The existing Public Security Army was already an irregular force composed of mercenaries. Since Japanese could serve in the Public Security Army, hiring Koreans was no different. Locally recruited auxiliary forces played a crucial role in consolidating rule. After the Manchus breached Shanhai Pass, they prioritized forming the Green Standard Army in every newly occupied territory, forming a battalion immediately upon occupying a place. Without the Green Standard Army continuously serving as occupation troops and cannon fodder, the Eight Banners could never have conquered all of China. Even in the 20th century, with its heightened nationalist consciousness, the various puppet armies organized by the Japanese military had played significant roles in strangling resistance bases and obstructing guerrilla operations. As the Senate's highest-ranking administrative official assigned to Jeju Island, Feng Zong's possessed full authorization from both Senate and Executive Committee. He held the authority to form local public security forces that do not use firearms. Beyond the Public Security Army, there had to be collaborators. Feng Zong's knew this wouldn't be difficult. Every society harbored frustrated figures from all classes who nursed grievances against society and government for various reasons. Given the opportunity and the prospect of regime change, such people would emerge on their own. He had no doubt. Once they captured Jeju City and controlled the entire island, collaborators would materialize immediately. Since Jeju Island concentrated official slaves and exiles, the pool of malcontents surely exceeded that of all 8 provinces of Joseon combined. Finding collaborators among them should prove trivially easy, and that wasn't even counting the oppressed masses as potential proletarian collaborators. Feng Zong's and the other senators also pinned hopes on another factor, the Chinese exiles on the island, including both Han Chinese and Mongols. According to background materials from the Great Library, the Yuan dynasty had begun exiling prisoners to Tamna Island, as Jeju was then known, in its earliest years. Though Tamna had been annexed by Goryeo, the Mongols had actually controlled the island during the Yuan dynasty. Besides exiling prisoners, the Yuan had transported pastoral slaves to breed horses. Jeju Island's emergence as a major horse breeding center was in fact a Mongol legacy. The stock itself descended from imported Mongolian horses. Mongol influence on Jeju had grown so considerable that, when the Yuan dynasty faced collapse, the court had contemplated relocating to Jeju Island and even begun palace construction there. After the Yuan fell, the Joseon dynasty had expended great effort subduing the remaining Mongol pastoral slaves and fully annexing the island. Though the Ming Dynasty never occupied Jeju, many Mongol nobles who had served the Yuan and Han bureaucrats loyal to the fallen dynasty had been exiled here. Zhu Yuanzhang himself had banished the Yuan dynasty's Prince of Liang, along with many subordinates to this very island. Many Korean family names common on the peninsula in the original timeline, Wan Yuan, Yang Liang, and Kang Jiang, were their descendants. These people were not Koreans. Though they had spent hundreds of years on Jeju Island, differences from ordinary inhabitants should persist, and differences could be exploited. Feng Zong's was still contemplating post-occupation administration when his secretary suddenly entered, reporting to the chief. "What is it?" "One of the Hiniao has fallen seriously ill." The secretary hesitated. "You instructed me to monitor the Hiniao's condition and report any developments immediately." The fishing village near Seongsan was now under their direct control. The villagers who had fled hadn't returned, so the captured Hiniao remained in the camp. "Understood. You did right." Feng Zong's nodded. "Send a medic to examine her." Healing the wounded and saving the dying was the easiest way to win hearts. Since Jeju Island was to serve as a refugee camp, the First Fleet had brought substantial quantities of medicine and disinfectant. Medical personnel were fully staffed. Providing some medical care to locals posed no difficulty. He suddenly stopped the secretary as she turned to leave. "Wait, I'll see her personally." "Chief," the secretary was surprised. She knew her master understood medicine, but hadn't expected a senator to personally treat a lowly prisoner. Feng Zong's rose, having made up his mind. If he intended to win hearts, he might as well do it thoroughly, starting with the prisoners at hand. Though Hiniao held humble status and possessed no influence whatsoever, once word spread that he had personally treated them, the effect would be considerable. Being a ruler required more than military force. Propagating benevolence and righteousness was equally effective. Hiniao dove in deep water year-round, holding their breath for extended periods of underwater labor. High water pressure combined with oxygen deprivation made them susceptible to chronic headaches, hearing loss, tinnitus, gastrointestinal disorders, neuralgia, and arthritis. Strong winds and high humidity also produced frequent cases of coughing and asthma. The afflicted Hiniao suffered from an abscess, one of the most common ailments on Jeju Island. Among sea women, such infections were particularly prevalent, almost an occupational disease. Every shrine on Jeju Island housed the Hiniao goddess and the Dragon King god, deities specifically invoked for protection against skin diseases. In shrines devoted to the Hiniao goddess, worshippers offered sacrificial rice topped with a boiled egg, expressing their fervent wish that their skin might become as white and smooth as the peeled shell. The severely ill Hiniao was none other than Pan. Feng Zong's needed no thermometer. Her flushed face and cracked lips told him she was running a fever. The inflammation had progressed considerably. He donned gloves and pressed with his fingers, a textbook abscess. The only cure was surgical incision and drainage. End of chapter. Chapter 1044. The collaborators the Hiniao watched with anxious hope as the Waku Lord descended into their thatched hut. Seeing his grave expression as he prepared to treat Pan, they could hardly believe their eyes. After a long moment, one of them knelt and begged, "My lord, please save her. She never married, she had to support her entire family. If she dies, they won't survive." "It's nothing serious. I can cure it," Feng Zong said. Incision and drainage was a simple minor surgery for anyone with medical training, especially now that they possessed antibiotics like sulfonamides. The cure would be straightforward. Feng Zong's had already honed his surgical skills treating countless refugees. His scalpel work flowed smooth as silk. He completed the operation in 3 swift movements, inserted a drainage strip, and packed the wound with anti-inflammatory powder. In his experience, sulfanilamide powder worked almost as a miracle drug, remarkably effective at eliminating wound infections. Sure enough, though the Hiniao initially stirred in alarm when the scalpel appeared, they fell quiet watching his skilled technique as he drained the pus and applied medicine. When the procedure was complete and Pan realized the Waku Lord had actually treated her, the women couldn't contain their tears of gratitude, bowing repeatedly in formal ceremony. "The danger has passed. Care for her properly over the next 3 to 5 days and she'll be fine," Feng Zong said in Korean. "I've instructed the kitchen to issue patient rations for her." The so-called patient ration was a specialized relief food formulated for the sick and wounded. Unlike the standard variety, it contained no sweet potato powder, composed entirely of rice flour and starch with a small amount of added protein powder. Cooked into gruel, it was nutritious and easily digestible. Feng Zhang surveyed the Hinayao. Since their capture, he had noticed the prisoners were all inadequately clothed, so he'd ordered a set of refugee-issue cotton clothing for each. Though called cotton clothes, they were actually padded with cattail fluff, and the filling was thinner than ideal. Their warmth retention was poor. But for Hinayao, who had been struggling through winter in single layers or half-naked, these were garments fine enough to warm their hearts. Seeing these Waku distribute cotton clothes and provide daily gruel to fill their bellies, and now even treating illness, the Hinayao shed tears of gratitude while privately wondering, what exactly did these strange pirates want from them? If they desired their bodies, it had been several days since their capture, yet no one had summoned them to serve as bed warmers. They were simply detained, with people sent daily to ask questions. Moreover, the women had gradually noticed something peculiar. These Waku were actually Chinese. When speaking among themselves, they used Chinese. Many descendants of Yuan and Ming exiles lived on Jeju Island, some still capable of speaking the language. The Hinayao had heard it before, at least occasionally. Could they be pirates from the Ming Dynasty? But their clothing was utterly bizarre. Uncertainty churned in the Hinayao's minds, yet their original fear and resistance had dissipated considerably. They were beginning to believe that whether these strangers were Waku or Ming pirates, they weren't bad people, at least not to the poor. Judging the timing to be right, Feng Zhang released the Hinayao to return home, but instructed them to bring back the villagers hiding in the nearby mountains. "We don't rob property, don't burn houses, and certainly don't abduct women," Feng Zhang said, noting smiles appearing on some of the kneeling women's faces. "As long as everyone comes back to work for us, those who work for us receive grain." He produced a brown oil paper package. This was something the Hinayao had grown very familiar with over recent days, relief rations. To ensure familiarity with this particular ration, so that one day it might achieve the magical power of U.S. military sea rations during World War II. The Hinayao had been put to work in the kitchen, tending fires and learning the appearance and taste of these supplies, preparing them to spread word of the relief ration's virtue. Jeju Island in 1630, one had enjoyed relatively favorable weather without major disasters, but previous years had brought calamity after calamity. The Joseon government forbade Jeju commoners from fleeing to the mainland peninsula, and relief arrived too late to save many who starved. Quite a few had risked death crossing the strait to escape. Every survivor had endured prolonged torture by hunger. Though fishing villages had their catch to supplement food supplies, the merchants who bought seafood exploited them ruthlessly, buying cheap and selling dear. Commoners lived miserably under this bleak commodity economy, receiving pittances for their abalone while paying inflated prices for grain. People who had struggled on the edge of starvation for years harbored an intense expectation of eating their fill. This was an incentive that could be harnessed to explosive effect. Feng Zhang's methods weren't novel, but they remained equally potent. Not long after the Hinayao were released, they succeeded in coaxing the villagers down from the mountains. Most families had possessed no food for the next day even before fleeing, and with their daily catch cut off, they couldn't survive long in hiding. Hearing that the short-haired Waku had come to pacify them, they emerged. Once the commoners returned, Feng Zhang convened a village assembly, ordering the villagers to continue fishing and harvesting seafood, with the stipulation that all catches must be sold exclusively to them. Payment would be made in grain and other daily necessities. The commoners were naturally willing. Even had they objected, they had no alternative. Merchants obviously wouldn't venture here to purchase dried goods anymore. Unless they abandoned their livelihoods and fled their homeland, they had no choice. First tempt with economic benefit, then transform quantity into quality. This was the Senate's consistent approach to civil affairs work. commoners reduced to desperate hunger were utterly practical. Whoever could feed and clothe them commanded their loyalty. Even a post-dated promise, painted brilliantly enough, could raise an army. Feng Zong's had no doubt that under their quiet influence, the first batch of local collaborators would soon emerge from this fishing village. The Park brothers, Deokhwan and Deokhming, were transported to Seongsan along with more than a dozen other prisoners captured by the Special Reconnaissance Detachment. The brothers remained dazed and terrified throughout the journey, uncertain where this gang of bizarrely attired Waku intended to take them. According to the horror stories circulating on the island, captured prisoners would be disemboweled by Waku, their hearts served as drinking accompaniments. In less gruesome versions, captives would simply be shipped to Japan as slaves. Compared to evisceration, the latter fate struck the brothers as more tolerable. They were already slaves on Jeju Island, little would change. Only the language barrier troubled them. Life might prove difficult. Of course, Park Deokhwan was reluctant to accept either fate. Acquiring land and preparing to build a house had cost him years of painstaking savings. Captured and hauled off to Japan, he would have to start over from nothing. When the hoods were finally removed and they were deposited at their destination, they realized with shock that they had arrived at Jeongui County seat, territory they had visited on errands for the Jeju government office. More astonishing still, Jeongui had fallen to the Waku. Short-haired, short-jacketed pirates carrying iron guns were everywhere, inside and outside the walls. At least they hadn't left Jeju Island, a small comfort. The prisoners were settled collectively within Jeongui County seat. Here, the Jeju Island Forward Command was running a study class, preparing to cultivate local collaborators on a large scale. The captured prisoners underwent rigorous screening, repeated interrogations until they had confessed everything they knew, not only local conditions but every detail of their personal backgrounds. Feng Zong's reviewed interrogation reports daily, searching for useful talent. The Park brothers immediately caught his attention. The brothers were official slaves, members of the oppressed underclass. They were also victims of political purges, former middle people who had plummeted from comfortable young gentlemen to low-born bondservants more degraded than common peasants. Such a devastating fall in status and living standards could only breed intense hatred for the existing system. The combination represented textbook, great suffering, and deep grievance. Feng Zong's understood that the rage such people harbored was all-encompassing, their resentment twisted by despair. Though they could only accept their circumstances because individual strength was insufficient to change anything, once offered an opportunity for revenge, the destructive power they could unleash would be extraordinary. Unhesitating betrayal, thorough, gratifying vengeance. Feng Zong's thought, too perfect. Perhaps they weren't suited to constructive roles, but they would spare no effort as collaborators in destroying the old world and its corrupt order. Better still, they were sons of middle people, educated and literate. They could read and write Chinese characters, though they couldn't speak the language. Compared to the equivocating local petty officials, the Park brothers' potential value was far more appealing. Of course, similar individuals surely existed among the official slaves of the Jeongui government office and the various garrison posts now under their control. But the only ones immediately deployable to Jeju were these two. Among Jeju Island's 3 cities, Jeju City held the greatest value. Once conditions in the 2 counties stabilized even marginally, it would be taken without delay. Feng Zong's decided to cultivate these 2 personally. After studying their files repeatedly, he summoned the Park brothers for interrogation. Following a few casual preliminary questions, Feng Zong's asked, "Park Deokhwan, how old are you? This lowly one is 20. Are you married?" "No." Park Deokhwan shifted uneasily, unsure why this Waku lord was asking such things. He had grown certain over recent days that these newcomers were definitely not Waku. They spoke and wrote Chinese. 9 chances in 10, they came from the Ming Dynasty, but Ming people looked nothing like this. Park Deokhwan still remembered seeing Ming Dynasty envoys when he'd accompanied his father to the office as a boy. Whether in official robes or casual dress, whether officials or servants, none had worn their hair cropped short. And certainly none had worn these strange button-front short jackets. 20 years old, not young anymore. Why haven't you married? Feng Zong's let a note of concern enter his voice. There are 3 unfilial acts, and the worst is having no descendants. Korean scholar officials were devout Confucians, believing in the classics to the point of rigidity. Since Park Deokhwan was a middle-person son who had received education, this doctrine would have been ingrained in him from childhood. The question touched every hardship and frustration of his marriage preparations, and from there his thoughts turned to his dead relatives, especially the final words of his grandmother and mother on the road to exile, urging him to carry on the family line. His eyes reddened involuntarily. He fought to control his voice. This lowly one is an official slave. Marriage is not a matter for oneself to decide. End of chapter. Chapter 1045. Occupation: Are official slaves forbidden to marry? Feng Zong's asked, his tone deliberately curious. Marriage is permitted, but there are many difficulties. Most cannot decide for themselves. Seeing that this short-haired, high official spoke gently and showed apparent concern, Park Deokhwan felt warmth kindle in his chest. They were lowly people, accustomed to being ordered about. Even the official courtesans slightly favored by officials treated them like servants. He couldn't help but recount the struggles of preparing for marriage, which unconsciously became a litany of grievances. The exile to this island in their youth, just him and his younger brother, enduring every hardship the world could inflict. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Then he caught himself. He had lost his composure before a lord. He hurriedly wiped his face with his sleeve. This lowly one has made my lord laugh. Such torments you've suffered. It truly wasn't easy, surviving here alone with your younger brother. Feng Zong's nodded inwardly. Indeed, the human will to live was remarkably strong. A son of officials, accustomed to fine clothes and good food, falling into calamity and enduring every humiliation to survive, gritting his teeth through suffering on this remote island, and even raising his young brother to adulthood, quite an inspirational story. He offered a few words of praise, then asked deliberately, "Do you and your brother both know characters? Can you read?" "Yes. This lowly one and my younger brother both began learning as children, but my brother was too young when we lost our chance. He never had time to learn proper writing. He recognizes some characters. Since there are neither books nor brush and ink on this island, teaching him has proved impossible." "Ah, so you were educated. You were either Yongbin or middle people. Certainly not common Baekjeong." Speaking of his former status, Park Deokhwan's tears flowed again. This lowly one disgraced his ancestors. This lowly one was originally a son of middle people. These words touched the sorest wound in his heart. He couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed to the ground, wailing bitterly. Feng Zong's thought, exactly the effect I needed. Such people had sealed away their past in despair. Now that he'd opened the seal, the agony came gushing forth, racking and raw. What would follow inevitably was all-consuming hatred. For the sake of revenge, they would not hesitate to burn themselves to ash. Feng Zong said nothing, letting the man weep bitter tears and vent until he was spent. That night, Feng Zong's ordered the brothers bathed and put through the complete purification process, issued brand new naturalized citizen uniforms, and taken to eat. Afterward, he instructed that they be detained separately, giving each ample time to digest what had been said. He was confident that once the flame of revenge ignited in their hearts, it would not easily be extinguished. Early the next morning, as the first gray light touched the sky, staff brought the Park brothers, their heads shaved completely bald, to the Seongsan base and led them into Feng Zong's command tent. Looking at them, Feng Zong's already knew they had resolved to become collaborators. "Very good," he nodded approvingly. "Sit." How dared the Park brothers sit? Feng Zong's continued, "Since you have been purified, you are now our comrades. Tongjai, people who share the same aspirations." Willing to be at my lord's disposal, Park Deokhwan declared loudly. Feng Zong's then proceeded according to the 1631 New Edition Mass Propaganda Manual, Korea Work Volume Consultation Draft, compiled by the Propaganda Department, explaining basic concepts about the Transmigration Group. Afterward, he inquired about conditions in Jeju City. Regarding Jeju City, we've told everything we know. Park Deokhwan looked embarrassed. Though he burned with eagerness to prove his worth to his new master, he was merely an official slave. He knew surface-level matters, nothing deeper. No matter. Jeju is already as good as ours. We need only guides. Feng Zong's fixed his gaze on Park Deokhwan. Park Deokhwan didn't hesitate. This lowly one is willing to lead the way. Park Deokhwan stirred uneasily. Big brother, it's nothing. Park Deokhwan reassured his brother. We brothers are both willing to guide my lord. Through water and fire we will not flinch. Good. Feng Zong slapped the table. Follow me. He strode forward and threw open the tent flap facing the sea. Feng Zong's tent stood directly on Seongsan's shoreline. Dawn had broken. Sunlight poured over everything. On the glittering sea beneath Mount Seongsan, the masts of more than a dozen warships and H-800 transports rose like a forest, gun muzzles gleaming in the morning light. The Morning Star flag, the Navy ensign, and the Iron Fist banner snapped in the breeze. Dozens of medium and small motorized boats waited at the ready, black smoke rolling from their stacks. Every boat was packed with soldiers carrying live ammunition. Snow-bright bayonets flashed dazzling reflections in the sun. The Park brothers froze, struck senseless. Dizziness overwhelmed them. Their legs gave way and they dropped to their knees. Park Deokhwan trembled for a long moment before managing to speak. This lowly one deserves death, having eyes but failing to see. Actually, he suddenly realized he had voiced his inner thoughts aloud and fell abruptly silent. Actually thought we were Waku pirates, right? Feng Zong's laughed heartily, affecting a forthright demeanor. Inside, he felt deeply satisfied. What is the aura of kingly dominance? He thought. This is kingly dominance. When American battleships and transports covered the waters off Okinawa, anyone who witnessed the spectacle had to acknowledge that Americans were qualified to establish a new world order. Strength was the most eloquent form of authority. Yes, this lowly one is dull. Park Deokhwan bowed even lower. Come, we go to Jeju together. Yes, my Lord Chief. Storming Jeju City took less than an hour, 50 minutes of preparation, 10 minutes of assault. The Public Security Army's Japanese company once again led the charge, first to scale the wall and seize the gate under covering rifle fire. When Shikawa Shuji led his Badotai screaming up the wall again, hacking down defenders and smashing locks to throw open the gates, all resistance within Jeju City collapsed. Hundreds of Joseon soldiers scattered under the sweep of Takai and Southeast Asia pattern rifles. Judge Diha had assumed the enemy were Waku and had been waiting for the Jeolla Province Navy to arrive with reinforcements. Moreover, reports indicated the enemy was still lingering around Seongsan. He hadn't anticipated a sudden assault. He had believed holding Jeju would pose no difficulty, but the Waku possessed terrifyingly effective firearms. A few volleys routed the wall's defenders. When word came that the city gate had fallen and enemies were pouring in, he hastily gathered more than 100 elite tooth soldiers and moved to counterattack, intending to drive the enemy out. Yidiha's assessment was reasonably accurate. The enemy force was small, winning through courage and superior firepower. Their charge had dispersed ordinary soldiers with minimal fighting ability. If he could stabilize his formation in time and check their momentum, the routed men might rally, and the outcome remained uncertain. Wearing armor and carrying his bow, he chose not to mount his horse. Instead, he took up a Ming Standard Border Army long saber and led the tooth soldiers directly toward the city gate. Rounding a street corner, he saw Shikawa charging at the head of his men, Takai raised, screaming Banzai. Yidiha drew and loosed in one motion. The dozen tooth soldiers behind him let fly a volley simultaneously. Shikawa, leading the charge, screamed and fell. Cries and groans erupted from the battletoy around him. 3 or 4 were struck by arrows. Fire! Dense white smoke erupted from the Southeast Asia rifles, and a dozen of Yidiha's toothed soldiers crashed to the ground. Then both sides lunged forward, engaging in a melee of sabers, takai, and bayonets. The hand-to-hand combat lasted less than 5 minutes before Yidiha's toothed soldiers buckled. Close quarters fighting tested discipline and training severely, and Joseon's elite guards were clearly inferior to the public security army in both, to say nothing of the disparity in equipment and physical conditioning. Yidiha was wounded in the fighting. Protected by his guards, he tried to fight his way clear, but the public security army, having lost several men, attacked with demonic fury. Before long, his toothed soldier formation disintegrated. Every guard around Yidiha died fighting, and he himself was struck down by rifle fire. The death of Jeju's highest military commander shattered all remaining resistance. Soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in every direction, rushing toward various gates in desperate attempts to escape. But ambushes had been prepared outside every exit, and snipers from the Special Reconnaissance Detachment used precision fire to check the fleeing soldiers and stem the exodus. Magistrate Yi Jin-jeong, amid the chaos, was hustled onto a horse by his guards and servants, who attempted to break out through the south gate. The moment he emerged, snipers positioned outside the city began picking off his escort one by one. His guards shielded him with their bodies, trying to force their way through. Then a typewriter, a machine gun, let out a ferocious roar. Yi Jin-jeong and all 15 of his subordinates were cut down. Though fighting and localized disorder occurred within Jeju City, none lasted long. The public security army and regular army soldiers quickly secured control of the entire city. On January 12, 1632, Jeju City was declared fallen. All 3 cities of Jeju Island now belonged to the Jeju Island Special Task Force. The commoners of Jeju City cowered inside their hovels, trembling as they awaited whatever disaster was coming. Many had witnessed or heard from elders about Waku atrocities. Watching this horde of bald-headed pirates charge in brandishing great swords and rout the government troops, they could only resign themselves to fate. Rounding up scattered soldiers, confiscating weapons, securing warehouses and government offices, clearing corpses, treating the wounded, entry operations proceeded methodically under naturalized citizen cadres trained to follow the city entry manual precisely. Feng Zongs and Zhu Ziliang entered the Jeju government office together. It had already been selected as the headquarters for the Jeju Forward Command. In the compound courtyard, a temporary flagpole had been erected. The Morning Star flag rose slowly. The 2 men stood at attention and saluted together. "Jeju Island is ours," Feng Zong said. Though as of today they controlled only 3 cities and the Seongsan base, the island's administrative centers had been uprooted. The Joseon dynasty's rule was effectively over. As for the several garrisons not yet taken, they had lost their command structure and supply bases. Their original function had already been negated. They were ripe fruit, ready to be picked at leisure. End of chapter. Chapter 1046. Strategy for Jeju. Though the Jeju government office was the grandest and finest building in all of Jeju City, indeed, on the entire island, it still looked shabby to the eye. Feng Zongs recalled his impression upon visiting the Yangfu Palace years ago. Does this even qualify as a government office? The 2 men wandered through the compound, guided by a captured steward clerk. The architectural style mimicked the Ming Dynasty in miniature, but the scale and grandeur fell far short. Never mind the Mingqing County yamens of Shanxi that many senators had toured. Even the government offices of several remote and impoverished counties on Hainan Island were grander than this. This Gwandeokjeong pavilion was constructed by Jeju magistrate Shin Sukchung during the reign of King Sejong. The clerk explained attentively, eager to please. It was later rebuilt by magistrate Yang Zan during the reign of King Seongjong. The deaths of the magistrate and judge had made him acutely aware of his own mortality. He took pains not to annoy this peculiar gang of Waku. The two men examined the Chinese-style pavilion together. Though called a pavilion, it was actually a tiered hall. Before it lay a large parade ground paved with yellow sand, where the magistrate and judge had practiced martial arts. The archery targets from the officials' recent competition still stood. "When was King Sejong's reign?" Nangang asked. "I have no idea," Feng Zhang admitted. "But the Joseon dynasty uses Ming Dynasty reign titles. Just ask and we'll know." When questioned, the clerk replied that the Chinese reign title was Qiu, corresponding to 1426–1435. The building had stood for nearly 200 years. The calligraphy on the plaque was beautifully executed. The clerk explained that it was the hand of Prince Anping, King Sejong's third son. Fine calligraphy, quite rare. Feng Zhang meant it sincerely. Like most senators, his own handwriting was essentially unpresentable beyond his signature. The clerk looked puzzled. In his view, Prince Ampyong's calligraphy was certainly competent, but hardly exceptional. Though the government office's layout was somewhat cramped, its buildings remained exquisite compared to the even shabbier civilian dwellings. Raised foundations elevated the structures above ground level. All were built with brick and tile. Floors were laid inside, equipped with ground stoves and andal-heated flooring. Walking through was quite warm. The drawback was the oppressively low ceilings. Men of Nangang and Feng Zhang's height could nearly touch them by raising an arm. "This really makes one feel boxed in," Nangang complained. "Building small houses conserves heat," Feng Zhang began. "Beijing is colder, yet I've never seen the emperor's palaces or government offices built so low and cramped. Isn't Jeju Island supposed to be subtropical?" "Technically subtropical, but it still snows. Winter temperatures drop to freezing, comparable to Jiangnan, and we're in the Little Ice Age now." Feng Zhang, unlike Nangang who had picked up Korean through business dealings, had studied the language formally and gained some understanding of Korean history and culture. "The difference you're noticing is really a gap in national power. Never mind the houses, look at this furniture." Feng Zhang slapped the table. "Pine and elm. Don't compare it to Beijing. Just stack it against the furniture in Hainan's county yamens and wealthy households." "That's true. At least in Hainan, rosewood isn't considered rare. Actually, Joseon at the end of the Ming was quite miserable." Feng Zhang noted with satisfaction that the room selected as general headquarters had been cleaned spotless and still smelled faintly of disinfectant. He dropped heavily into a chair and removed his velvet cap. "Frequent natural disasters during the Little Ice Age. Neither the Ming nor the later Jin are gentle neighbors. Both come here regularly to harvest grain. The Dongjiang Command to the south constantly demands supplies. Later Jin forces from the west launch frequent raids. The Joseon dynasty is exhausted from coping. That it managed to survive and continue for 300 years is something of a miracle. 1631 was merely another bleak year in the Joseon dynasty's half-century of misery during the late Ming, early Qing transition. Since spring, drought had persisted until July and August, affecting vast areas. The king had frequently performed rain prayers. After August came frost and rainstorms lasting until November, so severe that ministers petitioned to resign in order to appease heaven's wrath. In May, later Jin forces had invaded Anju and other areas, not withdrawing until summer's end. Meanwhile, a riot had erupted in the Dongjiang Command entrenched along the Liaodong Peninsula, Korea border. Commander Huang Long was briefly imprisoned. The island command was desperately short of grain and constantly demanded supplies. The Joseon dynasty, itself in dire straits, dared not refuse. "Feeling benevolent, are we?" Nangang asked with mock displeasure. "Of course. Seeing the people of Joseon living in such dire straits while the Senate's brilliance has yet to shine upon them pains me deeply," Feng Zhang replied with exaggerated solemnity. "Fine, you little sun can illuminate Jeju Island," Nangang roared. "General Feng Manse, Manse, Feng Zong's echoed. But first, let's inventory the spoils of Jeju Island. Occupying the three cities had brought at least half of Jeju's population under their direct control. According to historical data, interrogations of captured officials, and seized registers, the island's current population was approximately 50,000. Even Joseon officials didn't know the precise figure. The registers, excluding soldiers, listed 63,093 people. But a captured household division clerk insisted this was impossible. Since the reign of King Sejong, local inhabitants had been permitted to migrate to the Korean mainland during famine years. For many years, population had been steadily draining away. Though exiles partially replenished numbers, Jeju Island had remained chronically short of food, and flight was common. The actual population was likely around 50,000. More than half this population concentrated in and around Jeju City, which was precisely why Feng Zong's had established headquarters here. Additionally, Jeju City itself was the transportation hub for entering and leaving the island, directly facing the Korean mainland. 9 frequently used harbors with reasonably good conditions dotted Jeju Island, exactly the locations of the 9 garrisons. Besides Jeju itself, the port with the heaviest traffic to the Korean mainland was Jeonpo, east of Jeju City. Official relay stations and vessels were based there, handling government exchanges between the mainland and the island. Consequently, while taking Jeju, Zhu Zilliang had already been ordered to secure Jeonpo and commandeer the local large ships and boatmen. "We should immediately occupy all the garrisons and control every port," Nangang urged. "It doesn't matter. With our few men, completely blockading the whole island is impossible anyway," Feng Zong said. "Generally, poor people won't run. Even if the rich run, what can they take? Complete port control was meaningless. The strait between Jeju Island and the Korean mainland spanned only a few dozen kilometers. With the aid of the Kuroshio Current, anyone determined to escape could reach Korean shores clinging to a bathtub. Besides, fleeing for one's life required only valuables and some dried provisions. A small boat would suffice. The Special Task Force's maritime resources were limited. They could only blockade the larger ports. Moreover, Jeju Island had many rivers, impossible to monitor entirely. Wealthy families could easily escape by taking small boats down these waterways if properly prepared. But even if the rich fled, the impact would be minimal. Jeju's wealth consisted primarily of the island's cattle and horses, and transporting livestock required large ships. Except for a handful of official vessels, Jeju Island had virtually no large ships. Fleeing rich men would certainly not burden themselves with cumbersome livestock, only portable valuables. From the Senate's perspective, the more wealthy people who ran, the better. The cattle, horses, and real estate they left behind would become legitimate spoils of war. "If we don't have enough men, we need to raise a massive force. Collaborators must be readily available," Nangang declared. The performance of the Public Security Army's Japanese company had satisfied him greatly, kindling a sudden appreciation for the term Public Security Army. With so many official slaves on this island, surely they can't all be loyal to the Joseon dynasty. Getting a few public security army companies shouldn't be a problem. "Exactly. We should start immediately. Nationalist sentiment isn't strong in this era. Completely usable." Feng Zong's nodded. Their numbers were limited. Whether regular army or public security army, they needed to preserve mobile forces. Deploying occupation troops everywhere was beyond their capability. They calculated that each city should arm at least one public security army company equipped with cold weapons. Weapons weren't difficult to source. Whether confiscated Joseon military equipment or stocks from government armories, selecting 300 to 500 serviceable pieces was achievable. As for manpower, they would start with official slaves. Jeju City and its surroundings alone held 7,000 or 8,000 bondservants suffering from hunger and cold. Selecting 300 with great suffering and deep grievance would certainly pose no difficulty. We should do what we did in Hainan back then, Nangang suggested. Establish a liaison system first, ordering various rural villages to pay tribute and provide labor, thereby gradually cutting into the grassroots level. Good, but our first priority remains consolidating the cities. After detailed discussion, they decided to dispatch one platoon and one work team each to Dejiang and Jeongui as the core of their occupation forces. The Seongsan base would be controlled by the Navy. The main body of remaining troops, including labor squadrons, would be concentrated in Jeju City. After all, this was where the richest spoils lay, demanding focused attention. The first step was to survey the city's housing. Jeju City's circumference of 3,910 paces made it more than double the size of Qiangshan County seat, the prefectural capital in Hainan. Beyond ordinary residential streets and shops, a substantial portion consisted of official housing. The quality of these official houses varied widely. Many had been built to shelter official slaves exiled to the island. Because the slave population was transient, some built their own homes after years on the island, others were reassigned elsewhere for farming and herding. Many structures stood vacant. The housing for official slaves was crude, but at least offered shelter from wind and rain. They would serve perfectly well for accommodating Shandong refugees. The drawback was poor sanitary conditions. Skin diseases and parasites ran rampant, requiring rigorous disinfection. However, abundant vacant lots within the city would facilitate construction of temporary camps. Water sources proved fairly plentiful, adequate to supply purification systems and daily needs for refugee camps. And though Jeju's city wall was tragically inadequate as fortification, it remained a wall, enabling effective control over refugees and preventing them from escaping or wandering freely. End of chapter. Chapter 10:47. The Military Control Commission Jeju City could serve admirably as a vast refugee camp. Dejiang's county seat offered similar potential. Only Jeongui presented difficulties. Unless specialized water facilities were constructed, the town would struggle to support large populations. Rainwater supplementation remained an option, of course. The locals had managed this way for generations. We should begin with Jeju City, Feng Zhang said. The harbor conditions are excellent and freshwater is abundant. A shadow of hesitation crossed his features. My only concern is its proximity to the Korean mainland. How capable is the Joseon Navy? I've heard their turtle ships are supposedly quite formidable. Though not a military cadre, Feng Zhang remained acutely aware of base security. With tens of thousands of refugees soon to be concentrated here, Jeju City would become a powder keg. A surprise attack could trigger catastrophe. The Yi dynasty's land forces on the island had effectively collapsed. The scattered garrison troops lingering at various outposts were too few and feeble to pose any real threat, ghosts clinging to the bottom of an empty pot. The true danger lay in a counterattack from the Korean mainland. Given Jeju Island's strategic position and its long history of Japanese pirate raids, the Yi dynasty surely maintained contingency plans for counteroffensives should the island fall into hostile hands. Gyeongsang-do and Jeolla-do, which faced Jeju across the strait, both maintained naval forces capable of interfering at any moment. Feng Zhang had read 5,000 years of world history as a child and retained vivid impressions of the legendary turtle ships. For the first 2 decades of his life, Admiral Yi Sun-sin and his armored vessels had been the only things he associated with ancient Korea. Historical intelligence from the Grand Library, combined with information the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had extracted from merchants, prisoners, and refugees, painted a comprehensive picture. The Yi dynasty's main naval strength was distributed across the 3 southern provinces. The left and right naval commands of Gyeongsang-do and Jeolla-do, the naval command of Chungcheong-do, and the Ganghwa Island Naval Command. A glance at the Korean peninsula's map revealed that despite being surrounded by sea on 3 sides, Korean maritime defenses primarily faced south and west, toward Japan and the Great Ming respectively. One was a hostile nation that had invaded repeatedly. The other was the suzerain state to which Korea practiced serving the Great. Yet secretly, the Yi dynasty harbored deep wariness toward both neighbors. The Cheongcheong-do Naval Command, responsible for the approaches facing the Great Ming, would not be deployed against them. As for Ganghwa Island, it served as the historical refuge for successive regimes on the peninsula, a place of royal sanctuary where kings fled in times of crisis. Important royal family members were sometimes kept there under protection or surveillance. Prince Gwanghwae, deposed several years prior, remained imprisoned on the island even now. The Ganghwa Island Naval Command's mission was to guard the home front. It would not be mobilized unless the nation's very foundations were threatened. Among these naval commands, those of Jeolla-do and Gyeongsang-do were the strongest, serving as the main force for preparedness against the Japanese. These were the most likely adversaries the Jeju Expeditionary Force would face. The most probable source of counterattack was Jeolla-do's naval command, since Jeju Island fell under its administrative jurisdiction. Once news of the island's fall reached the mainland, Jeolla-do forces would almost certainly launch an offensive as a matter of duty. According to records from the third year of Changzhen, the right naval command of Jeolla-do possessed 19 warships. The left naval command was probably similar in scale, putting the combined fleet at no more than 40 vessels. Each ship carried approximately 85 to 100 soldiers and sailors, with the Foreign Intelligence Bureau estimating standard displacements of roughly 50 to 100 tons. According to our people at the Grand Library, there's nothing to worry about, Nangang remarked. The Joseon Navy was just squeezed dry by Sun Yuanhua. Their current strength is quite weak. The Yi dynasty's naval power had been virtually annihilated during the two Japanese invasions. Not only had the conflicts consumed their warships, but the prolonged war of attrition had severely depleted Korea's shipbuilding timber. During Prince Gwanghwae's reign in the Tianqi era, a court debate had proposed constructing 100 warships to replenish the navy and strengthen coastal defenses. Timber shortages, however, meant only 20 or 30 vessels were actually built. Then in 1631, Sun Yuanhua had dispatched representatives to Joseon to purchase warships. Though the Yi dynasty's fleet was already insufficient, their reluctance to offend the Great Ming led them to deliver 40 vessels anyway. This brought the dynasty's ship count to critically low levels. If the left and right naval commands of Jeolla-do managed to field 30 warships, that would already be impressive. The entire Yi dynasty navy possessed at most 50 to 60 seaworthy vessels, and given the kingdom's difficult circumstances, these ships were likely in poor condition. Against such an adversary, deploying the 4 hybrid-powered gunboats seemed excessive. The Special Operations Boat Squadron alone would be more than sufficient to sweep aside the Joseon Navy and secure the waters around Jeju Island. Nangang was in the midst of his animated presentation on why the Joseon Navy is not to be feared when Feng Zong's secretary entered with a report. The Special Reconnaissance Team had delivered their captives, County Magistrate Li Qiu of Dejiang and County Magistrate Cho In-jeon of Jeongui. Hold them under guard for now. Ensure they don't commit suicide, Feng Zong's instructed. The conquest of the 3 towns had yielded a batch of local officials, but none of the top administrators. 2 county magistrates still represented considerable value. Shall we interrogate them? Leave that to Political Security Bureau. We needn't concern ourselves with them at the moment. Let them stew. Feng Zong saw no need for personal involvement. The clerks of the 6 offices knew far more about Jeju Island's affairs than the magistrates ever had, and Zhou Dongshan's disciples were far more professional at interrogations. His role as an exemplar should be devoted to political work. Unlike the Great Ming, Joseon was currently a place where the exemplar collective could not easily extend its influence directly. Cultivating pro-exemplar official factions would prove invaluable for the Council's future operations in Northeast Asia. The Grand Library, however, had not provided definitive assessments regarding the integrity of Yi Dynasty officials. Without the crucible of dynastic collapse that the Ming had experienced, the true mettle of these officials and scholar gentry remained untested. Still, the Yi Dynasty and the Great Ming shared many commonalities. The thought patterns of their bureaucrats and literati were probably not so different. Lingao already controlled a number of Ming Dynasty civil and military officials who had come to serve either willingly or reluctantly, though their actual usefulness had yet to be demonstrated. Keeping them around cost little. Should the need arise, they could be put to use. The same logic applied to Joseon officials. For now, Feng Zhang's political attention was directed elsewhere. Among the exiles on Jeju Island were many individuals similar to the Pak brothers. Compared to those still riding high, these fallen souls, bearing criminal labels and having plummeted from the clouds into the abyss, would prove far more useful. He ordered the clerks responsible for managing the official slaves to compile a comprehensive list of all registered exiles who were former officials or literati, along with their family members. The Yi Dynasty's factional struggles had been extraordinarily fierce. Beginning with the 1595 succession dispute between Prince Imhe and Prince Guanghe, over 30 years of continuous strife had raged from court to palace chambers, with hardly a day passing without intense partisan warfare. The Great Northerner, Lesser Northerner, and Westerner factions had risen in succession. After the Great Northerners triumphed, they splintered into Major and Minor Northerner factions. The Minor Northerners subsequently divided into Clean Minor and Murky Minor sub-factions. Following the downfall of the Great Northerners and the decline of the Minor Northerners, the Westerner faction resurged, engaging in fierce competition with the Southerners. 8 years prior, the Inzhou Restoration had placed the Westerners in power, but this victory prompted the faction to split into the Merit Westerners and Clean Westerners. After these rounds of mutual attacks and denunciations, the later Jin's first invasion in 1627, the Jiangmyo disturbance, gave rise to still more divisions. The young Westerners who advocated peace negotiations and the old Westerners who opposed them. Such intense court factionalism meant officials rose and fell like figures on a revolving lantern. Every round of political struggle produced a new batch of exiles. These fallen bureaucrats might not be qualified builders, but they could at least serve as collaborators during a transitional phase. After several days of work, Feng Zhang's established military control commissions in Jeongui, Daejeon, and Jeju. He personally served as chairman of the Jeju Commission. Garrison platoon leaders headed the commissions in the other 2 counties, with work team leaders serving as vice-chairmen. Beneath the military control commissions, interim county magistrates were established. Their structure continued to follow the Yi Dynasty's 6 offices system, even retaining the original petty clerks. Vacancies caused by flight or death were filled by local civilians, allowing the administrative apparatus to resume operations. For the most part, the content and form of governance remained unchanged from Yi Dynasty rule. The county magistrates were directly controlled by their respective military control commissions, which served as the supreme authority, supervising the interim magistrates and issuing directives. This approach would inevitably have drawbacks, but qualified naturalized cadres remained in short supply. They could only temporarily rely on the old system to extract local resources. Once Shandong refugees arrived in large numbers, more reliable personnel could be cultivated and selected to gradually replace these temporary institutions. To constrain the extensive use of personnel from the old system, the military forces of each interim county magistrate, the security army, were specifically composed of official slaves selected for their deep suffering and bitter hatred. Former Yi Dynasty soldiers were excluded. A security force composed of such individuals possessed fierce desires for vengeance and would be merciless when striking against the old system, and its people. From the moment they entered the city, the Pak brothers had been extraordinarily active, especially Pak Deokhwan. He seemed to have completely forgotten his earlier intention to marry and produce heirs. It was as if he had rediscovered meaning in life. Dressed in naturalized personnel uniforms, he worked tirelessly for Feng Zong's day after day, drafting proclamations one moment, inventorying warehouses the next, then leading teams to arrest hostile elements before appearing at propaganda briefings. He was so energized that he had no desire to eat or sleep, and his voice had gone completely hoarse. In truth, much of what the chief had explained to him remained beyond his comprehension. Yet a flame had ignited in his chest. He felt valued by others, feared by others. This alone filled his entire being with strength. End of chapter. Chapter 1048. The Upstart Pak Deokhwan. Pak Deokhwan's current title was Civil Affairs Assistant to Feng Zong's, in practice, an expanded version of interpreter. Since Feng Zong's Korean was not his mother tongue, and the gap of several centuries created occasional difficulties in expression, Pak Deokhwan's fluency in Chinese made him an invaluable bridge. His younger brother Pak Deokhwan was assigned to the Military Control Commission as a clerical secretary. Pak Deokhwan's duties were extensive and demanding. Before many days had passed, the commoners and official slaves of Jeju City had all come to recognize him as a favored man among the crop-haired pirates. Anyone with even modest wealth, shopkeepers and workshop masters in town, landlords and ranchers in the countryside, came one after another bearing gifts and seeking to treat him to meals, speaking honeyed words simply to secure their safety. Having spent nearly a decade on the island, the Pak brothers were practically natives. Pak Deokhwan knew every secret of Jeju City inside and out. This sort of thing was not difficult. The Exemplar Council fundamentally respected the private property of locals, and even when they intended to seize assets, they employed economic means rather than violence. Since there were no plans for violent expropriation, Pak Deokhwan was merely dispensing empty personal favors. Of course, Pak Deokhwan's consciousness had not reached the level of resisting corruption and remaining untainted. He could not help but become somewhat giddy. During the day, he busied himself with work. At night, he busied himself with social engagements. He and his brother moved to a fine house outside the Jeju provincial governor's office. He even employed a former official slave woman to cook and wash for him. He had truly become a prominent figure in the local community. Feng Zong's was not unaware of these developments. Through the surveillance network secretly established by the Political Security Bureau's special envoy, he monitored Pak Deokhwan's every move. Collaborators like Pak Deokhwan were fundamentally transitional figures. Whether they could rise to become genuine naturalized cadres depended on their abilities and their capacity for awakening. Furthermore, Feng Zong's was willing to let Pak Deokhwan prosper. For now, he served as a model figure. Without sufficient incentives, recruiting enough turncoats in a short time would be impossible. At present, Pak Deokhwan was merely eating, drinking, and accepting small gifts. He had not yet crossed the critical line on matters of major right and wrong. Feng Zong's could tolerate him for the time being. Great waves sift the sand. Collaborators might initially be a mixed lot, but time would winnow out those who could be shaped into new people. Whether Pak Deokhwan possessed such qualities remained to be seen. Pak Deokhwan remained unaware that cold, watchful eyes followed his every move. Day after day, he threw himself enthusiastically into his work. With his zealous assistance, Jeju's interim county magistrate was the first to resume operations. Commoners and official slaves who had fled gradually returned to their homes. Shops opened for business. Farmers went back to work in the fields. Once basic order was restored and society was functioning normally, Feng Zong's first priority was to conduct a thorough audit of all official slaves registered with the Jeju Provincial Governor's Office, establishing baseline data on population, gender, age, property, and current occupations. The official slaves of Jeju Island performed every conceivable type of work: cooking, harvesting seafood, cutting grass, raising horses and cattle, manufacturing, farming, and even providing sexual services. They bore responsibility for virtually all products and labor that the local Yi dynasty government required. The heaviest user of official slaves was the local garrison farms. The Yi dynasty allocated each provincial governor's office a certain amount of wasteland to be reclaimed as garrison farmland, with the income ostensibly used to fund military expenses. In reality, income from these farms was frequently diverted to general government expenditures or became the provincial governor's personal wealth. All garrison farms were cultivated by official slave women. Because of serious malpractices in the garrison farm system, it had been abolished during the reign of King Seongsan. Yet on Jeju Island, the practice persisted. Because Jeju Island's soil was barren and most of the land unsuitable for paddy fields, the garrison farms were primarily dry fields used for growing barley and buckwheat. Wheat was rarely cultivated in Joseon at the time. Most exemplars still remembered the saying, "Flour is a precious ingredient." This portion of the official slaves were essentially state serfs. Feng Zongs believed they were ideal candidates for Wu Nanhai's intensive agriculture and large-scale farming operations. Both land and labor were readily available. The official slaves responsible for herding and livestock care were also to be absorbed by the agricultural department, with plans for the Agriculture Commission to reorganize them into specialized livestock production brigades. The remaining official slaves engaged in handicrafts and general errands were directly absorbed by the Military Control Commission and reorganized into local labor squadrons. As a major administrative measure, Feng Zongs posted proclamations and issued the first decree in the name of the Exemplar Council's Jeju Military Control Commission. All official slaves on Jeju Island were hereby emancipated as free commoners, henceforth prohibited from being called public slaves. Simultaneously, he abolished the body tribute owed by official slaves. Having been freed as commoners, all forms of body tribute previously borne are hereby waived in full. Any arrears accumulated over the years shall also no longer be pursued. Though these measures amounted to little more than a change in status, their significance in winning hearts and minds was immense. The impact on the local population was equally profound. Locals privately called these emancipated former official slaves crop-head commoners, meaning they had gained commoner status only because the crop-haired pirates had arrived. From the perspective of the former official slaves, this decree was nothing short of earth-shattering. The abolition of their slave status meant they were no longer pariahs relegated to a separate register. Not only was their own status liberated, but their descendants for generations to come could now hold their heads high as human beings. Their gratitude went without saying. On the day the proclamation was posted, the Pack brothers wept until the sky seemed to darken and the earth to reel. Theirs was not the only household shedding tears that day. Emancipation addressed status. Abolition of the body tribute addressed economics. With this two-pronged approach, Feng Zongs had succeeded in winning over the official slaves who comprised more than a third of Jeju Island's population. With his own base of popular support established, everything became easier to accomplish. He simultaneously opened granaries in all three towns to provide relief to the most destitute official slaves and commoners, took in orphans, and launched measure after measure to win hearts and minds. The common people's initial fear and suspicion of the crop-haired pirates gradually transformed into welcome. "The next step is to raise an army," Feng Zong said to Nangang Wudi. "As long as there's grain, raising troops is effortless." Recruiting for the security army required no great effort. The new conquerors neither killed nor plundered. This alone provided sufficient sense of security. After observing the 3 daily meals the newcomers enjoyed, recruitment became exceedingly simple. In an era of chronic famine, Countless men were willing to risk their lives for the chance to eat their fill. NanyangStyle was highly selective with new recruits. He wanted no commoners, only those of official slave origin. Moreover, they had to be official slaves who had performed physical labor. Those who had served as errand runners for officials he deemed the privileged class among official slaves, unreliable, and rejected categorically. Recruits had to be between 16 and 22 years old, at least 1.5 meters tall, and fundamentally healthy with robust builds, though this was relative, of course. Even with these conditions, more than 400 men qualified. The Jeju Forward Committee had originally planned to recruit only 3 companies. After deliberation, however, the 3 leaders decided to accept all who qualified. One could never have too much cannon fodder. Even if the recruits could not be immediately deployed, they could at least serve as laborers. The new soldiers underwent preliminary screening. Those who were literate were singled out for training as administrative cadres. For now, everyone was thrown together onto the drill ground for basic training. The parade ground before the governor's pavilion was bustling with activity. Newly recruited soldiers of the Jeju Security Army conducted formation drills in squad-sized units. The recruits, heads shaved, having completed purification, wore standard security army uniforms, earth yellow, Soviet-style pullover shirts with leg wrappings. They alone retained a distinctive local feature, the wide-brimmed great hat of unmistakable local style. On the drill ground, instructors drove them to learn the formal march step and formation movements. Training content had been further simplified. Since there were no plans to equip them with firearms, the Jeju Security Army would only undergo formation, bayonet, and basic tactical coordination drills. Their weapons were simply standard spears and machetes. The instructors were corporals and veteran soldiers selected from the regular army and security army. Though they did not share a common language, as the good soldier Svejk had once observed, soldier training involves fists and feet. The instructors from the security army especially dispensed baka and sanbin liberally. Curious civilians crowded around the edge of the drill ground, pointing and chattering about everything in sight. Pak Deokhwan was among them. He was not there to gawk. He had just received an assignment. Feng Zongs wanted him to investigate the bow and arrow shops in the city, surveying their inventories of finished products, semi-finished goods and raw materials, while also recording the number of master craftsmen and workers in each shop, their floor space, and approximate financial conditions. After the capture of the 3 towns, large quantities of bows and arrows had been seized from each location's government warehouses. The island had originally been an important production center for bows and arrows under the Yi dynasty. However, NanyangStyle decided against issuing them to the security army. Archery required too much practice and was an extremely specialized weapon, with battlefield effectiveness that simply could not compare to rifles. These future security army soldiers would eventually be equipped with Southeast Asian rifles anyway, so there was no point in wasting time and energy on archery practice. Nevertheless, the large stockpile of bows and arrows made excellent trade goods. NanyangStyle had originally wanted to do business with the Manchu Qing. Though the Qing were poor and had limited purchasing power, bows and arrows, essential consumables for warfare, would certainly be welcomed. Since Jeju Island possessed such an industry, it could be worth nurturing as a major export product for the time being. Hence Pak Deokhwan had been given this assignment. Such tasks were routine for him, though in the past he had only assisted with work. This time he was formally taking independent charge, which filled him with excitement. That evening after dinner, he returned home and was about to rest when someone came to summon him. The visitor was also a former official slave. This man, however, had possessed some money back then, and upon arriving in Jeju had bribed the managing clerks to set himself up in small trade. Later, he had simply become the local agent for a major commercial consortium from the capital, handling their business affairs on the island. End of chapter. Chapter 10:49. Night drinking Pak Deokhwan was quite accustomed to such invitations by now. He happily went along. To his surprise, the man did not take him to a tavern or someone's home, but to a courtesan house. This establishment had previously been under the jurisdiction of the provincial governor's office, serving specifically to entertain officials and wealthy islanders. Consequently, the quality of the courtesans was quite high. All were official slave women of good pedigree from the northern provinces, or from the intermediate Chungin class families of the Tuban aristocracy. Although the proclamation freeing all official slaves had been posted, the Military Control Commission's work had not yet reached such granular levels, and no plan had been devised for handling the courtesan houses and their women. The proprietress in charge had been content to play dumb and continue business as usual. For the first half-month, business had been very poor. Most patrons had either fled, died, been arrested, or gone into hiding. But as the situation calmed, the wealthy families and scholars inside and outside the city resumed their pursuit of pleasures. The petty clerks of the 6 offices, having returned to work, also frequented the establishment, and business flourished once more. In the past, Pak Deokhwan had often visited courtesan houses to run errands for his masters. He had never dared dream he would one day enter a private room as a guest. In those days, even stealing an extra glance inside would earn him several blows from the proprietress's pipe. Now he found himself in a private chamber that had once been reserved for the provincial governor and county magistrates. A lavish spread of food and drink had already been laid out. 24 small dishes of pickled vegetables in various flavors were arrayed with dazzling splendor, half vegetables, half seaweed. Jeju was a place that relied heavily on the bounty of the sea. The host, Hwang Unyu, sat drinking amid the attentions of 2 heavily made-up courtesans. 2 other men were seated as companions. Pak Deokhwan recognized them both. One was Cho Hyun-tik, a clerk specializing in communications with the mainland who worked for Hwang Unyu. The other was Cho Myongwai, a clerk serving under Kim Man-il. Pak Deokhwan did not know Cho Myongwai well. As a servant of the island's foremost magnate, even an ordinary slave of Kim's household could strut through the streets with his nose in the air, let alone someone of Cho Myongwai's standing. In the past, Pak Deokhwan had only watched from a distance as Cho Myongwai came and went from courtesan houses and taverns, sometimes entering the provincial governor's office itself. Never mind ordinary clerks, even the provincial governor treated him with courtesy. Each companion had a courtesan at his side pouring drinks. The environment and atmosphere immediately made Pak Deokhwan feel somewhat awkward. Seeing him enter looking rather at a loss, Hwang Unyu hastily called out, "Can't you see Master Pak is waiting? Hurry and sit beside him, attend to him properly." 2 courtesans who had been waiting nearby immediately pressed close to him, and he was enveloped in warmth and fragrant softness. Pak Deokhwan's face flushed crimson. Though his family had hosted banquets before its decline, when he was still a young master, his age and status had meant he never attended gatherings where courtesans openly accompanied the guests. The women's lavish garments and heavy fragrance of powder set his heart racing. "What are you standing there dazed for? Hurry and pour wine for Master Pak." One of the courtesans filled his cup, her expression servile. Pak Deokhwan recognized her, Cho A-yun, the establishment's top courtesan. Like him, she was of Chungin birth. Her family had been implicated in factional strife, and she had been exiled to this place as an official slave. Her beauty had earned her a courtesan's fate. Because she was literate, cultured, and skilled in poetry, she had quickly become the exclusive property of the officials. Lower-ranking clerks rarely had even the privilege of having her pour drinks. As for someone like Pak Deokhwan, the chance to catch so much as a distant glimpse of her had been vanishingly rare. Now to have her pouring wine and smiling for him, Pak Deokhwan could not help but float on air, lifting his cup and draining it without thinking. The other woman was also an acquaintance, none other than Yi Man Hui, one of the candidates he had once considered for marriage. To his surprise, she had become a courtesan. No wonder she had vanished over a month ago. She had already entered the courtesan house. Her serving smile was still stiff, her wine pouring and food offering still clumsy. Clearly she had not been in this line of work for long. The wine was excellent. The house's reserves included fine vintages imported from the mainland, reserved for dignitaries and wealthy patrons. Pak Deokhwan thought to himself, had he not promptly allied with the chiefs, how could he possibly enjoy such treatment? Those seated exchanged glances but did not broach the real subject. They simply took turns pressing drinks on him and showering him with flattery. Pak Deokhwan's spirits rose. With the courtesans striving to please, the atmosphere soon warmed. After 3 rounds of wine, Hwang Unyu caught the courtesans' eyes. They rose and withdrew one by one. Servants brought in the main courses, roasted beef slices, ginseng stuffed pheasant and similar delicacies. Only then did Hwang Unyu speak. Master Pak has won such favor from the crophead masters. We are deeply impressed, he said. I hear Master Pak has been entrusted with another important task. Though Pak Deokhwan was young, this sort of maneuvering was not unfamiliar to him. While he did not know the saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch, he understood very well what such a feast implied. The moment the other man spoke, he understood the intent. He set down his chopsticks and, chewing on a slice of beef, answered, "So Master Hwang already knows. Then I need not explain. Yes, there is such a matter. This is quite a substantial piece of business. Young Master Pak is truly a promising talent." Cho Hyun-tik poured him wine with an ingratiating smile. Pak Deokhwan deflected with pleasantries, realizing that since they had mentioned his current assignment, they must be eyeing the bow and arrow trade. He quickly made the connection. The commercial consortium that Hwang Unyu served purchased large quantities of bows and arrows from Jeju every year. Clearly he was interested in the bows and materials currently stored in the government warehouses. And Kim Man-il's man was here too. Kim was a major rancher who annually sold great quantities of hides, sinew, and horn, all essential materials for bow making. With this, Pak Deokhwan fully understood. A flicker of unease stirred within him. This was not a trivial matter. Though he had no precise count of how much bow and arrow stock was involved, bows and arrows were a major Jeju export. The quantity could not be small. Using power for personal advantage was something Pak Deokhwan felt no resistance toward. Such practices were commonplace, but if the matter was too significant, that was another story. His manner grew suddenly cautious. I wonder what Master Hwang has in mind. Then let me speak plainly. Hwang Unyu gestured toward the companions. These 2 gentlemen, as Master Pak surely knows, are both intimately connected to this affair. They would certainly never speak carelessly. Pak Deokhwan nodded, his mind racing. Hwang Unyu lowered his voice and laid out his request. Put simply, he wanted Pak Deokhwan to omit a portion of the stockpile when reporting the statistics. This is not difficult, Hwang Unyu said. The chiefs do not use bows and arrows. They have no real interest in them. They simply want to turn waste to profit and make a little money. They don't understand bow making. As long as you make a small adjustment with your brush, the matter is settled, is it not? The manufacturing and trade of bows and arrows was specialized business. Never mind outsiders. Even ordinary Jeju locals who were not in the trade had no real understanding. Pak Deokhwan knew Hwang Unyu's words were no exaggeration. Given how busy Chief Feng and the others were, they would certainly not pay much attention to this matter. Hwang Unyu was right. The chiefs wanted these statistics only for repurposing waste. Greed welled up unbidden. Working for the chiefs gave him tremendous satisfaction of pride, and his living conditions had improved considerably. He was already calculating his next steps, building a larger house, marrying a woman worthy of his new status. All of that required money. Once the matter is done, Master Pak will receive a 30% commission. Hwang Unyu lowered his voice still further and slipped him a small silk pouch. The pouch was heavy, silver, no doubt. Pak Deokhwan's inner struggle was intense, but he did not push it away. I too have a small request. If Master Pak can exercise a bit of discretion with his brush, my master will surely express his gratitude. The speaker was Cho Myongwai. His face, beaming like a flower, had eyes narrowed to slits that occasionally flashed with shrewdness. Cho Myongwai's master was Kim Manil, the island's wealthiest man with a rank equivalent to the second tier of officialdom. The largest bow and arrow shop in Jeju was owned by the Kim family. Moreover, Kim's Mingshi Manor held a monopoly on bow-making materials across the entire island, and indeed much of Korea. Kim Manil naturally wanted to protect these interests with all his power. They must not expose Master Kim's stakes to these outsiders while simultaneously underreporting the warehouse inventory. Master Pak surely knows of my master's wealth and influence, Cho Myongwai said. There is no way Master Pak would be left to labor in vain. Saying this, he too presented a gift. After the banquet concluded, Hwang Unyu tried to detain him, offering to have Cho Aeyeon share his bed. But Pak Deokhwan had no heart for it and firmly declined. After Pak Deokhwan's departure, Hwang Unyu ordered a fresh table of food and wine set out, continuing to drink with Cho Hyuntik and Cho Myongwai. Night had deepened. The lanterns outside the courtesan house were taken down, and the main gate was barred and locked. Hwang Unyu instructed the proprietress that all unnecessary personnel should retire, and that no courtesans were needed to attend them. Dense night wrapped the courtesan house's courtyard. The three men drank by the dim light of their lamps, conversing in low tones. Their discussion naturally revolved around the evening's events. Making a killing on the bow and arrow deal was indeed their intent, but beyond that, these three men and their patron Kim Manil harbored grander designs. The sudden collapse of Yi dynasty rule on Jeju Island had presented the island's magnates with an excellent opportunity to seize assets. Bows and arrows were merely their first step. These three and their backer had far loftier ambitions. The imperial horse ranches on the island held tens of thousands of official horses and large numbers of cattle and sheep. Now the old government had collapsed, and the newcomer crop-headed pirates had yet to concern themselves with this. Besides, they could not imagine what use sea-raiding pirates had for horses, cattle, and sheep. Now was the perfect moment to devour this vast fortune. Even if the court someday returned to the island, they could blame everything on the crop-headed pirates. End of chapter. Chapter 1050, Taking the Plunge. Can we rely on this fellow? Asked Cho Myongwai. No problem. He's taken the silver. We needn't worry about him stirring up trouble. Hwang Unyu took a sip of wine. I can see he's quite greedy and quite fond of women too. Fond of women? Then why didn't he stay the night? First time taking hot money. His insides are probably churning with turmoil. 9 out of 10, he won't sleep a wink tonight. You really expect him to get hard enough to enjoy a woman? Hwang Unyu laughed. Despite having been a lowly commoner before his exile as an official slave, he looked down on the Chungin, Tuban aristocrats and literati alike. He had witnessed far too many of these nobles debasing themselves before money. The great country had a saying, money makes even ghosts turn the millstone. How much more so for a few nobles? The three men shared a laugh. Cho Hyuntik asked, Master, the goods are easy enough, but how will we transport them out? The cropheads control both Jeju Harbor and Jachin. Ships aren't allowed to leave port. There are no large vessels at the other garrisons. The island's 9 garrisons had collapsed. Their grain supply cut off. Most soldiers had scattered, some absorbed by the crop-haired pirates, others fleeing to seek protection under Master Kim. No problem. Hwang Unyu picked up a slice of abalone with his chopsticks. Clerk Kim from the Revenue Office told me the cropheads plan to open the port soon. All vessels will need to register and receive some kind of permit, something like a warrant or token. With this permit, ships can sail out for trade. Apparently they're also planning to set up trading posts and commercial houses here. Cho Hyuntik sighed. These pirates are certainly unusual. Hwang Unyu snorted coldly. You really think they're pirates? Indeed, master, they don't seem much like pirates. They don't speak Japanese, but they don't seem to be from the great country either. They speak Chinese, though strangely. They also write Chinese characters. The three fell silent. The origins of these crop-haired pirates remained as mysterious as the ships, weapons, and strange devices they had brought. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not arrive at an answer. What kind of people they are doesn't matter to us. This permit business, when the time comes, we'll just leave it to Pak Deokhwan. He's helped us once. Can he refuse a second time? Hwang Unyu smiled. Cho Hyunti quickly flattered him. Master, such brilliant insight. Cho Myongwai, who had been saying little, spoke up at last. About the matter I mentioned before, can it be done? This can't be rushed. Hwang Unyu's expression immediately shifted, forcing out an obsequious smile. The crop-haired people keep a very tight watch on weapons. There's all that weaponry in the armory. The cropheads can't possibly use most of it. You can't get any of it out. Is the clerk for the military office still the same man as before? That's exactly the problem. The military office clerk fled when the cropheads broke through the walls. No one knows where he's gone. Now a former official slave promoted by the cropheads is in charge. Oh, what's his name? Where's he from? Cho Myongwai had come to Jeju City with his master's commission. His first objective: investigate conditions in the city and probe the cropheads' activities and intentions. His second: reconnect with old relationships inside the walls and seize as much of the assets left behind by the Yi dynasty as possible. You should have met him, sir. His name is Kim Yangju. Seeing Cho Myongwai's blank look of confusion, he added, he's Kim Oh-sun's father. Oh, him. Cho Myongwai finally recognized the name. Kim Oh-sun is his daughter. Among the young, unmarried official slave women of Jeju's provincial governor's office, Kim Oh-sun was notorious for her plainness. Everyone who had seen her remembered her. However, Kim Oh-sun was clever and quick to learn. She had acquired respectable cooking skills from a former palace attendant exiled to Jeju, and was frequently summoned to assist the official cook in preparing meals. Kim Yangju had been a hunter by trade. He had been arrested for poaching in the royal hunting grounds, and his sentence commuted, had been exiled to Jeju Island. He was a man of considerable martial skill. Here in Jeju, he still made his living by hunting, and had to deliver wild game to the provincial offices as tribute. An illiterate commoner, and he's serving as a clerk, said Cho Myongwai. From what I've seen, this Kim Yangju seems like a hot-headed simpleton, not easy to handle. He's just an ignorant country bumpkin who can barely string a sentence together. Besides, Pak Deokhwan's younger brother, Pak Deokhming, is his deputy. They call it secretary. How interesting that this too is connected to Pak Deokhwan. Cho Myongwai spoke meaningfully. Is our investment sufficient? If not, we add more. But this must be handled slowly. Pak Deokhwan practically floated home. His younger brother Pak Deokhming had already gone to bed. He checked the courtyard, then examined whether the main gate was properly barred before finally returning to his bedroom. Lighting a small oil lamp and trimming the wick down very low, he at last drew out the 2 silk pouches he had tucked into his clothing. The first silk pouch contained, to his astonishment, 10 liang of silver in small ingots. Pak Deokhwan's jaw dropped. This was a considerable fortune. Due to Korea's small economic scale, silver did not circulate widely within Joseon, making its value much higher than in the Great Ming. During the Imjin War and its aftermath, when Ma Gui recaptured Pyongyang, the Joseon court's reward to him amounted to a mere 50 liang. The first soldier to scale the walls of Pyongyang received only 10 liang of reward silver from Joseon. 10 liang of silver was no small sum even in the Great Ming, enough to cover a year's expenses for a middling household in an ordinary year. In Joseon, it was worth far more. Pak Deokhwan's hands trembled. Such generosity from Master Cho, who would have thought the consortium he served was so wealthy. He opened the second pouch. Though smaller, it still held 2 liang of silver. 12 liang of silver was an immense fortune on Jeju Island. For Pak Deokhwan, A former official slave only just emerging from poverty, this windfall was almost beyond imagining. Yet his unease was equally real. Pak Deokhwan was no fool. The size of a bribe was directly proportional to the risk involved. For them to offer such a large sum as compensation, the bow and arrow figures must represent no trivial amount. What if the chiefs found out? His heart shuddered as if telling him. The chiefs had elevated him, entrusted him with responsibility, and he was repaying them with betrayal. Under the faint lamplight, Pak Deokhwan's expression shifted again and again like a specter. After a long while, he wrapped up the silver. He thought for a moment, then wrapped the two bundles separately in their original silk cloths, wrapped them again in rags, and stuffed them deep into the hollow of the unused Ondal heating flue. The work of inventorying bow and arrow stocks and registering bow and arrow shops proceeded swiftly. Before long, Pak Deokhwan submitted a highly detailed report. Feng Zhang's reviewed it with satisfaction and issued orders for the bow and arrow workshops to resume operations immediately. Feng Zhang's had originally planned to nationalize the workshops that had belonged to the provincial offices. After further consideration, however, he concluded that doing so would burden the Military Control Commission considerably. Once nationalized, he would need to appoint management personnel. Neither he nor his naturalized subordinates had experience managing such enterprises, which would inevitably produce great waste and confusion. Moreover, the craftsmen and former official slaves working in the shops would instantly become state-supported personnel. This was both unnecessary and wasteful of resources. Ultimately, he decided to contract out the provincial office workshops, outsourcing production to local bow and arrow shops. The Military Control Commission would issue orders. The shops would manufacture bows and arrows. The commission would inspect and purchase goods that passed muster. As for raw materials, the shops would procure them on the open market, with the commission selling a portion of the captured stockpile as appropriate. This arrangement avoided excessive management demands at the outset. As long as they controlled the inspection and procurement process, that would suffice. After all, their main purpose on Jeju Island was to transit refugees, not to conduct socialist transformation. To improve quality, Feng Zhang sent samples of the local bow-making materials and finished products back to Lingao by transport ship, requesting that technicians improve the design and material ratios to produce cheaper, better-performing bows. If possible, they should also refine the production process. Additionally, he asked the industrial departments to examine whether any of these bow-making materials might serve as raw materials needed elsewhere in Lingao's industrial system. Under Pak Deokhwan's introduction and recommendation, the workshop contracts were awarded to Ming Manor, the largest bow and arrow shop on the island, which was, of course, another of Master Kim's enterprises. This arrangement meant that the entire bow and arrow trade from raw materials to finished goods now fell into Kim Man-il's hands. Pak Deokhwan received yet another token of gratitude. This time he was quite at ease in the courtesan house. After eating and drinking, he happily followed Cho Ae-yun to enjoy a night of pleasure, and the next day shamelessly took Yaman Hui as well. Hwang Un-yu redoubled his flattery of Pak Deokhwan. Not only were all of Pak Deokhwan's expenses at the courtesan house waived, but he also arranged the sale of a house to him. Pak Deokhwan paid only a pittance. Though Hwang Un-yu was not the seller, all parties understood the arrangement perfectly. The house was already furnished with various daily necessities that were hard to obtain locally, some of which had even been imported from the Great Ming. To put on a show, he hired several servants. Having once been a young master, Pak Deokhwan quickly assumed an air of respectable pedigree. On moving day, many people sent congratulatory gifts. Cho Myongwai even had a whole leg of beef delivered, a delicacy ordinarily reserved for officials and the wealthy. The only thing that disappointed Pak Deokhwan was that the chiefs made no gesture at all. But the chiefs were always like this. They never showed favor to any of the local officials under them and never paid attention to their private affairs, so he felt no particular unease. At the housewarming banquet, Pak Deokhwan drank himself into a stupor and burst into tears in front of everyone. Life granted few moments of triumph. Having fallen to the depths and languished in failure for over a decade, he had finally regained some semblance of humanity. Restoring his family's fortunes was now within sight. Just as Pak Deokhwan wept and laughed in his drunkenness, a fleet of ships slowly glided into Jeju harbor. Among all the harbors of Jeju Island at that time, Jeju offered the best conditions. Thus vessels traveling to and from the Korean mainland typically entered and departed through this port. Besides its garrison, the town also had a post station and a small market, resembling a modest port town. Following D-Day on Jeju Island, it had naturally become the primary harbor controlled by the Jeju Forward Committee. Note, at the time, Koreans referred to China as the Great Country. End of chapter. Chapter 1051. The Volunteer Corps. To ensure control over this strategic location, Jeju Harbor was garrisoned by the Marines who had accompanied the Second Fleet. The main strength of the fleet had also relocated here from Seongsan. Being closer to Jeju City, this port was more convenient for both future refugee resettlement and the fleet's freshwater resupply. Li Haiping had unceremoniously occupied the finest building in Jeju, the Jeju Post Station, which he designated the Second Fleet Naval Command. The garrison troops at Jeju had seen their grain supply cut off. Some had fled to the peninsula, others had surrendered to Li Haiping and naturally became his unpaid laborers. Several hundred official slaves at Jeju shared the same fate. Though they had all been freed as commoners by a single decree from Feng Zong's, they were immediately organized into the Jeju Labor Squad, specifically charged with constructing and maintaining the harbor. The Jeju Station Master, Pak Changbayam, was accustomed to receiving and sending off visitors and possessed intimate knowledge of harbor traffic and tidal schedules. Following the change in regime, he remained in service and took up the post of commissioner for the Jeju Port District, a title Feng Zong's had invented for his local collaborators. Until the full implementation of the Exemplar Council's cadre system, expedient measures would have to suffice. Strictly speaking, commissioner was not his invention. It was an official position in the Yi dynasty, one of a temporary, delegated nature. Feng Zong's found it well suited to the current jack-of-all-trades status of his collaborators. Pak Changbayam harbored no psychological resistance to serving his new masters. Indeed, he felt a sense of vindictive satisfaction. He was a genuine examination graduate, and though not of the Tuban aristocracy, he was still of Chungin origin. His career should have held promise. But tragically, Pak Changbayam had been born in Hamgyongdo, the birthplace of the Yi dynasty itself. Yet Yi Seongjai had remained deeply wary of his fellow provincials, consistently keeping them marginalized. Consequently, officials hailing from Hamgyongdo could rarely rise within the Yi dynasty system, typically languishing in low-level positions. During the Imjin and Jeongui Japanese invasions, a number of Korean collaborators who sided with the Japanese army had been of precisely this origin. Tainted by his birthplace, Pak Changbayam had spun his wheels in minor posts ever since receiving his appointment. 6 years had passed since his assignment as Jeju Station Master, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Serving as a petty official in this land of exiles was scarcely different from being an exile himself. Moreover, the station master's duties, though offering some measure of profit, were exhausting. Endless hosting and seeing off, combined with regular extortion, scolding, and beatings from passing superiors and their arrogant servants. Pak Changbayam had long seethed with resentment. When the crop-haired pirates first arrived, he had affected an air of reluctant compromise and enduring humiliation to survive. But as the 3 towns fell and the main fleet anchored at Jeju, Pak Changbayam promptly pledged his allegiance. His defection was partly motivated by the prospect of greater gain, but even more by his bitterness and hatred toward the court. Feng Zhongs and Li Haiping immediately entrusted him with important responsibilities. Pak Changbayam worked with tremendous zeal. Some notion of repaying those who recognize one's worth still flickered in his heart. At this moment, he was supervising the conscripted volunteer corps in the port district. To distinguish them from the labor squadrons brought from Shandong and Lingao, the labor teams organized locally on Jeju Island from former official slaves and surrendered or captured soldiers were uniformly called by this name. The volunteer corps received clothing and rations and was used collectively, primarily as laborers on infrastructure projects, road construction, barracks building, and pier work. Currently underway was the expansion and renovation project for Jiachen Harbor. The volunteer corps was assisting the labor squadron in constructing wooden jetties. Time to eat. As the mealtime call rang out, the laborers of the volunteer corps set down their tools one after another and headed toward the mess area. Large pots, steam rising in white plumes, were carried over by the women's volunteer corps. Inside was the volunteer corps standard meal, coarse rice mixed with 1/3 each of buckwheat, barley, and dried sweet potato, cooked together into mixed grain rice. The side dishes were fermented soybean soup with kelp and miscellaneous fish, plus pickled vegetables. The chiefs are feeding these lowborns so well. Pak Changbayam thought, watching as the volunteers, under the shouts and prodding of club-wielding security army soldiers, reluctantly formed a line and began receiving their food. Women from the corps carried over baskets of utensils. Ordinary Korean commoners used wooden tableware. Slightly better-off households used lacquered bowls. Only the wealthy could afford bronze or porcelain. Wooden utensils were difficult to clean thoroughly, so Feng Zhongs had ordered that all local volunteer personnel would have their utensils centrally washed, collected after each meal by the women's volunteer corps, cleaned, and disinfected to prevent the spread of disease. Corps members received food according to supply standards. 500 grams of mixed grain rice per meal for those performing the heaviest physical labor, with portions decreasing correspondingly for other classifications. By nutritional standards, the meals provided to the volunteer corps were excessively monotonous and nutritionally incomplete. Yet this was the first time these corps members had ever consumed sufficient calories. The generous portions filled with gratitude not only the former official slaves and soldiers who had long lived in chronic hunger, but even minor officials like Pak Changbayam, who normally ate without worry, found it too lavish. The chiefs are so generous, aren't they afraid of eating themselves poor? Pak Changbayam had once worried inwardly, since much of the grain had come from government stores. It was winter now, and even with good weather the first harvest would not come until summer. Jeju Island itself produced insufficient food. Without outside grain supplies, famine would set in quickly. When that happened, the chiefs might have no choice but to raise their sails and flee. However, since witnessing the fleets that arrived every week or two, 3 ships, 5 ships, unloading endless barrels, hemp sacks, straw bundles, and crates, he had ceased to worry. The unending flow of supplies also strengthened his resolve to serve the chiefs. They exported little but imported vast quantities of goods, while building harbors, constructing buildings, and raising troops. All of this looked like preparations for a long-term stay on Jeju Island. Pak Changbayam did not harbor the grandiose dreams of naturalized cadres, hoping that the crop-headed bandits would one day ascend the dragon throne, and he would enjoy the glory of being a founding minister. His expectations were far more modest. He merely hoped these crop-haired pirates would maintain their rule here for a long time, and that he might do better than he had as a miserable Yi Dynasty station master. "Master, your boxed meal." His household servant delivered the noon meal. There had been no order yet to emancipate private slaves, but Pak Changbayam's household had few servants anyway. He could not afford to support many. The boxed meal was a fashionable habit picked up from the chiefs. a lunch box containing coarse rice and vegetables, convenient for eating anywhere. Pak Changbayam did not actually need to eat boxed lunches. His home was right in Jiachen, so he could easily return for meals or have a servant deliver food in a traditional food box. But leaders' preferences often become trends. So Pak Changbayam had taken up lunches in boxed containers as well. Eating the boxed meal his servant had brought, Pak Changbayam watched the laborers toiling at the harbor. He had rarely seen a construction project of this scale. The workforce numbered no fewer than 3,000 or 4,000. What was the purpose of the chiefs investing such effort in building this port? Could they be planning to emulate Chancellor Tara of old, invading Korea for a land survey of the 8 provinces? Lost in wild speculation, he suddenly noticed the signal mast atop the watchtower hoisting the ship approaching flag. He immediately set down his lunch box and peered out to sea. The moment the approaching vessels entered his field of vision, Pak Changbayam relaxed. These were the chief's cargo ships. These massive vessels with their towering masts would arrive in convoys of 3 to 5 every week or two, unloading great quantities of goods and sometimes bringing personnel. On the deck of the lead ship entering Jiachen stood a man. His age appeared somewhere between 30 and 40, a weathered face that made his exact years difficult to judge. He wore an authentic olive green M65 field jacket. Anyone approaching would detect an unmistakable smell of horse manure clinging to him. This was Nick, the Exemplar Council's horse fanatic. Finding both the Gayashan Ridge Ranch and the Changhua Ranch too confining for his ambitions, Nick had finally been presented with the opportunity to spread his wings. The capture of Jeju had not only given the Exemplar Council its first pasture land with suitable climate, it had also delivered a windfall of horses in one stroke. Without a moment's hesitation, even as Nick was preparing to apply for an inspection visit to Jeju Island, a transfer order from the personnel office had already arrived on his desk. Proceed immediately to Jeju Island and commence operations. Nick wasted no time. After packing a simple bag, he handed over his work to the Agriculture Commission, paying especially careful attention to Yang Beiyagui. The horse breeding program he and Yang Beiyagui had been conducting was at a critical stage. Were it not for the tens of thousands of horses on Jeju, he truly would have been reluctant to leave at such a time. Shengbao, you stay here and lead the junior disciples and ranch hands. You must strictly follow the regulations and manual I've established. He summoned several of his apprentices for final instructions. Shengbao and Leibao, the 2 brothers, were among his first cohort of disciples and were now capable of working independently. Leibao will accompany me on this assignment, he said. Go pack up, then report to draw equipment. He selected 4 ranch hands as assistants. Though each person's personal baggage was minimal, the accompanying tools and materials filled 20 standard military logistics crates, packed with every implement, device, and medication needed for horse husbandry. Their party first sailed from Lingao to Hong Kong, then rendezvoused there with personnel from the cavalry and logistics training units, as well as staff from the Joint Logistics Headquarters Draft Animal Division. Together, they formed the Jeju Island Draft Animal Working Group and set sail for Jeju. Nick gazed at the verdant island gradually emerging on the horizon, his mind working through plans for how to begin operations locally. As a horse enthusiast, he had visited Jeju Island's ranches in another timeline more than once. He was well acquainted with the local pasture conditions, climate, and horse stock. The mountainous region around Hallasan offered excellent grazing land, and the climate was well suited for horse breeding. Combined with advanced pasture cultivation and intensive farming methods, supporting a herd of over 100,000 horses would pose no problem whatsoever. End of chapter. Chapter 1052. Nick's arrival. This was going to be an ideal place to accomplish great things. In all of East Asia, Nick thought, apart from Hokkaido, Jeju Island offered the most ideal conditions for raising horses. The H-800 docked safely at the jetty under the tow of a small launch. Since an Exemplar was aboard, The Marine squad garrisoned at Jiachun formed a line on the dock to welcome them. Li Haiping was out at sea, so the highest-ranking officer present to greet Nick's party was Zhu Ziliang, the Special Reconnaissance Team detachment leader. As the Marine sergeant bellowed present arms, and salute, the loudspeaker began playing, "We salute you, Comrade Commander." Nick had no choice but to stand at attention, then raise his hand in salute to those greeting him. When the music concluded, Nick finally relaxed and shook hands with Zhu Ziliang. Pak Changbayam had already prepared sedan chair bearers. By Chinese standards, the conveyance was more accurately called a bamboo pole litter. Nick frowned. "I have feet. I don't need that thing. It's quite a distance to the command post and the ground is terrible," Zhu Ziliang explained. "No matter," Nick waved dismissively. "Better use these men to unload my luggage. That's what really matters. Tell them to be careful." "All right, we'll have it delivered to the command post." The road was extremely difficult to traverse. Due to the construction, the gravel and yellow sand surface had been churned into an impassable quagmire, with bundles of brushwood and straw mats scattered haphazardly across it. Nick slogged through the mud, one step deep, the next shallow, for 20 minutes before finally reaching the command post, the post station. Both his feet and trouser legs were caked with yellow mud, though fortunately the command post already had a fire burning and ample hot water ready. 2 female servants, former official slaves repurposed as volunteer maids, hurried over to help him remove his shoes and wash his feet. Nick felt rather uncomfortable with this and quickly said he would wash himself. After considerable effort to get clean and change into fresh clothes and shoes, he was about to instruct Leibao to collect his dirty clothes and shoes for later when he noticed the 2 maids had already taken them away. "Don't worry about it. By tomorrow morning, everything will be cleaned, dried, and brought back to you. They have all the skills for this sort of service." Zhu Ziliang sat comfortably on a stool while an official slave woman washed and massaged his feet. "Vinny, I would have thought you'd be a bit more modern," Nick spoke up. Having spent so long in Australia, he had inevitably absorbed some of the politically correct sensibilities of the Western left, which made him uncomfortable in Lingao. He was particularly resistant to the Exemplar Council's practice of assigning female servants, and had always refused to use the female servant stipend to purchase one. But having his apprentices do laundry and housekeeping never worked out properly. In the end, the administrative office had stepped in and hired a maid to look after his daily needs. Nick, in another timeline, this place was a paradise for men. Zhu Ziliang's eyes were half closed as he enjoyed the massage, his thoughts drifting back to his time in the U.S. Marine Corps and the various pleasures Korea had offered American soldiers. "This is nothing compared to that." Nick said nothing more. He still felt like a fish out of water, even when facing a genuine banana. Once the pampering was complete and all luggage unloaded, Nick personally inspected the seals and packaging to confirm everything was intact before setting out. This time, he did not refuse the sedan chair. Zhu Ziliang had told him the main road was in poor condition. Feng Zong's was investing manpower to repair it. Of course, he could also take a boat, but sea conditions were poor these past few days, and since what he was carrying was important, he ultimately decided on the overland route. Just as they were about to depart, Nick suddenly noticed a dozen or so cavalrymen in the convoy wearing conical helmets and carrying sabers. Their luggage was also being transported by horses. His interest was immediately piqued. "What? There are horses?" "There are indeed. This is Jeju's postal relay station after all. Isn't it normal to have a few horses here? And the cavalry? They're soldiers from the Japanese company of the security army. They may look like common grunts, but apparently they were mounted samurai back in Japan." Zhu Ziliang smiled. "Could I have those soldiers?" Zhu Ziliang was momentarily taken aback, unsure why this horse fanatic had suddenly developed an interest in Japanese soldiers. "Lending them to you temporarily is no problem, but you'll need to process the paperwork through Nangang." Nick's party soon reached Jeju City and was escorted into the provincial governor's compound. He had barely settled in before demanding that Feng Zong's be found. "Commissar Feng has gone to inspect Dejiang," Feng Zong's secretary reported. "He won't be back until tomorrow. Who else among the exemplars is in Jeju? Commander Nangong is here. Fetch him immediately. Tell him I'm waiting and need to discuss something." Nick could not wait to begin work. Any exemplar present would do, someone who could at least brief him on the situation. The secretary was surprised. Who was this exemplar? Such airs he put on. Nick was the reclusive type among exemplars. He rarely participated in any group activities, always holed up at the Gayashan Ridge Ranch. If he ever went out, it was either to the Changhua pasture or to check on horses at the Agriculture Commission or Army stables. Consequently, the exemplar's secretaries found him quite unfamiliar. Seeing how imperiously he spoke, Feng Zong's secretary did not dare delay and hurried off to find Nangong Wudi's female orderly. Nangong Wudi was in the city inspecting the renovation and disinfection work on the barracks. When he heard that a very important chief had arrived and wished to speak with him, he dared not dally and immediately returned to the provincial governor's compound. "It's you." Nangong Wudi did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I thought it might be someone from the general staff or the executive committee. Whether they come or not is none of my concern," Nick said. "I'm here to investigate the horse situation. Tell me everything you know." Nangong Wudi was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, he had witnessed Nick's manner often enough in the army to know this was simply how he was. "Don't be in such a rush. Old Feng is away, he'll be back tomorrow and can brief you in detail. Anyway, we don't have much information on the horse situation." "What?" Nick was about to leap from his seat when Nangong Wudi stopped him. "Our control over this island is still very tenuous. We've only just established the basic institutions. Not to put too fine a point on it, we haven't even sorted out the people yet. Where would we find time for horses?" Jeju Island's pastures, both public and private, were mostly located in the mountainous Halasan region at the island's center. The Jeju Forward Committee had discussed the matter and agreed not to touch these horse ranches until they had established stable governance and trained sufficient collaborators and local security army forces. For now, news gathering was the priority. Under the guidance of locals familiar with the island's interior terrain, Zhu Ziliang's special reconnaissance team had already conducted several foot patrols. "That said, it's not as though we have no horses at all," Nangong Wudi added. "We've taken over a few horse farms and paddocks, several hundred horses." "Where?" Nick made to rise again. "Don't be so hasty, the horses aren't going anywhere." Nangong Wudi restrained him. "But they're spread across several locations. You couldn't possibly inspect them all today. Wait until Feng Zong's returns tomorrow and discuss the specifics with him. For now, please get some rest." Nick nodded reluctantly. "Very well." Seeing that Nangong Wudi was about to leave, he added, "The Japanese security army soldiers who escorted me here, the ones who can ride, could I have them assigned to me?" Nangong Wudi agreed immediately. "No problem. We've received instructions from Lingao. You're to have whatever personnel and provisions you request here. We'll cooperate fully. Everyone's looking forward to motorization, or rather, mule and horsization." "Thank you. Don't mention it. Just get us some cavalry when the time comes." Nothing more of note happened that night. The next morning, Feng Zong's returned to Jeju. He had barely entered his office when Nick, who had been waiting there, pounced on him. Feng Zong's was prepared. He had already received notice of Nick's imminent arrival. After directing his secretary to bring hot tea, he began briefing Nick. General information on Jeju Island's horses and pastures had already been provided by the Grand Library and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. According to the veritable records of the Yi Dynasty, the number of official horses on Jeju Island was approximately 10,000. This figure was probably fairly accurate, because under the horse tribute regulations established by the Yi Dynasty, Jeju Island was required to present horses to the court annually for military and official use. This was known as horse tribute presentation. The horse tribute presentation was typically held on June 7 before the Gwandeok Pavilion of the Jeju Provincial Governor's Office. The annual quota was 200 horses. Additionally, 700 horses were presented every third year during the cyclical years, with 20 horses presented on each of the 3 felicitous days: New Year's Day, Winter Solstice, and the King's Birthday. 3 horses were also presented whenever a new magistrate took office in any of Jeju's 3 counties. Furthermore, irregular selections could be conducted by traders when necessary. By this calculation, Jeju Island's official horse pastures were required to present roughly 450 horses annually to the Yi Dynasty Court. Given selection ratios, a herd of at least 10,000 horses had to be maintained to guarantee this tribute. As for privately owned horses, the historical records did not provide a clear figure. However, Kim Man-il had once presented 500 horses to the court in a single tribute, suggesting he maintained a herd of at least 10,000. Adding in smaller private ranches, Jeju Island's total horse population might well approach 30,000. Nick listened attentively to the briefing, then said, "I've actually visited Jeju Island before. It's famous for its pony breed. The materials from the Grand Library say the same thing, but the horses I've seen so far haven't been that small." Jeju Island's distinctive horse breed was the pony, standing only 0.8 meters tall. Though small, these horses had excellent stamina. Reportedly possessing very high bone density and exceptional endurance, they were similar to the under-the-fruit tree horses found in the Yunnan-Guizhou region of China. They could thrive on rough fodder and endure hard labor. Their drawback was limited carrying capacity due to their small stature. This so-called especially high bone density had later spawned a health supplement marketed to tourists called horse bone powder, supposedly made from the bones of these ponies. After the Mongols occupied Jeju, they recognized the well-developed limbs of these small horses but found them too small to ride. They therefore imported 150 Mongolian horses to crossbreed with the local stock, producing the later Jeju horse. "We haven't seen any such ponies yet, at least not among the several hundred horses we've captured," Feng Zhang said. "I believe the horses here are essentially ordinary Mongolian horses." End of chapter. Chapter 1053. Receiving the horses all that talk about especially high bone density. Along with claims that Japanese researchers had dissected Hinieo, female divers, and discovered their resistance to cold and ability to dive for extended periods was related to long-term consumption of pony bone powder. Feng Zhang's considered this nothing more than marketing stories to dupe tourists into buying health supplements. Feng Zhang's had run a small pharmacy before and held a pharmacist's license. He knew that from a pure calcium supplementation perspective, there was little difference in the calcium content of bone powder regardless of whether it came from horses, pigs, or cattle. The claim that Jeju ponies had especially high bone density and superior calcium supplementation effects was simply self-promotion. Although ponies did have certain advantages, being more convenient for mountain labor, their small size and limited carrying capacity made them unsuitable for practical use as riding or draft animals. The Mongols had introduced their own horse breed precisely to improve the island's stock and make them suitable for riding and labor. They had neither the need nor the inclination to specially preserve and breed ponies of limited utility. The Yi Dynasty Court's demand for annual horse tribute from Jeju Island was purely for military, postal relay, and ceremonial purposes, none of which had any use for ponies. Thus, while Jeju ponies might still exist to some degree, they were certainly not the mainstream breed on the island's pastures. "Your analysis makes sense. I also feel the horses I've seen are typical Mongolian horses," Nick said. "I want to immediately set up a team and begin screening the existing horses." "No problem." Feng Zhang's was himself a horse enthusiast and readily agreed. "Choose the location yourself, just ensure security. Horses and personnel are yours to select as well. I'll need a translator then. I have someone suitable here." As he spoke, Feng Zong's had Pak Deokhwan summoned. Unlike his elder brother, Pak Deokhwan had few external duties. He primarily stayed within the Military Control Commission, helping with paperwork and serving as translator, though still of the brush conversation variety. However, young people learned languages easily, and since he could read Chinese characters, he was soon able to communicate in simple Mandarin. I know you rarely leave the house in Lingao, and Gaoshan Ridge is a green zone, so you can go out with just your apprentices, no weapons or guards. But this is a purple zone. I must ensure your safety. Inside the city walls was a blue zone. Only inside the provincial governor's compound was it green. Essentially, the moment an exemplar left the perimeter of Jeju's walls, they entered dangerous territory requiring armed escort. Feng Zong's new Nick was never one for formalities and disliked armed guards, so he made a point of emphasizing this. Having those Japanese soldiers protect me will be sufficient. Subsequently, under Pak Deokhwan's guidance, Nick surveyed several locations inside and outside Jeju City. The city possessed large-scale horse paddocks. Every year after the horse tribute presentation, the selected horses were driven here to await transport by sea. Because as many as 700 horses had to be presented in peak years, a paddock capable of holding over 1,000 horses had been constructed outside the city walls. But Nick was disappointed after inspecting it in person. The paddock was extremely crude, so crude it hardly qualified as a structure. It was nothing more than an open-air enclosure. The ground, churned up by horses' hooves, lay exposed and desolate. There were some drinking troughs and water cisterns. Since it was still early in the year and the horse tribute presentation was more than 6 months away, not a single horse was present. Even the fencing was incomplete, with entire sections missing. What remained was dilapidated. The only roofed building was the residence of the paddock watchman. The horse managing clerk informed Nick through the translator that this was merely a temporary paddock. After inspection and approval, horses were held here for just a few days until weather and sea conditions were suitable, then driven to Jeju to board ships for the mainland. Properly roofed stables existed only at the postal relay station, the provincial governor's compound, and the military barracks. Nick listened carefully to the clerk's introduction through the translator, occasionally asking questions. He was particularly concerned about winter fodder reserves. Jeju did stockpile some dried grass and other fodder, though not in large quantities. These were primarily prepared for the official horses of the provincial governor's compound, the local garrison, and the postal station. Nick inspected the fodder storeroom and was disappointed to find not only that the hay reserves were limited, but that there was virtually no concentrated feed. No wonder all the horses he had seen along the way were in poor condition, having lost considerable weight. Next, he inspected the various captured official horses. These mostly belonged to Jeju's garrison. "How many horses are there now?" Nick asked, frowning at the listless horses in the paddock and the manure-covered, filthy bedding that clearly had not been changed in many days. The naturalized cadre responsible for receiving and managing the horses hurried to report. "Reporting, Chief. A total of 195 in 4 paddocks. There are another 40 at Jeju. How many have died since you captured this place?" Seeing Nick's dark expression, the man grew frightened and stammered. "Our reporting, 25 have died." "Why so many?" "Our reporting, Chief. The Korean groom clerks say many horses die every winter." "Idiots!" Nick could no longer contain himself. "Just because many horses die every year, you can continue letting them die. What's the point of having you people?" The naturalized cadre shrank back, not daring to utter a word. Had he not received sufficient education, he might have dropped to his knees crying, "This lowly one deserves death. Have mercy, my lord." At that moment, seeing the man's ashen face and trembling body, Nick's heart softened. "Forget it, you're not a specialist. Assigning you to manage the horse paddock was a mistake to begin with." He waved his hand. "What department are you from?" I'm from the Planning Commission's Special Search Task Force." So it was the Planning Commission. No wonder he was in charge of the horses. They were war booty too. But while these people excelled at confiscating property and compiling statistics, asking them to care for living creatures was beyond their abilities. With this realization, Nick's expression softened slightly. And the grooms, who are they? Reporting, Chief. The grooms are all original local stable hands, official slaves from the provincial office. After we finished inventorying and receiving the horses, they continued feeding and caring for them. Where are they now? Nick was somewhat puzzled. Since specialized grooms had been retained, even if they were unprofessional and had many bad habits, cleaning the paddock, changing bedding and grooming horses was standard grooms' work, the same everywhere in the world. Looking at the state of things here, the bedding had not been changed for at least 2 weeks. The horses had not been groomed for days either. They were conscripted for road and building construction 2 weeks ago, the Planning Commission cadre said quietly. They go during the day and come back at night to feed the horses a bit and water them. Outrageous! Nick flared up again. Everyone complained constantly about not having enough horses, yet when horses were actually available, this was the cavalier, careless attitude they adopted. He examined the horses' condition more closely. Most had lost significant weight, clearly underfed, and many showed signs of overwork. There was no time to lose. He needed to immediately recall all the Korean grooms and, together with the personnel he had brought, give the horses a chance to rest and regain condition. Only then could the horses safely survive the winter. Nick went to find Feng Zhang's. Feng's attitude was excellent. He agreed to all of Nick's requests on the spot. He immediately handed over all the grooms and said he had already ordered all horse-related facilities and supplies to be transferred to Nick's control. With that, he handed over a ledger. As for the paddock, although the one outside the city was essentially useless, Nick felt it was still better situated there. Feng Zhang's had suggested that there was sufficient vacant land inside the city walls, which would be easier to secure and defend. No, horses cannot be kept in densely populated areas. Nick shook his head. Besides, once the refugees start arriving in large numbers, the city will need to accommodate refugee camps. High density increases the risk of disease for both people and horses. Although the area outside the walls was harder to defend, it offered ample space. In spring, wild grass could be grazed nearby. Moreover, there was a river convenient for watering the horses. Horses were heavy water consumers. If the paddock were inside the city, water supply would become a major problem later on. Very well. I'll assign a guard detail to help with security, Feng Zhang said. I'll arrange construction immediately. Just provide the design drawings. That's no problem. I'll draw them myself. Once the conscripted grooms returned from road and building work, Nick appointed his apprentice Lichun as paddock superintendent, with full authority over the Jeju paddock's operations. He also appointed the animal handlers he had brought as squad leaders. You know what needs to be done. Drill everything I've taught you into their heads, Nick instructed. First thing, get these grooms properly washed, put them through purification. Horses are clean animals. Lichun immediately set to work, directing the grooms to muck out the paddocks and change the bedding, then groom the horses. One by one, the horses in the paddock were separated into different enclosures. Those that had lost the most weight, those with injuries or illness, and the aged were isolated into separate paddocks for targeted feeding and treatment. Nick personally questioned the grooms and conducted a study of historical horse mortality patterns. Because these were all official horses, each had a corresponding horse dossier recording its service history, feed rations, illnesses, and deaths. Overall, winter saw the highest horse mortality rate, directly related to overwork, insufficient autumn fattening, and winter fodder shortages. Nick discovered that the provincial office and barracks maintained very limited winter hay reserves and rarely stockpiled concentrated feed. They frequently drove the horses out to forage on dead grass in the wild. Jeju Island's winters were relatively mild, with light snowfall and abundant dead grass remained in the fields. This feeding method was cheap but too crude. If horses failed to fatten sufficiently in autumn and were overworked in winter, they would rapidly lose condition and die. This practice was actually similar to the herd grazing of nomadic peoples. The problem was that nomadic horses were typically not worked in winter, so inferior or insufficient fodder was generally manageable. But for official and military horses that were regularly worked, such nutrition was inadequate. End of chapter. Chapter 1054. The new Paddock Nick personally went to the horse paddock outside the city to survey the terrain and consider how to design the new facility. The paddock he was designing would primarily house the working horses currently under the Jeju Military Control Commission's control. As for the public and private horse ranches elsewhere, he could not intervene for the time being, not because he did not want to, but because he simply could not. He currently had neither the personnel nor the fodder to effectively manage tens of thousands of horses. In the end, he would still have to rely on the old hands and old methods. Rather than cause disruption through immediate changes, it was better to let these ranches continue operating under their existing systems. Moreover, these ranches presumably used an open-range, herd grazing system. This approach required no paddocks and demanded minimal fodder and labor. Despite its many shortcomings, such as lower reproduction rates, it remained a viable method for maintaining a herd under current conditions. Even after he eventually assumed control of all the island's horses, he would need to maintain this system for several years. However, to significantly expand the herd, select superior bloodlines, and implement stall feeding, large-scale changes were inevitable. Stall feeding required substantial space and a long construction period, but it facilitated better management, protected foals, and improved manure collection and preservation. Although Jeju Island was relatively warm, winter lows in the 21st century still reached 0 degrees Celsius. The coming year of 1632 would see even Lingao experience heavy snowfall and temperatures dropping to freezing. According to Lingao's meteorological station, Jeju Island's winter minimum might fall to 6 or 7 degrees below zero. Constructing horse shelters would help the horses survive the winter safely. With proper shelters, he could implement a new husbandry system to serve as a model for training personnel and extending technology. The Jeju paddock therefore needed to accommodate 3 functions: work, breeding, and training. If conditions permitted, it would ideally include supporting facilities for fodder processing and manure treatment. In terms of building materials and labor, manpower was abundant. The volunteer corps, composed of large numbers of emancipated official slaves, provided ready labor, and many of them had previously worked as fence builders, with extensive experience constructing enclosures and horse corrals. They were skilled workers. As for building materials, Nick decided to work with what was available. Waiting for ships to transport bricks, tiles, and cement from 1,000 li away was unrealistic. Fortunately, horse paddock construction required relatively basic standards and could be improvised. Volcanic rock blocks were abundant on Jeju Island, practically everywhere, and were used in everything from residential houses to official buildings. Usable timber was also relatively plentiful. Once the old paddock's fencing was dismantled, most of the wood could be reused, except for portions too rotten for anything but firewood. Although Nick knew nothing about construction, he knew how to build horse paddocks. The horse shelters at the Mapenling Ranch in Gayashan Ridge had been constructed under his guidance by the Construction General Company. As Mei Lin had said, building a paddock was a mutual learning process. After completing the Mapenling Ranch paddock, both the Construction General Company and Nick had learned how to properly build a facility that met requirements. According to standards, paddock sites should ideally be on dry, flat, or gently sloped ground facing away from prevailing winds and toward the sun, with a substantial water source nearby. The current Jeju paddock site met all these criteria, so he decided to keep the location and ordered the volunteer corps to first level the foundation. The paddock floor was relatively simple, and did not require stone or cement hardening. This would be both labor-intensive and material-intensive, and harmful to horse health. Such materials were too hard and lacked insulation. Floors were therefore typically compacted clay, which provided warmth, protected hooves, and was easy to repair. Horse shelters came in fully enclosed and semi-enclosed varieties. As in Lingao, Nick chose the semi-enclosed type. Fully enclosed shelters, though offering better insulation, had higher internal temperatures and humidity. Horses housed in them had weakened resistance and were susceptible to colds. Poor ventilation also meant that irritating gases from horse urine and manure were detrimental to horse health. The new paddock shelters would be semi-open, walls on the back and two sides, with the front left open. Semi-open shelters were structurally simple, received abundant sunlight, and had fresh air. They were easy to keep clean and dry, convenient for husbandry work and manure collection. The drawback was poor heat retention, making them unsuitable for northern regions with very cold winters. Horses were animals that preferred cool conditions and disliked heat. Nick believed that given Jeju Island's extreme winter lows below zero in this timeline, the horses could tolerate the cold. Moreover, moderate exposure to low temperatures would improve the horse's cold resistance and adaptability. Nick designed the shelters as multi-row, single-slope structures. This shelter style was the simplest, using minimal building materials while housing many horses. It was easy to manage and offered reasonable insulation. The sloped roof used the surrounding walls as load-bearing structures, with rafters resting directly on the walls and eliminating the need for beams and columns. This was especially suitable for Nick, who lacked both thick-trunk timber and enough qualified carpenters. The walls were built from volcanic stone found everywhere on the island, bonded with a mixture of clay and sand. Constructing walls from irregular stone blocks required skill, but since nearly all local buildings used this method, many official slaves in the volunteer corps were experienced at the work. Most shelter interiors had no individual stalls, using an open-plan layout. Only a few shelters had stalls, specially prepared for pregnant and nursing mares. The shelters contained purpose-built feed troughs, all shipped from Lingao. Nick was concerned that the old troughs might harbor bacteria and parasites, so he had them all discarded and chopped up for firewood. Additionally, special hay racks were installed. These were made of wooden poles, positioned horizontally above the feed troughs, at roughly the height a standing horse could reach by slightly raising its head. The hay racks were specifically necessary because local horses were mostly fed dried grass in winter. If hay were simply piled on the stable floor, horses could ingest manure and parasite eggs, highly unsanitary. This small improvement was actually a critical step in improving horse health. Furthermore, Nick constructed several separate fully enclosed shelters. These were for breeding stallions. He did not yet know whether any of the current working horses were suitable as studs. However, the plan had always been to import new breeding stallions to Jeju Island. Based on his assessment, the Jeju horse population was essentially descended from those 150 Mongolian horses crossbred with the island's native stock. Since then, there were no records of any other external breeds being introduced, meaning the horses here had very little outside genetic material. From a breeding perspective, Jeju horses were quite pure. But such pure, Mongolian horses were not the optimal choice for the exemplar council. Mongolian horses fell short of the council's military and labor standards in terms of height, load capacity, and pulling power. They were barely adequate at best. Improving the bloodline was urgent. Superior external breeds would need to be introduced to undertake a large-scale herd improvement program. The paddock was designed to accommodate 400 horses, including all those currently under the Military Control Commission's control, plus future additions. Nick issued orders through the commission to have all 40 horses from Jiachen driven to Jeju for inspection. Since paddock construction was a top priority, and both Fengzong's and Nanyang placed great importance on horse resources, Nick received everything he requested, personnel and materials alike. With the volunteer corps in sufficient numbers, various craftsmen assisting, and tools and carts shipped from Lingao, the shelter construction was soon 2/3 complete. Another team began work on supporting facilities, including personnel quarters, a horse veterinary clinic, a quarantine and isolation facility, and a dedicated biogas pit for manure processing. Water collection systems and irrigation channels were also under urgent construction. Nick further planned to build a simple water purification pool to provide clean drinking water for the horses. At a location far from the stables, on dry soil that would not affect surface or groundwater, a site was selected for burying horses that died of disease. Finally, the entire paddock was surrounded by a fence, primarily to prevent horses from escaping rather than as a defensive measure. After all, the site was less than a kilometer from Jeju City. A detachment of Japanese security company soldiers was stationed there as guards. While the paddock was being constructed, Nick began seeking adequate fodder. The Jeju provincial office had not stockpiled much horse fodder. Apart from a fair amount of hay, there was very little concentrated feed. The previous year's famine had meant that coarse grains normally used as concentrated feed, buckwheat, barley, and the like, had mostly been consumed as human rations. Now the fodder storerooms contained almost nothing but scraps. Nick had no choice but to seek help from Feng Zong's. He knew well that Jeju Island was a region where buckwheat and barley were the primary crops. Indeed, they formed the staple food of the local population. The 30,000 she of grain stored in Jeju's warehouses would certainly include substantial quantities of these coarse grains. However, Feng Zong's found this request awkward. A large portion of this grain had to be used to feed the volunteer corps. Of course, individual households had their own stores and could scrape by until the next harvest, but Jeju Island itself was food deficient. It needed to feed the local population while also supporting the large influx of refugees soon to arrive. If some grain were diverted for horse feed, and the Hong Kong shipping of relief rations experienced even a slight hiccup, the entire food reserve would be jeopardized. After vigorous negotiation, and given that Feng Zong's also did not want horses dying en masse under his watch, he finally allocated several hundred she of barley and buckwheat. Nick immediately instructed his volunteer corps members to draw a portion of the feed grain, load it onto Xidian handcarts, and transport it all the way back to the paddock. The paddock's fodder warehouse and silage storage were still under construction. To store this precious grain, he ordered it temporarily placed in the former watchmen's quarters. The original paddock watchmen were absorbed into the paddock volunteer corps. As for the volunteer corps members' living quarters, Nick did not need to worry about that. Most had their own houses inside or outside Jeju City or lived in government housing. He simply had a row of simple barracks built for duty personnel. End of chapter. Chapter 1055. Current conditions and systemic flaws arriving with Nick at Jeju were cadet soldiers drawn from the Cavalry Training Unit, the Logistics Training Unit, and the Artillery Training Unit. All three branches required extensive use of draft horses, so back in Lingao they had rotated through the Mapenling Ranch to gain practical experience in horse husbandry and training. The Cavalry Training Unit, apart from a skeleton crew left in Lingao to maintain the organization, had deployed one company to Shandong. Nearly all remaining personnel and equipment were being transferred to Jeju. By order of the General Staff, the Cavalry Training Unit's base was relocating from Lingao to Jeju Island. Henceforth, Jeju would serve as the Bravery Wave Army's cavalry formation and training base. Additionally, both the Logistics and Artillery Training Units would establish their own draft horse training squadrons on Jeju Island, dedicated to training their respective horse drivers and handlers. This batch of over 200 cadets transferred from Lingao was largely composed of inexperienced first-year soldiers, yet they still formed the core force Nick could trust most. Compared to the lifeless local volunteer corps, They were far superior in both enthusiasm and loyalty. Moreover, having completed 3 months of recruit training and being armed, they constituted a force that could be relied upon. Since these cadets had arrived at Jeju, Nangang felt he could free up additional mobile forces to advance governance into every corner of the island. The cadets could serve as the Jeju city garrison. The cadets established their respective temporary camps by branch on the periphery of the Paddock. Although housing was available for them in Jeju City, Nick insisted that the cadets become accustomed to the smell of horse manure and horses. Only then would they be qualified for horse husbandry and driving work in the future. The camps were crude. Apart from having 4 walls, they differed little from horse sheds: stone walls of volcanic rock, wooden plank roofs coated with a thick layer of clay for fire prevention. Inside, the floors were compacted clay. Along 2 walls, stone platforms served as bed frames, with standard-issue bed boards laid on top, conditions somewhat more austere than the barracks in Lingao. Each room slept 1 platoon. The most refined feature was the glass-paned windows, which attracted many curious local onlookers. With personnel and horses all in place, Nick brought his apprentices and ranch hands to begin training the cadets and volunteer corps members. Training was conducted on the job, or rather, hands-on apprenticeship, learning horse care and husbandry through actual work. First came screening all the horses, inspecting, evaluating, and classifying each animal. Sick horses were separated and placed in the infirmary stable for treatment. Healthy horses suitable for work were sorted by sex. Nick noted that weight loss was quite common, though most horses were otherwise healthy. The relatively lower temperatures of Jeju Island's winters apparently benefited horse health. Weight loss was relatively easy to remedy. With improved management and increased concentrated feed, recovery would come quickly. However, almost none of the horses had been shod, and their hooves had not been regularly trimmed. Many had varying degrees of hoof wear, which was detrimental to their use. Nick knew this was quite common throughout East Asia, particularly among civilian horses, which generally went unshod. He had therefore brought a large quantity of factory-manufactured horseshoes, along with a specialist farrier. Some of the cadets had learned hoof trimming and shoeing. He immediately assigned them to trim and shoe the horses. He himself began examining the reproductive status of the healthy horses selected for work. Overall, the horses from the Jeju Provincial Office and Jochon Relay Station were in considerable disarray. The herd included old horses and young horses, mares and geldings, as well as uncastrated stallions, a thoroughly mixed composition. He took rough measurements of each uncastrated stallion of suitable age. The tallest stood 131 cm, the shortest 105 cm. The average height was approximately 120 cm. Even compared to the average for ordinary Mongolian horses, this was on the low side. Whether for riding or draft work, these horses were rather slight. They did not even match the average shoulder height of Shandong donkeys, which stood a full 130 cm. Nick knew that in the modern timeline, intensively bred Mongolian stallions averaged about 130 cm, with mares reaching 125 cm. The Mongolian horses on Jeju Island were clearly substandard. The reasons were obviously linked to a lack of scientific breeding. Jeju Island's native breed was originally a pony. Even after the introduction of Mongolian blood for improvement, the pony genes persisted. Without proper control over breeding lines, horse quality would inevitably decline. Clearly, local horse breeding had been extremely lax. Stallion castration was not strictly enforced. Some inferior stallions had been put to work without being gelded. They had not been separated from mares either. One could easily imagine that come spring breeding season, these inferior stallions would mate indiscriminately with mares, not only wasting mare resources but also doing nothing to improve foal quality. Moreover, young stallions, mature stallions, and old stallions were all worked together. Prime-age stallions in their optimal breeding years did not have access to enough mares, while young and elderly stallions were consuming valuable mare resources. Scientific horse breeding began with selecting the best breeding stallions. Keeping too many stallions was both pointless and prevented bloodline optimization. Additionally, Nick noticed that elderly stallions made up a disproportionately high percentage, roughly half of all stallions. Considering that working horses at the provincial office and garrisons were primarily used for labor, it was hard to imagine why so many elderly stallions would be retained. Under normal circumstances, working stallions would be gelded for easier management and use. Finding many stallions, including many elderly ones, among the working horses was highly abnormal. The mare situation was equally unsatisfactory. Not only were mares of all ages worked together, but many showed signs of overwork. As with the stallions, elderly mares made up a disproportionately large percentage. Malnutrition and overwork led to a predictable result: mares that went into heat but did not conceive. Empty breeding wasted both the mare's breeding opportunity and the stallion's siring potential. Nick carefully examined each stallion and mare. Using this opportunity, he and Lingao and several cadets compiled new horse dossiers. During his on-site investigation, he had discovered that the Jeju provincial office's horse records were in chaos. Not only were there cases of records without horses and horses without records, but more commonly the records did not match the brands on the horses. Obviously, considerable fraud was involved with these official horses. Nick summoned the retained horse clerks and grooms. They readily admitted to the extensive corruption. According to the horse clerk's testimony, every year a batch of new horses was brought in from the official pastures to replenish the official stock at the 3 provincial offices and 9 garrisons, replacing those that had died or been culled. But the incoming horses were often swapped out the moment they arrived at the offices and garrisons. Strong, quality horses newly requisitioned were frequently replaced through sleight of hand with animals that should have been culled. The officials at the government pastures were no fools either. Operating on the principle of sharing the benefits, every time they supplied new horses to the offices and garrisons, they mixed in useless old or inferior animals. The receiving officials turned a blind eye. After all, with more old horses, deaths came faster, which meant faster replenishment with new horses. Everyone benefited. As for the annual embezzlement of fodder, that was standard practice. A large portion of the grain allotted for working horses, coarse grains like sorghum, buckwheat, and barley, was routinely embezzled and resold by officials at every level. If even 10% of the concentrated feed actually reached the feed troughs, that was considered good. So that's how it is, Nick sighed. No wonder the mortality rate here was so high. Though he had roughly guessed the situation, his horse-loving nature made such stealing from the horses' mouths all the more infuriating. More practically, given that Jeju Island's herds had been in the hands of such people, there was no question that horse quality would be poor. This being the case, breeding stallions needed to be imported from Lingao as soon as possible to begin improving the local stock. During his 3 years in Lingao, Nick had used the tiling draft horses brought by the Exemplar Council and Aranchi, the English thoroughbred racehorse he had personally brought, as studs to breed a new generation of breeding stock. He had already begun differentiating between riding and draft lines. Originally, he had worried that the sea voyage might be too rough, that transporting breeding stallions could cause deaths. The death of Landian had left deep psychological scars, making him reluctant to ship horses by sea. Obtaining even a few breeding horses was no easy matter. A mare's gestation period was 11 months. Even using the practice of breeding a mare immediately after foaling, a pair of breeding horses could produce at most 3 foals in 3 years. Moreover, to protect breeding mare fertility, Nick was reluctant to do this. Thus, apart from the original pair of purebred tiling draft horses, DDay and Xiaodi, only 2 more had been added, one of which was a stallion. Of course, there were over 20 so-called improved foals sired by tiling stallions on Mongolian mares. There were also several horses born from earlier matings with Yunnan mares. To distinguish them from purebred tiling stallions, Nick had named the former Gaishanling and the latter Wenlinjiang. Among them were several sexually mature colts identified as potential breeding stallions. After much deliberation, Nick decided to transfer some of these studs to Jeju Island. After all, Lingao's horse stock was too small for the studs to be used effectively there. As long as even one breeding stallion arrived safely, Nick was confident that artificial insemination could impregnate 50 or more mares. This meant that by 1633 he would have 50 direct descendants of the stud. From these, superior breeding stallions and mares could be selected. After careful consideration, Nick decided to cable the Agriculture Commission in Lingao, requesting they prepare 2 Gaishanling line stallions and 1 Wenlinjiang line stallion for transport to Jeju Island. In his message he wrote, "Every effort should be made to ensure the safety of the horses during transport." End of chapter. Chapter 1056. Beneath the walls of Dengzhou the bitter wind cut like a blade. Beneath the walls of Dengzhou all was deathly still. It was the second day of the first month of the 5th year of Renchen, the Changzhen reign. It was the second day of the new year, a time when every household should have been celebrating. In peaceful years, even the poorest families, as long as they were not completely destitute, would paste couplets on their doors, hang door gods, and set off a few firecrackers. But at this moment, the land outside Dengzhou's walls had become a scorched wasteland. Villages lay in ruins, broken walls and charred timbers from which wisps of dark smoke still rose. Across the fields, amid the rubble of shattered bricks and tiles, rigid corpses lay strewn everywhere. Blood had congealed and frozen, turning black in the bitter cold. Dusk crept across the sky as snowflakes began to drift down. Military jackets, armor, tattered rags, and silken robes alike were gradually buried beneath the white shroud. Those who had been prowling among the corpses searching for spoils could no longer endure the cold and departed one by one. The land lay vast and desolate beneath the ashen sky. In this bleak and murderous snowscape, within a copse of the kind of wild burial grounds common to these parts, 4 or 5 figures lay concealed. They were dressed warmly, wrapped in white camouflage cloaks, hidden within snow-covered field fortifications constructed with considerable skill. Even if someone walked right up to them, they might fail to notice. These were members of the special reconnaissance team under Chen Saijan's command. The burial ground was a thicket of scrub woods with complex terrain that offered excellent concealment. Exiting from one side led to a dry riverbed whose banks were lined with brush, making escape easy. From here, the rebel army's main camp at Mishen Mountain, less than a kilometer away, was clearly visible. Every movement of the rebels could be observed. Likewise, the south gate of Dengzhou, north of Mishen Mountain, lay in plain view. Since the 22nd day of the 11th month of the 4th year of Changzhen, when the rebels had swept all the way to the walls of Dengzhou, the city's 4 gates had remained shut for over a month. During this time, both the garrison inside Dengzhou and the rebels outside had maintained relative calm. The rebels had not attacked Qingzhou or Leizhou, but had marched directly to Dengzhou. Throughout this period, neither Dinglai Governor Sun Yuanhua nor Shandong Governor Yu Dasheng had intercepted or blocked the rebels. And the rebels, apart from pillaging villages and towns along the way, had not touched any of the prefectural or county seats, bypassing them all. The two sides had thus reached a strange tacit understanding, maintaining a standoff beneath Dengzhou's walls. For the Shandong Forward Committee, quietly gathering refugees on Qimu Island off Longkou, this was hardly surprising. The situation surrounding the Dengzhou mutiny was extraordinarily complex. Only after consulting multiple historical sources and research materials had the Grand Library produced a detailed report. In essence, the two sides were not mortal enemies but were each pursuing their own agendas within this upheaval. Sun Yuanhua had been consistently trying to pacify the rebels in order to maintain his power and influence in the Dinglai region. Meanwhile, Li Jiacheng and Kang Yaod had been attempting to walk a tightrope between accepting pacification and independence, aiming to extract maximum concessions from the Ming court for themselves and the Liaodong faction. With one party desperately seeking to pacify and the other hoping to exploit pacification negotiations for gain, hostilities between the two sides had never escalated. Although the people outside the city walls had suffered terribly, and sporadic skirmishes between mounted patrols occasionally flared, the two sides had never truly engaged in full-scale battle from beginning to end, and the rebels had not launched a direct assault on Dengzhou. Though the Dengzhou battlefield had temporarily fallen quiet, undercurrents swirled beneath the surface. Through Dear Wenyuan and church contacts, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had placed relationships and intelligence agents inside Dengzhou and within the governor's office. Though their positions were humble and they had no access to secrets, what they saw and heard was sufficient to confirm that since Kang Yaod raised the banner of rebellion in Hebei, the two sides had maintained secret communication. Kang Yaod's plea for pacification and Sun Yuanhua's advocacy for pacification were open secrets both inside and outside the city. Sun Yuanhua's murky relationship with the old Liaodong faction had drawn accusations from some of his political enemies. He had allegedly obtained the post of Dinglai governor because Kang Yaod had bribed senior officials in the capital with gold, silver, and jewels. Sun Yuanhua had therefore shown particular favor to Kang Yaod after assuming office. Furthermore, Chen Yaoshi, a former Pai Island man, had also bribed Sun Yuanhua, enabling Kang Yaod and other Pai Island veterans to thrive in the Dinglai region. As for Shandong Governor Yu Dasheng, who had halted his troops after the mutiny and also advocated pacification, rumor had it this was the result of Kang Yaod, through Sun Yuanhua, presenting him with a cartload of gold and silver treasures. Whether these allegations were true or merely political mudslinging, Sun Yuanhua's ambiguous attitude toward the rebels and his single-minded pursuit of pacification were facts. The Dengzhou Forward Committee concluded that, setting aside political and economic entanglements, Sun Yuanhua had consistently sought to bring the Liaodong veterans of Pai Island origin under his control and retrain them into a significant military force against the later Jin, which was why he kept trying to pacify Kang Yaod and the other rebels. But his efforts were doomed to fail. This appeasement would ultimately lead to his own destruction. Whether it was the Liaodong veterans or the Ming bureaucracy he operated within, both were fruits rotted beyond saving. The efforts of one man and a few officials would accomplish little. Just recently, to the east of the city, intense fighting had erupted between the rebels and Governor Sun Yuanhua's standard-bearer Zhang Tao and Dinglai Regional Commander Zhang Keta, who had camped outside the walls to guard the gates. Zhang Keta's southern troops had won a victory, but Zhang Tao's men, all Liaodong soldiers from Pai Island, had suddenly abandoned the field despite favorable conditions, ignoring Zhang Tao's commands. Zhang Keta's southern troops were counterattacked by the rebels and nearly annihilated. Most of Zhang Tao's men then surrendered to the rebels. The camps that Zhang Keta and Zhang Tao had established outside the walls to defend the city were completely abandoned, and all weapons and supplies within fell into rebel hands. The rebels' momentum surged. Originally, Li Jiacheng and Kang Yaod's forces had numbered little more than 1,000 men. Now, with the addition of several thousand of Zhang Tao's deserters, their military strength had grown dramatically. Worse still, Zhang Tao's men were all Liaodong soldiers sharing common origins with the rebels. All harbored deep hatred for the civilians, officials, and soldiers of the Dinglai region, and their internal cohesion was extremely strong. They were burning to storm Dengzhou for revenge. Though Dengzhou appeared to be a formidable fortress, its storehouses piled high with grain and silver, armed with hundreds of cannon, garrisoned by 6,000 or 7,000 soldiers old and new, many trained by the Portuguese. A large number of its officers and men were Liaodong soldiers. The city also housed many discontented Liaodong refugees. Internal support had long since crumbled. The city was as fragile as paper. In the thicket, the sergeant leading the observation team raised his binoculars and once again surveyed the desolate land around them. The snow was falling heavier now, but his military thermal clothing from another timeline kept the cold completely at bay. He carefully adjusted the focus knob of his Russian binoculars as he observed. Appearing for all the world like a special forces operator from another timeline, the sergeant had in fact been an ordinary Shandong peasant just 2 years ago. All normal, no unusual activity, the sergeant reported, checking his wristwatch. The Special Reconnaissance Team was one of the few units in which naturalized sergeants and officers were uniformly issued watches. Transmit to headquarters. A radio operator opened the 2W transmitter and began another scheduled broadcast. Chen Saijian's orders to the observation team were to report on the Dengzhou battlefield situation every hour. The reconnaissance soldiers knew that when headquarters suddenly ordered an increase in report frequency, it was usually a harbinger of major events to come. At the same time, inside Dengzhou's walls, Huang An lay in a room in Sun Yuan's house, resting with his eyes closed. 2 1630 pattern revolvers, fully loaded, were hidden beneath his waist. Under his pillow lay a hand grenade. Such precautions were far from unnecessary. Sun Yuan was not home. Because Zhang Keta and Zhang Tao had been defeated outside the city that day, the atmosphere inside had grown suddenly tense. Sun Yuan, as one of Sun Yuanhua's household retainers, had been summoned to the governor's office to stand ready for battle. At the same time, the Liaodong refugees within the city had begun to stir. Since the rebels had arrived at Dengzhou's walls in the 11th month, the 100,000 or more Eastern River veterans and their families who had migrated from Pai Island, Port Arthur, and elsewhere had become a constant source of anxiety for the officials inside the city. The conflict between the Liaodong refugees and the local Dengzhou, military and civilians, had become extremely sharp ever since large numbers of Eastern River soldiers and civilians had been ferried inland. Beginning in the first year of Changzhen, great numbers of Liaodong refugees had crossed the sea to Dengzhou, where local officials were responsible for their settlement, totaling no fewer than several 100,000. From the moment these hundreds of thousands set foot on Dengzhou's soil, they had been exploited and abused by local bureaucrats. Many who had returned across the sea could no longer endure the torment and extortion, and fled back to the Eastern River region. When Dinglai Regional Commander Yang Guodong visited Pai Island on official business in the first year of Changzhen, the embittered refugees had gathered in a mob and nearly killed him. Moreover, during the early Changzhen years, many of the Liaodong refugees who had crossed to Dengzhou had received military commissions from Mao Wenlong, so that yellow parasols and gold-belted officials could be seen everywhere in the streets. After Mao Wenlong's execution in the second year of Changzhen, Shandong Governor Wang Kenji had memorialized a request to strengthen defenses, recommending, should any vessels approach from the Western Sea, fire cannons at once to destroy them, as a precaution before the storm. This revealed just how bad Mao Wenlong's and the Eastern River refugees' reputation had become among the Shandong populace, and how tense relations had grown. Historical documents describe the friction thus: the Liaodong soldiers are naturally fierce and aggressive, the Dengzhou people cannot bear them. Or, since the fall of Liaoying, over 100,000 Liaodong refugees have fled to Dengzhou, and the locals have treated them with contempt, sometimes killing them. The Liaodong people are filled with resentment. Or the Liaodong refugees migrated inland. The locals treated them as enemies and warnings went unheeded. Furthermore, Supervising Inspector Zai Sanbin once noted that the Liaodong people in the region are quite ill at ease, and when the rebels returned to Dengju, it was said, "The Dengju people have always mistreated the Liaodong people, and even with the army at the walls, the killing of Liaodong people continued." Thus, in A.I. Rong's letter to Military Commissioner Liu Yuli, he summarized the causes of the mutiny. First, Kong and Li are by nature vicious and accustomed to rebellion. Second, accumulated resentment from years of humiliation by the Dengju locals. Third, unwillingness to serve at the distant garrison of Ningyuan. To suppress the Liaodong population inside the city, from the moment the rebels arrived at the walls, the governor's office, regional commander's office, and military supervisor's office had all dispatched patrols carrying authority tokens throughout Dengju and the naval harbor, strictly prohibiting seditious gatherings and spreading rumors. Every few days, some unfortunate soul was beheaded as a public example. End of chapter. Chapter 1057. The inside man to escape notice. Huang An had taken refuge in Sun Yuan's quarters within the barracks of the naval citadel. Though called barracks, the compound was more akin to a small town unto itself, a sprawling warren of soldiers and their families, with people coming and going at all hours. Some residents were neither military nor kin to anyone in uniform. In recent days, government offices had launched household registration sweeps, scrutinizing every stranger with ruthless intensity. Quite a few had been arrested. Word had it that several had already lost their heads. Sun Yuan, however, was one of the governor's household retainers, and such harassment did not touch his door. Huang An knew well that while the chiefs were strict, they were never wanton in their killing, always cautious, always measured. Their slogans might thunder with menace, but they never executed without cause. Ming officials, by contrast, draped themselves in the language of benevolence and righteousness while killing with abandon, especially in tense times like these. A man could be walking down the street, and a careless glance or ill-timed gesture might see him dragged off and beheaded on the spot. By remaining within the citadel, Huang An was gambling with his life. By tomorrow night, these walls would fall, and amid the chaos that followed, no one could predict what horrors might unfold. History remembered only the fates of the great figures. The Grand Library had found precious little about what befell ordinary civilians, craftsmen, and common soldiers after a city was sacked. His situation was precarious in the extreme. Both he and Sun Yuan hailed from Dengju, and there had always been bad blood between local soldiers and the Liaodong rebels. Even if Kang Yaod and Li Jiacheng intended to win hearts and minds, their men might well butcher locals for vengeance at the first opportunity. Kang Yaod held Sun Yuanhua in particularly high regard. Not only had he spared the governor's life, but rumor held he intended to proclaim him king. Yet such favor would not necessarily extend to a minor figure like Sun Yuan. Huang An did not know the citadel would fall tomorrow. But before Dengju was besieged, he had been redeployed into the city, and before that, Chief Deer had personally summoned him for detailed instructions. Deer Wenyuan's words had been blunt. Dengju cannot be held, neither can the naval citadel. Huang An's mission was straightforward: remain hidden within the citadel, leverage the contacts he had cultivated, and monitor Sun Yuanhua's movements at all times, especially after the city fell. If possible, he should stay as close to the governor as circumstances allowed. The mission is extraordinarily dangerous, Chief Deer had said. First and foremost, you must survive inside the city. Are you confident? Yes, Huang An had answered without hesitation. From the day he first altered his appearance and was dispatched to Dengju to cultivate connections, he knew he was destined to become a spy. Being a spy meant risking his life. He had long since made peace with that. Huang An was not an especially ideologically driven man, but Lingao had granted him unprecedented opportunities for advancement. Besides, he believed in the old proverb, "Fortune favors the bold." Climbing the ranks through routine combat and unit expansion was painfully slow. To become a lieutenant or captain quickly, to secure one of those fine houses reserved for senior officers back at base, Huang An was willing to stake everything. As for why the chiefs wanted him to watch Sun Yuanhua, Chief Deer had not explained. But there was no doubt they intended to save the governor. The only reason Huang An could imagine for such an effort was that Chief Deer and the governor shared the same faith. The notion seemed far-fetched, but his years in the Bravery Wave Army had taught him a cardinal rule: never ask questions he was not meant to ask. His one-voiced concern was this: what if Sun Yuanhua took his own life? Huang An had served in the Ming army and understood the code. When a city fell, a high official of Sun Yuanhua's rank would either die fighting or end things by his own hand. He would never allow himself to be captured by rebels, otherwise the court would never forgive him, and his reputation would be irrevocably ruined. "Do not worry," Dear Wenyuan had replied. "Governor Sun will absolutely not commit suicide." Chief Deer offered no explanation, and Huang An did not press. Beyond his discipline about forbidden questions, he had grown accustomed to the chief's seemingly prophetic powers. Their predictions were invariably accurate. The more significant the national affair, the more precise their foresight. Outside, the night watch had commenced. All was deathly still. Huang An heard movement in the courtyard. He swung off the Kang platform, revolver in hand, and thumbed back the hammer. Then came 3 stones, dropped in succession into the yard. He quickly lowered the hammer. This was one of his own. Since first arriving in Jeju, Huang An had cultivated more than 20 contacts within the naval citadel through carefully staged reunions, sworn brotherhood ceremonies, and invented family connections. Some of these contacts were useful only for gathering information and were not particularly reliable. Others were childhood friends, former accomplices from his days stealing from government granaries, a capital offense if discovered. Following the methods taught in the chief's training sessions, Huang An had selected 12 of the most trustworthy and daring among them. Through timely small favors and gradual ideological cultivation, he had formed a small but loyal clique around himself. Sun Yuan counted among them. This clique possessed no political ideology, but its members shared common traits. They were at odds with Dengzhu's Liaodong population. They harbored no affection for the Great Ming. Their families struggled financially, with urgent desires to change their lot. And above all, they were fiercely loyal. After Dengzhu came under siege, Huang An had quietly sounded them out at private gatherings, testing whether they would be willing to act when the moment arrived. All 12 had sworn that whatever Big Brother Huang or Brother Huang wished to do, so long as it served neither the Liaodong people nor the Tartars, they would follow him through fire and water without hesitation. Tonight, he had instructed a younger brother at Sun Yuan's residence to summon the entire group. He opened the door and stepped out. 7 or 8 men already stood in the courtyard. In the dim night, he recognized every face, all personally recruited by his own hand. They had not come through the main gate but had scaled the back wall from the alley behind. Anyone caught on the streets tonight would be executed without question. "Inside," he whispered. "We talk there." The men filed silently into the room. After confirming everyone had entered, Huang An turned and instructed Sun Yuan's younger brother to keep quiet watch in the courtyard. Inside, he counted 7 men. Sun Yuan was on duty at the governor's office, and 4 others had not appeared. "Old Sticky Lu chickened out," said Zhu Si, younger brother of Zhu San, his old accomplice in the granary theft. After Zhu San had taken the fall and lost his head, Zhu Si had managed to join the military with help from their comrades. He bore deep resentment toward both the army and the Great Ming. "Says he's got the runs and can't make it." After reconnecting with Sun Yuan, Huang An had made a deliberate point of visiting the Zhu household. He had even wept at Zhu San's grave and given the family a generous sum of silver. He and Zhu Si had sworn brotherhood, with Huang An promising to look after him. Through all these gestures, he had successfully won Zhu Si's loyalty. Besides the cowardly old Sticky Lu, Huang Yang had also begged off. The remaining 2 were on duty and could not attend. No matter. Huang An did not light a lamp. Talking in darkness was preferable. In the blacked-out encampment, a single flame would draw unwanted eyes. "I've troubled you all to come tonight," Huang An began without excessive pleasantries. "As you know, Kang Yao and Li Jiacheng wait outside these walls. Regional Commander Zheng suffered another crushing defeat today. Fewer than 3 in 10 of his southern troops survived. The city teems with Liaodong people. Even the governor's personal guard is manned by Liaodong men. They all serve together under Commander Mao as adopted sons. Their bond runs deep. Who knows when they might throw open the gates? I'd say this Dengzhou city and Pinglai Citadel won't hold much longer." This was no alarmist talk. The Liaodong faction inside the city had been restless since the 11th month. Only through a careful balance of threats and inducements had the government maintained a semblance of order. Though Sun Yuanhua had worked tirelessly to display trust in the Liaodong commanders, hoping to maintain their loyalty, others were far less sanguine. "The city will fall within days," said a soldier named Cao Qing. "The Liaodong people practically declare openly that they'll answer Kang Yao's call. Just a few days ago, Governor Sun ordered gunners pulled from the Navy to man the cannon emplacements on the citadel walls, supposedly to guard against the Eastern River troops responding to Kang Yao. Though order had been restored on the various Eastern River islands, Regional Commander Huang Long clearly exercised little control over the Eastern River veterans. His embezzlement of military pay and his practice of forcing soldiers to dig ginseng in the mountains had earned him their bitter hatred. Even common soldiers could see that the Eastern River veterans were quite likely to mutiny in support of Kang Yao. Everyone feared what would follow the city's fall, that the rebels might unleash killing and burning in revenge against the old Shandong soldiers. "I don't think there will be wholesale slaughter," Huang An said. "After all, this is their home base too. If they really let loose with massacre, plenty of their own would die." Once an army began looting and killing, it became utterly uncontrollable, a bloody carnival of murder. The rebels would not distinguish between Liaodong people, Southerners, or Shandong natives. If Kang Yao and Li Jiacheng wished to retain popular support, they could not permit such chaos. Zhu Si spoke up. "As long as we don't have old scores with the Liaodong people, we just need to lie low for the first 3 days after the city falls. After that, we should be safe. But then we'll have to join the rebellion. The rebels would inevitably force the soldiers and civilians inside the city to turn bandit. When that moment came, there would be no other choice. The word rebellion silenced every man in the room. If we're going to rebel, so be it," Cao Qing said quietly at last. "But this kind of rebellion is pointless. The Liaodong people call all the shots. We'd just be used as cannon fodder." "No," Huang An lowered his voice. In the darkness, he sensed every eye turning toward him. "We don't need to rebel. Brothers," he continued, "as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The rebels breaking through is dangerous, yes, but we can't simply hide and let ourselves be pushed around afterward. A great fortune awaits us all if you're willing to seize it." End of chapter. Chapter 1058. The treasure in the city. The men exchanged glances. They were no fools. At this critical juncture, Huang An had summoned them all together. Clearly, he had some scheme in mind. These were hardly peaceful times. Armies routinely robbed, raped, murdered, and burned without restraint against defenseless civilians. Even against their own government, the slightest provocation could trigger mutiny or wage riots. Outright killing of officers and full-scale rebellion was not uncommon. The men surrounding Huang An were hardly the docile type. "Brother Huang, say it plainly," Cao Qing pressed. "What fortune are you talking about? Give us a good reason and we'll follow you." Zhu Si grew equally excited. "Big Brother Huang, are you thinking about the official treasury in the citadel?" Dengzhou City and the Pinglai Naval Citadel stored vast quantities of military pay and grain. The annual military budget for the Dinglai region exceeded 800,000 taels. Historically, when Kang Yao's rebels broke into the Pinglai Naval Citadel, they seized 100,000 taels of silver from the treasury alone. "I heard there are hundreds of thousands of taels in there." The others immediately perked up. Huang An shook his head. Even if the treasury overflowed with silver and lay wide open for us, how much could each of us carry? Once the city fell, the attacking side would immediately dispatch troops to seize and guard the warehouses. Meanwhile, everyone inside harboring hopes of profiting from the chaos would swarm toward the same spot. It would likely devolve into a bloody free-for-all. Trying to grab silver amid the chaos of a rampaging army was like snatching meat from a tiger's jaws. Even if you got close to the silver, you could never carry much away. Considering this, everyone deflated. What about the waterfront pavilions and restaurants along the Little Sea? Someone suggested. They must be full of money. Wealthy merchants lodge there, rich traders doing business in Jeju. And plenty of women too. At the mention of this place, every eye lit up. The Little Sea was the inner harbor of the Pinglai naval citadel. Along its shores stood pleasure pavilions and restaurants built by merchants, offering every conceivable entertainment and indulgence. Officials and commanders frequented them, and wealthy traders from across the region often stayed there. It was a veritable den of gold and a haven of soft pleasures. Silver and women, the two things that interested men most. Huang An remained silent, merely smiling. Zhu Si recognized that look and knew this was not what he meant. "Big brother Huang," he asked, "what fortune are you really talking about?" Huang An adopted an air of mystery. "Tell me, what is the greatest treasure in all of Dengzhou City?" The men looked at one another in confusion. If even the 100,000 taels in the treasury did not count, what else could possibly qualify as treasure? Could Brother Huang have learned of some priceless jewel hidden by a wealthy family or high official? Huang An paused, then spoke in a grave voice. "The most valuable treasure is Governor Sun himself." "Governor Sun!" Several men exclaimed in unison before immediately clapping hands over their mouths. This was too shocking. Huang An rose, opened the door, and peered outside. Sun Yuan's brother stood guard by the courtyard gate. Seeing him emerge, the man shook his head. Huang An retreated inside and carefully closed the door again. "Tell me," he continued, "who commands authority across the three prefectures of Deng, Lai, and Qing?" "Governor Sun, of course," Cao Qing answered. "He's the court-appointed provincial governor." "But how can he be a treasure?" Someone objected. "Once Dengzhou falls, he'll be a criminal awaiting trial. Losing a defended position could cost him his head. Besides, once the city falls, Governor Sun will certainly take his own life." "What if the city doesn't fall and he doesn't die?" "Then of course he's still the governor with absolute authority," Cao Qing said. "But this city obviously cannot be held. That is precisely why a great fortune awaits us. But this fortune must be won with our heads on the line." Huang An's gaze swept across the room. "Are you willing?" "Absolutely. Big brother, just say the word," Zhu Si responded at once. Young and eager for glory, he had long grown weary of drifting through life as a common soldier. He yearned to make something of himself. "Good, let me make things clear." Huang An lowered his voice. "First, this has nothing to do with harming ordinary people. Second, it is not rebellion. Third, it is not joining the Tartars. We are going to rescue Governor Sun. If we succeed, we will all share in the fortune." He paused. "But I must also say this plainly. Anyone who doesn't wish to participate may leave now. I won't stop you, just go home, stay put, and accept your fate. Only keep silent about your brothers. Those who are in, be prepared to lose your lives." "Count me in," Zhu Si said immediately. One by one, the others followed suit. Huang An drew a stack of papers from his belt. Carefully, he lit a small oil lamp, keeping the flame dim, and had them gather close to look. "These are banknotes from a Shanxi bank," he explained. "Each of you take 20 taels, consider it a settlement for your families." Shanxi banknotes from the capital were widely used large denomination instruments throughout the north. Ordinary people rarely saw them, let alone held one. Because Dengzhou was a hub for military pay and a major trading center, locals were more familiar with them. They knew such notes were as good as gold and silver. The Engine Action Forward Command, to facilitate their operations, had exchanged a batch of reputable, reliable, and easily negotiable Shanxi bank notes through the Delong Bank's Beijing branch. After all, Delong's notes held little influence in the north as yet. 20 taels of silver, in peacetime. That was 10 months' pay at their normal rate. And soldiers like them could never realistically expect to receive full pay on time. Huang An had just distributed over 200 taels. Such generosity and apparent wealth made them trust him all the more. How else could a poor soldier come by such sums? Cao Qing pocketed his notes and asked, "Old Sun and little Huang are clearly useless now. What about brother Sun and the other two on duty? Should we bring them in?" "Absolutely. Especially brother Sun. He's one of Governor Sun's personal retainers." "With him, we're already halfway there." Huang An nodded. "We need to find a way to get them back here tomorrow during the day." "Done," said Cao Qing. "I'll think of something." Cao Qing was a seasoned old soldier with connections everywhere. If he said there was a way, there probably was. Huang An stretched. "I won't say more than necessary. Everyone go home now and settle your families. The city will fall within days. Anyone with somewhere to hide their family should do so. Be back here before dawn." "Done." The men understood from his words that action would come within days. They were all eager to begin. Zhu Si spoke up. "I have a sword and bow at home. Should I bring them?" "Bring nothing except daggers," Huang An instructed. "I have swords and spears ready here." While urgent conspiracies unfolded within the Pinglai naval citadel, Chen Sijin and Zhu Mingxia had arrived at Dazheshan Island in the Maya-Ado archipelago. This island lay only a dozen nautical miles from Pinglai, not as close as Nanchangshan Island, but Dazheshan and Xiaozheshan were small islands without substantial garrisons or naval vessels. At this time, Ming troops were stationed on virtually every island in the Bohai Sea. The two main islands of the Maya-Ado archipelago, Nanchangshan and Baikangshan, held large Ming garrisons and fleets. Though eliminating the Ming forces on the Maya-Ado archipelago would have been effortless for the Second Fleet, Zhu Mingxia saw no reason to act prematurely. As a third-party force, there was nothing to gain from revealing themselves too early and attracting court attention. When a forward base became necessary for the Dengzhou operation, Zhu Mingxia decided to first seize the lightly defended Dazheshan and Xiaozheshan Islands. According to Reconnaissance, Xiaozheshan Island had no Ming troops at all. Its rugged terrain and lack of freshwater meant only a handful of fishermen eked out existence there. Dazheshan Island had only a beacon station manned by about a dozen soldiers. A single squad from Chen Sijin's Special Reconnaissance Detachment took Dazheshan Island effortlessly, using fishing boats as cover. All garrison troops were captured. A company was then brought in to secure control over the civilians and vessels on both islands. In the overall Dengzhou plan, rescuing Sun Yuanhua was the first step. If they could snatch him from Dengzhou ahead of the rebels and preserve his position as provincial governor, he would retain a voice in any court deliberations on suppression or pacification. The three eastern prefectures would continue to follow his directions. By controlling Sun Yuanhua, the Engine Forward Committee would effectively seize the initiative among the Ming forces dealing with the Dengzhou mutiny. As for Dengzhou itself, Zhu Mingxia did not consider recapturing it particularly difficult. It was purely a matter of how far the engine action needed Kang Yao to escalate matters. For now, Kang Yao still needed to hold Dengzhou. Without taking the city, the rebels could not absorb the local Liaodong population, expand their forces, or rally the scattered Eastern River remnants on the various Liaodong islands. "Dengzhou, let Kang Yao keep it for now," Zhu Mingxia said to Chen Sijin in the command tent. "Let him make use of the good stuff inside for a while, then send it all our way. That way old Sun Yuanhua won't blame us for appropriating Ming property. War spoils are perfectly legitimate." "Still," Chen Sijin mused, "fishing Sun Yuanhua out of a chaotic Dengzhou will be tricky. Why not send someone in advance to kidnap